Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Jezebel by Dylan Allen, narrated by Robin Verne and Stephen Dexter. Until the lion learns to write, history will always glorify the hunter. Proverb of unknown origin that my father shared with me. Present day. Houston, Texas. The Jezebel's Undoing. Reagan. I need to speak with you. The unexpected sound of my husband's voice nearly stops my heart. My reflexive gasp draws soap and water into my nose and throat, and I cough violently to clear it. I turn the water off and meet his unreadable gaze in the mirror. The burn of mint-scented face wash invading my nostrils and stinging my eyes barely registers against the shock of seeing him standing in my bathroom when he should be on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. I grab a towel from the small pile on my counter and wipe the soap off haphazardly and turn to face him. "Why are you here?" I demand. He raises one gray-flecked eyebrow as if surprised by my question. "This is my house. You are still my wife." He curls his lip and drags a possessive gaze over my towel-clad, shower-damp body. I resist the urge to cross my arms over my chest and glower at him. "Please leave. Now." He shakes his head slowly. One side of his thin mouth curls upward in a sneer. "I'll wait for you in the bedroom," he informs me, and then he turns and walks out of the bathroom. I release the breath I was holding and rush into my closet, slide the door closed behind me, and start to pace. Mounting dread compounds my shock, but I can't afford to indulge either. Since our confrontation after he received the divorce petition, he's been radio silent. I've been praying unceasingly he'd stay that way. Marcel being here today is a very, very bad sign, and even worse timing. The state of Texas gives a respondent 20 days to respond before granting a divorce by default. This morning, I woke up and drew the 19th red X on the small calendar I keep on my bedside table. It was like hearing a key slide into the lock of a door that had been sealed shut for years. Just one day left. I could taste my freedom, and for the first time ever, I dared to imagine welcoming Stone to Houston as a single woman. It was stupid to think Marcel would make this easy. I glower at my reflection this time, the sting in my eyes from tears I won't allow to fall. There's no reason to cry. Marcel will drag it out and make it as painful as possible, but he can't do anything to stop the divorce. This is just one battle in a war that ultimately I know I'll win. I take my time getting dressed, pulling on my softest pair of leggings and a t-shirt Stone bought me in Todos Santos. I stride into my bedroom, walking past him toward my bed without stopping or looking at him, my voice projecting irritation and impatience. "Whatever this is about, I wish you'd called first. I have a very busy—" "Who is he?" Marcel speaks in a quiet, insouciant voice, but his question lands with the potential lethality of a grenade before it detonates. I have no idea if it's a dud, or if my whole life is about to go up in flames. I quell that flare of panic. There's only one he that matters, and Marcel can't know about him. No one does. Stone is my heart's most closely guarded secret. With that certainty as my shield, I ignore the explosive question, turn my back to him, and start making my bed.
Regan, I am speaking to you.
The easy confidence in his voice is splintered by indignation that provides another balm to my rattled nerves. He's much easier to manage when he's angry. "Oh, I'm sorry," I drawl and glance over my shoulder in his general direction, one eyebrow raised in apathetic curiosity. "I didn't hear you." I resume my task without meeting his eye or waiting for an answer. A second later, a black smartphone lands face down on the bed.
My mother was right about you. You are the devil in disguise.
He snarls behind me. I sigh loudly at his dramatics before I pick up the phone and turn to face him. "What is this about?" I snap. He nods at the phone in my hand.
"See for yourself, Jezebel."
Those tendrils of trepidation hiss like agitated snakes in my gut and draw my grudging gaze to the phone, and the shield I'd been so sure of crumbles as the grenade I'd dismissed for a dud detonates. The headline, written in bold red all caps, reads, "La femme de Landel montre au monde qui elle est la Jezebel." The wife of Landel shows the world who she is. Jezebel. It's splashed over a picture I looked at just this morning with sweet longing and tentative hope. Me and Stone kissing, his hand grasping my bikini-clad bottom, my tattoo glaring the small of my back. My arms are twined around his neck, obscuring the sliver of his profile that the brim of his hat didn't hide. I scan the article and see the words, "Unknown Companion." Amidst the discordant bells of devastation, disbelief, horror, and humiliation tolling inside my head is a note of relief. But my knees still buckle under the weight of this disaster, and I sit on the bed, dazed.
"I want you out of my house, faithless woman."
Marcel issues his order like a tyrant who expects complete obedience, and my head snaps up. His eyes glitter with the anticipatory menace of a spider preparing to devour the unfortunate prey trapped in its web, and I've never been so afraid in my life. But after years of living with his flagrant infidelity, Marcel's righteousness spawns rage so ardent it momentarily overwhelms my fear. I raise my head and meet his raptor-like glare with one of my own. "This is my home. The kids and I aren't going anywhere." His thin-lipped sneer spreads into a malevolent smile that chills me to the bone.
"The children aren't going anywhere, but you most certainly are."
Heart-stopping fear stills my breath. "No, they wouldn't. You couldn't. They need me." My throat throbs with unshed tears of helplessness and fury. The phone slips from my hand and lands at my feet with a clatter that's muted by the panic thundering through my veins like a band of unbroken stallions. The polished tips of his bespoke Aubercy loafers come into view, and he presses a finger to the underside of my chin and lifts my face to his. I'm too shell-shocked to resist. Disdain draws furrows between his brows. Scorn etches grooves around the edges of his lips, and he leans forward until I can smell the cognac on his breath.
"After you have so thoroughly disgraced yourself, me and them, do you think they will want to be with you?"
Oh, God, my children. The thought of them seeing that picture fills my gut with an unbearable ache. At my silence, his sneering lips curl into a satisfied smile. He drops his hand from my chin and takes a step back.
You will leave. They will stay here. And if you tell me who the man is, I will call this newspaper and have them take this article out of circulation. This was published at midnight in France.
He checks the time on his wristwatch and purses his lips, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully.
It's only 2 a.m. there now. One phone call, and I can make it go away. I will spare you the humiliation of your children knowing what kind of woman you are. Just tell me who he is. Then it will only be his life I burn to the ground.
Disgust cuts through my apprehension, and I find my voice.
You would use our children as pawns? His eyes narrow in condescending pity. Oh, but that is exactly what they are, Regan. The prenuptial agreement we signed saw to that. I will fight you, Marcel, I vow. That document is more than 10 years old, and if I've learned anything from my brother, is that there is no such thing as an unbreakable contract. He shrugs. And I'll win. That picture, whether the publication removes it or not, means I hold all the cards. Tell me his name, and all you will lose is what you have already forfeited. Custody of the children.
My face isn't showing. You can't prove it's me. I grasp at straws.
Will your brother perjure himself and risk his law license to help you prove that in court? Because that's where this is headed if you fight me.
I can see the picture in my mind as clearly as if I was still looking at it. Our faces aren't showing. Yet the glint of my gold body chain, the ride of dark curly hair that cascades down my back are distinctive. But combined with the tattoo that adorns my lower back, it might as well be DNA evidence. But there's no way to prove that stone's hand cupping my bottom. My chest aches at the thought of him, and what being embroiled in this could mean for the career he's worked so hard for. I won't let that happen. I just don't understand how this picture that was on my personal cell phone got into the hands of a newspaper in France. One Marcel claims he has the power to command. I grasp at that thread of suspicion like it's a lifeline, and use it to pull my head above the surface of guilt and terror I'm drowning in. How did they get that picture? I don't understand. I make my voice sorrowful, keep my head bowed, but keep a surreptitious eye on him through the veil of my lashes. His smug smile falters, and his eyes dart over my shoulder. But he regains his composure so quickly I'm not sure it wasn't just wishful thinking. Maybe your lover handed it over to make a pretty penny, he sneers. My head snaps up and I scoff loudly, dismissing his statement for the conjecture it is. He doesn't. Hey, what? Marcel's keen eyes narrow and I curse my near slip-up. Nothing. He is no one. I lie. And that's exactly what I will tell your children. That you threw their family away for no one. I blanch at the malicious glee in his voice. That he would relish hurting our children fills me with a crushing despair so heavy that I can't bear it and my own weight. I sit on the small dark leather trunk at the foot of my bed, drop my face into my hands, and I search my disordered mind for a way to stop this, to keep them safe, with me, and ignorant of their parents' failings. Time is ticking, Regan. Marcel taunts. I lift my head to glare at him. We haven't lived together for 5 years. A quiet, straightforward divorce would have barely made a ripple. Their lives wouldn't have changed at all. But this, you are taking them to Paris in the middle of the school year. He snorts a derisive laugh. Their lives will not be disrupted. I will continue residing in Paris and will make more frequent trips to see them. And when school is over, they will come to me. Incredulity slackens my jaw and widens my eyes. I gaze over at him. Don't be ridiculous. The children can't stay here alone. They're not. Hannah is moving in. I shoot to my feet, my fear and despair burned away by a surge of primordial rage. You wouldn't, I growl. He swallows thickly. His eyes dart away from my brimstone gaze. He tugs the cuffs of his shirt, collects himself, and looks back at me, the challenge back in his beady eyes. The children know her and like her. You are the only one who had a problem with her. Because she was our nanny and you got her pregnant, I scream, incandescent anger propelling me toward him. He takes a step away from me. Lower your voice, he hisses. I will not. I've never cared where you have dallied. I still don't. But if you do this, I will see you in hell. His eyes dart past my shoulder again. This time, his tongue darts nervously over his thin lips. I swivel in the direction of his gaze. There's nothing there but the huge gold leaf-framed mirror that hangs over my fireplace. What the hell are you looking at? I demand, searching the wall for whatever keeps drawing his attention. Anything but you. He means the words to sting, but his cadence is stilted. His unease in a moment where he holds all the cards plucks at my suspicion. I erase any trace of it from my voice and my expression and turn back to him with a narrow-eyed glare and scornful scowl on my face. Why? Because I'm not 18 and under your employ? His haughty, self-righteous stance is back, but I don't miss the flash of worry in his eyes, or the way his throat bobs behind his starched collar. You must stop this delusion about Hannah. Is the baby she popped out with your fucking eyes a delusion? I ask, incredulous that he's still denying it. You have no proof, whereas I have this picture. He waves his phone in my face, and his sneer turns taunting. You're nothing but a common slut, and soon the whole world will know. I bristle. Well, they already know that you are the king of sluts, so they'll just think you've finally rubbed off on me. He flinches as if I slapped him, and then his face flushes scarlet and he bares his teeth in a feral snarl before he rushes toward me. With more speed and strength than I thought him capable of, he shoves me. I land flat on my back. The rug cushions the impact of my fall, but I lay there dazed and disoriented. He drops to his knees beside me and grips my cheeks, squeezing so tightly that I can't move my lips. Is he the reason you asked me for a divorce? Spittle sprays my face, and shock at the violence of his touch stuns me silent and still. Fucking answer me! He tightens his hold on me, and my teeth cut into the inside of my cheek. The salty metallic taste of my own blood is an elixir, neutralizing my fear and feeding my fury. I gaze into the wrathful face of the man I wasted too much of my life on. The last ember of goodwill I feel for him dies. Whatever he sees in my expression startles him. His eyes widen, and his grip on my face slackens. I yank his hand away, press my palm to his chest, and shove him off me. He lands in a sprawl beside me. I pull myself up with as much dignity as I can muster and wait for him to do the same. And then I step to him and stand close enough that I can see sweat beading on his cowardly upper lip. My hands curl into tight fists at my side. The bite of my fingernails in my palm keep me grounded and in control of the tempest that wants to fly free and beat his ass the way my brothers taught me to. But I am not going to jail for this asshole. You will never, ever touch me again, Marcel. Not ever. His jaw trembles, but his voice is as sharp and smooth as the edge of an assassin's blade. I don't have to lay a hand on you to hurt you, Regan. You smug, faithless woman. I am going to ruin you. And when I find out who dared to cuckold me, I'll do the same to him.
Mom?
At the sound of my daughter's trembling, tear-clogged voice, we both freeze. I brush my cheeks, clear my expression, and with my heart in my throat turn to face her. You should be sleeping, Angel. Are you okay? It's an asinine question. It's clear from the way her stricken gaze darts frantically between her father and me that okay is the last thing she is. My gut clenches at the sight of tears trailing down on cheeks and the trembling hand pressed to her mouth. She rushes to me. Her arms circle my waist and she presses her wet cheek to my chest. My heart burns with something that scares me. I hug her tight, press kisses to the top of her head, and will my voice to steady. It's okay, baby. I promise. Let me take you back to bed. Daddy and I will finish talking, and then I'll come see you. I try to pry her loose. I am desperate to get her away from us and our disaster. She shakes her head violently and tightens her hold on me.
The man downstairs said you're leaving. I want to come with you, please, Mommy.
My eyes boomerang back to Marcel, and a shiver of dread runs down my spine at the triumph in his eyes. What man? I demand. The one who is going to throw you out if you refuse to leave on your own? He informs me in an even, casual tone. I push my daughter behind me and bare my teeth. I dare you to try. He claps twice, and just like that, the battle of my life begins. 18 years ago, Rivers Wilde, Houston, Texas. 1. No right or wrong. Regan. Haven't you learned anything from me? My mother's question isn't rhetorical, and she's more interested in obedience than truth. But this is one of the rare times that I can actually give her both. Everything. Even the things she didn't mean to teach me. She's the reason I floss like it's my side hustle, run like it's my religion, and will never get married or have children. Why did you go to your grandfather when I already said no? I roll my eyes the way I only dare to when she can't see me. You told me to ask him. He was supposed to say no too. He forgets that you are my daughter, she seethes. How could he, when you remind him so often? I quip. Don't get smart, child. Her voice cracks like an ice-cold whip. My reckless good humor fizzles. I know how far to push my mother, and I just danced up to the line. I was just joking. I'm sorry, I say, filling my voice with contrition. Apology accepted, she says with the condescension of a queen granting a pardon. Her ruffled feathers smoothed, she returns to the original conversation. Now tell me what agreement you two made about this job. I'll be home by midnight. I'll go straight to bed. I don't have to leave for school until 7:45. All my homework is done. I took a nap, worked out, ate dinner, and still had time to beat Pops at a round of checkers. I rattle off my itinerary, knowing that this is the key to her approval. Do everything that's expected, and she'll leave me alone. That's all fine, Reagan, but you don't get kudos for the basics. As if I want or need her kudos. I grit my teeth to stop myself from scoffing. My spirit may be rebelling, but for my body to get in on the action, I need to make sure she doesn't suspect anything. I know. I just wanted you to know that I have a plan to stay on track. Your grandfather and I have great expectations for you. Don't let that wild heart of yours lead you astray. Your greatest asset is your brain. Use it. She hangs up without another word. I put the bulky cell phone, otherwise known as my electronic leash, into my purse. The only reason I didn't forget it at home tonight is so I can text Weston and let him know the coast is clear before he heads over to meet me. The son of a local drug dealer, Weston Silk isn't the all-American boy or the tall, dark, and handsome, scholarly type my mother kept trying to set me up with. He has hair the color of flame and eyes the color of the sky, a palette of heaven and hell that drew sighs from every girl he passed, including me. But I didn't return his sly, slow smiles. I pretended not to notice the way he watched me. I had my eyes on a different prize. Wellesley College, the all-women's liberal arts college all the way in Massachusetts, was my dream school. My family groomed my brothers Remington and Tyson to take over the family business. They groomed me to marry well. I'd first seen Desiree Rogers in an interview just after she'd become the CEO of Johnson Publishing, and it changed my whole world. She credited her time at Wellesley for giving her the confidence to pursue career opportunities in spaces that had traditionally been the domain of men. Seeing her, someone who looked like me, say what my heart had always felt, changed my entire life horizon. Highly competitive, Wellesley only accepted 5% of applicants, so I kept my head down and busted my ass. And I have a perfect GPA and near-perfect SAT score to show for it. When my admission letter from Wellesley arrived, I went to my mother expecting to be congratulated. Instead, she handed me an envelope with my name scrawled on the back in her strident, slashing handwriting. Inside was an acceptance letter and the offer of a full ride from Southern Methodist University. A small yellow sticky note clung to the first page. On it, she'd written, "I know better." My grandfather, who usually took my side, wouldn't intervene. The year before, he exhausted any credit he had with my mother when he helped my twin brother Remington in his bid to attend a college she didn't approve of. They'd had the element of surprise on their side then. Remy applied without telling a soul and got our grandfather's buy-in before they told my mother. After losing that showdown, she'd been ready for me. The roots of her opposition ran deep and were fed by a constant supply of pride and resentment. I was on my own. I applied for a scholarship, but a school like Wellesley, that only takes the best and brightest, didn't offer incoming freshmen academic scholarships. All awards were based on financial need, and with a family fortune in the billions behind me, there was no chance of that. With my dream crushed under the heel of my mother's will, I vowed to never ask for permission again. If they wouldn't give me my due, I'd just take it. I mailed in my acceptance form to SMU that very day. Then I pulled out my old yearbook and found the phone number Weston scribbled over his senior picture and called him. I drove out to his house the next day after school and let him take my virginity. Brief and not as painful as my mother swore it would be, the thrill of knowing that I was breaking one of my mother's cardinal rules made it feel delicious. I'm aware of what a cliché I am, the poor little rich girl dating the bad boy to stick it to her mother. But after a lifetime of glass towers and short leashes, the afternoons with him left me high on the rush of rebellion. When my mother became suspicious about my disappearances after school, she started inventing errands for me to run that ate into all of my free time during the day. After 2 weeks of that, I saw a sign in our bakery window for a kitchen prep position that went from 8 p.m. to midnight. I went to my grandfather and offered to take this position and let him sample the ginger lemon scones I wanted to bake exclusively for our bakery. He was ecstatic and made a call to the division that oversaw our stores, and in a matter of minutes, the job was mine. I love to bake, am a night owl by nature, and this gave me the perfect cover to see Weston. He's set to come at 10, which will give me plenty of time to do my work. I unlock the bakery and catch the glow of a light on in the back. Curious more than worried, I head for the kitchen. "Hello? Is someone here?" I call and push open the double doors that lead to the back rooms. There's no response, but the snick of a door closing is all the answer I need. My heart skips a beat. Marlene, the bakery manager, told me that the lock on the back door was broken, but no one was worried about break-ins in Rivers Wilde. Nevertheless, I pull out my keys and fumble for the small bottle of mace on it. I hold it in front of me and hold my breath as I yank the door open and step into the cavernous room where we store our dry supplies. The room is completely empty. I scan the space and notice one of the huge cabinets that line the walls is slightly ajar. The sound of sharp, shallow breathing as I get closer confirms my fear. Whoever is in there can't be a big person, but danger comes in all shapes and sizes. At this time of night, nothing good could be lurking here. "I know you're there, so you might as well come out." I nudge the door with my foot again and hold my breath. Nothing happens. "I'm gonna count to 3, and then I'm opening this door. I've got a gun." I add that lie in hopes that they'll come out slowly enough to give me a chance to bolt if I need to. 1, 2... The cabinet door swings open and a small, pale hand reaches out from the dark recess of the industrial-sized cabinet. I stop counting. The hand is joined by a skinny, freckled arm. A head, topped by a thick, unruly, wavy mop of sandy brown hair, appears next, and I come face to face with my trespasser. He's just a boy. Doesn't appear to be any older than 7 or 8, dressed in a school uniform I recognize. A few months ago, when I was still keeping up appearances, I dated a boy who attends the prestigious all-boys boarding school Blackwell Academy. I remember him mentioning a 10-year-old boy enrolling in 9th grade at the start of this school year. This kid looks younger than that, but this has to be him. His face is pointed at the floor, his shoulders hunched in on himself. His little body is rigid. The hands he shoves into the pockets of his navy blue uniform pants ball into fists. "What are you doing here?" I make my voice as calm as possible. "Hiding," comes his disgruntled, sarcastic reply. "I got that part," I return with the same snark. "Then why'd you ask?" The defiance in his voice belies his posture, but I recognize little boy bravado when I see it. He's hiding from someone or something or both. Unfortunately, he can't do it here. Not with Weston coming, and not when putting a foot wrong could jeopardize this last vestige of freedom I've managed to carve out for myself. Okay, how about I don't ask you anything else? How about I just call the police and let them ask you all the questions they want? I ask, bluffing in hopes that he'll scurry away. "Wait!" he cries. His head snaps up, revealing a tear-streaked, freckled face, red-rimmed dark eyes magnified behind thick black plastic-framed glasses. They magnify the dark smudges under his eye. I scan the rest of his face and gasp at the fresh split in his lower lip and a smear of blood on the tip of his nose. His eyes narrow as he takes me in, too. "You don't have a gun." I raise my eyebrows at his indignant, accusing glare. "And you have no business being here." His swollen mouth tightens and he winces. His tongue prods his raw lower lip, and my annoyance transfers from him to whoever hurt and scared him. "What happened to your face?" I ask him. "I got punched, Captain Obvious," he says with a roll of his big eyes. I smother the urge to chuckle at his precociousness and frown instead. "I can't imagine why. You're so polite." "Thanks for the reminder." I pull out my phone and dial the number Remy set up as a prank and pray it's still in service. He smirks and leans against the cabinet and crosses his legs at the ankle. He watches me with an ennui that's so convincing I almost believe that he doesn't care. It's ringing. I lift my eyebrows in exaggerated excitement and give my brothers a mental high five. "Yeah, right. You're probably calling your bestie or something," he says with a churlish little laugh. I hit the speaker button just as the call connects.
911. Do you need police, medical, or fire?
His eyes nearly bug out of his head at the recorded voice. "Stop!" he bellows, and then springs off the cabinet and races to me, hands straining ahead of him, his eyes trained on my phone. I hightail it out of the storage room and out into the kitchen, racing to put the huge marble-top prep surface between us. I hold the phone up over my head. "Don't come any closer, and I'll hang up." He screeches to a stop across from me. His dark, tear-damp eyes are blazing. His flushed nostrils flare. He's so small, but if he was the same size as his anger, he'd fill this entire room. "Why couldn't you just pretend you didn't see me?" He seethes through clenched teeth. His eyes shimmer with unshed tears. Guilt and compassion replace my annoyance. He's just a scared kid, and I don't want to add to that already overflowing bucket. I didn't really call, okay? I put the phone down and lift my empty hand so he can see I'm as defenseless as he is. Now, tell me who you're hiding from. His eyes widen just enough for me to know I hit that nail on its head before he narrows them angrily. No one, he insists. You can trust me, I coax softly. Instead of the reassurance I hope to inspire, his bottom lip trembles and his throat moves convulsively. I reach across the counter, my palm open in invitation. He stares at my hand with wide, wary eyes before he lifts his gaze to my face. The bleak, haunted look in his eyes makes my breath hitch. I won't let them hurt you again. You can't do anything, he snarls, then turns to make a run for the door. I sprint to get ahead of him, stop short and pivot with my arms open to catch him. He may be small, but he packs the punch of a freight train, and his momentum sends us crashing to the floor. I roll over and wrap him in a bear hug. The press of his too prominent rib cage against my arms and the thud of his sprinting heart against my torso firms my resolve to find out what happened to him. "Let me go!" he screeches and bucks against me. His head flails between my breasts, and I crane my neck to move my face out of harm's way. My wildly beating heart is lodged in my throat, and my arms ache, but I hold on tight. He's scared and so alone that he's managed to find his way here on a school night without triggering an Amber Alert. "You're safe with me," I whisper. Please let me go." His voice is still colored by anger, but it breaks at the end of his sentence and he starts to cry. His hot tears dampen the front of my shirt. I rest my cheek atop his head. The touch seems to startle him, and instantly, but for his heaving chest, he goes completely still. After a few seconds of this, I risk loosening my hold and move my hand to caress circles in the center of his back. He stiffens, and then our embrace changes. His fisted hands were trapped between us. Now they slide around my rib cage. His small hands press into my back. He holds me so tightly it's uncomfortable and cries like his entire heart is broken. I recognize the grief that's pouring out of him. It's the keening, festering kind that comes knowing that with losing something, you'll never get it back. Whoever said you can't miss what you've never had was selling a pipe dream. My father died before I was old enough to have a single memory of him, but I felt his absence so keenly at times, I was sure my grief would swallow me whole. What always saved me from those emotional hurricanes was having a safe place, usually my grandfather's arms, to see the storm through. He didn't insult me with platitudes and promises he couldn't keep. He'd let me get it out, chuck me under the chin, and send me on my way. Whatever you've lost is gone, but you're still here, and you deserve to be happy. I repeat one of my favorite meditations in a soothing cadence. He's just a kid, but so was I the first time I heard it. His sobs soften, but his hold on me doesn't. Pity squeezes my heart. My family isn't perfect, but I've never not had a place to go when I was this low. We lay there, silent, the buzz and hum of the appliances and overhead lights mingling with our breath and heartbeats. After a few minutes, his arms slacken and a half-sigh, half-snore confirms that he's fallen asleep. I press a kiss to the top of his head and close my eyes as the familiar scent of Johnson's baby shampoo assails me. Oh God, he's so young. My phone buzzes in my pocket and I remember Weston. Shit. I stifle a groan and chew the inside of my lip when I consider the child asleep in my arms. I need to figure out who he is and how to get him back to school. The time I'd set aside to get some of my work done ahead of Weston's arrival is gone. I may be brazen enough to sneak him in here, but I'm not crazy. This work has to get done, and on time, too. I reach for my phone, moving gingerly to not wake him, and read Weston's text. OMW. I make a snap decision and type back a response. Not alone. Can't meet. Sorry. Call you tomorrow. His reply comes right away. Cool. Later. It stings my pride that he didn't even pretend to care. The scowl forming on my face softens when I look down at the sleeping, bruised face pressed to my chest. Weston can wait a few days, but I'm not sure that he can. I manage to lift and carry him into the bakery's restaurant. I lay him on one of the plush sofas, rush back to the workroom and grab the pashmina in my bag to drape over him. It covers him completely and makes him look impossibly vulnerable. I need to know who hurt him. When he wakes up, I'll coax it out of him with some milk and scones. Then I'm going to make sure the person who did this and the adults who let it happen make things right for him. I engage the deadbolt so he can't leave through the front door. Then I get back to work. The butter I'd taken out has softened too much to be used in my scone recipe, so I pop it into the freezer. I set a timer for 20 minutes, pop in my Love Jones soundtrack CD, and get to work zesting lemons and ginger. I'm only on the second lemon when the sound of shattering glass from the restaurant splinters my focus. I drop everything, grab the chef's knife off the wall, and run. Images of him bleeding or in the clutches of whatever villain broke that glass makes me dizzy with fear. With my arm raised to strike, I take a fortifying breath and burst through the swinging doors with a primal scream that nearly chokes me when I take in the scene. He's gone. An entire pane of glass is missing from the storefront window, and one of the small silver footstools my mother hand-picked lays sprawled on the sidewalk in a sea of fractured glass. What an idiot I am. I bet he wasn't even really asleep. I run to the window, stick my head out of the gaping hole he made, and look each way down the deserted street. He could have gone anywhere, and I don't have time to go looking for him now. I need a really good story that explains how that window got broken. Otherwise, my whole plan is shot to hell, and I can forget this sliver of freedom I carved out. I glower at the yawning hole in the glass and curse the little delinquent and my irrational instinct to protect him. As angry as I am with him, it's clear that the kid has enough problems without adding Owen Wilde to them. That little shit may have escaped my grandfather's wrath, but he won't escape mine. 2. I want to fight. Reagan. Come on. Give me a kiss, Reagan. You used to like it, remember? Billy, a.k.a. Mr. Boring Enough to Make My Mother Happy, leans across the center console of my car with his eyes closed. I roll my eyes skyward and lean as far away as the small interior of my Ford Mustang will allow. I don't remember if I liked kissing him or not, and I have no intention of refreshing my memory. In the distance, a bell rings, and I put a hand on Billy's chest and imbue my voice with regret. His eyes pop open and confusion creases his brow. I don't want to make you late. I glance at my watch, meaningfully. That was just the warning bell. We've got time. If you want that schedule, it'll cost you. His smile is smarmy, his voice heavy with entitlement as he grabs my wrist and tugs me forward to close the space between us. His eyes drift closed, and I let him draw me closer while I keep my eyes on the piece of paper he's holding as ransom. He should have been holding it out of my reach. I snatch the paper from his distracted, slack grasp and yank my wrist free. "What the fuck?" he snaps, shoving away from me with a huff of disgruntled annoyance. "I'll just take this and skip the kiss," I say with a tight smile. "Aren't you even gonna say thank you?" he asks, peevish resignation in his voice. Even though I didn't engage them when he got in, I hit the switch on the door locks for the sound effect. "Thank you," I deadpan, and eye him impatiently. His expression crumbles and he pouts. That little kid has more backbone than him. "Oh, come on, Reagan. At least let me see your titties." I level him with a disgusted glare. "Get out of my car before you piss me off and force me to tell Tyson about this." He pales and draws away. "Oh, for fuck's sake, I was just kidding." With a churlish flash of his middle finger, he climbs out of my car. Tyson's pain-in-the-ass obsession with scaring my dates has finally paid off. Even though he's 4 years younger than me, he's bigger than most of the boys my age, and the last boy who tried to coax a kiss out of me on our doorstep got a black eye for his trouble. My grandfather bought my story about throwing the stool in fright because I thought I saw a mouse, but he was still docking my pay to cover the cost of repairing it. Tracking this kid down and holding him accountable for the trouble he caused was an all-consuming compulsion when I woke up this morning. So I called Billy under the guise of returning a book that a kid wearing their school uniform left in the bakery. As soon as I said kid, he laughed and said, "What the fuck is Stone Rivers doing in Rivers Wilde? Isn't your family like his family's enemy or some shit?" I'd been stunned silent. That little boy is Stone Rivers? But how could the son of one of the richest and most powerful families in the entire state of Texas be beaten up, bloody-nosed, and have no one to turn to? Gripped by a burning curiosity, I threw caution into the wind and told Billy I'd meet him if he could get me his schedule. In his eagerness to agree, he didn't even ask why I needed it. My gut knots as I recall that his father, Jason Rivers, died recently, and that Hayes, his older brother, was sent to Europe to live with an aunt. That explains his tears, but it doesn't explain his busted lip. I scan his schedule. He has study hall in the library next. I hurry from my car, find the library on the campus map, and walk over to wait. I perch on a bench outside of a building with the words Rivers Hall etched into the marble. I take in the perfectly manicured grassy quadrangle that is flanked by 4 brick buildings with a Gothic facade. Their piss-poor security aside, Blackwell is one of the most elite boarding schools in the country. Only the brightest students gain admission. The school boasts 2 former presidents, a vice president, and a slew of ambassadors, CEOs, United States senators, and visionary inventors as alumni. That Stone is here at the tender age of 10 means he's something more than bright. Another bell rings, and the doors of the classrooms that line the corridor arc open in near-perfect unison and liberate streams of teenagers. They fill the quiet with a cacophony of shouts, laughs, and curses. The library is set apart from the rest of the campus, and I have a good view of the students as they make their way into the big grass-covered quadrangle. Nerves assail me as I start searching the crowd for my quarry. The throng clears without any sign of the tiny human who should stick out like a sore thumb. And then I hear it. That raucous collective laughter that, when made by a group of unsupervised teenage boys, is a universal signal that they're up to no good. I head toward the sound, filled with an inexplicable certainty that those laughs are the reason Stone hasn't made it here yet. I round the corner of a building and find myself in a service alley that's lined with garbage dumpsters. All the way at the end of it, 4 boys stand in a huddle with their backs to me. One of them is holding Stone up against a wall, his spindly legs dangling, while the other 3 seem to be trying to undress him. He doesn't make a sound or move. His eyes are closed, his expression devoid of emotion, like he's playing dead. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I call out, and the outrage burning in my chest turns my voice into a menacing growl. Stone's eyes pop open, and he blinks a couple of times before he seems to believe his eyes. He stares in stupefied amazement as I prowl toward the group of boys who have all turned around. The one still holding Stone watches me over his shoulder, wide-eyed with surprise and suspicion. "Get your fucking hands off him," I snarl. He relinquishes his quarry with a sadistic smile that I want to wipe off with my fist. Stone lands on his feet, stumbles slightly, and steps away from his tormentors. He straightens his uniform and keeps his eyes trained on me. "Are you okay, Stone?" Instead of returning my attempt at a friendly smile, he glowers at me, like I'm the one who was holding him against the wall. "What are you doing here? And how do you know my name?" The boy who was holding him against the wall shakes off his fear, puts on a cocky smile, and crosses his arms over his chest as he steps into my path and blocks Stone from my view. He's an inch taller than me and tries to look down his nose at me, but I'm not scared of him. Bullies are the lowest hanging fruit, so pathetic and easy to take down once you recognize them for the cowards they are. "Who the hell are you?" "You don't get to ask me questions, motherfucker," I growl. One of his friends snickers, and he shoots him a quelling glare before he returns his smug gaze to my face. "This is a private campus. Stone doesn't know you, and so you better leave before we call security." I laugh, but my eyes harden, and I enjoy watching his self-satisfied smirk disappear when I pull my phone out and hand it to him. "Go ahead. I can't wait to hear you explain why you were trying to undress a boy half your size." He scoffs. "Our word against his, and his nanny, or are you his maid?" The boys share a round of chuckles that stop abruptly when I join in. "What's so fucking funny?" the ringleader barks. "Your joke," I say, wide-eyed with feigned bemusement. "What joke?" he demands. "The one where the school takes your side over the one of the boy whose family's name is on that building." I point back to the library. For all the academic smarts these boys have, They're remarkably lacking in common sense. He tries to stare me down and only lasts 2 seconds. Whatever. This is lame. We're out of here. We'll see you later, Rivers. He tosses the thinly veiled threat over his shoulders and shoves past me. I grab him by the collar and drag his face to mine. No, you fucking won't see him later. If you look at him again, much less touch him, I'll be back, and I won't be alone. And what my friends will do to you will make you wish you'd been expelled. I warn through gritted teeth. His face pales. He yanks his collar out of my grasp and scowls at me while he smooths it back into place. We're just fucking with him. This is high school. If he can't handle it, he should go back to the baby school. He shoves past me, and his friends, who I've named pathetic and predictable, follow him. I turn to Stone, who's standing there looking like he wants to kill someone, and I sigh. Did I just make things worse for you? I ask. Hello, Captain Obvious. Good to see you haven't changed. He quips, no hint of gratitude or camaraderie on his face. I bark out an incredulous laugh. Wow, is that the thanks I get for saving you? Thank you. Now, why are you here? He adjusts his rucksack on his shoulders and taps his foot like I'm keeping him from an important appointment. You broke the window last night. Did you think I was gonna let that go? I cross my arms. He rolls his eyes. You shouldn't have tried to lock me in. My neck snaps when I lurch backward in surprise. This kid. Huh? Have you forgotten that you broke into my bakery and then fell asleep after you cried all over me? His cheeks flush red with embarrassment, but he doesn't let it show anywhere else. His eyes are calm, his thumbs hooked into the pockets of his jeans, his smile the picture of devil-may-care. I didn't break in. The door was unlocked, and I only cried because I wanted to leave and you wouldn't let me. Now it's my turn to roll my eyes. The door wasn't unlocked, but I allow him his pride and don't push back on the rest. However you got in, you shouldn't have been there at all. Are you going to tell me why, or are you going to force me to turn you in? You can't prove I was there, he pushes. We have video surveillance, I lie. He crosses his arms over his bird-like chest and gives me a long, assessing look, like he's trying to decide if he can trust me, and then sighs in resignation, his shoulders slumping like the weight of the world just landed on them. I study there. I don't touch anything, and I don't make any trouble. I won't be back. If you tell me how much the window costs, my family accountant will send you whatever you need. I shake my head in grudging respect. He's a little shit, but he's braver than that group of boys combined. Oh, you're gonna pay me back all right, but it's not going to be as easy as calling Jeeves. You're going to keep coming to the bakery, and when I'm done with my work, you're going to clean up. You're going to work until you've done enough hours to pay the insurance deductible on that window. I inform him and wait for the outrage. It doesn't come. Instead, his shrewd little eyes glitter with interest. You mean, like baking? No, I mean like cleaning up, sweeping, wiping stuff down. You can study while I bake, and when I'm done, you can clean up. Oh. He frowns, and his eyes narrow, and I can practically hear his brain rerouting itself. What time do you want me to come by? He asks, and I smile, impressed with how quickly he made up his mind. I expected he'd do like my brothers whenever they have to help in the kitchens, kick up a fuss and whine. I'll be here to get you at 8 p.m. His smile disappears, You're gonna come get me? I fold my arms over my chest, assuming a stance of authority. I don't know how you got to the bakery yesterday, but you're too young to be going anywhere that time of night alone. He balks. I rode my bike like I always do. It's fine. His somber expression reminds me of all the things he's recently lost. I relent. Fine, but when we're done, I'll throw your bike in the back of my car to bring you back. That's the deal. I add when he opens his mouth to argue. You get to study while I work, and then you help me clean up. When you've worked enough hours to earn the $500, you're free to go. Okay, he croaks out. He looks sharply at the ground, but not quickly enough to hide the tears that well in his eyes. My heart squeezes in empathy. I hate for people to see my tears, too. I walk over to him. I bend so we're eye level and grab his chin and turn his face up to mine. I'm sorry about your stepfather. He blinks up at me in surprise. Sure. Thank you. His eyes mist, and he blinks to clear them and gives me a heartbreakingly brave smile. I run a hand over his hair, and it's not my imagination when he nuzzles against my palm before stepping back. I know it feels like the entire world is too small to hold your hurt, and there's no shame in crying. If you need to talk, I won't mind listening. His tongue darts out and he licks his lips and then bites the lower one. They're very swollen still. My fists curl in on themselves, itching for a chance to punch those boys square in their stupid, smug faces. Have you lost someone? He asks. Huh? Last night. You said something that made me think maybe you lost someone too. He elaborates. Why are you looking like that? He asks when I just gape at him. Just that I thought you'd been too busy scheming to have heard anything I said. He rolls his eyes again, but an embarrassed blush colors his cheeks, and a shy smile dances on the corners of his cherub's mouth. I chuckle, utterly charmed by him. He's guileless and brave, but he needs someone looking out for him. I did lose someone. A long time ago, yes. His gaze sharpens. Who? My dad. He nods absently as if he's processing my answer. And you're okay now? His voice is innocent, but his expression intent. Like my answer is the most important thing in the world to him. So I answer with a candor I only share with a few people. Most of the time, yes. Life goes on. But the first thing you have to decide is whether you're going to let grief rule you, or if you're going to fight for every morsel of joy you can squeeze out of life. I want to fight, he says, with a fierce light in his big eyes. It's better than being a chicken. He challenges with an up-tilt of his stubborn, surprisingly strong little chin. I raise an eyebrow in response. Not every battle is worth fighting. It takes courage to walk away from those too. I hold a finger up to stop whatever rebuttal he's prepared. Just trust me on this one, okay? I know you're smarter than everyone else in this place, but there are some things only time can teach you. I cringe inwardly at how much I sound like my mother. He casts me a dubious glance and nibbles the corner of his lip, but his eyes don't lose the gleam of determination. Can I start tonight? Relief courses through me, relaxing the muscles I didn't realize I was tensing. I don't know why this matters so much. The smart and safe thing would be to let this all go, but it's more than him paying for what he did. This child needs someone, and I'm compelled to be that person. Yup. At $15 an hour, it's gonna take you a while to earn it. It'll take approximately 33 hours. If I work 2 hours a night, we'll be square in as few as 17 days. I blink in surprise. How did you do that so fast? He quirks an eyebrow. In my head, Captain Obvious. He taps his temple. Very funny. The answer only seems obvious because you're answering the wrong question. He shakes his head. You asked me how I did it. That's a very specific question. You should have asked how I did it so quickly. But seeing how I'm 10 years old and in high school, that's got a pretty obvious answer, too. I open my mouth to retort and shut it again when I realize that he's right. His cheeky smile widens to a grin at my deepening scowl. Outwitted, I scowl. No one likes a know-it-all. I regret my quip when his eyes fall to his shoes and mutters a barely audible, I know. What is it about this kid and the way he tugs heartstrings I didn't know I had? No one but me, that is. I add in a voice devoid of sympathy. The unexpectedly joyous smile he beams up at me feels like a trophy. I smile back and ruffle his mop of dark brown hair. I catch a glimpse of the time on my wristwatch and start backing away. I'll see you tonight. Come in by the front door. I got that back door fixed. I inform him with a meaningful look before I turn to hurry back to my car. Reagan? He calls. I turn to find him running toward me. I didn't tell you my name. I raise an eyebrow in suspicion. He stops a few inches shy of bringing us toe-to-toe and gazes up at me with hopeful eyes. You didn't have to. You're exactly like everyone describes you. He shoves his glasses up the bridge of his nose and clears his throat. His cheeks flush flame red and he drops his gaze to the ground. And how's that? I ask, not sure if I should be flattered or concerned that everyone is talking about me. He shrugs and looks up at me through his lashes, but his gaze is direct and intense light in them. You don't look like anyone they've ever seen, and really pretty. He drops his gaze again, and I'm grateful. Heat rushes up my neck and floods my cheeks, and I curse my sun-starved skin as my embarrassment makes itself plain as day. I've heard myself described that way before, and I don't understand it. I have a twin. We're not identical, but there is no doubt that we're siblings, and I look just like my mother. I clear my throat, and I have to go, and you're late for study hall. I'll see you tonight. Wait! He grabs my arm to stop me from turning away. His head remains bowed, and his grip on my hand tightens as if for moral support. Yes? What is it? I ask when he doesn't say anything. About the window. He rushes the words out and then comes to a sudden, stuttering stop. He lets out a long, heavy sigh. His hair sways with the baleful shake of his head that follows. There's no good reason for it. I'm just sorry. Hope shines out of his remarkably clear hazel eyes. I put a hand on his shoulder and smile at him as wide as I can. I forgive you. Thank you for apologizing. His frown is skeptical. Your smile looks like you don't mean it. I know. It's just how my face is. I promise that all is forgiven. We've got a clean slate. I hold my hand out for him to shake. He ignores it, takes a step forward, and wraps his arms around my waist. His head comes just to the top of my torso. He rests it there and squeezes me tight. It's so sweet and sincere, and the unexpected warmth so welcome that my embarrassment falls away, and I return his embrace automatically. You know that I came here to punish you, right? I ask when he doesn't let go. You could have. I would have deserved it. But you're helping me instead. Thank you so much, he says, with his mouth pressed to my belly. I let him hold on for a minute more before I lean back so I can look him in the eye. Maybe, Stone, just maybe, you deserve this, too. I give him a wink and walk away.
3. Alchemy. Stone. Hey, come in here for a few minutes. Reagan sticks her head through the door of the office she set up for me to work in. I glance at the clock in surprise. I've only been working for 30 minutes, but I put my pen down and close my notebook. Oh, okay. Are you ready for me to start cleaning already? She shakes her head and smiles. Nope, I have a treat for you. Can you take a break? Surprised, I look up at her and instantly forget what she asked me. She's so pretty. I know I shouldn't even be thinking it, but I can't help myself. She has the darkest eyes I've ever seen. Her lips may not be made to smile wide, but the way her eyes twinkle when she's happy more than makes up for that. Well, can you? She asks when I don't answer. I've still got at least an hour's worth of work to do, but after this afternoon, I would do anything she asked me to. Yeah, I can. I just need to finish this equation. I just need a few more minutes. Okay, see ya, she calls as she disappears down the hall. I glance at the now repaired back door and smile when I remember the first time I came to this bakery. Thankfully, for me anyway, a faulty lock wasn't a high priority on anybody's to-do list in places like Rivers Wilde. This is a community that behaves the way a family should, and that includes trusting their neighbors to walk past a broken lock and not see it as an invitation. But since my stepfather died and my brother Hayes left to live with his aunt in Italy, I've been repeatedly reminded that in the eyes of most of the people I've called friends since I was 3 years old, I'm nothing close to family. My mother is seen as the person who drove the much-beloved and respected head of the Rivers family to an early grave. The Rivers family is without an official leader, even though my Uncle Thomas is acting in his place. He can barely manage his own life, much less an entire empire. It threw Houston's philanthropic community into a tailspin and created enough uncertainty to send the Rivers family's business, kingdom, stock value into freefall. Fortunes have been lost or greatly reduced in the last few weeks, and my mother is viewed as the person who knocked over the first domino. I came back to campus after the funeral and learned the hard way that being her son, too small and way too smart for my age, was a triple curse. Life at Blackwell turned into a game of survival. During the day, I had to be on constant alert for pranks and traps my bullies set. I couldn't focus enough to study. I got a C on the first exam I took after the funeral, and it scared the hell out of me. The school had been hesitant to admit a student as young as me, despite my test scores and performance on the assessments they gave me. It took funding the library's endowment and my stepfather's clout to convince them. With him gone, I'm afraid they'll kick me out of here so fast my head will spin. I can't afford to let that happen, not just for my sake, but for my 2 younger brothers as well. I'm the only responsible person in their lives now. My mother will ruin them, just like she ruins everything else she touches. The sooner I graduate, the sooner I can take care of them. When I walk into the kitchen, she's sitting at the counter with a plate full of biscuits and 2 glasses of milk in front of her. Come on, sit down. I want you to try these. I created the recipe myself. Okay. I wasn't expecting her to feed me, but I'm glad. I'm too busy watching my back to actually eat anything at mealtime. Most of the kids come back to school with care packages or get them regularly from home. I don't have anything like that, and I usually go to bed hungry. I sit down and pick up one of the tender, golden biscuit-looking things and examine it. Looks weird. What is it? It's a scone. She says scone like she's saying diamond. I frown at her. Looks like a biscuit. She presses a finger to my lips, her eyes wide with alarm. Hush, before you hurt its feelings. Taste what it's made of, then you'll know why it's special. I cast her a skeptical look, but bite the biscuit thing before she starts talking about it like it's a human being again. It's as light as air and practically melts on my tongue. I groan, my eyes roll heavenward. The butter, ginger, lemon, and sugar are like biting into sunshine. I know, she croons. I nearly choke on my biscuit. She's smiling wide, even though she'd said she couldn't. But yesterday when I said it, she looked like she wanted the ground to swallow her whole. So I keep the thought to myself and take another bite of scone, intending to play it cool this time. But I can't. It's just too delicious. These flavors together, this is alchemy, I exclaim, and then bite my tongue. I know how my vocabulary annoys people. Her eyebrows raise up, and she smiles down at me, something like pride shining in her eyes. Alchemy? That's a great word. How does it feel to be so incredibly smart? My stomach knots, and I don't want to talk about this, not with her. I shrug. I'm only kinda smart, but mainly I read a whole lot. She smiles. I know you don't think it's great now, but when you're older, you'll be so glad. Yeah, obviously. I hate how people seem to like telling how much I'll love being me when I'm an adult, but that doesn't make it feel better right now. I want to be normal. Embarrassed by the attention and not wanting to say anything else, I grab the glass of milk and wash down the rest of the scone. She hops off the stool she's perched on and walks over to the huge cabinet and starts taking out bowls and baking sheets. It's not so bad to be misunderstood and ahead of your time. Jesus, Jane Austen, Malcolm X, Winnie Mandela, they were all revolutionaries who were ahead of their time. People thought they were weird, chased them, teased them, rejected them, but they didn't stop, and neither will you. I won't? I ask absently. I'm mesmerized by the economy and precision of her movements as she lays out her tools. She gathers up her long, straight, dark hair and ties it up on top of her head in a huge bun. Nope, because we can't stop being ourselves. Just because you're not like everyone else doesn't mean there's a single thing wrong with you. You're perfectly made. I can't speak around the tears clogging my throat. My heart feels too big for my chest. No one has ever spoken to me like this. Okay, you go to do your homework while I get to work. I'll have tons of cleanup for you by the time you're done. She points me in the direction of a dark corridor, but doesn't even spare me a glance as she dons her crisp white apron and gets to work. Are you sure you don't mind me being here? She shakes her head. Her bun bobs as she ties the strings around her waist. After living with my two brothers, hanging with boys is my forte. You couldn't possibly annoy me half as much as they do. She cocks her head to look at me, that half-smile on her pretty mouth, and my stomach feels weird, like I'm on the Texas Cyclone at Six Flags. I'm afraid I'm going to fall off the stool, so I stand up and grab the counter. Give it a couple of days. My mother says I could try a saint, I warn her. Well, I'm made of sterner stuff than some old saint. Besides, you're like me, a giver, and I've heard it said somewhere that when two givers get together, it's like alchemy. Her eyes twinkle, and this body that's always felt too small for the soul inside it relaxes, and I draw in a deep lungful of air. And then she says the words that later on I'll recall as the ones that made my heart hers forever. I water you, you water me. Together we're going to grow. You did good. Cleaning up my colossal messes just might be your calling. It's a few minutes past midnight and Reagan just locked up the store. As if it takes any talent to wash dishes. I grumble, glad the dark is hiding the blush that blooms at her praise. She nudges my shoulder as we make our way down the main street of Rivers Wilde. I don't know if it takes talent, but it certainly takes determination to scrub every last burned-on crumb off those cookie sheets. I used to think spotless baking pans were the sign of a dispassionate baker. Now I'll think of them as fruits of a committed dishwasher's labor. We walk in silence the rest of the way to her blue Mustang, and she pops the trunk for me to drop my BMX inside the surprisingly roomy compartment. When she starts the car, music blares from the speakers so loud that it rattles the windows. She winces and turns the volume down to just above audible. "Oh, sorry. I listen to it like that when I'm alone." "It's cool." I shrug and stare out into the night, still lost in my thoughts as we make our way toward the exit of Rivers Wilde. She didn't go easy on me tonight. She gave me all the work she would have done if I wasn't there, and I loved every minute of it. I'd never washed a dish in my life before. I've been missing out. It felt good to see that sparkling, empty sink clear of the dirty whisks, mixing bowls, and measuring spoons that she dropped into it. In fact, the whole night was nice. I failed second grade. Her unexpected statement draws my eyes to her. She's got her eyes on the road, but her jaw flexes in sync with her hand's grip on the steering wheel. "Why?" I ask when she doesn't elaborate. She shrugs. "I failed math, social studies, and science." Her voice is light, and when she glances at me, there's an embarrassed half-smile on her face, but her jaw is still tight when she turns back to the road. "Yeah, but why?" I press. "According to my report card, I didn't grasp the material." "Okay, but that can't be why." I can't believe she's ever failed to grasp anything. She glances at me again. Her expression has gone from embarrassed to assessing. "You're the first person to ever say that, so I'll tell you why, but you have to swear that you're not some sort of spy for your family." Family. How I wish. Longing twists like a hook in my heart. Hayes and my little brothers are my only family, and they can't afford to hire me, at least not yet, so don't worry. Your secrets are safe with me. She exhales the way my mother does when she's trying to calm her nerves. "I didn't want to be in the same class with my twin brother for the rest of my life." That's the last thing I expected her to say. "Didn't you have to live together, too?" "I didn't hate him. It was everyone else. He's great at everything. He's charming and funny and smart. They couldn't help but compare us, and I was never anyone's favorite." She says it like it doesn't matter, and maybe it doesn't anymore. But if she failed a grade and added an entire year to school to get away from him, it must have mattered a whole lot. "I'm sorry," I say, and hate how dumb it sounds. "Don't be. It was 1 year, and I've recovered nicely. I know it must make you twitchy, seeing how you're in a rush and all." That hook twists tighter. "Not by choice. I have to take care of my brothers. I'll peak early, and then I'll do an Aaliyah or a Biggie, and that'll be it." "What?" She chuckles. "They all peaked early and died early. I'm 10 and 5 years ahead in school. Figure I'll finish college by the time I'm 18, and then I'll get a job, kick butt, and then kick the bucket by 30, max. So I'm not going to get married or have kids. Better not to have people left behind who need me." "But that's ridiculous," she sputters. "Tell that to Selena, Ricky Valens, Tupac, Kurt Cobain, River Phoenix, James Dean," I counter. "Are you serious?" "You look like I just told you I was from Mars." She groans. So what about Oprah Winfrey, Margaret Thatcher, Vera Wang, Betty White, Viola Davis?" "Violin who?" She darts an unimpressed glare in my direction and shakes her head in disappointment. "I'm going to teach you some women's history while you're cleaning. They're all legends who have lived long after their moment of glory. My dad died young. I know my time could come any day, but that just makes me want to do something worth being remembered for. Your life will have more than one peak and more than one valley. You might die young, and it's good to live like this might be your last day because, hell, who knows? But you better plan like you're going to be here until you're 103. And we're here." she announces breezily, oblivious to the seismic shift her words have caused inside me. She pops the trunk before turning to face me. See you tomorrow? Yup, I croak and grab the door handle. Ooh, I almost forgot. One sec. She reaches into the back seat, pulls out a white wax-lined bakery bag, and holds it out to me. Scones, in case you get hungry between classes tomorrow. I take the bag and hope that she can see the gratitude in my eyes. I'm afraid that if I try to speak, I'll cry. I hold the bag with as much delicacy as I can while I walk my bike up to the side entrance. I turn to look back at where she dropped me off. She's still there, watching until she's sure I'm going to get inside safely, something my own mother has never done. I lift a hand to return her wave goodbye and slip past the gate. That night, for the first time since my stepfather died, I don't cry myself to sleep. 4. Just my imagination. Stone. The last 4 months have been the best of my whole life. Reagan gave me more than a place to study. She transformed my whole life. When I walked into class the morning after my first night with her, the ever-present ball of dread in my gut wasn't so heavy. I'd been afraid to fight back because I didn't want to get kicked out, but I saw their faces when she reminded them that I'm a Rivers and I know they don't want trouble either. They only pick on me because I let them. The next time they cornered me, I swung my backpack at the one whose face was closest and broke his nose. He bled all over the hallway. We were both hauled to the principal's office, and before I could say anything, he announced that I'd hit him accidentally. They never bothered me again. It only took me 1 month to work enough hours to earn the $500 I owed her. When she told me my tab was settled, I kept coming anyway. With my bullies vanquished, I didn't need the space to study anymore, so I started spending the entire evening with her in the kitchen. She's a universe of knowledge, and she shares it all with me. From baking to history, politics to Pokemon evolution, she knows everything. And when she's talking to me, I get the feeling that she's been waiting to tell someone all the things she's sharing with me. Some nights we just listen to music and work on our own. She plays music I've never heard before. Her favorite is Just My Imagination by The Temptations. When that comes on, she sings along. Her voice is nice enough, but it's the smile she wears when she's singing it that makes it my favorite. Other times she brings her laptop and gives me an education on movies shot in Houston. We watched Terms of Endearment, Jason's Lyric, Armageddon, and Selena. All of them were sad, but Selena is the only one that made her cry. And on the nights when we get every scone off the cookie sheets without any of them sticking, she plays this song called Southside and makes me dance with her. She smells like those scones she makes, lemon and ginger and vanilla. Oh, I could smell it all day, every day, and still never get tired of it. The loud, long screech of a car horn shakes me awake just in time for me to stop myself from walking into the crosswalk. I jump back onto the sidewalk and clutch my backpack to my chest. My heart thuds against the hardbound book inside. This signed special edition copy of Cosmos by Carl Sagan is my most prized possession. I'm giving it to her as a graduation gift. Last week she found out she's going to be her class valedictorian. I wish I could go watch her graduate, but I'd have to ask my mother to drive me all the way to the Huffhines Pavilion. If she knew I'd even met a Wilde, much less spent time with one, she'd raise hell, and this small piece I've found would be taken from me. So I'm taking her my present now. I've read it at least 100 times in the 2 years since my stepfather brought it home for me. I can recite entire chapters with my eyes closed. But there's one in particular about the planet Venus that made me decide to give this book to Reagan. The transits of Venus, the point in its orbit when it moves between the Earth and the Sun, only happens once a century. It is the rarest of predictable astronomical phenomena and one of the most important. Before we had high-powered telescopes and the ability to launch satellites into space, scientists used its occurrence to map our entire solar system. The book has taught me more than planetary order. It helped me understand that even in chaos, there's order. When my stepfather died, I read it obsessively to remind myself that there is no such thing as bad timing, or coincidence, or luck. As intelligent as we are, we're no more important than a speck of stardust compared to the age and size of the universe. Just like those planets up there, we're on a collision course with our destiny, and everything we do, everyone we meet, shapes that journey and becomes part of it. Reagan has become part of mine. I wrote an inscription on the inside of the book that says, "You're my Venus, and I'm your Mars." It's simple, but when she reads the book, she'll understand. She'll see I'm not some ordinary kid. When I finish school, I'm going to marry her. I used to think I'd never get married because I didn't want to leave people behind the way I was, but I'd do it with her. I gulped down the cool night air to calm my racing heart. The sidewalks here are pristine strips of large red pavers that line the glass-fronted stores on the street. The leaves and petals of the hanging plants that give it a small-town feel during the day cast eerie shadows now. The telltale glow of light from the back of the store makes my heart skip a beat. I'm early, but I wanted to have time to give her my present before we got to work. I've just opened the door and am about to call out for her when a shrill, short scream rips through the quiet of the bakery. I freeze, my heart beating like a jackhammer. Another scream, this one followed by a man's rumbling voice, scares me into motion. I press the white button on the wall to trigger the silent alarm and tiptoe toward the kitchen. The rush of blood in my ears is so loud my ears throb. If anything happens to her... I move faster but soundlessly through the hallway that leads into the kitchen and stop to grab a knife from the wall where they're mounted. "Get over here and show me what a slut you are." The man's voice isn't angry, but I've heard the boys at school call girls that, and I know it's not something you say to be nice. "You wish," she responds in that taunting voice of hers. She doesn't sound afraid, but her scream when I first walked in is practically ringing in my ear. I creep to the door and pause to listen for sounds of him coming this way. I don't hear anything, so I flatten my back to the wall of the dark hallway and move as fast as I can and creep unnoticed into the service area of the restaurant where they're standing. His back is to me. Reagan is on her knees in front of him, and his hand is in her hair, tugging it back and forth. Reagan is gagging. He's saying all sorts of filthy words to her that even Hayes wouldn't say to anyone. I see red and tighten my grip on the knife handle. Seeing him hurt her, my girl, makes something in me go solid. All of the crap of this year bubbles up to the surface. I don't think about what comes next. I just heed my instinct that's screaming at me to protect her. I rush toward them with the knife poised to strike. I'm fully prepared to take this man's life to save hers. Reagan's thick, dark lashes flutter, and then her eyes pop open just as I lift the knife. I shake my head, mouth, "I'll stop him," and watch them go from dazed to terrified as I plunge it into his back. And then all hell breaks loose.
5. Do you love him? Reagan. Weston's howls are interspersed with grunts of pain. He claws desperately at his back to try and grasp the handle of the knife, twisting and turning wildly. In stark contrast, Stone is completely still and silent as he stares in rapt, morbid fascination. If this nightmare wasn't happening to me, I would laugh. The horrifying manic scream Weston unleashes when he manages to grip the hilt and yank it out shakes me out of my stupor. I take a cautious step in his direction. "Weston, let me have that." I nod at the blood-tipped chef's knife in his hand. He jerks away from my extended arm. He eyes Stone with wild, enraged eyes.
"Who the fuck is this kid?"
He roars, lurches toward him. I'm afraid he's going to turn the knife on Stone, but he drops it and reaches around to probe his back. He lifts a trembling, bloody, stained hand in front of his face and pales. Are you okay? I ask him and reach for him again. As soon as I touch him, he wrenches away, protecting his injured flank and turning his ire on me.
"What the fuck do you think? I got stabbed in the fucking back and I'm bleeding," he cries.
We should call 911. Stone's voice is toneless and so cold it sends a shiver up my spine. I glance at him and gasp at the undisguised malice in his eyes.
"Don't you fucking call anyone,"
Weston hisses through clenched teeth. You need a doctor, I argue, incredulous as he starts to gather the small pile of keys, phone, and wallet he dumped on the white marble serving counter that runs along the entire front of the bakery. And the police, Stone chimes in.
"Fuck the police."
Weston pushes a lock of blonde hair off his sweat-damp forehead. Why not? I stabbed you. Don't you want me to pay for it? Stone asks in a taunting voice. His expression is keen and knowing. His voice is grave, and there is not a hint of regret in his expression. If anything, he looks like he's sorry Weston isn't dead. There's no hint of the compassionate kid I've gotten to know.
"You're fucking lucky I don't like cops. I know some bruisers in Juvie Hall that would turn your little ass inside out,"
Weston growls. Weston! I shoot him a quelling glance over my shoulder. He looks at me like I grew another head.
"Are you seriously yelling at me? The little shit fucking stabbed me."
He was scared. I snap at him and step into his line of sight so he can't see Stone anymore. He doesn't scare me. Stone's voice trembles. I turn around, cup his face in my hands, and tilt it up until I can look into his eyes. They're luminous with unshed tears. Why? I whisper. He opens his mouth, but he doesn't say anything before he presses his lips together like he's holding back a scream. He swallows hard and he looks into my eyes like his life depends on it.
"I'm fucking bleeding. Can you have your little moment later?"
Weston groans from behind me. He's just a kid. Let me get him sorted. I say in annoyance over my shoulder and tense when Weston struggles to his feet. His face is pale and waxy, pain etched in lines that crease his forehead and bracket his mouth. He takes a few steps and then slumps into one of the chairs. He needs medical attention, but first I need to get Stone out of here. Are you ready to go back to school? I'll take you. I'm not a kid. Stone stands, arms crossed, glaring at me. I sigh in frustration. His lack of remorse rankles. I know he's got the courage of his convictions, but he's gone too far. Yes, you are. And you stabbed someone tonight when you shouldn't even have been here. You should at least apologize. He steps back like I slapped him. I thought he was hurting you, he says, his little hands balled into fists. No, not at all. What we were doing is what boys do with girls they like. Is he your boyfriend? Stone asks, and I frown. My brow furrows so deeply that it gives me an instant headache. No, honey, I have no idea how to explain this thing between me and Weston. Weston hefts himself up with a grunt of pain.
"We're fucking, and that makes me much more than her titty-sucking boyfriend."
I wish he'd act like people on TV when they got stabbed and pass out or something. Shut up, I snap.
You shut the fuck up, you bitch!
He grits out, his finger pointing menacingly at me. His face is contorted by outrage as he staggers toward me. I'm not scared of him, but I take an instinctive step back.
Stop saying bad words to her,
Stone yells.
What are you, 5 years old?
Weston taunts, raising the pitch of his voice in a mocking mimic of Stone's.
I'm 10 and a half.
He levels a contemptuous gaze on Weston.
I'm glad I stabbed you, you dirty-mouthed jerk.
And then he lunges at him with so much force that he manages to drag me forward a few steps before I can stop him. Weston's howl of pain before he falls to his knees makes me jump back in surprise. He drops to his side on the floor, clutching his balls and moaning in agony. Stone's little face is grim, his eyes wide and glued to Weston's now prostrate, writhing body. I kicked him, he says, like he can't believe it himself. I reach out to him. He eyes my hand warily, but when I cup his shoulders and pull him into a hug, he comes willingly. He wraps his arms around my waist and hugs me tight. Even in the midst of this disaster, affection and love overwhelm everything else, and I hug him back. You don't have to be afraid, I murmur into the top of his sweat-dampened hair.
Like hell, if he's still here when I get up, I'm gonna skin that fucker alive.
Weston grits out, spittle foams in the corners of his grotesquely contorted mouth.
I thought he was hurting you.
Stone roars suddenly and pulls away from me with a violent jerk of his little body. We all jump at the same time when the sound of the emergency vehicle siren rips through the quiet air. They're closer now.
You called the cops?
Weston groans and starts to stand, but he slumps back in his chair, pale and sweaty. No, I didn't call anyone. I rush to the window and peer out at the long stretch of Wilde Way. In the distance, I see the unmistakable flash of lights. Like the proverbial deer, I'm momentarily frozen by fear, even as my mind races to think of how to salvage this. Stone can't be caught here. He'll be expelled, and my grandfather will kill me if he knows I've been giving aid and comfort to a Rivers. You have to leave. With my heart in my throat, I grab Stone by the shoulders and turn us toward the back exit. When he digs his heels in and won't move, I lean down and bring us face to face. If they find you here, you'll be in a lot of trouble, I plead. The anger and hurt in his eyes so raw and naked that it steals my breath.
You lied to me, Reagan.
He wrenches out of my hold. About what? I ask, bewildered and anxious at the same time. His chest is heaving and his lip is trembling. He blinks and squeezes his eyes closed, sending tears spilling out of the corners of them. The sight of this sweet, thoughtful, sensitive soul who I've grown to care about over the last few months, crying because of something I did, intentionally or not, hurt him, brings tears to my eyes.
Everything was perfect until you ruined it. I love you, but you like him. Even I can tell he's a bad man. I wish I'd never met you.
The force of his outburst hits me square in the solar plexus, and I have no clue how to respond to what he just said. Stone, on the other hand, has no problem saying what he thinks. He glances at Weston, and his lip curls in disgust.
I should have let him choke you to death with his penis,
he growls, and then turns and sprints for the back door. Dismayed, I start after him, but the flashing lights and screeching sirens outside the bakery stop me mid-stride, so I let him go. But as I turn back to deal with Weston and the disaster that's bubbling over in the bakery, I have a terrible feeling that I'll never see that little boy again. At that thought, my heart breaks too. 1 year later. Palestine, East Texas. 6. Palestine. Reagan. Reggie, are you sure you know where you're going? We're in the middle of nowhere. My friend Maddie peers futilely out of her window at the fathomless dark while we zip down the winding back roads that were cut through the dark forest. We're in Jerusalem, Texas, and the people who live here would be pretty offended to hear you call this little pearl nowhere. I drawl in an exaggerated twang. A pearl? Wow. The dark must hide all its charm, Maddie quips dryly. And the machete-wielding madman, Jack chimes in from the back seat. You two are such city girls. You'd think you'd never been out in the country before, I chide, tongue in cheek. I haven't even been camping before. I think these woods are creepy as hell. So are you. Your $1,000 cowboy boots don't make you an expert, okay? I can hear Maddie's eye roll without looking at her. No, but they'll sure make me feel like one if we run out of gas and have to walk. Good luck running from coyotes in those 4-inch Manolos. Hey! I yelp and arch away when her fingers dance over my ribs to tickle me. Are there really coyotes out here? Do they eat people? Jack asks, nervously. I groan with exaggerated impatience. Calm your tits, Trix. We've got plenty of gas, and I know where I'm going. I promised you an adventure, and I'm delivering. Just sit back and enjoy the ride. Matilda and Jacqueline, a.k.a. Maddie and Jack, are my best friends from freshman year. We all had internships at Wilde this summer. They've been staying with me at my family's house this week, and we've been having the time of our lives. My mother seemed to have mellowed, and except for her horror over the way I wore my hair, she barely had a word to say about anything. Growing up, Houston's humid summers made my hair impossibly frizzy, and my mother would drag me to the African hair braider on West Alabama to get my hair braided every week. In the fall and winter, when the air was drier and cool, we spent Saturdays getting our hair rolled, blown out, and then pressed with a flat iron. It was an ordeal. But in Tina Wilde's eyes, an unruly coiffure was a sign of internal disorder. One of the things I looked forward to most about leaving home was autonomy over my own hair. In the weeks before I left for SMU, I spent hours reading black hair blogs. I learned my hair was considered a 3C texture and figured out which products were best for it, and went down to Solid Gold on West Belfort to buy them. Before I left, we spent half the day at the beauty salon getting it pinned straight the way she liked it. The first thing I did after she dropped me off on campus was wash my hair. I walked out of my room and headed to orientation with it loose and free for the first time in as long as I could remember. I stopped to ask someone for directions. She gave them to me, and when I said, "Thank you," the girl responded with, "What are you?" I laughed and answered, "An Aquarius," tongue-in-cheek because it was such a vague question. She gave me an impatient sigh and spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. "Are you, like, Dominican or something?" "Nope, I'm from Texas." My ignorance was feigned, but only because I wasn't sure how to answer. If she'd asked who I was, the answer would have rolled off my tongue. I'm Reagan Naomi Wilde, daughter, sister, dreamer, womanist, ally, writer, reader, rebel. But what I was, I'd never given much thought to. In Houston, my family's history is practically local lore, and even though my grandfather is Irish, we were raised by our mother and have always thought of ourselves as biracial black people. Over the course of my first week on campus, I found myself being asked that question, "What are you?" repeatedly. The response to my ambiguous and vague answers was, almost universally, disappointment, and it only made me feel more alone than ever. One night, I stared at myself in the mirror and tried to see what stood out the most, but all I saw was a near-perfect blending of both parts of my heritage. My eyes are the same deep dark brown as the famously rich soil in the Blue Mountains of Jamaica, where my mother spent her childhood. The spray of freckles on my left cheek are a gift from my maternal grandmother, who was born in the town of Letterkenny, Ireland. In the summer, my skin drinks in the sun and turns deep brown. By the end of winter, I'm so pale, Tyson calls me Casper. I joined the Caribbean Student Union and the Irish American Student Coalition to try to figure out where I might fit. I found things and people I loved in both organizations, but I realized that no matter what I called myself, my resting bitch face was a universal language that made friendships hard to cultivate no matter where I was. It was in the bowels of the library, researching a piece to submit for a spot on the school paper's staff, that I felt most at home. I guess it should have come as no surprise that it's also where I met my best friends. The submission prompt asked us to pick a historical figure that was notorious, scandalous, or is widely despised. We were to cite reliable sources and tell a different story, one that was just as true, but perhaps more inconvenient. I knew right away who I was writing about: Jezebel, the biblical Phoenician princess whose name has become synonymous with ruin and deceit is, in my opinion, one of the most misunderstood women in all of history. I've been obsessed with her since my grandfather told me that she was actually a ruler whose name was dragged through the mud because she was so ahead of her time. For a little girl who often felt misunderstood and underestimated, hearing her story made me angry. The budding storyteller was itching for a way to set the record straight, and this was my chance. My very first conversation with Maddie was an argument in the stacks over a book we were both intent on checking out. When our heated exchange revealed that we'd picked the same subject for our newspaper pieces, we quickly settled our quarrel. She invited me to join her and her roommate Jack for dinner. We spent the evening talking about our shared outrage over the way both history and myth alike make men heroes and describe women as treacherous sirens, child-eating monsters, or husband-murdering gold diggers. Our food grew cold, and our friendship caught fire. The rest is history. "So how do you know this guy?" Maddie asks, breaking into my wandering thoughts. "Weston is my walk on the wild side from high school," I say with a mischievous and lascivious laugh. But if I'm completely honest, I've no idea what to expect tonight. The last time I saw him, he called me a disloyal cunt. He was carrying an unlicensed weapon and had bags of weed in his backpack that night at the bakery. He was handcuffed to the gurney that took him to the hospital for treatment of his stab wound. My grandfather was furious when I called him to try and do damage control, and my late-night shifts came to a swift end. "Oh my God, is this the guy who pierced your hymen?" Jack asks excitedly. "Can't you just say I lost my virginity?" I groan. "Why? You knew what I meant, right?" "Fine." I cede the point and roll my eyes at the satisfied smile on her face. And yes, that's him. I don't know what to expect because the last time I saw him, it wasn't exactly hearts and roses. So, what was high school Reagan like? Were you the girl everyone wanted to be and every boy wanted to fuck, but who no one could touch? I laugh at the irony of how completely opposite my experience was. Besides my brothers, Stone had been my only other real friends. Hardly. There's nothing in the world that could compensate for what is, according to my mother, my greatest flaw. I don't smile enough. Maddie doesn't say anything, but after sharing a dorm room with her all year, I understand her silences as well as I do her spoken words. If she's quiet, she's thinking. I glance at Jack in the rearview mirror, and her sad smile makes me self-conscious. Don't feel sorry for me. I take initiative when it matters. I'm not crazy about people in general. I don't really mind that they leave me alone. Silence falls, and when I look in my rearview mirror at Jack, I notice a pair of headlights far behind us. It's the first car I've seen since we pulled off the 45. Maddie breaks the silence. I'd seen you before that day we met in the stacks. I'd heard your family was rich, and I thought, a girl who looks like you, with money, who doesn't smile and eats alone? I thought you were a snob. I was surprised when you suggested I use the book first. I should have known better. I know what it is to be judged for things I can't help. I'm so sorry. She leans over to hug me, and I give her an awkward pat but keep my eyes on the road. You're gonna make me drive off the road, I grumble, but with a smile on my face. I thought your magical cowboy boots could save us from anything. Maddie wiggles her fingers at my ribs again, and I shriek with laughter. A glance in my rearview mirror smothers my good humor. The car is closer now. So close, I can tell that he's going faster than me. This is a 2-lane road. I could let him pass me, but I'd rather stay ahead because the shoulder is non-existent and I don't want to risk being sideswiped. I punch the gas and speed up to keep a good distance between us and try to relax for the rest of the drive. I need tonight and all the debauchery it promises. I've spent the summer with my hair tamed, my clothes tailored, my legs stockinged, and my smile plastered on. I'm itching for a little bit of Weston's dark. I turn off at the exit when the GPS instructs me to. The car that had been so far behind us is only a few car lengths away now and pulls off the exit behind us. This close, I can tell it's a big truck, and I speed up as soon as I come out of the curved bend of the exit. But no matter how fast I go, it keeps pace. When we turn down the road that leads to the cabin where Weston is having his party, it does too. I know this area well enough to know that these lanes usually have a single house on them. They must be going to the party. I don't know why my stomach knots like a ninny. When it doesn't follow us as I turn into the drive, I almost sag in relief. Until I see the house. There are only 2 cars parked in front, and no lights on in the cabin. It looks abandoned. Hardly the makings of the house party he claimed he was throwing. Is this it? Maddie asks, just as bright lights cut slices into the car and land on my rear view. The truck is stopped a few feet behind my car, and the lights blaze into my car and make it so we can see each other properly for the first time. I look at my friends and see that neither of them look worried. We must be the first people here, I say, and turn the car off. Come on, let's go in. I promise, this is going to be a night like you've never had. Over the next 72 hours, I'll wish for a return to my normal, everyday, boring life more times than I draw breath. The 2 women who I called sister will suffer for my poor judgment, and our relationships will be forever altered. The man who I call to walk on the Wilde side will become my mortal enemy, and the man I will love above all others, though he wasn't present when my world shifted off-center, set it all in motion the night he thought he was saving my life. 6 years later, Houston, Texas. 7. SOS. Reagan. Call me back. I read Maddie's text with eyes still blurry from sleep. My boyfriend Charlie mutters in his sleep and pulls the comforter up over his shoulder and turns his back to me. I slide out of bed and hurry into the bathroom of the hotel room we booked for tonight and close the door behind me. My phone says Maddie called me 4 times before she sent that text. Alarm sends my stomach into a freefall, and I can't get my normally pragmatic brain to pull the brakes on my fear. We've barely spoken in the last month. I take a deep breath and with still trembling fingers unlock my phone to call her back, but it rings before I can. The caller ID flashes Jack's name this time. I answer it before the second ring. I hear Maddie's deep voice shouting a steady stream of curses in French, and a man shouting too. "She's still not answering." Jack sounds distressed and desperate. "Jack!" I shout to make sure she hears over the pandemonium in the background. "Oh my God, Reggie, thank God!" Jack's breathy, frantic voice is barely audible over the shouting behind. "What's wrong?" I cover the mouthpiece to try and muffle my voice. No, she cries, and then I hear the unmistakable sound of a gun being fired. My blood turns cold and terror sinks claws into my chest and holds me in its grip. "Jack, what's happening? I'm gonna call the police." No, Reagan, you can't call the police. Please, don't," she shouts, but part of it is muffled as if she's covering the phone. All I can make out is the general sound of chaos and irritation mingles with my fear. "Jack, if you don't tell me what the hell is going on, I don't care what you say. I'm hanging up and calling the police." No, please, wait." She sucks in a breath, and when she speaks again, her voice is much steadier. "We're not hurt, but we do need your help. We're at Dan Harrison's house. We need you to go to his office and get his laptop and bring it over, please," she asks. At the mention of my grandfather's personal secretary, dread joins my fear. "Why? And who fired a gun at who?" "We'll tell you when you get here," she says impatiently. "No, you'll tell me now or I'm not coming," I snap, even though I'm already on the move. "I told you," she says in a voice made rough with annoyance. "Told me what?" I ask, confused. "Not you, Reggie. Hold on." She covers the phone to muffle her voice. I'm about to hang up when Maddie comes on the line. "Reggie, it's me. There's been an accident. We need you to go to Dan's office and get his laptop." Her voice is distinctly calmer and far more strident than Jack's, and the demand, without any explanation, snaps my patience. "Give me a minute to get dressed and I'll call you back." I ignore her groan of frustration and hang up so I can focus on getting myself out of the hotel room as quickly as possible. I hurry back into the bedroom, sacrificing stealth for speed as I throw my clothes on. Charlie turns over, but otherwise doesn't wake up while I finish zipping up my jeans, slip my feet into the silver ballet flats, put all my jewelry back on, grab my purse. I eye his prone form with envy. I wish I'd slept through the notifications on my phone. In less than a minute, I'm walking out of the hotel room and calling them back. Maddie answers on the first ring. "I can't believe you hung up on me, Reagan. This is an emergency." Her voice is edging to the same level of hysteria as Jack's was, and a renewed sense of urgency propels me away from the elevator and toward the stairs. "Tell me what is going on. I heard a gunshot." There's a beat of silence, and I know she's annoyed that I ignored her complaint. When she speaks, her voice is taut with annoyance. "Dan was hit in the leg." I come to a complete stop in the hallway. My hand covers my eyes as horror and confusion kick my heartbeat into overdrive. "By who?" I shout when I find my voice again. "It was an accident," Maddie says, as if she can't believe she's having to explain herself. "What the hell are you doing with a gun?" Anger dislodges my shock, and I start walking again. "It was just in case. He was supposed to have his laptop on him, but he didn't. Then he wouldn't tell us where it was, so I waved the gun at him. It went off, and he was hit in the leg. He said it was in his office." "Why are you at his house? What in the world do you need his laptop for?" I fly down the stairs 2 at a time. "He was supposed to come straight from the airport. We were going to take his laptop and get him to sign a confession and take it to the police," Maddie explains. "A confession about what?" I ask, in a guarded voice. I grab the railing of the stairs and sink down on one of the steps. This is so much worse than I thought. There are a few seconds of silence, and I know that she's counting to 5, the way she does whenever she's trying not to lose it. Dan has been my grandfather's right hand for the last 20 years. He's the most upstanding, straight-laced person I know. Whatever they think he's done, they're wrong. "This isn't the time to explain. He's okay. It's not even bleeding anymore, but we need the laptop. Please just go and get it. If you want me to do anything other than hang up and call 911, you better start explaining why you were at Dan Harrison's house in the middle of the night, waiting for him to come home." I'm not bluffing. I never do, and she knows it. A tense silence yawns between us, and I wait for her to decide what happens next. "We think he's the John Rebecca mentioned at Wilde." "Please tell me you are not fucking serious. What in the hell?" "I know you think it's bullshit, but it's not." Maddie's voice is just as insistent as mine. "Oh my God, what have you done?" I groan, despair lodged in my throat like a tumor. "You said you didn't want anything to do with it, so we didn't tell you. But we kept digging, Reagan, and we know it's him. But we need that laptop. Please, help us. I promise this isn't a whim. We have proof." "Then why'd you break into his house and hold a gun on him?" I ask acidly. "Because we need his laptop. There's evidence on there." "Then call the police. I don't want to be in your little circle of trust now that your harebrained scheme is blowing up in your faces," I growl. She's quiet for so long that I start to relax. Maybe I've finally gotten through to her. Her next words shatter that hope. "There are pictures of Jack on that laptop. She saw them." Her voice is full of meaning I wish I could pretend to misunderstand. Jack hasn't let anyone take her picture in 6 years. Not since that night. A shiver runs over my body and my mouth goes dry. I close my eyes against the wave of nausea that comes out of nowhere. I double over and take a deep breath to try and stem it. I know I won't throw up. I never do. But it still feels like I need to. "Are you there, Reagan?" Maddie calls. "What kind of pictures?" I ask, dread making my voice hoarse. "From when Silk had us." She says it with deliberate brevity. At the mention of Weston silk, my insides turned to water and my legs threatened to give out underneath me. I slide down the wall and land with a thud on my rump. How? How? Pops got rid of all of them, I say, as I stare at the floor unseeing. My fingers pinch the bridge of my nose. He must not have been able to. Or maybe other people got them before he did. He was looking at them during a meeting, and she was sitting right behind him. She's worked with him for 5 years, and that fucker has never looked at her longer than it's taken him to complain about his coffee not being sweet enough. Her voice breaks with angry tears, and leaden weight forms in my gut. We followed him. He went to this place all the way out by the ship channel. It looked like a club, but there was nothing but a neon light in the shape of a thunderbolt over the door. I close my eyes and take a few shuddering breaths to try and calm my racing pulse and fight back the nausea that threatens. Maybe it's a coincidence. I'm desperate for this not to be true. Reagan, stop! It's not, and you know it. Go get that laptop. His office is locked, but I know you have the master. I'm texting you his address. Bring it. Then she hangs up in my face. I can't even find the will to be angry with her. This is all my fault. When we got back to campus to start our sophomore year, our friendship was just a shell of its former self. Jack moved off campus with her boyfriend. Maddie and I signed up to be roommates at the end of our freshman year, but I could tell when we moved in that she was having the same regrets about that as I was. They never said it aloud, but I knew they must blame me for what happened, and I was plagued with guilt for taking them there. We barely saw each other. We never spoke about what happened. One night, less than a month after we'd been back at school, we'd been working in our room with the news in the background when Maddie screamed. I followed her slack-jawed, wide-eyed expression and turned to the television, and nearly fainted when I saw the face on the screen. Her hair was a different color, and she had 2 black eyes and a swollen nose, but those dark, brown, haunted eyes, so much like mine, were forever burned in my memory. She was the only other person we saw while we were held at Weston's house. When we were rescued, I begged her to come with us. She just stared up at me with terrified eyes, tears running down her face. Her lips were pressed together like she was holding back a scream. And then one of my grandfather's security men came and whisked me out of there. I couldn't stop wondering what on the outside could make the hell of that house seem like a safer option than leaving. When my grandfather told us that Weston had been killed by one of his men and that there had been no one left in the house when his team left, I told myself that she'd found a way out. But now she was under arrest and was being charged with all of his crimes, just the way my grandfather said we would be if we talked to the police. Weston's mother was interviewed on the broadcast, her hair the same red as her son's, her eyes full of malice as she talked about their son like he was a victim. He was going places until she got her hooks into him. Now she'll always be a footnote on the pages of his history, like the Jezebel she is. That's bullshit, right? I demanded of Maddie, but she didn't even want to talk about it. She and Jack were both international students with families who sacrificed everything to send them to school. They were terrified of doing anything to jeopardize their futures. So I sat alone and watched the story unfold on television, and as I did, I started to fear for my future too, but for very different reasons than my friends. In all of the news reports about the girl in the house, they never said her name. She was always just Weston Silk's female accomplice. Soon the story ceased to be worthy of even an inch of copy space in the local papers, and she dropped out of mention altogether. In the weeks following the broadcast, it wasn't visions of the men who violated me or the terror-stricken expressions on my friends' faces that haunted me. It was her face, those terrified eyes of the nameless woman. She consumed my thoughts. I wanted to know who she was and how she ended up in that house. I found her name fairly quickly. It was in the police report, Rebecca Harvey. I found clues about her life, from her MySpace mainly, but she'd seemed like a happy, normal young woman, not someone you'd expect to find in a place like that. But as I dug deeper, I found more. Her father was an 8-time felon serving a life sentence. Her mother was listed a missing person and had been since the early 90s. On paper, Rebecca and I couldn't have been more different, except in one frightening and fundamental way. I, too, could only be distinguished by my relationship to other people. If I had died in that house, my footnote on history would be full of other people's accomplishments and misdeeds. I was Remy's twin, Tina's daughter, Liam's granddaughter. It was like living on the dark side of the moon, invisible, predictable, not worthy of distinction. In a stroke of genius, I figured out how to save us both from obscurity. With my conviction in place, I went to my 2 best friends and asked them to take a leap of faith in me. We were all desperate to find a way to get back some of what was stolen from us that night, and they both said yes. We scrapped our individual submissions for the editor position and created a feature called Herstory that we would collaborate on under the byline The Jezebels. We would focus on misunderstood, forgotten women in popular culture and traditional history. We spent weeks preparing our pitch. We were buzzing with excitement the whole time. Working together didn't just save our friendship. It gave us all a sense of control and purpose. We felt like revolutionaries, righting past wrongs, giving credit for stolen achievements, adding nuance, and giving a voice to women who had silenced or erased from moments in history that they helped usher forward. We were going to change the world and knock the editorial staff off their feet. They rejected our submission, but we weren't daunted. They just weren't ready for us. We started a blog with the same mission. When we launched The Jezebels, our first story was about women who'd been made accomplices simply because they shared a bed with a criminal. It gained enough traction to build a following and healed our fractured friendship. We even got matching tattoos that read Jezebel on our lower backs. It didn't become the cultural zeitgeist we hoped it would. Practical things, like careers and relationships, intruded, and by the time we graduated, it had become our collective labor of love. When Rebecca contacted us a few months ago and said it was the blog that helped her find us, it became my most bitter regret. Under the cloak of darkness, the deserted lobby of the building my grandfather built almost 50 years ago looks like a house of horrors. Plants and light fixtures cast grotesque shadows that crisscross the large ceramic-tiled floor, but I've got real shadows and fears to fight. My heart seems to beat harder with every step I take toward the door marked strictly forbidden. My grandfather, my mother, my brothers, and I are the only people who have a copy of the master that unlocks it. That same key gives us access to every floor and office in the Wilde World's headquarters. If my grandfather finds out that I used it to get my hands on evidence that could incriminate his longtime and most trusted employee, he'll be furious. But Maddie and Jack aren't just my friends. We walked through fire together. We survived it together. And we wouldn't have been there if I hadn't let them there. I owe them this. With that final thought spurring me forward, I hold my breath and say a silent prayer of thanks when the light on the access panel turns green. I step onto the elevator that is reserved for the exclusive use of my grandfather. My heart is in my throat by the time the doors open on the 40th floor. The quiet is eerie. Normally, it's buzzing with people who are either waiting to see my grandfather or working on something on his behalf. Dan's office is to the left of his, and as I approach it, I feel like a traitor. I've known him my whole life. I know why they think they're right, but they have to be wrong. Dan couldn't be involved. He helped my grandfather rescue us. His laptop is on his desk, and I hurry to pick it up. I'm back at the elevators in less than a minute. Just when the call button signals its arrival, all the lights come on. The elevator doors open, and I find myself face to face with my grandfather. 1 week later, Houston, Texas. 8. Anything. Reagan.
Come in.
My grandfather's voice carries out into the hallway outside of his bedroom. He sounds irritated and weary. I glance at my watch and note that it's 5 minutes after we were supposed to meet, that the most anal-retentive timekeeper on the planet kept me waiting does not bode well. I plaster a confident smile on my face and straighten my spine as I walk into his room. My heart is beating a mile a minute, and the speech I'd spent all morning preparing is now just a jumble of words that sounds idiotic as I start to recall them. He glances up, and there is a storm in his eyes that calls to mind the way lightning crackles before thunder shakes the world. I remember how he'd comfort me during the hurricanes and tropical storms that are ubiquitous with life on the Gulf of Mexico.
Don't worry about the thunder, baby. It's just noise. It's the lightning that'll kill you.
All of the questions I've had during the week of silence between us are answered by that look. There will be no forgiveness. Pops, I'm so sorry.
I don't want you to say another word. Just sit down.
I do as he says, but can't meet his gaze.
Your friends won't be getting the courtesy of a meeting. The least you can do is look at me.
His voice is a machete that slices through the last strands of my control, and a tear rolls down my cheek. I wipe it away hastily and lift my head. I flinch at the complete lack of emotion in his eyes. He's never looked at me with anything but tenderness, even when he was angry with me. I can't bear to see the warmth extinguished in those wild blue eyes that used to be my refuge.
I tried to help you all out of the mess you found yourselves in all those years ago.
I gave you jobs. I protected you from scrutiny, and I helped you all move on. This betrayal cuts too deep. The consequences will too. My stomach lurches, and I have to swallow the dread clogging my throat before I can speak. What's going to happen? As we speak, your office is being emptied. Your key cards have been deactivated, and if I have any say over it, you will never work for Wilde World again. My eyes bulge at his words. Oh, Pops, you can't mean that. I do. You chose your side, and now you will stay there. Panic assails me, and I stand, my hands pressed together. I bow my head in supplication. I had to help them. They're my friends. And we're your family. First it was that Rivers boy. Now this. It's too much. He responds. I gape at him. You know about Stone? How? I'm reeling, and the dread that was in the pit of my stomach flows, concentrated and unchecked until my entire body is weighed down by it. I know everything, Reagan. Those people are our enemies, and you welcomed him into our place of business for months. He's only a boy, I exclaim. That crazy instinct to protect Stone flares before my sense of self-preservation can stop me. He snorts in disgust. A boy who's smarter than most men twice his age, and a Rivers. That negates anything else he might be. He grates, his cheeks flush with anger. Tears stream down my cheeks. I brush them away furiously. If there is one thing he hates more than disloyalty, it's crying. My entire body is quaking with fear, and my legs are unsteady as I walk over to his side of the bed. I drop onto my knees, barely noticing the bite of the hardwood against them, and grasp his hand and press it to my face. It's soft, covered in a sea of age spots, and gnarled, but it's still strong and big as it had been when I was a little girl. This is the hands that checked my brow for fevers, held handlebars, bandaged my knees, and wiped away my tears. Now it sits limply in my grasp, and the man it's attached to is looking at me with a dispassion that reaches the center of my greatest fear, losing his love. Pops, please, I'm sorry. I love you. Forgive me, I beg, numb with shock. He can't mean it. Who am I if not his? Who will love me if he doesn't? Despair, the likes of which I've never known, casts a shadow over my heart. I tighten my grip on his hand. I'll do anything. There's no affection or indulgence in his pale blue eyes when he looks pointedly at my left hand. Marcel Landell is coming to dinner on Saturday. Look pretty. 2 years later. 9. An echo in time. Reagan. When I met him, Marcel was a larger-than-life public persona. From his wife's sudden death, to his brother's arrest for solicitation, to his ascendancy to head of his family's business empire, his name was constantly in the news, and he was ready to get married again. He's brilliant, rich, successful, and was considered a most eligible bachelor by women closer to my mother's age than mine. But I was who he wanted. The night we met, he made his intentions clear. When I look across the table and see an old face, it reminds me that I'm old too. I want to gaze at youth and be reminded that I'm as young as I feel. My husband may have inherited his good fortune, but he was no brainless, wasteful heir. He'd been working as his father's right hand for years and had already helped transform Landell into one of the largest multimedia companies in the world. They own film studios, television networks, cable and satellite channels, radio stations, restaurant chains, and luxury resorts all over the world. Marcel was a shrewd and pragmatic businessman. He treated the negotiation of our prenuptial agreement no differently and had a checklist that he wouldn't stray from. He wanted a woman who was well educated, but not too well. No younger than 21, but no older than 25. She must have wealth of her own and no criminal ties. And most importantly, she must be fertile. And he wanted proof of all those things before he'd sign anything. For a woman who had decided that marriage and children were not in my future, it was a very bitter pill to swallow. But I did. I slept with him until a blood test showed I was pregnant, and then we set a date. My grandfather called me the morning the announcement was made and invited me to lunch. It was a knife in my heart when he had a stroke an hour after he called me. It left him paralyzed and robbed him of his speech. But the die was cast. We'd signed a prenuptial agreement. I was pregnant. There was no turning back. I smiled through every fitting, every thinly veiled insult from his mother, and did what I knew my grandfather's love was conditioned on. I never complained or hinted at my unhappiness. Until the week before our wedding, when he announced that we would be living in Paris, in a house we would share with his fork-tongued mother. It was the drop that made the well of rage inside me overflow. I threatened to call off the wedding. I'd sobbed and screamed and drained that emotional well dry. Then I did my duty. Marcel jokes that he pulled off the heist of the century getting me down the aisle. Everyone laughs but me. It's no joke at all. I gave him everything he wanted in a bid to regain my grandfather's trust and affection, and never knew if I'd been successful. That phone call inviting me over was the last time I heard his voice. I like to think I saw approval in his eyes when I sat by his bed in the months that followed his stroke. But when he died, my banishment from employment at Wilde was still in effect. Yesterday we laid him to rest. Burying my grandfather without making amends is something I'll never recover from, and it was one of the worst days of my life. Somehow, the glutton for punishment in me decided that meeting Maddie for lunch today would be a good idea. It's the first time we've seen each other since the day we all got fired. Jack married her college sweetheart and moved to California, and we haven't been in touch since. Maddie stayed in Houston, but I know she's struggled to find work. Nerves, excitement, and hope lighten my stomach as I stop at the valet stand.
"Welcome to Ruggles on the Green, Mrs. Landell."
The young man who opens my door leans down. I return his obliging smile and accept the hand he's offering and let him help me from the car. After a whole year of marriage, I'm still getting used to my last name and the deference it brings. I follow the hostess through the restaurant and stop every few feet to respond to greetings from people I don't know. By the time I reach the table where Maddie is already waiting, I'm desperate for a familiar face and give a giddy wave when we make eye contact. Her less than lackluster smile is more of a grimace and dashes my hopes that I'll be able to relax with her. She looks different. It's not just the close crop of curly hair that's replaced her ever-present box braids. She looks older and tired. "So, how's married life?" she asks as soon as I sit down. Her voice is expectant and snide. "It's fine, thanks. How are you?" She ignores me and nods at the waiter who drops menus off and picks one up, opening it so that it completely obscures her face. "So, have you told your husband about Weston?" Her question catches me off guard, and I frown at the back of the menu. "No, of course not. And can you put the menu down?" After a long-suffering sigh, she closes it and eyes me with disdain. "Well, as selective as your memory has become, I couldn't be sure if you'd forgotten the promise we made. You certainly forgot that we were supposed to be sisters when you sold us out." I can't hide my shock, but quickly school my expression. With a pleasant smile in place, I lean close enough so that she can hear my harsh whisper. "I sold you out. You lied to me for months." Her expression remains completely emotionless, but her fingers curl to form fists on the tabletop, and her chest heaves with several deep breaths. "You know what? I'm gonna go." She puts her menu down and stands up in one smooth movement. Without another word, she turns and strides away. I'm stunned, and by the time I've managed to collect myself and stand to follow her, she's already at the door. I ignore the people who call after me. I don't think about the gossip that will surely follow, and I storm out the door after her. She's standing at the valet stand, handing over her keys. I step into her line of sight and cross my arms. She looks over my shoulder as if I'm not even there. "Why are you leaving?" I snap. She shrugs, still not looking at me. "I'm tired." "You asked to meet for lunch. I just got here. We haven't seen each other for almost 2 years. I'm married. I have a baby. We've missed so much. Don't you want to catch up?" She laughs and finally deigns to meet my gaze. Her dark gaze is blazing with anger that belies the careless smile on her face. "Yeah. Sorry, my unemployment check didn't stretch far enough to allow me to attend your fancy-ass wedding. Oops. Sorry, I forgot. You didn't invite me." "I couldn't, Maddie. You know that." I search her face for a hint of the friend I love, the one who loves me too. From the flat, lifeless dark eyes to the scorn that curls her lips, there's nothing of her here. Well, while you were getting married, I was just trying to figure out how to stay alive. I was doing the same, Maddie." Her indifferent mask cracks and her eyes flare, anger, grief, and damning disappointment. "No, you weren't. You turned your back on everything you swore you believed in to protect your precious family. That's not true." I take an involuntary step back. "Yes, it is. You didn't even try to help her," she bellows, her control gone. Tears stream down her face. A cough from beside us draws my eyes to the group of people watching us with voyeuristic relish. I grab her arm and pull her away from the waiting area and into a covered walkway leading to a parking garage. I stop and whirl to face her mutinous glare. I paid her legal fees. I wrote to the parole board. What else could I do? I remind her. She yanks free of my grasp and puts a hand on each of my shoulders and shakes me. Do you hear yourself? She told you she thought one of the men who raped her was on your family's payroll. I shove her hands off and glare at her. And I told her that was impossible. No one who worked at Wilde World could do that, and you know it. Which one of your colleagues did you believe was a John? We left her in that house. We started a blog instead of speaking on her behalf. We owed her more than that. But your perfect grandfather and his company couldn't possibly have done anything wrong. It's not just his company, it's my family's, I remind her. What about Rebecca's family, Reagan? What about the fact she didn't have powerful friends to turn for help? Oh, wait. She did. And you told her to go fuck herself. Her jab sticks in my craw because after what they did, I'm not the one who should be on the defensive here. If it wasn't for my grandfather, you would have gone to jail. I remind her, none too gently. She rolls her eyes. You know what I think? I think that you know that if we'd kept digging, he'd be the one in jail. I think he knew they were organizing entertainment for the other pervs who work for him, and he didn't mind sacrificing his granddaughter to cover it up. I love you, Maddie, but that is bullshit. You know what it did to my life, I say, my voice hoarse and thick with guilt and clogged by my unshed angry tears. She is completely unmoved by my anguish. If you had any balls, you'd take all those papers your grandfather's people stole when they raided our office. If they didn't destroy them already. If you would just look at them, you'd see what we did. And you'll feel like shit that you didn't help her. I knew she was wrong, and it's my family. To my shame, my voice breaks, but I can't help it. Your family turned their backs on you, and you still defend them. She points a finger in my face, her anger building with each word. You had the power to make a difference. Instead, you used their pain to make your disgusting poverty porn, and when you got bored, you moved on. I rear back. Matilda, how can you say that? You know how untrue that is. We all went through hell, and we all wanted to do something with our pain. I stare at her, fully expecting remorse and apology to be the next expressions I see on her face. Instead, her scowl deepens. The hell you led us to. All because you were so caught up in your little fantasy of rebellion, you didn't notice he was a pimp. And then you stabbed your friends in the back. You put on your cloak of respectability and got on with your life. Maddie's words are heavy hands flying full strength through the air, intent on total destruction. They wound all the tender places I'd left unprotected around her, because I thought she was my friend. How wrong I was. For a moment we stare at each other. I'm reminded of that moment in Thelma and Louise, where they sat with trouble on their rear and a cliff to nowhere at their front. When her chin tilts upward and her eyes harden, I know that just like the infamous duo in the movie, she's decided that there's no going back. She hits the gas and drives our friendship right off a cliff. When it came time for you to put some actual skin in the game, you chickened out so you could save your grandfather, because deep down, you know what he is." Her eyes glitter with the kind of satisfaction that comes from the relief of a burden carried for far too long. The depth of the malice in her voice steals my breath. The absolute gall of it, though, floods my veins with ice-cold contempt. I straighten my spine and let my hands uncurl from the tight fists that formed while I listened to her speak. I put my pain away. I will not give her the satisfaction of seeing me unravel. We face each other, twin thunderclouds, high pressure, full beyond bursting, and spitting down lightning and thunder like it's what we were born to do. You are right about one thing. My grandfather did shape me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have anyone. I jab a finger sharply at her. And yes, I married Marcel to get back in his good graces. But it was also, at the time, what I wanted. Because it was going to make him happy, she charges. I stiffen at the intonation of her word. Why is it wrong for me to want to make my grandfather happy? Because he's a man? He was the only person in the world who hasn't ever let me down. Can't say that about any of the women in my life, I say with a pointed look of my own. She flushes and looks like she might want to say something, but I don't let her. I know I failed you, but I was trying to help because I love you, Maddie. But what you just said, I'll never forgive. My voice is even and steady, but there is no mistaking the rage behind them. I feel incandescent with it, and if my words were flames born of it, they would be hot enough to flay the skin off her bones. I see a flash of remorse in her eyes before she lifts her chin upward defiantly. Well, at least we're finally on the same page. I can't hide my regret. I'm nearly drowning in it. I wish things had been different. At one point in my life, she'd been my best friend. But now all of that is done. Friendships live and die by the choices we make. She's made hers, and now I'm finally making mine. Without another word, I turn and walk back to the valet stand, get in my car, and drive away.
8 years later, Cabo San Jose, Mexico. 10. Femme fatale. Stone. I glance around the packed shuttle with dismay. On my way to town, I'd been alone. I don't mind people, but this kind of proximity to a bunch of sweaty, sand-covered strangers is less than ideal, especially because whatever the opposite of resting bitch face is, I have it. On planes, in grocery stores, and even at funerals, people look at me and decide that I'm the person they're going to unburden themselves with. So even though the sun was setting by the time the shuttle pulled up, the crowd of people waiting to board with me meant that I'd need my sunglasses to continue to act as my small-talk deterrent. It's rude, I know, and normally I'd just close my eyes and pretend to sleep during the 30-minute ride back, but I don't know when I'll be back here again, and I want to see this city at night. I came into town planning to get my business sorted with plenty of time left to sightsee. San Jose, the other side of Los Cabos, is not as rarefied as San Lucas is, and definitely more my speed. It's where my friend Pedro told me I could find someone to help me plan a multi-day excursion on the Baja Peninsula. The first part of my day went off without a hitch, but instead of sightseeing, I spent hours listening to my ex-girlfriend curse at me as she left my apartment with a box full of things she kept there. After that, I was on the phone with locksmiths, utility and security companies, and all of the other places where we had joint accounts. Then my brother called to tell me that he'd forgotten to get his passport renewed, so I found an expedited service for him and made sure it would be there before he left for Mexico on Friday morning. By the time I was done, the alarm I'd set to remind me that the last shuttle back to the resort was leaving in 20 minutes had gone off. Now a fat, glowing moon sits low on the horizon, taking the sky from light blue to shades of deep indigo and violet. As the dark transforms the sky, it also transforms the city. The produce markets and street vendors selling tourist-friendly relics that were omnipresent on my way through San Jose this morning are gone. In their place are musicians, magicians, soothsayers, and doomsday prophets. A line snakes around the corner from a food stall that's selling parcels of piping hot bread stuffed with strips of meat, tomatoes, onions, and a red sauce that runs unchecked down the fingers of the happy people stuffing their faces with it. The sliding windows of the vehicle are open, and the cool Pacific breeze carries the mouth-watering aroma of it all. My stomach grumbles, and I wish I'd at least had a chance to eat. If I didn't have a call with my boss in an hour, I'd get off right now and worry about how I'd get back to the resort later. I'm here for my brother's wedding. Well, his first wedding. He's having another wedding in Houston, complete with church and a huge party in a few months. I'll be starting my 3-month stint as part of a medical staff on site at a refugee camp on the border of Colombia and Venezuela in a month and can't get away. So his fiancée, Confidence, decided to have this surprise beachside ceremony because she knew how it was important to Hayes that all his brothers be there when he says, "I do." As much as I hate resorts and weddings, there was no way I'd miss it. When I went to add the date to my calendar, it coincided with a lunar event I added months ago. One of the best places to see it, according to my astronomy sources, the Baja Peninsula. I was 10 years old when I stopped believing in luck, but every once in a while there's an alignment of moments and events so perfectly timed that there's no other explanation. The stars aligned on this trip, and I've got a really good feeling about it. Besides getting to see my favorite planet, the excursion I planned is the stuff of my adrenaline junkie heart's dreams. I've got 4 days packed with things that make my heart race just to think about. "Is this your first time here?" the woman next to me asks, and I stifle a groan. I was doing so well, resigned to my fate and raised better than to ignore anyone who speaks to me. I respond. "In Baja, yes," I say conversationally, but briefly. I don't smile or even make eye contact. I pray that she'll take a hint. My prayers fall on deaf ears. "Where are you staying at the resort? We're up in the hills. We're here for our anniversary, and I told him," she jerks a thumb at the man on her right, "I wanted 5 stars and nothing less. Didn't I, honey?" She slaps the arm of the man next to her. "Sure did, honey." He gives me an apologetic smile and pats his wife's knee, less out of affection and more in warning. She pushes it away and turns until her back is to him. "I'm Carol, and this is my husband, Ron. We're from Oklahoma," she says, and sticks her hand out. I give up trying to pretend I'm sleeping and shake her hand. "Hi, I'm Paul, from Texas," I say, using my middle name the way I do to make reservations or order coffee or anything that requires someone to write down or repeat my name back to me. "That's our daughter Bailey and her son Emmett." She points down the row at a young woman with a small toddler on her lap. "That's Eric. He's Emmett's father," she says with a small frown before she sits back. The man she's gesturing to is staring straight ahead like his life depends on it. He doesn't say a word or look in our direction. His ticking jaw is the only indication that he heard her. "They're just friends." Carol's conspiratorial whispers aren't remotely discreet. "We didn't bring her up like that. Don't get me wrong, we love the baby." She says baby like it's a bad word. "We would have liked her to get married first, of course, but kids these days do things their own way. In my day, a man like you wouldn't be all alone on a shuttle. Are you single?" "Mother, stop!" Bailey snaps. Why? Look at him! She gestures at me with a wave of her hand. Her husband's groan is one of long suffering. Honey, please. He pets her arm. Carol is undeterred. She leans over him and points a finger at her daughter. If I was your age and single, I wouldn't need my mother to make a move for me. Bailey leans forward, bypassing her mother's glare, and looks at me. I'm gay. Eric is too. We had a baby together because we're just friends. I'm sorry my mother accosted you. She's going to leave you alone now. Don't worry. I'm used to it. Congratulations on the baby. I smile with empathy. Then I pop my earbuds in. If it's rude, oh well. These people are giving me a damn headache. Traffic slows to a crawl as we approach San Lucas, and my eyes drift closed. I'm roused by the squeaking of brakes and the jostling of the vehicle moving off the main road. I thought this was a direct shuttle, I say to the driver. He laughs boisterously. Direct shuttle doesn't exist, and we always stop for the ladies, he says, and waggles his eyebrows at me through the rearview mirror. I glance toward the stop. 2 women stand, one facing us, the other with her back turned. The sea breeze pulls the floral-patterned sundress she's wearing snug, and I can't help but notice the very nice ass she's sporting. I give her an appreciative once-over. She's wearing a huge hat on top of a long, dark, curling mane of hair that moves with the wind. I get a flash of déjà vu, but it's gone as quickly as it came, and next to me, Carol fidgets. It's full already. I'm glad she said it, so I'm not the one who sounds like an asshole. The driver ignores her. He flings the door open and jogs down the short staircase. Buenos noches, señoritas. You were told about our occupancy issue, correct? His voice is booming and theatrical. Yes, we know. It's fine. One of the women responds in a much more subdued tone. I pick up a hint of a French accent in her English. He claps and jogs back up the stairs, calling to the women over his shoulder. Then climb aboard and pick a lap. You will find several willing. Am I right? The 4 men on board, including the previously mute Eric, all give their fervent agreement. His chuckle is diabolical as he takes his seat again. I'm glad they're so eager. The last thing I need is to have a sweaty stranger's ass on my lap, no matter how nice it looks in her very pretty sundress. The odds of escape aren't in my favor. I'm the biggest man on the cart and closest to the door. One of them could sit down before the 4 eager beavers even get to make their offer. Recoiling in dread, I pull my hat down over my eyes and slump in my seat as they climb up the short staircase. I hold my breath and pray they walk past me. Thank you for stopping, the other woman speaks. It's one of those voices with no identifying inflection. Not Southern, not East Coast, not Cali, not Midwest. Just perfect diction, the likes of which I've only encountered once before. My heart skips a beat, and everything freezes. I haven't heard it in 15 years, but I know as sure as I breathe, that voice belongs to Reagan Wilde. And there's no way in hell she's sitting on anyone's lap but mine. I lift my cap up and put an arm out to stop her just as she's about to pass me. You can sit with me. I use my arm as a barrier that keeps her from going any further. I peer at her from under the rim of my hat, her full lips pressed together. Her eyes are obscured by her sunglasses. She huffs in annoyance and turns toward the driver, her husky voice full of dismay. The dispatch said one of us would have to sit on each other's lap, not a total stranger's. No offense, she adds with an apologetic smile in our general direction. Could you send another shuttle for us? We'll wait. We don't want to inconvenience you all. This is the last shuttle. You can get a taxi, the driver says. The seconds that pass before she answers feel like hours. I hold my breath, but I'm sure that if she gets off, I will too. Her friend groans behind her. Come on, Reggie. It's fine. It's late, and we're all going to the same place. I'm exhausted, and I don't want to try to find a cab right now. Reagan bites her lip and looks around the shuttle. She glances back out at the street and then sighs in resignation. Fine. She draws her shoulders back and turns to face me. Thank you for offering your lap. It's very kind, she says with all the dignity of a duchess. No problem. Make yourself comfortable. I pitch my voice an octave lower than my normal baritone. I don't know why I'm disguising it. It's not like she's heard my voice before. At least, not this version of it. The brush of fabric against my bare knees and a muffled curse are the only warning I have before a body with distinctly soft feminine swells lands in my lap. My hands instinctively come up to grab her hips. The force of her fall pushes me back into my seat. Her thick cascade of hair covers my face like a pillow. I'm assailed by the smell of lemon and ginger scones and the memories this smell is attached to. Our bakery in Rivers Wilde. Nostalgia hits with a 1-2 punch to my gut and my groin. My heart starts to race, and it takes all my willpower to stop myself from grasping her by that cute chin of hers and forcing her face around to tell her who I am. Her back is pressed to my chest, her ass to my groin, and her soft thighs rest against the hard muscles of mine.
Is everything okay? Can I get back on the road? The driver calls. Everything is great.
This jovial declaration comes from the man directly across from us, who is providing a seat to her friend.
Which building on the resort, please?
The driver asks. We're going to the main hall, Reagan answers.
Your wish is my command,
the driver says. He closes the doors and the overhead lights go off, plunging us into semi-darkness as the shuttle eases back into traffic. I'm so sorry for landing on you like that. I'm not used to wearing flat shoes, and I've been tripping since I put these on, she says.
It's okay,
I say, but it comes out like a groan because I can feel my body starting to respond to hers. I shift my hips back to hide my hardening dick, but find that I'm as far back as the seat will allow. She shimmies and mutters to herself, starts to lift her leg, and stops suddenly, groaning under her breath.
Is everything okay?
I ask. Yes. God, this is ridiculous, she mutters, without turning back to look at me. She rests one hand on the small plexiglass shield between the driver and us. The thin gold band on her ring finger draws my eye. My ankle bracelet is caught on the lace of your shoes. She bends over, pushing her soft ass even deeper into my groin, and my dick does the unforgivable and starts to get hard. She's moving back and forth, and even though I know she doesn't mean to, it's like giving me a lap dance. Her fingers flex on the plexiglass, and I imagine that hand on my headboard, her hair pushed aside so I can see her back while I drive into her soft, wet heat. Lemon must be an aphrodisiac. It has to be. I've got more self-control than this. Almost. Got it, she croons and shifts her weight back. I push my hips as far back as they'll go, but I can't do anything to stop her from feeling the heavy, hard length between my thighs. She stiffens, and I stop breathing, braced for her to turn around and slap me. I lean in to speak close to her ear to avoid the possibility of anyone hearing me. It'll go away if you stop moving. Then, to my mortification, I realize I'm still holding her hips in a tight grasp, essentially holding her in place. I let go abruptly, but instead of sitting still or moving away, she rolls her hips. My sharp exhale of breath disturbs a lock of her dark, loosely spiraling hair on her shoulder, and a shiver, subtle and short, runs through her. I glance at Carol. She's turned away, talking to her husband. I look back at the unexpected seductress on my lap, and then roll my hips up, just slightly too. I move my hand slowly, inch by inch, until it's back on her hip, and dig my thumb into the soft flesh there. Her body relaxes against me, and she moves her hips in a seductive circle that brings the head of my dick in contact with her pliant but stiff clit. But for the subtle rocking of her pelvis, she doesn't move. I don't either. I close my eyes, let my head loll back to the window while the gently swaying vehicle sets a slow rhythm. "So, where are you from, dear?" Carol asks, and I freeze. But Reagan doesn't. "Texas," she says, her voice a little breathless, but otherwise normal. "Oh, that's nice. We're from Oklahoma. We come here every year. It's gorgeous, but you have to be careful in that surf. If you get too far in, Carol warns in a grave voice. "You mean at the resort?" Reagan asks in a voice that is slightly breathless but otherwise normal. "Yes, dear. We heard the most awful story on our first day here." Carol starts to drone on. I ease a hand off Reagan's hip to tap my AirPods on. Just my imagination by the Temptations starts to play. I chuckle to myself. She used to sing this all the time. In fact, I only know this song because of her. It's almost enough to make me believe in fate again. I grip her hip again and squeeze the supple flesh hard. Maybe it's because I'm living one of my many teenage wet dreams, but she feels damn incredible. My palms itch to slide up and cup her breast. I imagine her nipples hardening against them. I wonder if they're hard already, if she likes them pinched or sucked, if they're pierced. I tighten my hold on her hip to stop myself from throwing caution into the wind to find out. She reaches up to pull her hair over one shoulder, exposing the side of her neck and her shoulder. I want to sink my teeth into that smooth, fragrant skin and suck. Her thighs spread, making just enough room for me to sink into the plush heat at their apex. I lift my hips and rock them slowly up. Her legs quiver and her hand grips my thigh briefly. Her fingernails dig into my skin, and I bite my lip to hold in a groan. God, I can smell her. Then she turns and looks over her shoulder at me. Her eyes are hidden by the dark opacity of her sunglasses, but I know what's behind them. Almond-shaped, wide-set, thick-lashed eyes that are as dark, deep, and unknowable as a moonless, starless midnight sky. Her lips part as if she's about to speak. Instead, she bites the plump flesh at the same time that she rolls her hips, slowly but deliberately. Her moan is soundless, but her back arches and her lip slips from the greedy grip of her teeth as she mouths, "coming," before she faces forward again. But for her thighs trembling on top of mine and the shallow, sharp breaths that lift her shoulders, I wouldn't know anything was happening to her. By the time the driver pulls into the resort and turns on the overhead lights, I'm rock hard, my balls ache, my mind on the edge of fevered. I want to roar for everyone to get the fuck off so I can pull my dick out and fuck her senseless. But neither of us move, not even to breathe, as Carol and her crew climb off. What happens now? Do I tell her who I am? And then what? Apologize? "Reggie, are you asleep?" My eyes fly open at the sound of her friend's voice. She's sitting across from us, smirking. "You can stop using that man like a throne. There are plenty of seats." "Oh, God, sorry," Reagan says as she looks around the now empty carriage. She scoots forward so that she can stand. I let go of her and grab my hat off my head and drop it over my erection. My hair is the only thing about me that hasn't changed since the last time I saw her, but it's cut so low that none of the natural waves are visible. I tense as she looks me over, and I wait for her to gasp in recognition. It doesn't come, and I'm disappointed rather than relieved. "Thank you," she says, and there's a stiffness in her voice and in the set of her insanely voluptuous mouth as she sits next to her friend. "I'm glad you got your bracelet free," I say with as much equilibrium as I can manage. I nod toward her foot. Only the tips of her toes are visible beneath the flood of her dress now, but I'll never forget the feel of her legs against mine. I can't believe what we just did. Your bracelet got loose? Her friend probes. Yeah, she laughs and wiggles her delicate foot, wriggling her pretty light pink painted toes. My anklet. It got caught on his laces, but I freed it. She crosses her arms over her chest and leans her head against the shuttle window, effectively dismissing both of us.
We're pulling away. 1 stop left,
the driver informs as he closes the doors and sends us back into darkness. The bright overhead lights are on, and I glance over to find the driver watching me through the rear view with a knowing look on his face before he turns his eyes back to the road. Shit, did he see? Well, as long as his mind was the only thing recording it, I don't care. My eyes drift closed as we ride along. The warm wind is a soft caress that carries the scent of flowers and the ocean as we zipped along the winding path cut into the side of this cliff, but I can still smell her citrus on me. With my eyes closed, I could almost imagine that I'm back in that bakery. Almost. She's got a hint of her flavor, but the woman sitting across from me now is not the girl I spent 6 months falling in love with when I was 10. I'm not the boy who was willing to plunge his knife into someone's back to save her. For more than one reason, she's totally off limits. I should be praying I never see her again, not willing the shuttle to go slower. When we reach the stop where we're all getting off, her friend is on her feet before we come to a complete stop. She's standing at the door and rushes off the shuttle as soon as the doors open.
No rushing at Pueblo Bonito,
the driver admonishes her, rapidly retreating back. Reagan doesn't move. With her sunglasses on, I can't tell if she's asleep or just lost in thought. The high-pitched peal of my alarm startles us both, and she lets out a small cry and turns her head sharply toward me. I hold my phone up.
It's just my alarm. Sorry,
I say quickly. It takes one blink to replace the dazed weariness in her expression with indignant affront. Oh. She relaxes slightly and drops her arms to her side. My phone chimes again, and I grimace as I turn it on silent. She gives me an awkward nod, and then she's up and heading off the shuttle too. It's impossible not to notice the way her shapely ass moves for just a fraction of a second after she stopped walking. Would it do that if I slapped it? My dick stirs again, which will not do. It's one thing to keep my hat on my lap on the shuttle. I can't walk around the resort like that. So I drop my eyes to the part of her dress that brushes the ground.
Señor,
the driver calls when I'm halfway down the shuttle steps. I turn back to him.
Te perdiste tu parada.
You missed your stop. His grin is pure mischief. I give him a good-natured, slightly abashed smile. Lo sé. I know. He nods in Reagan's direction, his expression teasing still with a touch of wistfulness.
No te culpo.
I don't blame you. I wish him good night and head in the direction of the red brick-paved terrace that leads to the reservation desk. Reagan is a few steps ahead of me, and I keep a respectable distance between us. I don't know why I'm following her or what I'll do when I catch up, but I can't just let her walk away. I can still smell her on me. I turn my head to draw in a breath and catch a sweet flowery scent mingled with the tart citrus and spicy ginger. It's intoxicating. Are you following me? She comes to an abrupt stop and pivots on her heel to face me. Yes. She whips her sunglasses off, and even though it's dark, this walkway is well lit, and I can see that her eyes are red-rimmed, like she's been crying. Guilt curdles in my gut. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I thought... About what happened? We speak at the same time.
Ladies first, please,
I insist when she bites her lip. I've never done anything like that, she says in a halting voice. I step closer to her, close enough that I can smell her again. It makes my mouth water.
Did you like it?
I ask. Yes, she replies in a husky voice. She bites that sweet lower lip, and my eyes drop to her mouth. She lets go of it and clears her throat. I drag my gaze back to her eyes. Her gaze is dark and inscrutable, but the energy between us is frantic and charged. I reach for her slowly to give her a chance to step away. When she doesn't, I brush a lock of hair off her shoulder and run the tip of my forefinger down her arm. "Are your panties wet?" I ask. She draws in a sharp breath and shifts her stance. Her lips part and she licks them quickly before nodding. "Go in there, take 'em off, and bring them to me," I demand, nodding at her pelvis. She cocks her head at me, her wary eyes heavy-lidded with arousal. "Have you done something like that before?" Her voice is full of anticipation, and when I shake my head no, she seems to relax a little. "Good. You're my first, too." Lord, how I wish that was true. She can't hear the thundering of my raging pulse, but when a small smile tugs up the concerns of her mouth, I would almost swear she knows that I'm unraveling on the inside. "Reggie, come on already. They need your credit card to change it," her friend yells from the door. Her eyes widen in alarm, and she slips her sunglasses on before she pivots in a smooth circle and turns her back to me. I want to call after her. I don't know what else I'd say. Instead, I watch the girl of my dreams, who has gone from pretty young thing to flesh and blood siren, walk away.
11. Drunk man de talk truth. Reagan. Good Lord in heaven, what have I done? If you'd asked me to list 1,000 things I thought might happen to me in this lifetime, dry humping a stranger on a shuttle full of people until I came wouldn't have ever been one of them. When he volunteered his lap, I was grateful. I'm in great shape, but I'm heavier than I look. I hadn't missed the way his long, athletic body filled the seat. When I sat on his thick, muscular thighs, the solid strength of him felt deliciously sturdy. At least I didn't have to worry about being too heavy for him. Bonus points that he smelled good. Not because he was drenched in cologne, but the kind of good that comes from soap, sweat, and man. His baseball cap hid his hair and eyes, but God, the part of his face I could see was enough to whet my fantasies. His mouth alone, wide and graced with lips so full they verged on pouty, and for a mad moment I'd wanted to turn around and press mine to them, just to see if they were as soft as they felt. It took me a minute to register what I was feeling. I haven't had a man's dick between my legs in 5 years, and then his stiff erection pressed exactly where it needed to and flipped the switch that turns me from mildly annoyed to wildly turned on, a switch I didn't even know existed. I was afraid he'd be pissed. I'd practically given him a lap dance trying to fix my anklet. He's a man, and his body's response was simple biology, or so I thought, until his big, warm, sure hand gripped my hip. Even that woman's incessant prattling couldn't cut through the lust that fogged my brain. I'd forgotten how different an orgasm feels when it's not coaxed out of me by my own hand. The pleasure from the friction of his body was unreal. Guilt is glaringly absent from the swirl of emotions inside of me, but I can't muster it when everything about what happened felt so right. In fact, it's the only thing that's happened since I arrived this morning that has. I pour myself a glass of water, pick up the small silver container that used to hold Jack's ashes, and step out onto the huge terracotta-tiled balcony attached to my room. I take a moment to breathe in the floral sea salt-tinged breeze carried in from the Sea of Cortez. I got Jack's letter the day her will was read. The brochure for this resort and the boating company that she'd hired for the ceremony were also in the envelope. It's where I want a piece of me to dwell forever, and I want you and Maddie to take me together, please. It's heartbreaking to think about her planning all of this, and not just because she was going to die, but because in the midst of her own fear and grief and pain, she thought about me. Jack knew my soul needed space to unfurl. In the 12 hours since I arrived, I've had more time alone than I have in the previous 12 months combined. The life I've dedicated myself to, the one I built with deliberate care, feels so far away right now. Distance allows me to see it with a clarity I've never had before. It's not a happy scene. Dressed in loneliness, apathy, lack of purpose, every single brick in its facade is held in place with lies, luck, and far too little love. From the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of the small bronze urn I used to carry my best friend's ashes out to sea last night. I'm gripped by a sense of foreboding. That could just have easily been me, and God, what a waste of life it would have been. The loud ring of my room's phone is a welcome interruption, and I dive for it and pick it up before it can ring again. Hello? Hey, it's me. Can we talk? Maddie's tone is clipped but civil. My heart gives a little hopeful leap. Sure, maybe we can have dinner. I glance at the clock. It's only 4 p.m., but I'm starving. I came here hoping that Maddie and I could repair what was broken between us. I've spent the whole day in my room waiting for her to call, trying to work up the courage to call her. Okay, dinner would be good. Are you ready now? I need to shower, but I'll be quick, I say. Don't rush. I'll come up to your room and wait. See you. I look so tired. I lament to my reflection and skim my fingertips over the shadows under my eyes. I haven't slept well since Jack died. No, you don't. You always look beautiful, Maddie calls in a monotone that smacks more of obligation than sincerity. She's waiting in the small sitting area of my suite, waiting while I put on a little makeup. I can't see her in the reflection, but I know that from her perch in the bedroom, she can see me. So I look directly in the mirror. Well, you don't always look beautiful. In fact, right now, you look as terrible as I feel, I say with a smile that's as sincere as her tone was. A few seconds later, she's standing beside me at the small vanity in my bathroom, scowling at me. She rolls her eyes and lets out a long, exasperated sigh. I was trying to be nice, Reagan, she repeats. I mimic her eye roll. You don't have to be nice. It's okay to be honest with your friends. Here we go. I mutter and turn my attention back to my makeup. She glares at me, hands on her hips and fierce frown on her face. What does that mean? It means that without Jack as a buffer, we were bound to argue. I keep my expression neutral, but I stop trying to make my trembling hands work and put my mascara away and meet her eyes in the mirror. I regret my quip about her appearance. She does look worn out. It's more than fatigue and emotional toll of this trip. What had the last 10 years been like for her? I didn't even know where she lived until Jack told me she was in Maryland. She's never met my children. Evangeline's middle name is Matilda. I'm going out to the balcony to smoke. When you're done, come join me. She turns and walks away before I have a chance to respond. I watch her retreating back. She's ranged from barely civil to hostile since we met in the lobby to ride out to the boat Jack hired for the ceremony. When I tried to talk to her, she said, I'm just here for Jack, and nothing else. She brought a bottle of wine on board and drank half of it straight from the bottle. When the captain of our little boat asked us about Jack, Maddie said, "We used to be friends, but now we hate her." Maddie and we've always butted heads. I used to love that about us. It felt like our relationship flexing its muscles when we fought and made up. I counted myself lucky to have such an authentic, honest friend. We're worse than strangers now, and I can see clearly the role I played in that. What they did was wrong, but no one forced me to help them. It's wrong of me to punish them for my choices. It took Jack's call asking me to come visit her in hospice to see that. I spent 10 years thinking she was angry with me, and she spent 10 years thinking I was angry with her. But when she called to tell me she was dying, all I felt was grief. I caught a flight the very next day and went to her home in Sacramento. Jack was barely a shadow of the woman she'd been last time I saw her. Her husband told me that she was having a good day, and it broke my heart to think what the bad days must be like. But I only smiled and sat in the seat they offered me. I began with my regrets. I was going to call. 6 months went by and I didn't know what I would say, so I just never did. I'm so sorry. It was such a pathetic recitation of excuses. She just smiled and patted my hand. I love you. I'm so glad you came. And that was all. The rest of the time we reminisced. I read her passages from her favorite book, Love in the Time of Cholera, and we cried together when Florentino left after Fermina spurned him. When I finished the book, she'd grabbed my hand with more strength than I'd felt from her since I arrived. Her eyes were clear and grave. Don't waste any more time wondering what if. You'll regret it, and it will make the end of your life, whether you see it coming or if it happens in an instant, feel like a death sentence instead of a transition. You were my last regret. Make up with Maddie. Don't let her be yours. She died that evening, and I cried bitterly. Thinking back to it, I feel ashamed that her husband had to find space in his own grief to comfort me. Shakespeare said that love is an ever-fixed mark that looks upon a tempest and isn't moved. And it's proven true. After all this time and all the muddy water that's passed under our bridge, I still love Maddie. Even if she doesn't feel the same, I want her to know that I didn't just come here for Jack. She's leaning over the rails, staring out at the majestic panorama of beach, ocean, and sky. I watch her for a moment. In so many ways, she's unchanged. High sculpted cheekbones, full lips, a regal nose, and braids piled high on her head like a crown make a striking profile. Her dark brown skin gleams in the moonlight. Her yellow sundress is too big, and even though she's the same size as she was in college, she looks frailer. I feel sick at the thought she might be sick with something that will kill her like it killed Jack. I shake off the melodrama and shake myself. I know what's wrong. It's the same thing that's eating me alive. She just doesn't have the budget for makeup and facials that stave off the signs of the internal rot that comes with making your soul a vessel, corrosive secret. I take a cautious step outside and wait to see if she reacts before I take another. After 3 creeping steps like that, Maddie's head drops and she groans. Why are you being so weird? It's a balcony, not a minefield. Are you sure? I feel like if I put 1 foot wrong, you'll blow up and not speak to me for 10 years. I don't know where you could have gotten that ridiculous notion from. She sings songs, and my nerves are instantly soothed. Feeling a little more balanced and like myself, I dive in head first. I should have called you after we fought, I blurt. You couldn't have. I blocked your number, she says with a sheepish grimace. We sigh in unison and look at each other for a long moment. The crashing waves and the strains of music fill the silence that falls between us. Her expression mirrors everything I'm feeling. Apology, love, hope. I'm sorry about what I said on the boat. I didn't mean it. I just had too much to drink. She finally breaks the quiet. Drunk man talk the truth. I mimic my mother's lyrical Jamaican accent. She always suppresses it in public and even at home. But when we were younger, before she came the Tina Wilde, she used to speak almost exclusively in her patois when she scolded us. It's not true. It never has been. You know that. We've been mad at each other and we've got stuff to work out, but the only thing I feel for you is love. I just didn't know how to bridge the gap. There's so much advice and common wisdom about what to do when romantic relationships hit road bumps, but you know what's just as devastating? When a real friendship ends for reasons that make it impossible to repair. If I'd been a guy you'd fought with, would you have blocked my number? I ask her, curious more than anything. Probably not, she admits, and cringes at her admission. Why do we work harder for the men who hurt us than for each other? I ask in consternation at the truth of it. Because a great dick is hard to find. She deadpans. I snort a laugh, and she gives me a grudging smile. Sharing a laugh with my other best friend puts a small seal on the crack that the loss of Jack created. It hurts like hell to know we'll never laugh together again. Unless, of course, you happen to stumble across one on a shuttle, she quips, and my face goes up in flames. I slap my palms on my cheeks to hide the flush and turn away. Oh, my God, you saw? She bursts out in delighted laughter. Not that I blame you. He was hot. God, I haven't seen a man like that in person since in a long time. Do you think everyone knew? I ask, mortified at the thought. You were very subtle, but we were roommates in college, and sometimes, when you were with Charlie, I'd watch. I know your O-face, she says with a sly but embarrassed smile. No, you didn't, I gasp and lean away from her, but I'm not upset. In fact, there's something intriguing and hot about being watched, but I could never admit that to her. Marcel is the only man I've been with in 10 years, and sex was never anything to write home about. He's conservative, and anything beyond missionary was sinful. He made me feel dirty the first time I asked him to eat me out, so my sense of shame about the things I desire is too ingrained for me to share it even with my best friend. I'm married, I remind her, and hold up my wedding ring-adorned hand, as if she's the one who needs reminding. She pushes my hand down and eyes with a probing expression. I know what the paper you signed says. What does your heart say? There's a difference. I forgot how insightful and direct Maddie could be. It's what made her a crack interviewer. She's good at reading people, and she's got great instincts that she always listens to. I've kept my own counsel when it comes to our marriage. Tyson only knows the true state of things because he was visiting us when everything fell apart. Maddie and I may butt heads, but I trust her with my life. After the way I left things with Marcel, I would kill for someone to talk to. Someone removed from my life, and someone who doesn't think the sun shines out of Marcel's ass. I looked down at my hands. I've never taken my ring off, but I do tonight. What's next? I don't know, but I need to figure it out. I sit up and clap my hands together. For this, we need a drink. Well, spill it, Maddie prods when our server walks away. I can't look her in the eye, so I keep my gaze trained on the drink in my hand. We haven't had sex in 5 years, not since I discovered Marcel's affair. It wasn't his first, but it was the first one he was careless enough for me to find out about. She's pregnant. Are you serious? Yes. I turn to meet her gaze. What I'm about to say isn't the kind of thing you confess without the courtesy of eye contact. She's 18, and our nanny. I hired her last summer, and she ended up staying when school started. The kids love her, and so does my husband, apparently. Her eyes bug out. He's leaving you for her. I laugh humorlessly. Oh, no. Marcel wouldn't leave me. His pride will never let him admit that he failed at anything. He won't even acknowledge they had an affair. She frowns in confusion. But then, how do you know she's pregnant? She told me. After I caught them together, I fired her. I asked her to pack and leave, and then I took the kids to the beach so they wouldn't see her leave. She came down an hour after us and sat down next to me and told me that she was pregnant. She said he asked her to get rid of it, but she wants to keep it. How do you know it's his? Her question is one I know I'll get a lot, but it irritates me. I don't. But why would she say it was? I ask, and wish I cared more. Because he's a billionaire and she's trying to get paid, she returns easily. Not everyone does everything for money, Maddie. She purses her lips and glances away. Time will tell. What did you say? Did you slap her? No, she's a kid. I said I'd help her whatever she decided. She snorts a surprised laugh. You seem awfully sanguine about all of this. Has he gotten someone pregnant before? No, of course not, I say right away, and then slump in my seat. At least, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. He's had other entanglements, I admit. So, he's a serial philanderer. In typical Maddie fashion, she gets right to the heart of it. We sit in silence for a minute, and I wonder what she's thinking. This is hardly how I imagined my life turning out. I know I can't stay with him. I just don't know where to start. Also, he will fight me every step of the way, and if I'm honest, it's that brawl I'm avoiding more than anything. I groan and run a hand through my hair. I wish I could say that the last 10 years had matured me emotionally, but ending relationships still isn't my thing. I glance at her and shake my head in fond exasperation. Oh, don't tell me you're still doing that, I say. She used to ghost on men all the time when we were in college. I thought it was funny until she did it to me. She ignores my jibe. But I can tell you that hot, anonymous sex in a city where you don't know a soul is a really good place to start. Unclog those pipes so you can think clearly first. God, you make it sound so easy. That was the craziest and most reckless thing I've ever done. I could have gotten caught. He could have been anyone. Reagan, we're stupidly hot women in our mid-30s. This is the easiest it's ever going to be. And that guy, he's beautiful. And you'll never see him again. You should find him and finish what you started. I was thinking about it. But what if he saw my wedding ring? Well, if he did, it didn't stop him. Not everyone cares about that. Did he seem like an asshole when you were talking to him? I grab a handful of hair as the wind blows it around and lean in so I can speak quietly. Does asking for my panties make him an asshole? I ask, and then slap a hand over my mouth when her jaw drops. Oh, forget I said that. Reagan, there is no TMI between us, she says when she recovers from her shock. It's just, that's hot. And he's hot. He talks dirty and made you come without even touching you. Go find that man right now. If you don't, I will. Did he have a big dick? I throw my head back and laugh. I don't answer the last question, but my body tightens at the memory of his thick length. I haven't even considered an affair. But if I were to pick a man to do it with, that stranger with his sharp, strong jaw, his full pink lips, and the quiet, calm strength he exuded from every single part of his incredible body, would fit the bill. My thighs clench at the thought of having that big, muscular body between my thighs. I haven't had a man like him ever. My phone buzzes with a text and I look down. It's Marcel, I say, and read his text. Why aren't you answering my calls? This is ridiculous. I delete it. Maddie's hand covers mine and squeezes. Play it cool, and don't be obvious. But the guy from the shuttle is here, and he's watching you, Maddie says under her breath. I look up and pretend I'm looking around until I see him. He doesn't look away when he sees me notice him. I smile and wave. After a beat, a smile tugs up one corner of his mouth, and he waves back. Maddie nudges me. Go. Take him back to your room. Have fun. Why not? It's been a long time since I've wanted anyone, much less been able to act on it. And this is the perfect place. He doesn't know me. I don't know him. And there's no denying the chemistry. My phone buzzes again. I look down and frown when I see my mother's name. Her timing is impeccable as always. I turn away from Mr. Hot God, stand up, and walk to a quieter section of the restaurant before I answer. Mommy? My stomach lightens and my heart skips a beat when I hear my son's teary voice. Henri, what's wrong, honey? Where are you? His little voice sounds so far away, and yet I'm sure that if I closed my eyes, I could reach out and touch him. Didn't you get my letter today, baby? I left each of them a note for every day I'm gone. My mother called it overkill, but it's the first time I've been away for this long without them, and so soon after I went to visit Jack. Yeah, I did, but you didn't say where you are, he complains. I'm saying goodbye to a friend. I remind him gently. You could do that on the phone. I want you to come home. I stiffen at his demanding, petulant tone. He sounds so much like his father. In fact, I'm sure he's repeating something he's heard his father say. I keep my voice even and free of my internal irritation. Of course I miss you, and I'll be home soon, Henri. Aren't you having fun with your grandmother? Not at all, he declares, and I can just picture his frowning, pink-lipped pout. Uncle Tyson took us to Truluck's again. He knows they don't have a kids' menu and he eats all this raw, slimy stuff. And he wouldn't speak French with Martinez, and that made Ava mad. Nana can't work any of the TVs and she makes us practice our handwriting every day. I want you to come home. He's out of breath and fully in the grip of his misery when he's done listing his grievances. I'll come home early is on the tip of my tongue, but it's stilled by the promise I made to myself that guilt over being away from my kids wouldn't intrude on this trip. I miss them, but I need this time to myself desperately. I'll talk to your grandmother about your handwriting, and I'll be home on Sunday afternoon. We'll spend the whole day together, I promise. Will Uncle Remy be back soon, too? I think so, I say, and pray I'm right. Remy has done this before, taking off without a word, but never for this long. My kids love him more than just about anyone else. He's more present in their lives than their father, and his extended absence has been felt keenly by them, especially Ava. Where's your grandmother, and does she know you're using her phone? She's in the bath. Ava stressed her out, so she needed to relax. He affects my mother's voice, and I chuckle. He's an excellent mimic. I normally chastise him for his impersonations. I don't want him poking fun at people. But he's so spot on, and it's more of an homage than a mimic, and his answering giggle feels like a perfect place to say goodbye. All right, honey. I'll call you tomorrow, okay? Wait, can you help me turn on Paw Patrol first? Evie's locked in her room, and she's got that keep out sign on her door. My 10-year-old is on the cusp of tweenhood, and her patience for her twin brother's antics is virtually non-existent, and the last thing I want is to be refereeing fights over the phone. Of course, darling, but let me go somewhere quiet, and I'll call you back. With a sigh of longing and one last look across the pool, I head inside.
12. Chasing Venus. Stone. The view of the horizon from my poolside table is breathtaking. That kiss of sea and sky is a siren song extolling the vast and limitless adventures I've yet to take. Proximity to water is the thing I miss most living in Pamplona. It's a stunning town set deep in the valley of a mountain range in eastern Colombia called Valle del Espíritu Santo. It's a humble, charming community that settled in the 16th century. It bustles with commerce by day and vibrates with revelry by night. But the excellent food, the welcoming people, and the endless promise of adventure that can be found within a day's drive of the city can't compare to the crash of waves and the cool, constant breeze that wafts over me like a sea of Cortez's sigh of contentment. This water is always where I find equilibrium. I could stay here forever. A loud shriek pulls my eyes to the other side of the pool just in time to see a woman fly through the air and land in the water with a splash so big that several cries of complaint rise up around us. When I turn back toward the horizon, I scan the dining area and see Regan Wilde sitting across the pool in all her wind-swept, golden-brown glory. She leans back in her chair, and I get a view of her upper body that makes my mouth water. Her white romper opens from her neck to her navel, exposing just a hint of the rounded, full breasts beneath. A gold chain glints against her exposed chest and snakes a trail down her flat-toned stomach and disappears into the waistband of her shorts. Beautiful is too tame a word to describe her. Even when I was just a boy who didn't know my ass from my dick, I knew she was something rare and special. I take a swig of my beer to wash down the nostalgia that's clouding my judgment. All of that was a whole lifetime ago. In this lifetime, Tyson Wilde, her younger brother, is one of my best friends and one of the few people in the entire world that I trust. I met him when I tried out for the track team at U of H. He brought a box of Shipley's glazed donuts to practice and offered them around. Everyone reacted like they were nuns being asked to suck a dick, except me. We paired up for team workouts and discovered that a weakness for glazed donuts was just one of the things we had in common. When the team workout was done, everyone else was laid out, legs turned to jelly, lungs ragged with exertion. I headed outside for a run. Tyson, who has a competitive streak, asked if he could join me. I humored him and said yes, but warned that I was setting a 6-minute mile pace. "Why, you tired?" he asked before he took off. At the end of a fast, hard, flat-out run that left us both gasping for breath, he extended his hand, a grin of respect on his face, and said, "I'm the Tyson Wilde, not to be confused with my less handsome, much older brother Remington." My heart was already racing from the exertion of the workout, but like a deer who sees the headlights too late, I blurted my name and said, "I think we're supposed to be enemies." "Well, I don't know about you, but I'm thinking a feud that has nothing to do with me is a dumb reason to not work out together. I won't tell if you won't." We laughed, but I've never told my brothers about our friendship, and I'm pretty sure he hasn't either. But when he talks about Reagan, I feel guilty pretending not to know her at all. He's as protective of her as I am of my brothers. If he knew that she has been the inspiration of every wet dream I've ever had, he'd probably kick my ass. I don't want to risk my friendship with Tyson. We don't talk often, but when we do, this trip will come up, and how can I pretend I had no clue his sister was here? Determined to do the right thing, I grab my phone and shoot him a text. "Just saw Reagan at my resort." "You're in Cabo?" His answer comes back instantly. "Yup, just saw her." "Is she okay?" I recall her tears. Why wouldn't she be? "Her marriage is over." I pump my fist at that. Hell yes! "What happened?" I text back and hold my breath for his answer. "He's fucking the nanny," he responds. Whoa! What kind of idiot has sex with other women when they're married to Reagan Wilde? "Yup, buy her a drink and help her get laid." If only he knew just how much I'd like to do that, he wouldn't ask. "By anyone but you, you dirty fucker." His next message reads. I laugh nervously. "Duh, and I think she can buy her own drinks and get laid just fine if she wants. I'll just say hi. If she happens to climb on my lap and ride my dick again, I most certainly won't say no. I'll text her, let her know so she doesn't think you're some random hitting on her and kick you in the balls before you can introduce yourself. I'm looking at her right now. Tell her to look up and she'll see me. Cool. Getting a call. Later." I watch her intently now. She and her friend are still laughing and talking. I wonder what she'll think when she realizes Stone is me. She looks down at her phone and frowns. I hold my breath when she looks up suddenly and scans the pool area. Tyson must have texted her. I stay stock still and wait for her to find me. Her gaze moves past me and then comes back suddenly. She lifts her sunglasses up, and a smile spreads on her lips. Her smile is so bright, I feel the heat of it from all the way over here. She looks excited to see me. Maybe she's forgiven me for stabbing that dude and cussing her out that night. I wave. She lifts her hand and waves back. Her smile disappears abruptly, and she looks down at her phone again. Her expression becomes a frown, and as she lifts it to her ear, speaks briefly, and then with a quick but heated glance in my direction, she stands to leave, and that mouth-watering body of hers comes fully into view. The crocheted hem of her shorts skims the tops of her supple, shapely thighs, the sight of which sets my palms tingling. I stand, intent on following her, and nearly collide with the server standing at my table with a tray of food balanced on one hand. "Oh, shit," I mutter as I lose sight of Reagan. I sit. A frustrated sigh slips past my lips before I press them together and give the woman a half-hearted smile. "That's mine?" I ask. Her brows furrow, and her smile flattens as concern creases her eyes, and she reaches for the small pad of paper in her shirt front pocket. "You are leaving? Or maybe I have the wrong table?" No, this is right. Sorry, go ahead." I gesture at the table. She nods, but there's a bemused smile on her face as she lays my food out on the table, and the aroma of sweet roasted garlic, caramelized onions, and sizzling carne asada makes my eyes roll back in my head, and my empty stomach growls its demand. I start building my fajita and plan my assault. Even if Tyson's intel about her marriage is right, Reagan Wilde is still out of my league. But being close enough to touch the one horizon I've always wanted to explore, the adrenaline junkie in me can't resist. It's a long shot. She might not be so keen now that she knows I'm not a stranger. I attack my meal with gusto and eat every bite. It's said that fortune favors the bold. I'll need all the stamina I can get because the next time I see her, I'm going to put that theory to the test. 13. Head start. Stone. I'm sitting at the bar, watching the entrance of the restaurant for her, when the intangible but unmistakable sultry citrus scent of her fills my lungs. I stop typing mid-sentence and lay my phone down, just as she slides that fine ass of hers onto the bar stool next to me. "Long time no see," Reagan drawls in her smooth as cream, sexy as fuck voice. Her impossibly dark eyes glint like obsidian coins as she drags them over my face in a frank, possessive appraisal. "Have you come to bring me your panties?" I drawl. She shakes her head no, but a slow smile lifts the corners of her lush mouth before she leans in so close that her lips touch my ear when she speaks. "I wanted to see if you were recovered. I felt guilty leaving you in such a state of obvious need when I got off on your lap." She draws back, and the twinkle in her eye is as intoxicating as her scent and as captivating as her smile. God, the things I want to do to her, aware of where we are and of the rapidly withering integrity of my restraint, I lean away from the temptress and sip the warm, bitter dregs of my beer so that I can speak without clearing my suddenly parched throat. It's nice to know there are still women out there who don't just hit and quit it. Thank you for your concern. Unfortunately, I'm far from recovered. "I could take your word for it, or you could come to my room and let me see for myself." Her gaze is unflinchingly direct, the invitation in them unambiguous. I'd been prepared to wear her down. That she's the one propositioning me slackens my jaw and scrambles my wits. I look from her face to the card and back again as I try to force my brain to work. At my hesitation, doubt clouds her dark eyes, and she glances down to my lap. Her frank gaze lingers there, watching my hardening dick demonstrate what's trapped on my tied tongue. Like the proverbial cat eyeing her bowl of cream, the tip of her tongue strokes her gloss-slicked lips. God, how I want to fuck that mouth. As if she heard me, her gaze snaps to mine, her eyes hooded, luminous, and clear of the uncertainty that flashed in them a few seconds ago. "You may be something of a tease, but your dick certainly isn't," she drawls. I lean in until I'm close enough to smell the juniper on her breath, and the brush of her soft exhales tickle my lips. Those are fighting words. I must defend my honor. My dick challenges your mouth to a duel. Her eyes widen, her chest heaves, but her smile is sure and sensual as she reaches into the back pocket of her tiny shorts. I accept. She pulls a key card out and slides it over to me. Give me 10 minutes, room 3260 at the top of the hill. She steps off the stool, and with a wink, she saunters away. I watch her until she leaves the restaurant and try to catch my breath. My pulse quickens the same way it does at the start of a difficult race. I know she's not a thing to be won or a mountain to be conquered, but damn if I haven't wanted to do both since the day she wrapped her arms around me and changed the course of my entire life. When she got married, my hope of catching my Venus stopped being a deferred dream. At 16, on the cusp of manhood, I discarded it as the fruitless fantasy of a boy too young to know better. Today, there's too much between us for anything more than a tryst. I live on a different continent. She's married. She's my best friend's sister. My brother is fighting like hell to rebuild our family's tattered reputation, and I promised to help him. Getting involved with the wife of a man he does business with would shatter that oath. I signal the bartender and order 2 fingers of whiskey, throw it back, and set my timer for 10 minutes. When the alarm trills, I settle my tab, drop some cash in the tip jar, and make my way up the hill. I wave away the shuttle that slows to pick me up. I need the walk to clear my head. At this point in my life, the kind of trouble she spells is the very last thing I need. I churn the same arguments while I make my way to her room, yet I never consider turning back because for each argument there is a single compelling rebuttal that resounds until it becomes a refrain. The woman of my every dream just offered herself to me. So tonight I'm finally going to have what I want, how I want, and I'm going to enjoy her very much.
14. I want more. Reagan. If you didn't know me, would you want to fuck me? I prop my iPad against the bathroom mirror. I step away, place my hands on my hips, throw my shoulders back, and wait for my friend Charlie to give his verdict. His dark eyes bug out of his head. If my wife walks in right now, which she might 'cause she gets twitchy when you call, she would flip out. Put some damn clothes on. His volume progresses over the course of that sentence, and by the time he's done, he's shouting. He winces. Please, he pleads in a hushed voice. I open my mouth to argue. His wife's jealousy is annoying as hell. But the last thing I want is to make it even more difficult for Charlie to be my friend. I position the camera so he can only see my face, and flash him an apologetic grimace, and perch on the edge of the claw-footed tub. Sorry, I'm just freaking out because I'm about to be naked in front of a man for the first time in 5 years, and I don't want to make a fool of myself. His expression darkens. You're letting Marcel back into your bed? I hope you've got extra strong condoms because there's no... It's not Marcel. Someone I met on vacation. Normally, I'd let him pillory my husband for being a man-whore, but he's the last person I want to talk about. Wow, okay. He lets out a low, long whistle of surprise that raises my hackles. I narrow my eyes. Don't you judge me. You know I've never even considered anything like this. Whoa! You know I would never, he admonishes me with a glare. Look, I believe in the institution of marriage, but you and Marcel, what you have isn't even close to that. I'm just praying this is your first step to finally leaving that son of a bitch. Relief and gratitude swell simultaneously. I hope so, too. I can't regret him because of my children, but I don't want to live like this anymore, I confess. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Excellent. It hurt like hell to lose you to him, and I've been waiting for this day for more than 10 years. Guilt that lives right below the surface simmers. Charlie, No, don't apologize, he snaps, and then softens his rebuke with a tender smile. I've got my girl, and we're happy, and you're one of the best friends I've ever had, Reagan. When I got fired from V&E, and not even my brother-in-law would have lunch with me, who invited me to be her +1 at every single event and paid my legal fees when I thought they were going to cost me everything I'd managed to hold on to? Giving Charlie the benefit of my social credit when he was fired was one of the few times recently that I felt useful. I roll my eyes and flush at the naked gratitude in his eyes. What good are friends if they're not there for you when you actually need them? He grins. Exactly. I'm just glad you're ready to make you the most important person in your life. And let me add that your body is one of the great wonders of the world. Everyone wants to fuck you, even a few straight women I know. I laugh out loud. Oh, shut it, flatterer, I chide, through a fond smile. Charlie's a better friend than I deserve. I only speak the truth. Call me when you're back in Houston. We'll get the kids together, throw some steaks on the grill, and catch up. And since I didn't get caught, I'll thank you for a peek at that very fine ass. He winks and then hangs up. I turn back to the full-length mirror on the back of my bathroom door, and my humor fades as I give myself a critical assessment. My mother jokes that we hail from the same gene pool that produced Naomi Campbell. It's true that genetics have been kind and spared us cellulite and stretch marks. Naomi didn't test the bounds of that generosity by carrying and giving birth to 3 children. When I told my mother I was pregnant, the first appointment she insisted I make was with a plastic surgeon. Between him, my personal trainer, and my Weight Watchers sponsor, I've managed to keep my stomach flat, my tits perky, and my ass firm. I believe Charlie when he says it's generally appealing. But there are places on my body that haven't been restored to their original glory. I run a hand between my thighs and wrinkle my nose at the soft, plump, looser than it used to be flesh I encounter. My handsome stranger's not co-ed or anything, but he doesn't look older than 30. Has he ever seen a vagina that's given birth? Much less 3 times. I sigh and draw my hand away. Does it matter that my pussy's not so pretty anymore? He's going to fuck it, not look at it. I wash my hands and startle at the unfamiliar sight of my ringless left hand. Taking it off for the first time in a decade was fraught with a whole host of emotions. Not one of them is shame or regret. I pour myself a shot of the exceptional clear tequila and throw it back without any ceremony. I glance at the clock. It's been more than 20 minutes since I left that bar. What if he's not coming? Like a divine reminder that everything is happening exactly as it should, my pang of doubt is followed by the sweet sound of knuckles rapping on my door. Remember, you deserve to feel good, I tell myself as I reach for my robe. As soon as I slip my arm in, I hesitate. Why am I bothering? I look good. And if this turns out to be my one chance at something like this, then I'm going all in. I lay it across the back of the chair, stride to the door, and fling it open, and feast my eyes on the sexiest man I've ever seen. He's leaning against the frame, looking like he just walked out of a magazine called Men Who Make Women Thirsty, the Dick Trap edition. There's too much character in his face for him to be described as classically handsome. His mouth is too broad, his lips full, the top slightly more so than the bottom. His beard is close-cropped but fuller than a 5 o'clock shadow, and the smirk tugging up the left side of that sinful mouth widens. "Are you gonna come in?" I ask him after the third time he opens and then closes his mouth without saying anything. He nods but doesn't say anything, but if the bulge in his pants were a word, that word would be yes. We stand there like that, like a couple that just ended a dance with a dip. I grab the front of his shirt and give him a firm tug. He kicks the door closed and loses his footing, and we both teeter momentarily. He recovers his footing and wraps one strong arm around my waist and cradles the back of my head with the other. "You okay?" he asks. I nod, but I could be falling through space and wouldn't care. I'm riveted by eyes that call to mind the brown sugar, butter, and cream pralines I gorge myself on at Christmas. Golden brown and endlessly tempting. I'm enthralled by the heat of his palm on my bare back, the slide of his strong fingers as they curl around my rib cage, and the tips of them brushing the sensitive underside of my breast. "I'm so clumsy," I say with a breathy giggle and coquettish voice that I know for certain has never passed my lips before. "No, you're so unbelievably beautiful." His eyes darken, accentuating the flecks of gold around his pupils. He pulls me up to standing straight and cups one of my bare ass cheeks, squeezes and pulls so that the cool air of the hotel room touches the hottest part of my body. He growls, his eyes narrowing to slits when I whimper at the swirl of his thumb over my clit. 1,000 pinpricks of pleasure ignite when his exquisitely clever fingers stroke and probe my pussy for the first time. I rock against his hand, seeking and desperate. His touch goes from reverent to ravenous, prying, prodding, plunging. "Did you ask me here to fuck you?" His voice is urgent, rough as gravel, and sends a ravishing shiver through me. I shake my head and pant through a grin when he grits his teeth in frustration. "I invited you here so that I could fuck you." His chuckle is wicked with satisfaction, and it makes my toes curl. "What are you waiting for, then?" "I want to do something," I whisper as my eyes follow the trail of my hand over the contour of his broad shoulders, fascinated by the velvet smooth skin and its perfect concert with the muscle, sinew, and bone it's wrapped around. I explore his trim, muscled, girded waist and lean hips with wonder and avarice. I've never touched a body so finely formed. For the first time in my adult life, I understand why women make fools of themselves over men. I say a quick prayer of thanks that my tryst is going to be with someone who could have been ripped from the pages of my fantasies and who I never have to see again. This must be that good karma I've been hearing about my whole life. Like the grateful sinner that I am, I drop to my knees on the soft cream-colored carpet. My unpracticed fingers fumble with the buttons of his jeans, but get them unfastened just as I see his hands twitch impatiently at his sides. The zipper parts to reveal more smooth skin, stretched taut over exquisite muscle and a network of veins, along with a dusting of golden hair that's like a road map leading me to pleasure. I'm treated to the mouth-watering sight of the crown of his penis pushing past the elastic waistband of his briefs. The rest of his thick, rigid length strains against the black fabric. May I put my mouth on you? I ask, and gaze up at him through my lashes. He's panting, and when he speaks, his teeth are clenched. Anything. You can have anything you want. The knowledge that I made a man like this, breathless with need, takes my breath away. I lean forward and circle my tongue over the hot, smooth skin. Dear Lord, he tastes so good. He throws his head back, exposing the strong column of his throat and the defined line of his jaw. His plump lower lip is caught between his perfectly straight, white teeth. Every single inch of him is wildly attractive. It's only when my hand comes into contact with the unbelievably soft skin of his rock-hard erection that I manage to pull my eyes away from his achingly handsome face. I lean in and pull the tip between my lips and suck softly. He releases a shuddering breath and mutters something I can't make out. His hand curves around my head, his fingers tangling in my hair, coaxing me forward. I take my first taste of him with just the tip of my tongue pressed into the small slit at the top of his dark head. I slide my lips down and pull him in, as far as I can, relaxing my throat when my gag reflex threatens. I can't take him all, but I wrap my fingers around his base. He hisses, and his fingers spear into my hair and curl into a fist. He covers my hand with his and thrusts into my mouth, making my eyes and pussy water. Fuck, yes, that is the shit, he growls. His hand tightens its grip on my hair when I cup his balls. I love that so damn much, he croons. His hips pump faster and his salty pre-cum beads on my tongue. I suck his dark, throbbing crown harder and his big body jerks. It's too good. Too much, he groans. Then suddenly the tugging pressure of his hand is gone from my hair, and when my cry of complaint loosens the tight sucking hold I have on him, he slips out of my mouth. I wasn't done. I pout and reach for him again. I don't want the first time I come with you to be in your mouth. He steps out of my reach and gives me a grin so wicked that my toes curl. He pulls a condom out of his pocket and sheaths himself within a matter of seconds. Get off that floor and let me get in that pussy. He growls and leans down, cups my elbows, and hauls me up to standing. His hands are back at my ass, cupping this time when he lifts me. I use the same resistance that stymied him last time, but he doesn't let me down. Woman, wrap your legs around my waist, he growls. I'm too heavy, I protest. Not for me, goddess. He slaps my ass and I yelp and wrap my legs around his waist, and he nods in satisfaction and grins as he walks us over to the bed. He sits and scoots us back until he's against the headboard. He leans toward me, his mouth aimed at mine. I close my eyes and my lips tingle in anticipation. Instead, he presses that sinning mouth to my neck. Any disappointment I feel at not kissing him disappears when the moment his unbelievably soft lips part and he feasts on the sensitive, heated skin of my throat. I clutch his head, holding him there while pleasure courses through me. I'm really ready to fuck you, but I've been dreaming about tasting your pussy after you left the delicious smell of it all over my shorts. I can't help my bark of surprised laughter. My stomach flips at the easy, sexy smile he gives me in return. I guess it should be a balm to my wounded pride that I at least made you laugh. It's like the horizon, the edge of something. Your laugh sounds the way a sunrise looks. I could probably listen to it all day. My God, you're a total Casanova. Are you a professional seducer of women? It's his turn to laugh, but it's a devilish laugh if ever I've heard one. Nah, I'm an amateur. I do it for the love of it. But it's nice to know that I'm good enough to be mistaken for a pro. He grins like the wolf who thinks no one can see him behind his sheep's clothing, but nothing, not even that charmingly roguish smile, can hide the overtly male confidence that comes from knowing that you're good at pleasing women. I like that very much. You look like an angel, but you're such a bad boy. There's certainly nothing boyish about my bad, and in the heaven I'm about to take you to, angels aren't allowed. I groan in exaggerated pain. That was terrible, but at least now I know you're not perfect. His eyes narrow in good-natured challenge. I'm about to make you take those words back. How? Whoa! I yelp when he spans my waist with both hands and lifts me up over his head while he slides down until he's lying flat. He sets me down so that my knees straddle his head. His face is inches from the one place I was sure he wouldn't look. Instinct and insecurity have me drawing my thighs closed. Don't move, goddess. He grabs my thighs to hold me in place. I close my eyes when his fingers spread me open. Fuck. Your pussy is spectacular. His words come out in a rumbling groan and I glance down. His ravenous gaze devours me. He wraps his big hands around my thighs in vice-like grip and pulls them apart, spreading my knees until my pussy hovers right over his parted, plump lips. You don't have to. My words dissolve into a guttural exhalation when his hot, slick mouth opens over me. I let out a cry of pleasure when the stiffened point of his tongue finds my clit and flicks it. I close my eyes against the exquisite surge of moisture and delicious coil of tension in my core as his lips suck and tug and his tongue strokes and fucks. He's so sweet and so filthy all at once. His mouth was made for this kind of worship. Nothing I've experienced in my entire life has ever felt this good. When he pulls my clit into his mouth and sucks, my entire body buckles. I fall forward, held upright only by the headboard and tight grip of his strong hands. A titillating pressure builds inside me, and my other senses seem to wrap themselves around it so that all I'm capable of is feeling. I come on a wave of blistering ecstasy that draws a cry from me that's been building for years. It's a lush, layered cacophony of celebration, surrender, and serenade. The sex god between my thighs gazes up at me with heavy-lidded adoration. My thundering heart stutters on the flash of déjà vu that's gone as quickly as it came. I trace his brows with a trembling hand, and his eyes flutter closed, and the furrow between his dark slashing brows relaxes under the pads of my fingers, as if my touch is relief. He pulls my throbbing, stiff clitoris back between his lips and sucks it. I shriek at the sharp spike of pleasure. He's relentless, his tongue and mouth insatiable. I lose count after my third orgasm. My sweat-drenched, trembling body has been rendered boneless after being battered by the waves after wave of pleasure. Please, it's too much. I can't. I pant, my voice hoarse from the screams his talented mouth coaxed from me. He presses a kiss to my inner thigh and pulls me down so that I'm resting on his chest. Without the headboard to support me, my boneless body lists forward. He sits up and takes my weight, and our foreheads rest against each other. His eyes are closed. His lips are slightly parted, slick, and as red as the center of a ripe cherry. I want to know what his mouth feels like, and what I taste like on his lips. Is kissing allowed? I ask, my pride taking a back seat to my hunger for him. His eyes pop open, and the golden brown in them glitters as a wide, wolfish grin spreads across his face.
It's fucking mandatory,
he growls, and then enforces his edict. His lips are softer than I could imagine. Mine seem to sink into them. I groan, and he slips his tongue into my mouth. The rough scrape of it, tinged with the taste of me, makes me crazy. He moves us until his erection is pressed hot and heavy against my inner thigh. His kiss is exploring and consuming all at once. I rock my hips, and his dick glides through the desire-soaked lip of my sex. I cup his face in my hands and hold him still while I feast on his sweet mouth. I lift my hips so that the broad, blunt crown of his dick breaches my body. His groan rumbles in his chest, but he doesn't break our kiss. He wraps one arm around my shoulders, and then he drives into me with the ease of a hot knife slicing into butter, filling me, deeper in me than anything I've ever felt. The friction of our bodies coming together sparkles, shimmers, and burns. It is nothing short of sublime. He breaks our kiss and presses his face into my neck. You feel better than I could have ever imagined. His breaths are harsh and hot against my skin. He drags his open mouth over my shoulder and bites. I arch my back, let my hair spill over the arms that hold me in place while he fucks me hard and fast. I'm on top, but he's driving and setting a punishing, desperate pace that is everything I needed this to be. The coiling heat inside of me expands and starts to burst. He loosens his hold on me and dips his head to my chest. His mouth closes over my nipple and sucks. There is a tempest building inside of me, and this man is in command of it. When it breaks, it's only the arms he's wrapped around my waist that keep me from flying away. When the mist of lust starts to clear, I realize he's moved us. He's sitting pressed on the headboard with my body draped over his. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my back. His lips pepper kisses on my shoulders. Oh my God. I think I nearly died. I pant. He brushes a lock of hair out of the way and presses his lips to my ear. I'm not done with you. The dark promise is in his rasp that makes my everything curl. He moves us so I'm on my stomach, my face pressed to the sheets that smell like us. Hair sticks to my face, and my muscles feel spent, but I lift my hips in shameless invitation. I moan when he answers me with one long, hard, glorious thrust. He's so thick. I've never been so full, and I'm dizzy with pleasure and excitement as he pistons his hips. His heavy balls slap my ass with each thrust. His hand glides up my sweaty back and splays into my thick, unruly hair. The blunt scrape of his nails against my scalp as he gathers a fistful of my hair and yanks my head up with a tug that skirts the edge of vicious. The bite of pain only intensifies the bliss that is him moving inside of me. God, I wish you could see what I'm seeing. Your gorgeous pussy taking my dick like it's hungry for it. He sounds like he's witnessing a miracle. I twist my head and look over my shoulder and am riveted by the vision that greets me. His body is perfect. His broad, sculpted chest glistens, and his washboard abs flex and ripple with each thrust of his hips. His eyes are closed, his plump lower lip caught between his teeth. His unbelievably handsome face is flushed with exertion. He's a walking wet dream. His eyes fly open, spearing me. My whole heart flies into my throat at the unmistakable and intense flash of déjà vu returns. But before I can process it, he leans over and takes my mouth in a ravenous kiss that sends my pulse into riots. He breaks our kiss and presses his lips to my ear, his hot breath tickling my neck. Am I hurting you, goddess? In answer, I reach around to grab his thigh and growl, "More." His nostrils flare and he grinds his hips against my ass, pressing deeper than I knew was possible. He drapes his big body over mine, presses one hand to the mattress and wraps his other arm around my waist and drives into me fast and hard. Each thrust makes my toes curl. His hand glides down my stomach and slides between my thighs. His fingers find my clit at just the right place. Oh, right there. Oh, my God. I cry out, and he heeds it. In just a few strokes of his magical fingers, I'm there. This time, he comes with me. He groans out his release and fucks me relentlessly until he's spent. And then he falls on top of me, and I savor his heavy, sweaty, hot body for the few seconds he stays like that. He flops onto his back, and I muster the strength to roll to my side so I can take him in. He's glorious in his male perfection. The corded muscles that cover every inch of his body glisten with a light sheen of sweat. His penis is still partially erect and bobs between his thick, hairy thighs. Without opening his eyes, he reaches over and slaps my ass. My surprised cry turns into a moan at the possessive caress that follows it. I hope you're gonna let me fuck this ass next, he drawls lazily. Next? You want more? I ask in delight and surprise. Yeah, Captain Obvious. I freeze and draw back to look at him. Only one person has ever called me that, and he was small and scrawny and wore glasses. Or at least he used to be. I turn over and peer at the man in my bed. I didn't ask his name because I didn't want to know, and he hasn't asked mine because maybe he already knows it. Stone? I whisper, and watch in horror as his eyes open, all hazel and beautiful, and so very familiar. My heart skips several beats as I see what I should have the instant I looked at him. This cannot be happening. I draw a pillow over my head to muffle the groan I can't choke back. Reagan, are you okay? He lifts the pillow off my face and peers down at me, his eyebrows raised in amused curiosity. When he sees the expression on my face, his amusement turns to concern. "You're Stone Rivers?" I ask slowly, each word weighted down with incredulity and disbelief. Yeah." His eyes narrow in confusion, like we've talked about this 1,000 times already. Panic grips me, and I scramble off the bed and grab the robe I so recklessly discarded earlier. I grab the phone from the bedside and hold it in front of me like it's a weapon. "If Marcel set this shit up, I swear to God, I'll see him in hell before I let him use it against me." "Wait, what?" He lurches back like I've slapped him. His eyes widen with shock. I glare at him. "Last time I saw you, you said you hated me. Now, the first time I travel anywhere by myself in 10 years, you're here?" I snarl. He sits up slowly, his expression completely blank, and his guarded eyes not leaving me for a second. He opens his mouth and then closes it. His throat convulses. "Who sent you here?" I shout in a voice strangled by dizzying panic. How could I have been so colossally stupid? "This isn't what you think. Just let me get dressed, okay?" He eyes me like he might a dangerous animal as he stands and reaches for the jeans on the floor. I turn away from him and pace in an agitated circle and try to find something sensible to cling to inside my racing mind. Reagan. I whirl to face him. The hesitancy in his voice is reflected by the dubious cast of his gaze. "Well?" I demand, with an impatient wave of my hands before I cross my arms over my chest. I thought you knew it was me." "How?" "You were a stranger on the shuttle." I point my accusing finger at him. He narrows his gaze and rolls his shoulders, and his nostrils flare. "Do you remember anything about me from Rivers, Wilde?" "Yes! I remember that you stabbed my boyfriend, told me you wished you'd never met me, and ran off." He closes his eyes, pinches the bridge of his nose, and exhales a harsh breath. When he looks at me again, one corner of his mouth lifts in a sardonic, scornful smirk. "And you think that I've been what? Plotting revenge because you broke my 10-year-old heart? But what else could you be doing here? There's not enough coincidence in the world for this to be one," I demand, and he raises his eyebrows. "Didn't Tyson text you?" The shock that hits me couldn't be more potent if he'd dumped ice-cold water on my head. "Tyson? How do you know Tyson?" "From college. U of H. We were texting while I was by the pool. He said he was going to send you a message, so you'd be expecting me to come and say hi. You waved," he adds in frustration when I just stare blankly. "You told Tyson? Oh, shit. What did he say? Is he on his way here?" I cover my mouth to muffle the scream that's building as the full implication of this disaster starts to sink in. "Why would Tyson be on his way here?" he asks. One eye squints at me as if he's not sure I'm completely sane. "To kick your ass? He doesn't play that shit with his friends and me. He would take this as the height of disrespect. He's very protective. If he knows whatever, he's going to want to kill you." "I didn't tell him I was here with you. I just told him I saw you. He doesn't know about our history, and Tyson may be protective, but we're adults, and no one is kicking my ass." He grabs his shirt and pulls it over his head in a rough motion. His expression when he looks at me again is, oh my God, how could I have not seen it? It's him. Of course it's him. Even his anger is exactly the same, filling the space between us as it grows. He holds his phone out to me. I take it and read the exchange between him and Tyson. I flush. Tyson is such a blabbermouth. He shouldn't be telling you this stuff, I grumble as I read it. But when I'm done, the smile I offer as I give the phone back is both sheepish and relieved. You could have told me. How in the world would I have recognized you, Stone? All this time, I've been looking for a guy who's 5'5" max, with glasses that won't stay on his nose, and skin that's pale from being in a lab somewhere all day. I sputter. I sound stupid, and I know it, but I'm flabbergasted by the way he's changed. He grins. You've been looking for me? I scowl. I mean, not actively, but I thought maybe I'd run into you somewhere, maybe. I give him an appreciative once-over. I wouldn't have ever imagined you'd be so built. His grin spreads as he flexes one of his impressive biceps, kisses it, and winks. I had a growth spurt. Glad you approve. He's really gorgeous when he smiles like that. But even that smile can't make me forget what a disaster this is. Whatever he sees in my expression sobers him up. He sighs and walks up to me. Honestly, it didn't occur to me that you'd be inviting me to your room if you didn't know who I was. I throw my hands up in exasperation. Hello? I rode your dick on the shuttle, I remind him. It's okay. I whirl away from him and head for the door. This did not happen. You have to leave. His hands close over my shoulders before I take 2 steps and move to stand in front of me. I squeeze my eyes shut, but even with them closed, I can't reconcile this big, fine man with the small boy that's lived in my memories. I'm sorry, Reagan, but it did happen, and it was pretty fucking hot. I'm married, I blurt, and then feel stupid. Well, you better tell your vagina. She doesn't seem to remember that anymore, he says, and then smiles. Are you smiling? Why, there's nothing funny happening here. I didn't say anything was funny, and I can't help it that I'm finding quite a lot to smile about. You thought I was a stranger. You wanted to fuck me because you think I'm hot. Not because you thought I was safe. I thought Tyson... You cannot tell Tyson. And if my husband finds out... You won't, he says, as if it's that easy to dismiss Marcel. But some of the nonchalance in his expression fades. He can't. I won't make excuses for myself, but I haven't been with him or anyone in more than 5 years. I'm going through a lot right now, and yes, I thought you were a handsome stranger who I could take home and then never see me again. He finishes for me. Yes, exactly. And it was amazing. If you hadn't turned out to be you, I'd ask you to stay. Then pretend I'm not me, and give me those seconds you promised. His hands slip off my shoulders and start to move down my back. I yank out of his reach and raise a hand in warning, and he steps toward me. That was before I knew who you were, Stone. This shouldn't have happened, and I'm sorry, but you have to leave now. Please, I urge when he looks like he wants to argue with me. He nods, his expression neutral but good-natured. You need time to get your head wrapped around everything. No, I don't. I already regret it. I inform him with all the resolve I can muster. Why? Because it was wrong. Why? Stop saying why, I say through clenched teeth. Stop making me say it. He remains completely unruffled. You don't have any regrets? I ask, confounded by his lack of remorse.
None. How could I? It's you.
But you don't hate me still? I ask. His brows draw together in surprise.
I was 10, Reagan. I didn't mean it. And by the time I got my head clear enough to apologize, you'd left for college. I wanted to apologize for what I said. I was jealous because I wanted to be your boyfriend. I was too young to understand how ludicrous that was, but I have never, ever hated you. I'm here because I want to have sex with you in every way it's possible to have sex, as many times as you'll let me. This is too much. I am caught in a maelstrom of confusion and horror and, to my surprise, lust. He touches the tip of that wicked tongue to my mouth and smiles, and I love the way you taste. I want more, and I know you want to give it to me. I want to deny it, but it is pointless to try. So I just walk to the bathroom and stay there until I hear him say, "See you tomorrow, goddess." I crawl into my big, empty bed, and I lie there, wishing he was there.
15. Can I kiss you? Reagan.
What did you do to him, Reggie? He's been watching you all night.
Maddie nudges me. I grimace and shake my head. Nothing that's ever going to happen again, and he knows it. I take another sip of my ginger beer and vodka, but I hardly taste it. Are you sure he knows that? He's sure not looking like he does. Maddie teases in an amused, sing-song voice. It doesn't matter. I know. I skewer her with a challenging glare. She nudges my shoulder with hers. Oh, come on. It's at least a little flattering that he's looking at you like he wants to throw you over his shoulder and carry you out of here.
Not at all,
I say, and Maddie gives me a knowing side-eye, but doesn't say more. She knows I'm lying. How could I not be flattered? I've felt his eyes on me since we walked in. Once I met his gaze, thinking he'd look away when I did, but he just smiled. I haven't looked again. I don't want to encourage him to come over and start talking. Between spending time with Maddie and running into Stone, it's like my past is trying to make itself relevant again. That is the very last thing I need. My present is enough to deal with. I've been beside myself with mortification, but when a memory of the night before randomly intrudes into my thoughts, it leaves me hot, panting, and wet. My body is still on fire from what he did to me with his mouth and his gloriously thick dick. God, whoever said size didn't matter had never come across one like Stone's. I've seen dildos less perfect. Since he left my room, I've been swinging on a pendulum of indecision. I spend half the day thinking about how to make sure we don't find ourselves alone again. The other half was spent hatching frantic schemes to ensure we did, which is crazy. Last night shouldn't have happened. It was so wrong. But I'm very attracted to him. If I'm honest, my body isn't the only part of me that's responding to him. There was something about the little boy who I found hiding in the back room of the bakery that summer. He was so sad and so brave, and the harrowing experience we shared the last time he came to the bakery reshaped the trajectory of my life. Last night, when he looked me in the eye and said, "See you tomorrow," I saw it. The determination that filled the glittering depths of his eyes was the very same I saw in his expression right before he stabbed Weston in the back. But that's the only thing about him that's the same. In every way, he's a new person. Well, at least you won't be all alone when I leave tomorrow. I turned to her, my expression pleading. Oh, can't you stay a few more days? She purses her lips and shakes her head. I gotta be at work on Tuesday, but I'm sure he'll be happy to keep you company. She tips her head to the side where I know he's sitting. I'll be fine. I brought a book. She laughs. You know what? He looks like the guy from A Fault in Our Stars, but 10 years older because of the facial hair. He doesn't look anything like that kid. He looks like James Norton. Who? The hot priest in Grantchester? I explain, knowing that she'll get it then. Oh my God, you're right. I's gonna say no because Grantchester is blonder and not as bootylicious, but yes, I see it. And definitely that mouth. Ugh, stop drooling over him. I elbow her. Why? You said you're done with him, right? Why do I have to play nice just because you can't? And if he's into older women, shut up, okay? I'm not that much older than him. The words ring true. 8 years might have been a big deal back then, but now? There's nothing to indicate the difference between his age and mine is anything but a number. The way he touched me wasn't the way a man without experience would. He can't be older than 28 or 29, but from the way he looks and how sexually relaxed he seems to be, he's more experienced than I am. I didn't know sex could be like that. I wish I could just enjoy one more night, but I've played with fire. So far, I've gotten away unscathed. I shouldn't take any more chances. This can't be a simple affair we just walked away from when we're done. He's Tyson's friend, and his brother, Hayes Rivers, is a friend and business partner of Marcel and Remy's. Hayes is getting married soon, and Marcel is flying from Paris, so we can go together. What will happen when I see him there? Just picturing it makes my stomach queasy. Oh, shit, he's coming over, Maddie says in a low voice. My stomach drops, but I straighten my shoulders and take a deep, fortifying breath when he slides into the seat on the other side of me. I smell the same verbena, coconut, and clean I did last night. I squeeze my eyes together to ease the ache blooming there. Hello, goddess. His voice rumbles low and hot in my ear. Just like that, I'm wet. Annoyed at my traitorous, I stiffen. Don't call me that. I keep my eyes on the bar. Hello, Maddie croons jovially and reaches across me to wave enthusiastically at him. His smile brightens. Hi, Maddie, right? Stone. He reaches over to take her hand. Ah, you have a good memory, she coos. I ignore the small flare of irrational jealousy when their hands touch. I sip my drink, and the cold and spicy effervescence settle my bubbling nerves and cool my overheating head. I feel his eyes on me, and I dart a dark glance at him without turning my head. Hasn't anyone told you it's rude to stare? I say, and take another sip of my drink. Yes, but I can't seem to help myself when it comes to you. That's not a huge endorsement for your self-control, then. You should try harder. I'd like to try doing obscene things to your mouth and pussy with my hard dick instead, he whispers. A bolt of White-hot, unmitigated pleasure hits me squarely between my thighs, and I can't bite back my groan. And that's my cue to leave. Maddie slides off her seat and looks back and forth between us before she smiles. Reggie, the dick I was talking about yesterday, the kind that makes good women into fools, be sure you wear a condom on your heart, 'cause this one is gonna fuck your feelings, she pronounces with a grin before she melts into the crowd forming on the nearby dance floor. You were talking about my dick yesterday, he drawls in my ear. I turn to face him, my chest, thighs, and nipples all tighten at once. His eyes are full of his wicked intent, but his strong, sharply defined jaw is relaxed. His lips are spread in a delicious smile that makes me want to lean forward and bite them. I scowl at him and turn to face the bar again. You drove my friend away. He lifts one of his large, surprisingly elegant hands and signals for the bartender, and then flashes a brilliant grin that makes me ache. Good. Three's a crowd when it comes to sex. I give him a glare. Stone, Reagan, he says, in a mimic of my warning tone. To my surprise, I giggle. He grins and presses his advantage. You promised me seconds. I watch him from the corner of my eye while he orders a neat glass of scotch. He's in jeans and a white dress shirt that looks custom-made to my well-trained eye. He's wearing a thin gold cuff on his right wrist. Otherwise, he's completely unadorned, and he doesn't need anything more. Stone is man candy, the kind that should come with a warning label that reads, "One bite won't be enough." Several women at the bar have given him the once-over. One of them is actively trying to catch his attention in the mirror. I give her a venomous smile when our gazes meet, and her eyes widen slightly before she turns to talk to the women on her left. That was small of me. Oh, if I had any sense, I would point him in that woman's direction and go back to my room and call my kids. The waitress sets his drink down and refills my shot glass without even asking. I give her a grateful smile and throw the shot back. Rough day? Stone asks conversationally. I huff out a laugh. Something like that. I've got something for that, Reagan. Let me make you feel good. He's laying it on thick. There's no ambiguity in his approach. He's not being presumptuous or coy. It's been a long time since I've been pursued by a man, and it feels good. But I shouldn't do this. Why not? Doesn't this feel good? Like no time has passed at all. I scoff, but my drink turns bitter in the back of my throat. I pivot so my whole body is facing him and meet his eyes. The amusement in them annoys me even further. Listen, you're holding on to nostalgia. You had a crush on me then, right? I'm not that girl anymore, I warn him. Well, that's good. I don't date little girls. I date women. Because I'm a man. Not that I need to remind you, since I spent a good bit of effort making your whole body aware of that fact yesterday. I throw the rest of my drink back and let out a tremulous sigh. Stone, no one on this planet would ever mistake you for anything other than a man, and I'm not worried about your age. Then let's leave the past in the past. Let's talk about right now. A hand comes to rest on my thigh. Did you like what we did last night? He whispers in my ear. I should push his hand away, but it feels so good. Do you want me to do it again? I shiver and close my eyes. His fingers slip under the lace of my panties. I gasp, casting an anxious glance around the bar. No one is watching, goddess. His voice is a silk lure, and my thighs part. I finally look at him, and the hunger in his gaze quickens my pulse. All you have to do is tell me to stop, and I will, he says. I couldn't tell him to stop if someone was holding a gun to my head. I never want him to stop. His fingers skim up and up and up. I can't tell where the heat is coming from, him or me, but from the very center of my body to the tips of my extremities, I'm ablaze. Let's go back to your room and spend the entire night together. I have years and years of fantasies to live out with you. I want to suck your toes and fuck your ass and watch your lips stretch around my dick, he whispers. Oh my God, I have never wanted any of those things, but now I feel like I need them all. Will you let me? He coos. His fingers trail up and he rubs my clit through my panties. My head lolls forward and he cups my neck and presses his lips to my cheek, kissing his way to my ear while he continues his sensual strokes. Oh, fuck the rules. I breathe. He pulls his hand away and lifts it to his nose and inhales. Your pussy is so delicious, Reagan. My name on his lips is even more erotic than the words that preceded it. I knew you couldn't say no. It was too good between us. He's not wrong, but I can't help but feel like I've made this too easy for him. He walked over assured of his conquest. This man is all alpha, and I know that he'll be at his best if he's got to work for it. Last night was amazing, but tonight, I want him in a lather. I want him to leave me sore and bruised so I can hold on to these feelings for as long as possible. I haven't said yes. You want me? You'll have to catch me first. I hop off the stool and wave for the bartender. Settle the tab first, will ya? I chuckle at the bemused expression on his face as I turn and hurry away. When I exit the restaurant, I glance over my shoulder to see where he is. He's further away than I thought, but he's following me, his eyes alight with a determined glint that thrills me. I hurry across the lobby and head down a hallway that ends with a bank of elevators. I don't know where I'm going, or what I'll find on the floors above the lobby and its bar, but I don't care, as long as I can get him alone. I wait until I hear his footfalls behind me before I press the button to call the lift. The doors open immediately and I step inside. "Hold that door," he calls and starts to jog. "You'll have to be faster than that," I say teasingly when the doors start to close. He breaks into a sprint, and just when I'm sure he's not going to make it, his fingers slip in between the two doors just before they slam shut. They bounce open instantly, and he steps inside. Reagan. He says my name like it's a promise he's making as he reaches up and presses a button that stops the elevator from its ascent. Hi, Stone. He slips a hand around my waist and turns me so I'm facing him, too. My hands have a mind of their own because, despite every last shred of good sense I have screaming for me to stop, they slide up his muscular shoulders and drape themselves around his neck. Everything about this, from attraction itself to the reckless behavior it spawned, is a bad idea. But my fingers dance up his collar and twirl in his hair. It's so soft. I wonder what it smells like. He walks us backward until I'm pressed against the mirrored glass of the elevator, and he lifts me by the waist and sets my ass on the narrow handrail. His hands rest on either side of my head, and he spears me in place with his eyes. I wasn't chasing you. This was a lure. You're an excellent hunter. I nod in agreement. He drops his head and presses his nose to my throat. "Can I kiss you right here?" he asks. I don't understand the tears that sting the back of my eyes at his question, but it makes me want to give him whatever he asks for. At my nod, he presses a feather-light kiss to my throat. I arch my neck, pressing closer, my head spinning already. The sharp edge of his teeth scrapes along my jawline. He nips my chin before he kisses and sucks his way back down my neck. I'm balanced precariously on my perch, with Stone pressed between my thighs, devouring me like I'm his to consume. His touch is driving me wild. The loud buzzing is like a needle scratching a record. We jump apart, both wide-eyed and panting.
"Hello? This is security. We're getting you out."
A loud voice comes over the loudspeaker. It sounds vaguely familiar, and it sends my panic into overdrive. "Oh my God, this is a disaster," I cry and start wiping my mouth and fixing my hair and straightening my clothes.
"It's just security."
I snap a glance at him in the mirror and see the irritation in his voice furrowing his brow. "I think I know that voice," I whisper urgently, cursing my stupidity and swearing to be good if I get out of this.
"So, we're in an elevator, both fully clothed. It's hardly suspicious,"
he says, and his calm voice annoys me. The elevator whines and my heart hammers against my breastbone. "Let's just get off like we're strangers. You go first, and I'll call you when I get to my room, okay?" I mutter, and then put my game face on. The man on the other side isn't anyone I've ever seen before, and the rush of relief I feel almost makes me nauseous. Stone thanks the man for his help, bids me a civil good evening, and strolls away. I walk with the maintenance man back to the lobby and make small talk until we part ways at the huge fountain that sits at the center of it. I walk on trembling legs to the nearest bench and sit. The fear I'd felt in that elevator when I thought I knew that voice had been unreal. What would I have done if it had been someone I know? I've held on to my marriage by Faustian bargain. Marcel has broken faith with me more times than I can count, and I don't owe him my fidelity or discretion. But there are more than just our reputations at stake. Buried somewhere in our prenup, there are all sorts of morality clauses tied to alimony and, more importantly, custody. Charlie was right. What we have isn't a marriage. We'll never be intimate again, but Marcel has made it clear that leaving him would be nothing short of a battle. If I'm going to do it, I don't need to give him any ammunition. Cursing my choices and my husband, I start from my room. I was lucky just now, but this is a popular and public place. I was crazy to think I could have an affair with him here. I'm not going to call Stone when I get back to my room, and since I have no idea when he's leaving, I'll be spending the rest of my time there. It sucks, but I always eat my vegetables, even when they're covered in shit. Last night will have to be enough. My stomach tightens and disappointment lodges in my throat. Discipline, Reagan. I am the most disciplined person I know. I don't say that as a point of pride, but as a matter of fact. It's what has pulled me back up every time life has forced me to my knees. It's my superpower. And that makes Stone Rivers what? My kryptonite. Because the minute I breathe the same air as him, I find myself confronting bullies breaking decades of family code, fornicating in public, and shattering rules that I have never even been tempted to bend. He knows where my room is, but certainly he can't come in unless I open that door. And tomorrow I'll request a room change. And I won't leave my room until it's time for me to go home early next week. I have my books, my laptop, my phone, and a killer view. I could go home early, but I don't know when I'll get a chance to be alone like this again. The steady stream of room service will be a boon for the staff. They'll get tips each time they bring me something, so that's a silver lining. God only knows what kind of germs I'm avoiding by not using any of the 6 pools on site. I have a hot tub on my balcony, and that's going to be amazing. By the time I'm stepping off the elevator, my resolve is firm, and I'm feeling like maybe this won't be so bad after all. Until I see Maddie sitting on the floor outside my room. 16. Breaking. Reagan. "Hey," I call as I approach. Maddie looks up and gives me an awkward smile. "You're alone?" She lifts up to standing in front of my door and crosses her arms tightly over her chest as if she's warding off the cold. She smiles, but the tense set of her jaw puts me on edge. I mimic her stance and don't return her smile. Yeah, we had to go our separate ways. "So, are you going to see him again?" she asks, and I get the distinct impression she's stalling. Probably not. It was reckless. "What's up?" I add to preempt any more beating around the bush. She purses her lips and clears her throat. "I just wanted to say goodbye. It was nice to see you." I nod my head slowly, my expression one of exaggerated expectancy, as I wait for her to say whatever she's clearly holding back. When she just looks up and down the corridor and doesn't say anything else, my discomfort grows. "Well, my number hasn't changed. If you're ever in Houston, let me know." I pull my key card out of my pocket. "Wait, do you still have the bakery?" I quirk my eyebrow in bemusement at her out-of-left-field question. "It's still there, but we sold it to a new owner." "We? Are you back at Wilde?" Her expression is neutral, but her cryptic question feels far from benign, and I'm beyond ready for her to get to the point. No, nope, my grandfather's banishment stuck. She relaxes her shoulders a little and her jaw loosens, as if she's relieved to hear that. "So what do you do now?" "I raise my children and raise money for causes I believe in." "You don't work at all?" I tense. Years of mommy wars and my own dissatisfaction with the state of my life put me on the defensive. Marcel thinks it's a negative reflection on him as a provider if his wife works to earn wages. I mimic my husband's French treatment of the word wages, imbuing it with all of the disdain that he does. Maddie raises an eyebrow in surprise. "And you don't mind that?" "The Reagan I knew is gone." I make light of my heavy predicament and force a resigned smile. "That's too bad. Maddie's gaze falls away, almost shyly. "I miss her." A spark of hope kindles in my chest. "But maybe we could, I don't know, get to know each other again?" Her dark, inscrutable gaze snaps to my face. She scans it with a grim frown thinning her lips. "Do you believe, Rebecca?" I blink, her sharply delivered question like water flung in my eyes. Her dark eyes flicker with disappointment before they shudder again and my hackles rise. I straighten my posture and cross my shoulders. You couldn't leave with us in a good place. You had to pick a fight. She throws her head back in a humorless cackle. I wish one weekend and a few conversations was all it took for us to be in a good place. She fills the words with scorn in her lip curls. I'm not surprised you think so, though. You've been keeping up appearances so long you forgot what real relationships look like. My patience, already brittle, starts to splinter and crack. I cross my arms over my chest and uncross them quickly. I'm not the one who should be on the defensive. And you do? Who are your friends? Who's waiting for you when you get home? I spit. The flash of sadness that crosses her face makes me wish I could take my words back. But Maddie recovers her sadness and gives as good as she gets. At least I didn't sell myself for the sake of a man who hung you out to dry. I gasp in affront. My grandfather did not. She leans in, her chin jutting upward. Her eyes blaze with anger, has me taking a step back. He hung you out to dry just like you did us. For something that wasn't our fault. It was entirely your fault. You're lucky you didn't go to jail. My grandfather did his best for you. I stab a finger in her face. She shoves it away and leans in so we're almost nose to nose. He did his best for his granddaughter and himself. And you can't see that he was involved because you were so enamored with him, she says in a voice deepened by anger. I'm shocked by the way this escalated. I just want to get into bed. I dig deep to find enough restraint to be the bigger person. Listen, we're obviously never going to agree on this. She steps away from me, her lips turning down in disgust. Oh, one day you'll find the courage to look at your family and yourself honestly. Then we'll agree. But until you prove yourself better than the men who hurt us, I don't think we have anything left to say. This is it. After that awful fight we had last time we saw each other, I've still thought of Maddie as my friend. But it's clear that was a hopeful delusion. It hurts to see that so clearly. There's nothing of the heartbreak I'm feeling in Maddie's expression now. In fact, her eyes are completely unreadable. I can't hide mine, and I don't want to give her the satisfaction of seeing how much she's hurt me. Good luck, Maddie. It was nice to see you. I hope you have a safe trip home. Then, for the second time, I turn away from the sister my heart chose. This time, I don't look back. I walk into my suite and shut the door behind me. I press my back to it, draw in a huge lungful of air. I press my hands to my heated cheeks and pull them away in surprise. I stare at the moisture on my fingers in confusion for a few minutes before I realize there's more running down my face. I haven't cried since the night I found out my husband had made a mockery of my entire existence. Before that was 5 years prior when my grandfather died. Nothing had ever hurt as much as those things had, not before or since. But to hear myself cast like that, and to know that there were some truths laced in with the ugly accusations she made. My eyes fall on the small box that we brought Jack's ashes in. Oh my God. My best friend is dead, and the other one might as well be. My emotions, so long pushed down, ignored, smothered,
swirl inside of me like 1,000 tornadoes looking for a way out. They are tearing me up inside, but I don't know how to free them. The door to my suite opens and I spin around, wide-eyed with fear that Marcel is here. "Hey, I used my key." Stone trails off in mid-sentence when he sees me.
What happened?
He glances over his shoulder and then moves into the suite, his eyes scanning the room. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. So I reach out, and in the space of 2 breaths, his warm hand is gripping mine. "I've got you." He wraps a strong arm around my shoulders and pulls me into him. I nestle into the warm, clean-smelling sanctuary of his chest and cling to him. "It's okay. Let it all out, and when you're done, I'll be here. You won't have to do it alone." Those words are an echo in time. So is the absolute comfort I feel letting my guard down with him. I've never felt delicate, not once in my whole life, until this man made me his lover. He's strong enough for both of us, so safe in the harbor of his arms, I let the storm raging inside of me loose.
17. Come with me. Stone. Reagan isn't crying, she is grieving. Her sobs are laments punctuated by hiccups and sniffles. Her fingers clutch the front of my shirt, her hot tears soak through the cotton, and she trembles like she's freezing. I was 16 when she got married. I hoped she'd be miserable, but the man I am today hates to think that she has been. I'm glad I took the gamble and came up when I did. I've never seen anyone pale as fast as she did when she heard that voice on the elevator speakers. She looked like her life had flashed in front of her eyes. She said she'd call me, but I knew she wouldn't. If I was going to see her again, I'd have to make it happen. I went to the bar to weigh my options. I'd be off on my road trip in the morning and would likely not see her again. But she was so ready on the elevator. I could smell it on her. She wants me as much as I want her. When I went to settle my tab, I found her keycard in my wallet. It felt like a sign. I passed her friend in the hallway, and the wrathful expression on her tear-streaked face gave me pause. If Reagan was as angry as her friend looked, then this would likely be a short visit. I opened the door slowly, expecting to find Reagan in a lather. Instead, she stood in the middle of the room, her eyes full of regret, her trembling mouth moving wordlessly. She looked like someone dropped a bomb on her. I carried her to the couch, and we've been sitting like this, with her in my lap, crying like someone died. Her crying subsides to soft sniffles. I run a light hand down her back and brave a question. What happened? She sighs wearily, like the weight of the world is on her shoulders. Maddie and I had a fight. Nothing new. Are you on vacation together? I picked up on a touch of tension between them on the shuttle. We were here to spread our friend's ashes. We used to be close, and then, well, life happened, and we lost touch. But I hoped. It's not going to happen, and I'm sad and tired. She groans and sags against my chest. She gasps and leans away, her wide eyes on my shirt. Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm sorry. I've cried all over you. With another groan, she jumps off my lap. No, hey, it's okay. I stand, but she mumbles a stilted excuse me and rushes to the bathroom and shuts the door with a slam. I miss the warm weight of her in my lap, but I'm also glad for the chance to clear my head. There's a reason our paths are crossing now. She's in need of someone, like I was the night she found me in that bakery. The words she whispered that first day come back to me. I water you, you water me. A light comes on and excitement gets my brain back online. I can't do anything to bring her friend back or to mend her relationship with Maddie, but I can give her something happy to take back from this trip. I'll have to make a few changes to some of my plans, and it will mean I'll have to forego my annual howl at the moon. But if she's game, this might be even better than that. Having another shot with the girl who hung the moon was a pipe dream. Having the chance to do something to pay her back, something more than just fuck her senseless, is a moonshot. I can't pass up the chance to at least try. The bathroom door opens and she strides out. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Her voice is cordial, but her smile is tight with discomfort, and she doesn't meet my eye. She cuts a brisk path to the minibar, her rigid back to me. She busies herself pouring drinks, but doesn't say a word. "You okay?" I ask. "Yeah," she says, and turns to face me. Her eyes are clear and dry, and the dark flush of emotion is gone. She looks like nothing happened, but her hand wobbles when she lifts one of the glasses she's holding to her lips and downs the entire thing in one sip. "What was that?" I wince at her pained cringe as the liquid made its way down. "Tequila." She puts the empty glass down, grabs the bottle from the bar, and walks over to sit next to me. She gulps half of the second glass and drops wearily onto the couch. "I never cry." She sounds bemused. I take the bottle of tequila and glass from her, pour myself a shot, and throw it back. The burn is good and bracing. "I don't know what's wrong with me." She takes the glass back, and I pour her another finger. "Well, you've had a pretty shitty trip so far, except for the parts you spent with me, of course." I grin when she sputters on her swallow. "How long are you here?" I ask. "I'm leaving on Sunday." Perfect. "I'm leaving tomorrow," I announce. She stills. Her eyes widen with surprise and disappointment. Maybe it's not such a moonshot after all. "Oh, so soon?" She tries to sound casual and sits back on the couch, her hands gripped together on her lap. "I'm going on an excursion for a few days." "Oh, that's nice. To where?" she asks, her voice tinny with false cheer. "A road trip to Isla Espiritu Santo, stopping where we feel like between here and there." She blinks, frowns. "We? You're going with someone?" I nod. "With a woman friend." Her eyebrows lift in surprise, and then her expression shudders. "Well, Stone, it was really nice to see you. Hope you brought enough condoms to last the rest of your trip." She gets up from the couch. I grab her and yank her back down. "You're gorgeous when you're jealous." I lean forward to kiss her. She shoves me away. "Are you out of your mind?" she growls. Her dark brows furrow and look like the wings of an avenging angel. Her eyes glitter like stars, and her face is flushed with sun and emotion. I smile innocently. "Now that you've mentioned it, I don't think I have enough condoms. Do you know where I can get some around here?" She gives me an acidic, contemptuous smile. "No, I don't, asshole." She yanks out of my grip. I bite back a cackle and take hold of her arm again. "What's wrong?" I ask, feigned confusion drawing my brows down. She doesn't buy my act for 1 second, and her lips curl in disgust. "I hope you and whoever you're taking with you get a flat tire in the middle of the desert and have to walk for miles while coyotes chase you. And I hope your dick falls off." I can't hold my laughter any longer. It's shitty of me to be so giddy about it, but I am. She's jealous, and I've teased her long enough. It would be a shame if that happened, because we'd miss swimming with the dolphins, bungee jumping, me eating your pussy when the sun rises, fucking it while it sets. "Wait, what?" She stops squirming and puts 2 hands on my chest and shoves me away. I grin at the skeptical suspicion on her face. "Are you teasing me?" she asks, clearly affronted. "Yes, Captain Obvious," I say. She narrows her eyes and frowns in disapproval. I drop a kiss on her sweet, puckered mouth. You're coming with me, unless you want to stay here staring out at that amazing view instead of becoming part of it. I pull her into my arms and she struggles, but when I nuzzle the soft skin of her neck with my nose, she melts a little before pulling away again. It'll be great. I press a kiss to her cheek and she scowls. I haven't said yes. She stares at her linked hands resting in her lap. If you say no, you'll regret it as soon as I'm gone. Maybe, but I'm very adept at living with my regret, she says. She needs the trip worse than I thought, and my attempts to cajole her aren't going to work, so I drop it and give it to her straight. Listen, you have a lot going on. I'm not saying that I have the answers, but I think you need to really get away, not just to bury your friend and lay around this boring resort. Let's have an adventure. Her eyes dart to me and then back to her hands. It'll be fun. I nudge her, keeping my voice casual and free of the hope growing in my gut. When would we be back? She asks. It's only tinged with tentative exuberance, but a smile curves the corners of her full mouth, and I have to stop myself from pumping my fist in the air. On Friday, when the rest of my family is due. Her eyes bulge. Your family? Like, your brothers? They're coming here? Each sentence is louder than the one before it. Yeah, my brother's fiancée is throwing a surprise wedding here, and so my whole family, except my mother, thank God, will be here on Friday. She covers her face with her hands and groans into them. I knew this was coming. They'll be here Friday and we'll be discreet. It'll be fine. She moves her hands from her face and eyes me with a skeptical frown. So, let's say we do this. Then what? We go our separate ways. I answer with the obvious. And what happens when you move back to Houston and we run into each other and I'm with my husband? I envision the moment she's just referenced and it makes me feel like my skin is too tight. It'll be fine, I say, ignoring the sensation. She winces and looks away. Her shoulders hunch. Maybe we shouldn't have sex while we're away. I shake my head in vigorous disagreement. I think that is a terrible idea, and I'm sure your vagina would agree. She doesn't smile. I think we should be clear about what this is. I may or may not leave my husband. I don't want us to get confused, and I would hate to hurt you, Stone, the way I did back then. It pricks my ire to have this compared to that. I'm not that boy either. I don't think I've got one foot in the grave, but relationships aren't my thing. I used to think you'd be mine. You did? She asks, wide-eyed with surprise. When I was too young to know better, I finish. And now? Now, I turn my gaze away, caught off guard by the direct question. I run a hand through my hair while I pick my words carefully. Now, there's some nostalgia for the past, but 99.5% of this is just a man who is insanely attracted to a woman who speaks his language in more ways than one. Your pussy feels great, tastes great too. I want more of it, but I'm not going to fall in love or anything, so you don't have to worry that I'll stab your husband. Her bark of laughter seems to surprise her as much as it surprises me. I was thinking more like uncomfortable silences and dark glares. Not my style, I assure her. Her lips twist. Well, then let me speak for myself. I don't want to end up with my feelings fucked. Clearly I'm not in the best place emotionally. Maybe we should just play it by ear, see how we feel once we're all alone. I couldn't disagree more, but I'm not going to pressure her about this. It'll be great either way, and I'll take my cues from you. I say, and I mean it. Maybe when this is over, we'll walk away friends again. At the very worst, she'll be excellent company, and I know that we don't need sex to connect. From our time in the bakery and that shuttle ride, I also know that Reagan will break all sorts of rules when she thinks no one is watching, and we're going to have plenty of alone time in the next few days. I was going to leave at 9. Is that too early? I ask. She looks at me, her dark eyes twinkling, her smile wider than I've seen it since we've been here. Right now it wouldn't be too early, she declares, and then jumps up. Oh my God! She screams suddenly and flops onto her back, clutching a pillow to her chest and kicking her legs wildly. Whoa! I lurch back in surprise when she pops back up in a flash of dark hair and gleaming white teeth. I'm so excited! I've never done anything like this. I can't believe it. It won't be luxurious like this. I don't even know where I'm staying in Balandra. But it'll be an adventure. Her enthusiasm is unflagging. Do you speak Spanish? A little, she says with a nervous grin. Okay, just don't buy anything without me haggling for you, okay? Okay, so we're going? Really? Her expression is hopeful but tinged with fear, like she's just been given the chance to have something she wants desperately and she's afraid to believe it. It's the most vulnerable I've ever seen her, and it takes my breath away. In a flash of certainty, I know that I'd move heaven and earth before I let that hope on her face do anything but flourish. Yes, really, it'll be fun at the very worst, and at its very best, it will be life-changing, I say. She laughs and rolls her eyes. I'll be happy if it's not a total disaster and I come home with all of my limbs intact. Oh, then you're going to be ecstatic because you're going to learn things about yourself you can't know until you go to a place you've never been before. Wow, you're really good at selling the idea of travel. I'm an evangelist for it. She starts to dance around. Maybe living in Houston won't be so bad, especially if we can find a way to keep this going. No, I can't let myself start thinking like that. When I move back to Houston, it won't matter. There, she's off limits. It's not even funny. No, what happens here is going to stay here. But as I watch Reagan Wilde's sexy ass twirl around her hotel room with that horizon at her back, I get a glimpse of another unknowable destination, one where my future and my past collide and then click into place.
18. Social Butterfly. Reagan. We're here. A warm hand on my shoulder jostles me out of the most delicious nap I can recall taking. It takes me a moment to remember where I am. I glance over at Stone, and the tender smile on his face makes my toes curl. I stretch and glance around at the collection of beautifully preserved buildings and the bright colors of the flags that adorn the main street we're parked on. Where are we? Todos Santos. I thought we could stop and grab coffee and take a picture outside Hotel California. Like the Eagles song? Yeah, but the Eagles swear it's not. Wait there. He hops out of the car, and I take the opportunity to admire his loose, ground-eating stride as he comes around the front of the car to my side. He opens my door with a bow and offers me his hand and murmurs, "Goddess." You're silly. I giggle, and then let him help me climb out. He twines our fingers together as we walk down the street toward a cluster of restaurants, and I don't mind one bit. I haven't held hands with anyone but my children in decades. I forgot how intimate it is. Even though I just rediscovered him 2 days ago, it feels just as comfortable and easy as it did all those years ago. We left just after sunrise, and I didn't even ask where we were going. I found I didn't care. I trust him, and I want this experience with all the hand-holding, beautiful views and unscripted stops it comes with. I breathe in deep
and catch the salt of the ocean and the sweet of the flowers and the spice of the aromas floating out of the restaurants, and my empty stomach grumbles. Todos Santos is one of Mexico's most popular destinations, and not because of the hotel. It's home to the burgeoning artist community who have come to set up shop and make a name for themselves. This place is gorgeous. Can we eat and hang out for a bit? I ask. Stone lets go of my hand to sling an arm over my shoulder and pulls me close to his side. We can do anything we fucking want, he drawls. And we do. We sit and check TripAdvisor and decide on a place called Art and Beer for breakfast. It's a quaint little outpost that can't decide whether it wants to be an art gallery or a bar, and so has decided to be both. The chalkboard menus boasted everything from shellfish appetizers to whole lobster. We sat out on the reed-covered deck that overlooked the spectacular wild blue of the Sea of Cortez. In all that time, we barely said a word. Normally, I'd feel compelled to fill silences with small talk, but as always, nothing with Stone is as it normally is. I thought the lack of structure in our plans would make me nervous. It hasn't. I'm more relaxed than I can remember being, ever. When we were just kids and our relationship was based on a very different kind of feeling, we spoke a language that didn't have words. It was accented by a mutual enjoyment of food, music, and trust. Now I can add adventure, desire, and safety to things we can share without saying a word. When we're done eating, we walk out to an outdoor market set up on a narrow cobblestone street. It's lined by vine-covered haciendas that had been converted to tiny artisan shops, and they're filled with glorious creations I wish my children were here to see. Stone is a social butterfly. He smiles at and greets nearly everyone we pass. He asks so many questions about everything, then plays devil's advocate with the answers. When we stopped at an art gallery, he drew one of the other patrons into a boisterous argument about the influence of 20th century Mexican muralists on the Chicano mural movement in the United States. At one point, the man looked like he wanted to drop-kick Stone, but the conversation ended in a fit of uproarious laughter, and they parted ways after exchanging hearty slaps on the back. He kept pausing to translate for me until I told him that I was enjoying just watching the body language and facial expressions. He's as animated, curious, and mischievous as he'd been as a boy, but he's got all the grace and athleticism of a man who pushes his body's limits and takes a genuine interest in people. He's a joy to watch. We sit to watch a group of old women, their heads covered in black kerchiefs, play a wickedly competitive card game he said was called Conquian. Stone leans in and whispers in the ear of the woman closest to him. He's been watching her hand from over her shoulder, and whatever he says makes her eyes light up. She's grinning when she puts her cards down, drawing groans from her friends. She and Stone share a high five, and they all kiss his cheek when he tells them we're leaving. "How do you know how to play that game?" I ask as we walk on, still hand in hand. "One of the other fellows in my program is Mexican. He taught me on the flight down. And, of course, you mastered it instantly." I swing our joined hands and smile up at him. Suddenly he presses me against a wall, cups my face, and kisses me, long and sweet. "I used to dream about kissing you whenever I wanted," he murmurs. My heart hammers, wild with the thrill of this reckless, spontaneous passion. "Then do it," I breathe, and wind my hands around his neck. He presses open-mouthed kisses on my chin, my cheeks, my jaw, my ear, my neck, my eyes, and I revel in it. The Reagan he knew is long gone, but he makes me remember and miss her, more than I have in a very long time. Maybe while we're here, I can pretend that I'm her still. His lips come back to mine, and he cups my ass and grinds his hips against mine. I want to fuck you right here, right now, Reagan. Can you feel how badly I want to? A loud burst of laughter from an approaching group of tourists pierces our bubble. He casts them an annoyed glance, presses one more hard kiss to my mouth, and whispers, "Later." We walk hand in hand, but I swear my feet never touch the ground, and neither does my soul. The city is beautiful, the weather is amazing, and there's contentment welling in my chest, tickling me, stretching my heart, healing it too. I glance over at Stone as we walk along and marvel that this man is that same little boy. From the chiseled, stubble-covered jaw to the sleek, bold lines of his high cheekbones and the strong slope of his aquiline nose, he's a walking work of art. But the thing I've enjoyed most is seeing him interact with other people and watching all that intellect and charm converge. He doesn't seem to realize how everyone falls in love with him, because he's too busy enjoying the moment. He turns his head, and I wish I could see what's behind the reflective lens of his aviator sunglasses, but the sensual smile uncurving his lips is one of pure male satisfaction. "Let's have lunch. I'm starving," he says, more than asks, and I find I don't mind one bit. I'm like a kite being carried on the wind without a care in the world because Stone Rivers, strong, kind, and daring, is my tether. We pick a place called La Molina, based on reviews on TripAdvisor. "This is even prettier than the pictures, right?" I remark as we're shown to a table in their courtyard that looks like something out of a fairy tale. Lush green plants, bursting with huge, colorful blooms, fill the space, and rustic wooden tables canopied to shield us from the afternoon sun are arranged so that you can spread out. We order fresh shrimp ceviche, octopus carpaccio, and pork ribs, and settle on a pitcher of their house mojito. "So, tell me, Stone, what have you done for the last 18 years? I ask, as soon as the waitress is done flirting with him and leaves. Gosh, how strange that I haven't once mentioned what I consider the biggest part of my life. I'm a doctor, an obstetrician, gynecologist, but lately I've focused almost solely on obstetrics. I'm finishing up my final year in fellowship in global maternal health in Colombia." My eyes bug out of my head. "You're a doctor on top of everything else? How are you single?" I quip, and he laughs. He leans back in his seat, letting the sun bathe his face, and links his hands behind his head. "I'm actually only recently single, but it wasn't serious, and I haven't seen her in almost a year. It's irrational to be jealous of someone whose name I don't know, especially when this man isn't ever going to be mine, but I am, fiercely. I was almost 15 when I finished Blackwell. I enrolled at U of H for both undergrad, where I met Tyson, incidentally," he winks, "and then medical school. I was 22 when I graduated, and by then, my brothers were old enough to move with me to New York, where I was doing my residency. I was there for 4 years. I got this fellowship with Baylor, and this is my last year. And after that, I'm blown away by how casual he is about all of the incredible things he's done. I have an offer for a position at Baylor College of Medicine as associate professor. I'm excited. It's kind of my dream job, but you'd think I was applying for the Secret Service or something. So you're moving to Houston? I ask, as casually as I can. Our waitress brings a pitcher and 2 highballs already full of mojitos, and I drink half of mine down in one gulp. Yeah, in Houston, and so, when I'm done in Columbia in about 6 months, I'll be back in good old H-Town. Wow. So, what about you? I know you got married, but, I know nothing really more than that. What happened after I left that bakery? And that guy I stabbed. You ever seen him again? I choke on my drink.
19. I remember everything. Stone. I stand to whack her on the back, and she holds a hand up to stop me. She clears her throat and pulls her sunglasses off to wipe her tearing eyes. "Are you okay?" I ask when she finally takes a deep breath. Yeah, something went down the wrong way," she says, and I frown because she only sipped that mojito, but let it go. I rushed through my retelling of the last 18 years, left out details that I'd rather forget, but she looked like a deer who'd heard the cock of a hunter's rifle when I asked her the same question. "So, tell me." "Not much to tell, really." She rests her elbow on the table and leans forward to rest her chin on her linked hands. She turns her gaze skyward and presses her lips together in a thin, pensive mien. In the light of the late morning, with no makeup on, her mass of inky curls and coils piled on her head, I could be looking back in time. Time hasn't touched her. The spray of freckles on her cheek, the soft, dusky pink center of her perfect Cupid's bow mouth, the way she sways while she's thinking. It's all the same, and yet also brand new and exhilarating. She's got on this little white camisole and tiny red shorts that I've been imagining pulling off with my teeth. "Well, I went to SMU, got a degree in journalism, and went to work for Wilde World's communications department, and then I got married. And that was kind of the end of my career because I had my daughter right away and we moved to France right after. I moved back home 5 years ago because, honestly, I hated living in Paris. I hated that everywhere we went, people thought I was my children's nanny. Someone even asked me where I got them once. Oh, and my husband had a new mistress every so often. She'd come to dinner with my husband. I got tired of all that shit and left." She picks at a half-eaten tortilla and shrugs like she's telling me about her sewing circle. "Now I'm basically a single parent and an unofficial brand ambassador for Landel Corp and Wild World. And that's about it." I take a sip of my beer to hide my frown. Clearly that was the Cliff's Notes version. I don't press for details she doesn't want to give, but I ask questions that I really want answers to. "So, besides your kids, what are you most proud of in the last 18 years? "The Jezebel," she says quickly and unequivocally. "Like the tattoo? The one on your lower back?" Heat floods me as I remember my hand running over it while I fucked her. She narrows her gaze, but not in annoyance, and her smile is wistful. "Yes, we all had one." She shakes her head as if to clear it, and her eyes brighten. "And the Jezebel is a blog we named after the biblical woman." "She was a prostitute or something, or—" "Not," I amend when her smile turns to a scowl. "She most certainly was not." She lays a hand over her chest and leans away as if in personal affront. A look on her face that makes me feel like this is some essential knowledge that I should have learned along with my ABCs. "So, who was she, and why did I think she was a prostitute?" I ask, and her face lights up as if she's been waiting to be asked this her whole life. "Jezebel was the daughter of a Phoenician king. Then, when she married, she became a queen in her own right. She was a highly effective ruler, and she and her husband ruled co-equally. The story of her is framed as one about religious intolerance, but really it was that she dared to be as ruthless and cunning as the men of her time, and for that she has been branded by history as an immoral, wily seductress who got men to do her sinful and wicked bidding by fucking them into a stupor. I nod, not surprised to hear that. Well, the Bible was written by men, and for a long time only for men to read. They got the first crack at interpretation, so that sounds about right. Reagan gives me a grin that borders on giddy. It's been a while since I've had this conversation with anyone, but I usually get more pushback than that. So, what is the Jezebel? The twinkle in her eye dims. A blog I ran with Maddie and Jack. A piece of Jezebel was what brought us together. We were all studying journalism and were fascinated by how history treats women. Walk around any major city, nearly all the historical statues are of men. History only mentions the ones that can't be ignored. Jezebel, Joan of Arc, Ya Asantewa, Boudica, Margaret Thatcher, Benazir Bhutto. They were leaders of countries or armies or their people's hearts. But there are so many more women whose contributions and accomplishments are completely ignored. The three of us wanted to tell their stories. We paid homage to those whose contributions, leadership, and sacrifices had been excluded, erased, and misappropriated. It was the best thing I've done. The passion in her voice is discordant with the sadness in her eyes. Why'd you stop? She shrugs, sighs, and smiles. Career, life, my children. Her eyes gleam at the mention of her kids. What are their names? I ask, and surprise myself, but whatever makes her look like that is something I want to know more about. Evangeline is my daughter and my oldest. She's 10 going on 20, and my twins, Martinez and Henry, are 5. They're wonderful and so different from each other, but very close. Martinez only speaks French, which drives a lot of people crazy. How lucky they are to be loved by her. She pulls her phone out of her little bag and scrolls through before she hands it over to me. Here, this is a selfie we took the night before I left. Her daughter is her spitting image, but with hair the color of nutmeg and eyes that glimmer like honey-colored gems. Her boys are dark-haired with the same cherubic smiles as their Uncle Tyson wears. Their eyes are a startling blue, and I want to ask if those are her husband's eyes, but I don't really want to know. They're gorgeous, I say, and hand the phone back. She flushes with pride and nods. And so smart and incredibly determined. I'm so proud of them. She puts her phone away and leans back to stare at the sky in wonder. I grab my beer and do the same. I can't believe I'm here with the woman who made me wish I could bend time so that she could be mine. But I realize that I never really expected it to happen. Now that it has, it feels like we've been leading up to this forever. I couldn't imagine a more perfect day. I take a swig of my beer. The ocean breeze is cool and constant. The waves slap, crack, and crash just feet away. In front of me is the woman of my dreams, and she's turning out to be so much more than I even imagined.
20. Occult. Reagan. You full? Stone asks, his smile wistful as he reaches between us and slips an arm over my shoulder and pulls me into his side. It's so natural that my arm winds up around his waist before I think about it. He smells like heaven. Wind, smoke, sun, salt, and man. He parked the car under a tree to try and keep it from turning into an oven, but when we open the doors, waves of trapped heat escape. God, don't close the doors until we roll the windows down. I groan when the bare skin of my thighs and lower back touch the blazing hot seat and stick uncomfortably to the leather. He cranks the AC down to the coldest temperature and up to the highest speed,
but the few minutes I rolled the window down a crack as we pull back onto the freeway. You haven't even asked where we're going next, Stone says. I don't care. As long as I've never been there, I want to go, I say lazily, as the breeze blows and starts to dry the hair that was sticking to my neck. It feels so good. That's the last thing I remember thinking before my ringing phone wakes me up. Your phone has been ringing for a while, Stone says, shouting to be heard over the wind and road noise the open windows are letting in. Oh, shit, I say. My mouth is dry and has a sour taste, and my head hurts. I fumble on the ground for my bag and pull my phone out. The ringing had been muffled by the leather in my bag, but the volume is ear-splitting, and I curse my uncoordinated fingers when I drop it. It stops ringing before I can pick it up from the seat between my thighs where it fell. I flip it over and see my mother's number. My heart drops. I roll the windows up and grab for my phone, my heart hammering as I press call back on the missed call notification. My mother answers on the first ring. I was just leaving you a voicemail. Why does Evangeline have her own phone? She asks in her no-nonsense, direct way. So that we can reach her when we need to? Marcel's idea, I add, because I know that always shuts her up. Stone's fingers drum the steering wheel, just once. What's up, Mom? Is everything okay? Have you heard from Remy? I ask, cutting to the chase. No. And that Rivers woman who saw him last won't say what it was all about. Anyway, your husband just called, and he says you're not answering your phone. My stomach lurches at the mention of Marcel's name. I have bad reception, I lie and cut her off. I can't deal with her right now. Everything okay? He asks. Yeah, everything is fine. My mother doesn't have my brother to boss around, so she's turned her attention to me, I say, and then feel a surge of guilt at how ungracious I'm being. My mother is a lot of things, some I don't understand or like. She and my brother Remy have been at each other's throats for as long as I can remember. She and I, not so much, because I pick my battles, and the ones she's waged against me haven't been worth it. She's cold, detached, and she finds disobedience intolerable. But she's a great grandmother, and my children love her. And if I didn't have someone who I knew loved them back, I wouldn't have been able to make this trip. I sigh wearily and correct myself. No, I didn't mean that. I called my daughter, and I didn't call Mom, and she doesn't like that. But everything is fine, I say, and pat Stone's leg before I put my phone away and turn back to watch the desert zip by. Hey, I thought we were headed away from Cabo, I say, when I see a sign that gives our distance from the city. I sit up and frown, a flare of worry that this adventure is already over. We will. I changed our itinerary again, he says cryptically, and it eases some of my concern. But I want to be as far away from anywhere that people might know us. Where are we going instead? I peer out the window. Not that I would know this from any other part of the Baja Peninsula, but I suddenly don't feel so blasé about not knowing what's next. Thought you didn't care, he says with a laugh, but his vague and cryptic answers do more to ratchet up my nerves than anything else. Yes, I know that, obviously, since I said it. I don't need you to remind me. I've changed my mind, and now I want to know. I sit up straight. We turn off the road at a sign that reads Wilde Canyon. What is this place? I ask, reaching for my phone so I can Google it. I was going to stop here on our way back, but I thought it would be the perfect way to kick off this adventure.
I'm about to show you how easy it is to let go. 21. Transformed. Reagan. Your guts turned to water yet? Stone squeezes my hand, and I glance over at him to find him grinning wildly. I grip the metal side of the small basket that's currently transporting us several 100 feet above a canyon in the middle of the desert. I have never been more scared in my life. I'm nearly paralyzed by fear, but Stone's grin and the delight in his eyes snaps me out of it. Don't fuck with me, Stone. I'm really scared. If I shit my pants up here, I'll never speak to you again. I warn him, if you shit your pants, I'm not sure I'd mind a little distance. I slap at his arm and then scream when my movement sends the basket swinging. You're safe, I swear, he says. I just stare straight ahead at the gondola that's perched on wire over the yawning mouth of the seemingly bottomless valley, and suddenly I feel sick to my stomach. This is a mistake. This thing is a death trap, Stone, and so is that. I point at the gondola parked on the cable ahead of us, the one we're supposed to bungee from. It looks like a perfectly sturdy gondola, but this high up, there's no such thing as safe. There's only lucky or dead. I squeeze my eyes shut and wrap my arms around myself as tightly as I can. My breaths come fast, but I can't seem to get enough air. Did I actually agree to this? I would never do anything so reckless. I must have been in a trance. He laughs, but puts his hands on my shoulders and massages them. Take deep breaths, goddess, and then look at me. I'm afraid, I whisper, my eyes still closed tight. Look at me, he repeats and squeezes my shoulders. I turn my head to the left before I open them. He's looking at me with a tenderness so fierce and vast that it makes me want to cry. This is your biggest fear, right? Dying young. It used to be mine, too. Until I met a giver who watered me. So I grew into a person who was more afraid of not living than I was of dying. Oh, who was that dumbass? I grumble. He chuckles and shakes his head at me, but his smile is like a break in the clouds and takes the edge off my anxiety. You said you wanted an adventure. Well, here it is. Or was that just talk? No, I just didn't realize I'd be jumping to my death today. And just imagine what it's going to feel like to do it and not die. What could you possibly be afraid of after that? That resonates. I want that back, that fearlessness that was innate to me once. As if he read my mind, Stone hugs me and presses his lips to the top of my head. I look up to ask him, this time when my stomach lurches. It's not fear that it's reacting to. I forget that I'm about to throw myself out of this gondola with nothing but a rope tied to my ankle, because even surrounded by all of this beauty and all of this danger, none of it is as compelling as him. His adventurous spirit is contagious, and he's so damn gorgeous. But he's also really annoyingly relaxed. Aren't you scared? I ask him. Hell yes, he answers with a nervous smile. But I also know my fear is unfounded. I have more to fear getting on the plane back to Colombia than I do bungee jumping. Besides, I've done it before, and it's the closest I've ever come to flying, the closest I've ever been to the sky. It's transformative.
His smile radiates excitement and confidence, and I find myself smiling back. Okay, I'll follow you, good girl. One step at a time, he says, and then turns toward the gondola. I give an apologetic smile to the guide who brought us out. Sorry for the hysterics. He waves it off and gives me a thumbs up.
You did good. I've had people start speaking in tongues and shit.
I laugh at the visual and use that moment of levity to force myself to step onto the gondola. It's even worse than I thought it would be. Windowless and glass-bottomed with a 6-inch wide opening that divides it into 2 separate compartments. It offers no refuge from the view of the surrounding expanse. My fear takes a backseat to my awe at the wild blue yonder above and the craggy-faced valley that surrounds us. It's like being at the top of the world. I can see all the way to the Sea of Cortez, and the horizon has never been so far away. It really does look like the edge of the world. I peer over the side just as Stone says, "Don't look down." It's too late, and I get a glimpse of the 300-foot drop. I yelp and slam my eyes shut and try to catch my breath, but all I see behind my closed lids is the seemingly bottomless drop to the river below. There's absolutely nothing between me and the canyon floor. Fuck, 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 I mutter, and turn away and head back to the cable car. My trajectory is stalled by a pair of warm hands cuffing my forearms in a comforting but firm grip. "Hey." His voice is deep and melodious, but my nerves are skittish and I just want to get off. "It's dangerous." I offer my feeble explanation to the dark gray cotton stretched across his chest. I can't meet his eyes. I'm afraid of the disappointment I might see there. It's clear that he's a born adventurer who only needs a small push to discover that, and here I am, having another meltdown. Stone leans down and presses his lips to my ear. "You do not have to jump if you don't want to. I won't give you shit if you change your mind. You aren't a coward if you don't. If I had any doubt that this wasn't safe, I wouldn't have brought you. And this is your chance to rewrite your own history. Prove that the story you've been telling yourself about what you're capable of is incomplete. Fear doesn't rule you, Reagan." I lift my gaze to his. His eyes are a calming swirl of molten dark earthy brown, flecked with gold that have a look of such certainty in them that even before he starts speaking, my anxiety slows down. I'm safe. "If I die, I'll haunt you." He laughs. "I'll hold you to it." He grabs me by the shoulders and turns me around to face the door again. I'm actually going to do this. Buoyed by the first real flare of exhilaration I felt since we got in the gondola to ride up, I walk over and get strapped up. The patient instructor makes quick work of putting me in my harnesses and binding my ankles. He shows me all of the safety protocols and explains each of the ropes and clasps as he fastens them. "No one will push you, and you can't just fall out. You have to jump." "Leap of faith, goddess," Stone calls, clapping like a sports fan getting worked up as his team takes the field. I turn around, press my fingers to my lips, and raise them in the air in a salute of solidarity and a wish for good luck. Stone lifts his hand, palm open. "I'm pretending you blew me a kiss." He mimes catching it and pressing the closed fist to his chest. I burst out laughing. The door creaks open, and I know it's time. But when I turn to face them, it's giddiness, not fear, causing a riot in my heart.
"You're all set. Don't close your eyes on the way down. The view is part of the experience,"
the instructor says as I line my toes up to the edge of the door. I've been so afraid of dying, of falling, of being alone that I haven't taken a risk in 10 years. While I was busy being careful, the whole world has passed me by. This feels like making up for it all at once. The countdown begins and I clear my mind. When they get to 1, I launch myself off the gondola, and the whole world rushes up to embrace me. Is this what it's like for newborn babies taking their first breaths? The thumping pulse of my steadily increasing heart rate becomes one with the wild symphony of rushing water, bird calls, and the roaring wind. I fall and fall. It's a smooth, weightless plummet, and yet I could swear I'm flying. And then it's over. I bounce a few times as the cord loses velocity. I stretch my arms wide, letting the breeze rush through my splayed fingers as I take in the swaying palm trees, the lazy lapping river, and the seemingly endless stretch of stone that I'll remember as the place of my rebirth. I close my eyes on the way up and savor the exhilarating fullness of triumph. I've only had a glimpse of the glory waiting for me on the other side of my fear, and I'm already ravenous for more. The rush of pure adrenaline is instantly addicting. I want to do this all day so I can hold on to the euphoria and pride I'm feeling. Stone was right. If I can do this, I can do anything, including divorcing my terrible husband. The sample-sized bites of happiness I've survived on won't satisfy this new hunger. I want everything. Now, starting with Stone. The instructors pull me back onto the gondola and give me a round of high fives as I crest the opening. 2 of the crew members help me climb back on, and for a minute I just sit, catching my breath. Come on, let's get that off. Stone's big hand cups my elbows, and he helps me to my feet. As soon as my legs touch the glass-bottom gondola surface, they tremble and send me swaying. Stone's grip tightens on my arm and holds me steady. "Whoa, got you," he murmurs in my ear. One of the guides drops to his knees and starts to loosen my harness, and Stone and I exchange a grin. "You made that look easy, and I know it's not. I've done this twice before, and it gets easier. But my first time, I almost bailed. And it wasn't anything as badass as jumping from a gondola. You were afraid, and you did it anyway." He strokes my arms with his thumbs, his eyes telling me before he mouths, "Proud of you, Reagan." My smile, so wide my cheeks hurt. It's the highest praise anyone could give me. "Me too," is all I can manage. I'm tongue-tied under the weight of his praise and don't know what to say. But when he asks, "How do you feel?" I find my voice instantly. Transformed.
22. Jealous. Stone. "Come dance with me, Stone," Reagan calls from the dance floor, her smile brighter than all of the oil lamps burning around our camp. "No, go ahead. I like watching." I force a grin, and she pouts. I hold the smile in place until one in the seemingly endless stream of geriatric men who are our fellow campers grabs her by the waist and whirls her around to her irritating shriek of delight. I force myself to watch him twirl and fucking dip her. It's punishment and conditioning exercise all at once. I thought I was doing her a favor today. I thought it would be fun to coax her into my bed tonight, that I'd had this wild fantasy with the woman of my dreams and go back to life as I knew it. Then I jumped off that gondola. As I've done every time I've bungeed, I focused on one thing I want more than anything else as I stood at the ledge. The thing that I'm never going to take for granted again if I survive, because no matter what I said to Reagan, I know that anything could happen. Not just here, but anywhere. I've seen babies go from looking perfectly healthy to being dead in minutes. I don't take anything for granted. The first time I bungeed, I thought of my brothers. I'd been slacking on calling them regularly and vowed to remedy that. The second time, it was my fellowship. Today, I expected my thoughts to be focused on the job I'm waiting to get a confirmed start date for. This wasn't just the culmination of years of sacrifice and hard work. This job, and the prestige attached to it, will also go a long way to proving myself worthy of my stepfather's priceless gift, the last name he gave us when he adopted Dare, Bo, and me. He also left us each a small fortune in annuitized trusts and college tuition funds. I've only touched that money to pay for school and to put a roof over my head. But until I could be a credit to his name, I lived on what I earned. This job is my chance to make him proud and to show that we were worthy of his gift, that I'm nothing like my mother. But as I stood at the open door poised to jump, all I could think about was her. I plummeted down, thinking that if I didn't get to hold her hand all day again, kiss her in an alley again, bury myself inside her again, that I might as well die now. I rode back up to the gondola, exhilarated by the knowledge I had her all to myself for the next few days, and when they pulled me back inside, I pounced, kissing her until we both couldn't breathe. Any reservation she'd had before we came seemed to be gone. She kissed me as ardently as I kissed her. On the 2-hour drive to Balandra, she spread her thighs so I could finger her while I drove. I leaned back when she lowered her head to my lap to suck me off. We held hands like our lives depended on it. But by the time we were walking down the pier to catch the boat that would take us from La Paz to the island Isla Espiritu Santo, reality started dropping reminders. We were halfway to the boat when we heard a woman's panicked voice calling out, "Reagan!" over and over from the dock. She dropped my hand like it was on fire, and we turned toward the shout. It was coming from a woman standing by the food stalls on the dock. Reagan watched her, eyes wide with fear, until a little girl broke through the throng of people and ran into her anxious mother's arms. We laughed in relief, but we didn't hold hands while we walked the rest of the way. She sat on my lap for the short ride over, with the wind whipping our faces as we flew through the water and her warm body burrowing into mine. I started to relax and think about all the ways I'd have her tonight. Then our boat captain started singing a song I'd never heard before, and she said, "That's Marcel's favorite song." That brought reality back into focus in a way that I didn't like. A lot has changed in the time since we last saw each other, but one thing is as true as it was when I was 10. No matter how much I want her, Reagan Wilde isn't mine to have. By the time we got to our tent, all I could think about was the way she'd looked on her knees the night I stabbed that asshole. It's not that I don't know if she wants me. She's been giving me come-hither looks all night, but I think she's still buzzing on the adrenaline from her jump, and those looks aren't enough to convince me that she wants me as much as I want her. It's self-preservation more than pride. It's going to make me crazy if I walk away from this wondering if she wasn't just rolling with it. I don't just need her to say it. I need her to initiate it. "Excuse me, sir?" A soft hand lands on my bare shoulder. I turn and look up into the smiling but anxious face of a young woman. "I'm so sorry to bother you, but my sister and I are having some trouble with our tent flaps." She trails off, biting her lip and watching me with expectant eyes. "Okay, did you ask the Jorgens for help?" I ask in as patient of a voice as I can manage when she doesn't say anything else. The camp is staffed with a husband and wife team who are supposed to be available 24/7. We can't find them, and you're the only other person not dancing. She grimaces in apology. I glance around and give a groan of self-loathing when I realize she's right. You look so upset. I hated to bother you. She begins again. I stand up, shake off my self-pity, and smile in apology. You're not bothering me, and I'm happy to help. I stand, relieved to have a reason to end my self-flagellation. Give me a second, I say, and jog out to where Reagan is holding court on the dance floor. I tap one of her shimmying shoulders, and she turns around, a wide grin already on her face. Delighted surprise brightens her eyes when she sees me, and she flings her arms around my neck. You came, she croons. Her soft body is warm and slightly damp from sweat. This is so much fun. I've made all these new friends, and I'm so happy. She squeals and tries to draw me into a dance. If I hadn't been beside her at dinner, I'd swear she was drunk. I pull her hands loose and hate myself a little when her smile dims. I glance back in the direction I came from. The young woman's watching us with a fretful expression. I hold up a finger to signal that I'd be right there. Who's that? Reagan's voice has lost all of its glee, and her eyes are narrowed in suspicion and trained over my shoulder. I don't know her name. She needs help with her tent. One of her dark, arched brows lifts in question, and she turns her gaze back to me. Isn't that what that couple's for? She crosses her arms and taps her foot. She can't find them. I'm going to help. Well, that's nice of you. I'll see you back at the tent then? I frown at the tight smile she gives me. It won't take that long. I'll be back. Why? She is still smiling, but her eyes broadcast her irritation. For you, I say, biting Captain Obvious on the tip of my tongue back. Don't bother. You're not interested in dancing, and that's all I want to do. I'll see you at the tent. She dismisses me with a shout of "Muévelo!" before she twirls away from me. A loud cheer erupts from the gaggle of men she's got in her thrall, and the sound grates on my nerves like sandpaper. I don't give a shit if they're all old enough to be her father. I want to break every single one of their jaws. I debate throwing her over my shoulder and carrying her to the tent and using my mouth on her until she's begging me to fuck her. But I'm not going to make a fool of myself for her again. Each step costs me a sliver of sanity, but I walk away without looking back. I follow the girl, who introduces herself as Riley, to her private campground, which happens to be the one right before ours. She talks the whole way. She and her sister flew to Cabo from Silver Spring, Maryland, and are on a road trip that'll take them all the way back home. It takes less than 5 minutes to help them fix their tent flap, and when Riley invites me to stay for a shot of tequila she and her sister bought from some place that's supposed to be legendary, I don't say no. Her sister is starting medical school in the fall, and when I tell her I'm in the middle of my fellowship, she peppers me with questions I'm happy to answer. By the time I leave their tent to make the short walk to our tent, it's almost midnight. I've had enough tequila that I'm in a good mood again. The light glow from inside alerts me to Reagan's presence, a flash of memory from the glimpse I had of her, teeth flashing, hair flying like a flock of ribbons, her hand in someone else's, eviscerates my tequila-induced enthusiasm. Uncertainty sends my nerves skittering, and I hold my breath as I pull back the flap and peek inside. She's laying on one of the plushily dressed twin-sized beds in our tent. Her legs are crossed at the ankles and propped on a stack of the blue throw pillows. I stare at the bare soles of her slim feet. They're the only part of her body I've never seen, and just like the rest of her, I find them remarkably well-formed. A dusting of white sand clings to her heels and toes, but her high, delicate arches are clean and smooth. I walk to stand next to her. My eyes trace the outline of her long legs under the clinging floral patterned fabric of her dress, the curve of her hips, the delicate ringless hands that rest on her flat stomach, the swell of her breasts, the small dark mole that sits in the hollow of her left collarbone calls my name. I bite my lip to hold back a groan and reach down to turn off the small solar lamp on the table beside her bed. Don't! Her hand covers mine, and I nearly jump out of my skin. Shit! I thought you were asleep, I say dumbly. I bet you did. Her voice is flat, and she studiously avoids meeting my eyes. Are you okay? I ask, taking a step back to avoid being whacked by her legs as she swings them over the side of the bed. I'm going to take a shower, she announces. Without any warning, she pulls her dress straps down and tugs it off her body. She's completely naked underneath it. I think about all those old men who touched her tonight and see red. Were you like this all night? I ask, my voice tight with irritation. Yup, she chirps and then bends over to rifle in her bag, giving me a full view of her naked ass and the lush, dusky flesh between her legs. Reagan, what are you doing? I growl. She stands with her light pink silk robe in one hand, a bemused frown on her face. Oh, I figured since you'd seen it all before, you wouldn't mind. Sorry. Her voice is clipped with irritation. She slips the robe on and strides toward the front of the tent. Reagan, don't wait up, she calls just before she disappears through the flaps. I sit on my bed, feeling like I just got hit in the head with a 2x4. What the hell just happened, and why the hell is she mad at me? A few seconds later, the sun shower that's right next to our tent comes on. For 5 torturous minutes, I listen to the sounds of water splashing and imagine her hands moving over all the places I want to touch. When the shower cuts off, I pick up my book and pretend to read. When she walks back into the tent, I manage a casual, "How was the water?" Hot. She sighs with deep satisfaction, and it takes all my willpower not to look at her. The flutter of fabric in my periphery draws my gaze to her, but I keep my eyes on the floor where her discarded towel lies in a sodden heap at her feet. Only when she turns so I'm looking at her heels instead of her pretty pink-painted toes do I let my gaze roam up. Her pink silk robe is belted tightly around her body. Before I can appreciate the way it hugs her still wet skin, she loosens the belt and shrugs it off. It slides down her lean, graceful back in a torturously slow unveiling of her delectable figure. It molds to the curve of her hips and ass, then right below the twin dimples at the base of her spine and the tattoo that sits in between them. It hangs there for a few seconds before gravity flexes its muscle and the rest of her body is revealed. When she bends over to pick up a bottle of lotion from her bed, I want to howl from the effort it's taking not to reach for her. And, as addled as my brain may be, I know better than to even try it, so I close my eyes. But it's no good. The scent of lemon fills the tent. The whisper of her hands sliding over her bare skin only makes the torrid images in my mind more vivid. I imagine her fingers gliding over her jutting dark nipples, cupping her supple round breasts, sliding between her thighs, running over her shoulders, smoothing the rest of the lotion over the curve of her neck. By the time my fevered imagination has worked its way over her body, my balls are aching. I open my eyes just as she steps into a pair of white lace panties and pulls a white tank top over her head. She turns around and I look back at my book, staring unseeingly while I pretend not to feel her eyes on me. Thank you for today. It's the best day I can remember having, ever, she says quietly before she dims her lamp and climbs into her bed. I lay in the dark, hard as a rock and confused as hell. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I know that I'm blowing this badly. You know, I'm going for a swim, I say, hop up and hustle out of the tent. I pretend not to hear her call my name and ignore my impulse to answer her. I need distance and I need to get rid of this erection so that I can fucking think. I wade until the water reaches my waist and then dive headfirst into the waves. The water is cool and calm, and I cut through it quickly, pushing myself until my shoulders ache before I turn back to swim for shore. When the water is shallow enough, I stand and face the horizon and try to catch my breath. The exercise didn't do a thing about the boner in my shorts. I slip my hand past my waistband, fist my aching dick, and groan at the first stroke. It feels good, but there's no relief in it. This should be Reagan's hand, or mouth, or pussy. I don't know how I managed to blow things so badly. "Stone!" Her shout carries over the wind, and my heart nearly jumps out of my chest. I yank my hand out of my shorts before I turn toward the beach. She's right at the water's edge, sitting close enough that the tide laps at her shins. She's resting her chin on her knees, her head cocked to the side. From this distance, I can't make out her face, and I hope she couldn't tell what I was doing. The thought is humiliating enough to do what my swim couldn't. By the time I reach the shore, my dick is as limp as the clumps of seaweed that dot the beach. I drop down on the sand next to her, prop my body up on my elbows, and drop my head back to stare up at the dark purple sky and try to order my thoughts. Neither of us say anything as we sit, stuck in whatever quagmire of misunderstanding we found ourselves in. "The moon looks like a pearl sitting on a throne of diamonds, doesn't it?" she says, her pensive voice breaking the silence after a few minutes. I follow her gaze to the horizon. The moon is low and glowing, and the glittering stars that spangle the sky around it do look like a congregation of courtiers paying homage to their sovereign. But if we're going to talk, it's not going to be about the fucking sky. "You called me back. Are you okay?" I ask, my patience fraying badly. "Why did you ask me to come with you?" There's gravity in her husky voice that belies her casual tone and matter-of-fact inflection. "Why are you asking me a question you know the answer to?" "Humor me." Her voice is clipped. I sit up, but keep my eyes facing forward. "Because you needed to get away." "I see." Her voice is barely audible, but the hurt in it resounds. I turn to look at her. Her jaw is clenched tight, and her throat works as if she's swallowing down something thick and dry. "Reagan, what's wrong?" "Why don't you want me anymore?" Her question is as shocking as an ice bath after a hot shower. I stare at her, dumbfounded for a few seconds. "You've got to be kidding me," I growl and stand up. "Where are you going?" She gazes up at me from her perch in the sand. "Nowhere. Come on." I stick my hand out to help her up, too. "Okay," she drawls before taking my offered hand and rising to her feet. I let go of her hand and peer at her, trying to see if she's serious, until I see the frustration I'm feeling mirrored in her dark eyes. I lay a hand on her neck, and she sighs in pleasure, but that hurt expression is still there. "I'm going to forgive you for asking me that because I can tell something is wrong, but you have to know that me not wanting, that's not a thing that could be." Her eyes snap open, the sadness and confusion is gone, and she glares daggers at me. "I practically waved my pussy in your face just now, and you didn't even look up from your damn book," she snaps and arches her neck to evade my grasp. "I looked, but you took your dress off to shower. I would never presume you wanted—" "Did that girl you walked away with, the one you were helping with her flaps?" She puts air quotes around the last word. "Did you presume she wanted you to stay and hang out, or did she ask you to?" Her jealousy, misguided as it is delicious. I frown in feigned bemusement. I'm surprised you noticed, given how engrossed you were with your harem of geriatric perverts." Her lips curl into a scowl. I was trying to have fun. You turned into a moody Grinch as soon as we got here, and then you left me to go off with your little band of man-stealing whores. I laugh out loud. It's not funny. I walked right past their tent and I could hear you talking, them laughing. She snaps and arches her neck to pull away from me. I slide my fingers into the damp tangle of hair at her nape and hold her still. I lean in and draw in a lungful of sea salt and citrus and press my lips to her ear. I don't even remember their names. I only ever see you. Stone. My name leaves her lips on a gust of warm breath, and my body responds to the plea in it, but I need to hear her say it. My fingers fist around her hair, and I tilt her face up to mine. Tell me what you want, goddess. Her eyes glimmer like twin stars set into the beautiful moonlit face that I always find poetry in. She slides her arms up my shoulders and lifts onto her toes so that her lips are scant inches from mine. I want you to touch me. I want your hands on me. I want your mouth on me. I want your dick in me. I want to sleep in, swim, eat, and squeeze every last drop of joy and happy out of the time we have here. I want you so badly. No one but you. Is that clear enough? I almost come on the spot. No rush of adrenaline I've ever felt can compare to the sweet, dizzying thrill of finally catching my Venus. Perfectly. I drop a kiss on her mouth and then step back so I can see her entire body. I catch the hem of her tank top and drag it up slowly to reveal the velvet soft skin of her stomach, then the rounded underside of her breast, and up until I pull it over her head. You are spectacular. I cup the warm weight of her full breasts and stroke her stiff nipples with the pads of my thumb. Her breath hitches, but she stands perfectly still, letting me do what I will, and I intend to. Where shall I kiss you first? I ask. My heart thuds in anticipation, and my insides coil tight like a bow drawn and ready to fly while I wait for her to speak. My neck, she says after a beat and arches her throat for me. I drop my head and open my mouth on the spot where her neck meets her jaw and press my tongue against the pulse that races there. Her citrus scent mingles with the moonlight and salt-tinged air, and she tastes like perfection. The slow march to seduction I planned takes its last breath. My restraint goes up in a blaze of heat. I lick, graze, devour like the frenzied, insatiable, greedy beast she alone turns me into. I dip my head, drop kisses down her throat, her chest, nibble the soft swell of her breasts, finally pull that sweet, plump nipple into my hot mouth. Her back bows and she lets out a ragged little moan. Her hands delve into my hair and she bucks her hips. I suck even harder and find her other breast with my free hand and pinch that nipple hard. She goes wild. Her hands, her mouth are fevered and frantic as they move over my face, my shoulders, my back. She's scrambling against me like I'm a tree she's trying to climb. Her arms twine around my neck and she moans, "Please kiss me," in my ear. Our lips crash together like meteors that were destined to collide. Her mouth is hot and sweet, her tongue bold and hungry as it slides against mine. I walk us toward the tent, kissing her like my life depends on it. I lose my footing and we fall. We land on the soft, gritty ground that could be a cloud for all I feel it. All of my senses have melded into one that only knows the fragrance, flavor, and feel of Reagan. We lay face to face, our breaths mingling, our eyes supernovas burning with lust and locked on each other. I run the tips of my fingers over her face, tracing her cheekbones, her broad, full mouth, the pert slope of her nose, the sweeping wing of her brows, augmenting and updating those age-old memories with this new one. When my finger slides into her hair, she moans and closes her eyes. I cradle her head and hold her in place while I pull my shorts down. I reach between us to push her panties aside and slide 2 fingers between her lips. She's softer, hotter, readier than I could have imagined. Reagan, damn it, you're so wet. I groan into her mouth, and her thighs part and make room for my conquering hips as I plunge into her without another word. Stone, she moans. Every single syllable is imbued with pleasure. I rock into her, never pulling out fully. Now that I'm inside her, I can't bear to leave, not even for a second. With an impressive show of strength, she rolls us to my back, her hand pressed to my chest while she rides me like a warrior who just saddled her latest conquest. Her dark eyes glitter with exhilaration and lust as she takes her pleasure. Yes, Stone, yes. She calls my name over and over as she starts to fall apart. I thrust up hard and pull her hips down. The rhythmic clenching of her orgasm sends me over the edge. We collapse in a heap of sweat and sand, panting and groaning until my dick softens and slips out of her. When I can finally muster the strength, I gather her in my arms and carry her to the shower. We rinse all the sand off, stumble back to our tent, and collapse onto my bed. I lay in bed with her until she's asleep, then slip outside to set up the telescope. I hurry back to bed, wrap my arms around her, and fall into a dreamless sleep. 23. Venus and Mars. Stone. I wake with a start, slapping away whatever is buzzing by my side. My hands brush my cell phone, and I turn off the alarm and squint at my phone and see nothing but a blur. I forgot that I took my contact lenses out last night because the sand wreaks havoc on them. I grope for the glasses I only wear first thing in the morning. I slip them on and check the time. It's only 4:30. I lay back for a few minutes. I have 2 more alarms set for 5 and 5:30, but I won't need them. I'm too excited to sleep. This is the entire reason I planned this 3-day trip. For the next couple of days, Venus will be visible in the morning sky. My desire to see this rare sight has only one rival for my attention, and she's lying next to me. I wasn't going to wake her. Most people could care less about this shit. But now I want her by my side when I see it, and I want her to see it too. Wake up. I nudge Reagan with my foot and switch on the lamp beside the twin bed we're sharing. What? What's wrong? She asks, only barely coherent as she pushes tangled locks of hair out of her face and peers around the tent. Nothing's wrong. I want you to see something, I assure her. We just went to sleep, she groans and covers her head with the sheet. No, we didn't, and you have to get up. I pull it back down. The sun's not even up. She glares at me and snatches the covers back over her. That's the whole point. I nudge her shoulder. I'll pass. She snuggles deeper into the bed. Fine, but you're going to miss one of the galaxy's most underrated party tricks. I slip my arm from under her and sit up. I glance over my shoulder. And of course, there'll be sex at sunrise. You should have led with that, she quips and throws the covers off, revealing a vision more beautiful than any fantasy I've ever conjured. My throat feels tight and my balls ache just looking at her. She crawls out of bed and slips a pair of cut shorts and her tank top on. We walk hand in hand out onto the soft white sand beach. Like my companion this morning, the pre-dawn sky is too beautiful to be real. It covers us like a blanket of indigo and sapphire. Out here, with no artificial light to disrupt them, the stars look like a million jewels sewn into a velvet canvas. The moon is low and so bright that its reflection turns the sea below it into a mirror of liquid silver. The water laps at the shore in gentle licks, and it feels like we're standing on a planet that's part of the solar system and not just a beach in Mexico. I'll never get over how beautiful this place is. Thank you so much for bringing me. You haven't seen anything yet, I promise, and guide her to the spot where I set up the telescope. I was 8 when I got my first telescope, and I fell irrevocably in love with the sky. For a child whose curiosity felt insatiable, the possibility of unending questions and endless discovery was like finding the Holy Grail. To this day, no matter how many times I see it, the scope and breadth of the galaxy never cease to amaze me. What are you looking at? Regan's question snaps me out of my drifting thoughts. I finish focusing my viewfinder and step away. Come see, I beckon her over. She smiles excitedly at me before she looks into the viewfinder and then back at me, and the delight in her eyes, clear even in the dark of dusk, makes my stomach do a flip. Wow, it's so beautiful. What is this? It's pointed at Venus. If you just look, you shouldn't have to adjust it to see. Oh my God, for real? Like the planet Venus? She puts her eye back to the scope and gasps, and her back arches a little. I wish I could look at the same time. I want to see what she does. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Tell me about it, please. For real? I ask, surprised. My friends and family humor me and the wonder this holds for me, but they never ask me to talk about it. Yes, I want to know everything. God, I wish my kids could see this. This is mind-blowing. The awe in her voice is gratifying, and the imagery her words conjure, rather than feeling like a pesky reminder of our outside lives, is endearing. Well, tell me, she demands. I smile and oblige my goddess. Venus is the most unique of planets. After the sun and moon, it's the third brightest star in the sky, but its positioning makes catching sight of it rare, I explain. Wow. I just can't get over how small we are. Do you think that somewhere out there, someone is looking through a telescope and seeing us on one of those tiny stars too? Absolutely, I answer right away. She glances back at me with a mischievous grin on her face. You believe in aliens? Yes, I say unequivocally, and her jaw drops. You're a doctor, a scientist of sorts, right? You can't believe in little green men. We have no idea what lies at the edge of this galaxy and beyond. We can't be the only intelligent life in the entire universe. They may not be human, but I think they're there. I guess. Why haven't they made contact then? Same reason we haven't. It's fucking hard, no matter how smart you are, to travel through space to reach other galaxies. It would take 300 years to reach the edge of our galaxy. Well, at least as it's defined. No one really knows where the edge is. There are different measures, even within NASA. Wow, it's a wonder you're a doctor and not an astronaut, she says in awe. I laugh and shake my head ruefully. Until the year I decided to become a doctor, it was what I wanted to be. I had this book called Cosmos, and there was a time I thought it held the answer to everything, including my future with her. Huh, so what happened? You lost interest? She asks. I sit down in the sand, gather a fistful of it, and let it sift through my fingers, like she will in just a few days. No, I love space, but I couldn't spend my life chasing something I could never catch. I'm not sure if I'm still talking about space, or if I'm talking about her. She walks over and sits next to me. You okay? She asks. I hate the concern in her voice. I smile and toss the sand away, forcing my mind back to the conversation. Space discovery isn't a challenge, it's a quest without end. Voyager 2 launched in 1977, and 40 years later it's only just reaching the edge of the heliosphere. Most of the people who launched that mission are dead. Imagine if there was a human being in there right now, alone for 40 years. Even if we could supply him with enough food and water to last that long, human beings are social creatures. "Why aren't you an astronaut?" she asks in a whimsical but still awed voice. Seeing her so relaxed and present relaxes me too. I stare up at the endless sea of stars. I understand why human beings looked at the heavens and imagined it could only be the work of gods and goddesses. I used to want to be, but I want to spend my life answering questions and doing work that has an impact now. I admire the universe, but ushering new life into the world, for me, it beats it every time. "So, Venus lost you to babies?" she asks with a good-natured, ribbing smile. "My Venus will never lose me." "You talk about her like she's a person," she remarks, and I have to force my shoulders not to tense. She can't know, because I didn't give her that book, how close to home she's hitting. "She is, kind of," I admit. "Tell me more about her," she murmurs, and as if her voice was her body or lips, the words wrap around my dick and wake it up. But I wasn't kidding about sunrise sex, and we've got time to kill before that, so I force my mind back to the topic at hand and sift through my mental encyclopedia of knowledge. She's named after the Roman goddess of love. Myth says Venus was born from sea foam. She's the goddess of love, victory, fertility, and beauty. And even though she was married to Vulcan, she was in love with Mars, the god of war. "What happened?" Her voice is wrapped with curiosity. I glance at her from the corner of my eye and have to bite back a groan. She stretched herself out in a pose similar to mine, and her breasts spill out of the sides of her tank top, tempting orbs of smooth brown skin that make my mouth water. They were lovers, in secret of course, until her husband became suspicious and set a trap for them. "A trap?" He built a net out of a bronze chain so fine it was nearly invisible and hung it over the bed where they met to make love. When they were naked and joined, the net fell and ensnared them. They were trapped, caught in the act, and he invited all of the other gods on Olympus to come and bear witness to the couple's humiliation. An awkward silence descends, and I could kick myself. Of all the parts of Venus's mythology I could have shared, why did I pick the part about her husband and lover? "So, is that why Mars and Venus are synonymous with male and female? Because he was the fire and she was the foam?" she asks. Grateful to her for keeping the conversation moving. I do my part too, and it's not hard. I love mythology as much as I love science. Mars and Venus really represent one whole person. In the myth, they had a daughter named Harmonia, Greek goddess of harmony, she offers when I trail off. "Bingo," I wink. In particular, she oversees the harmony of marriage and partnership. She's the soother of controversy in all things. In mythology, she tells us that the union between war and love is cosmic balance. But when you think about them, they're, in essence, polar opposites that couldn't exist without each other. The flash of her bright, effervescent smile is all it takes to make my heart skip a beat. "Is there anything you don't know?" I don't know anything with certainty, but the sight of the stars makes me dream. I quote Vincent van Gogh in response because what I want to say is that I watched her fall asleep and wished I could know what she was dreaming. I laugh when I recall her friend's joke about me fucking her feelings. I'm the one she should have warned. She has completely and utterly ruined me, and being this close to her when Venus is right there makes me desperate to sink into her body and claim her like I'm the pillaging god of war himself. Like she can read my thoughts, she says, "These clothes are stupid. Let's take them off." She stands up and slips her shorts off and pulls her tiny tank top over her head. She pulls her hair free of it, and a cascade of dark ringlets spill over her shoulders. With nothing between her and the view, she appears to be rising out of the foam of the waves crashing behind her, just like Venus in Botticelli's famous painting, but so much more beautiful than a mere mortal could capture on a canvas. The underlying gold of her brown skin is set ablaze by the moon's adoring light. I make quick work of shedding my shorts and grip my dick and stroke it. "Come here, my Venus." "I like that," she murmurs, and then sinks down so her knees straddle my thighs. She cups the back of my neck, and she plants a soft, wet kiss on me. The scent of citrus whipped with sea and sky fills my nostrils and shreds my equilibrium. I grip her hips and pull her down, impaling her with my rock-hard dick. She unleashes a moan so guttural I'm afraid I've hurt her. "Goddess, are you okay?" "I have never been better in my life," she pants against my lips. We find a rhythm that's as timeless as the universe and is ours alone. I wrap an arm around her waist, cradle her head in my free hand, and hold her flush against me while I lose myself in her most exquisite pussy. She's a tight fit, but so perfect. We barely move, but the rapid roll of her hips causes explosions of pleasure to every nerve ending in my body. "Oh, Reagan," I call her name. "Call me Venus. Be my Mars." "You want me to go to war for you, baby?" I demand, and she groans into my mouth as I grind my hips against her, pressing deep, but not as deep as I'd like, into the softest wetness I've ever felt. She has always been my Venus, but instead of her cool easing my fire, every second I'm inside only makes me hotter, hungrier. While I worship her from the front, the rising sun crowns and veils her in the light of its first rays from behind. Her expression is fierce with lust. Her hair is a wild mane of sable coils and curls. The vast sky seems to exist solely to canvas her untamed beauty. I don't recognize the growls and grunts she pulls from me. I barely know my own name. I am undone by the sunlit goddess who just took me like she owns me. I know we're just fucking, but damn if it doesn't feel like flying. I know we're not supernatural mythological beings, but when we're together like this, I'm certain we could make the whole world bend to our will. I'm a fool. I know this deep in my bones because if my life depended on it right now, I'd say this kiss was flavored by portent and the promise of so much more. She drapes her sweaty, sexy body over me, and instead of pulling away, I let myself sink deeper into the quicksand and wrap my arms around her. That was perfect. You are perfect. I whisper into the crook of her neck. She sighs and nestles closer. You're a sweet talker. Can't be helped. I've been kissing a goddess with a mouth made of sugar. She peeks up at me through the thick tangle of her glossy lashes. Don't say things like that. You'll make me want to keep you, she says in a dreamy voice before her eyes drift closed. I laugh and ignore the way my heart gets a full-blown hard-on hearing those words. It wants to mate her as much as my dick. Thank God for my job and my unbreakable commitment to spending the rest of the year in Colombia. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to follow her home.
24. Friends. Reagan. How did you end up in Colombia? I prop up on one elbow, reaching over him to grab a slippery, tender slice of mango from the small plastic container that was part of the lunch our guided tour provided. You know, for someone who actually studied journalism, You ask imprecise and vague questions." He shakes his head in amazement. And here I was, just thinking how wonderful you are. Thanks for reminding me what a know-it-all you are. His eyebrows shoot up, a cocky grin spreads from ear to ear, and his eyes dance with relish. You were thinking I'm wonderful? I scoff and curl my lip. You have selective hearing. I said you're a know-it-all. Ah, Reagan, he says, tisking in mock disapproval, but you like know-it-alls, remember? He leans forward and nips at my bottom lip. They're swollen and kissed nearly raw, and I wince, even as I open my mouth for his kiss. He swipes his tongue along the inside of my tender flesh, and I groan against his lips. I only said that because you were 10 years old and sad, but really, I hoped you'd grow out of it. He holds his hands up in the universal sign of surrender, as if this fierce, fearless man would ever give up on anything. But it's sexy that he'd pretend to for me. You're right, it's a bad habit of mine. I know I started it, but let's not fight. I'm sorry. God, why can't he stop being perfect? I wrinkle my nose at him. Okay, but only because you asked nicely. He blows out a breath as if he's relieved. Now, let's get back to the part of the conversation where we talk about how wonderful you think I am. Effervescent laughter bursts from a wellspring deep in my soul. I am awash with delight. Being with him, laughing, arguing, teasing, it's like stretching my legs after hours of riding in the cramped third row of an overcrowded minivan. He reaches one of his long, thickly muscled arms over my body. He smells like me and mangoes, and for a second my wits scramble. He plucks a slice of mango with his deft fingers. It's perfectly ripe, the succulent flesh barely taut enough to contain the juice. My mouth waters. I reach up and take a tiny bite of the fruit in his hand. I don't think I've ever tasted anything so good. I groan at the perfect balance of sweet and sour. He swipes at my lip, catches a dribble of juice on the pad of his thumb, and sucks it into his mouth. It's good, he muses, but your pussy's sweeter. I bite my lip, and heat suffuses my cheeks. I fan myself. You could start fires with your mouth. The smoldering, unabashed hunger in his eyes makes my whole body tingle. You could start wars with that face, he says. I roll my eyes at his over-the-top praise. I have zero makeup on and haven't tried to brush my hair for 2 days. I know I look a fright, but Stone looks at me like I walked out of the ocean, like Venus herself. And I love it. Being with him is like having a decadent dessert for every meal. Indulgent, expensive, impossible to resist. It's a shame we're not alone, I nudge his calf with my foot. He scans the riverbank that the rest of our excursion party is spread out across. We're a small group, made up of other couples, and we've all retreated to private, shaded spots to eat lunch. All I see is you. He picks up another juicy slice of mango and lifts it to my lips, but before I can bite it, he drags it down my chin, down my chest, and draws it around my nipple through the dark green fabric of my bikini top. And then his mouth follows the sweet, sticky trail with hot, open-mouthed kisses. I clutch his head and sink my teeth into my lip to muffle my moan of delight when his lips close over the throbbing tip of my breast. The already aching peak swells, the heat of his mouth scorching even through the fabric.
My core contracts in delicious anticipation. But we're not even close to being alone, and now that we're off the island and making our way back to Cabo San Lucas, real life doesn't feel as far away as it did yesterday. Reluctantly, I let go of his head, push at his divinely muscled shoulders, and manage to snake out of his hold and scrabble backwards just in time to evade his lunge. Stone, stop! Not here! I try to wiggle out of his grasp, but he's so strong, and he pulls me into his lap. The urgent press of his arousal nestles against my backside. His lips brush my ear, and I giggle. Promise you'll sit on my lap on our way back, and I'll let you go. He draws, and I shudder in anticipation. I promise, I whisper, and press a kiss to his temple, and draw in a lungful of his delicious sweat and fresh air-scented skin before I climb off his lap and sit cross-legged next to him. I cross my arms over my chest when his gaze drops to the wet spot over my nipple. He straightens and mimics my pose. Fine. Let's talk. I chuckle at the way he says talk like it's an expletive. Okay, so you were telling me why Colombia. I refresh his memory. I'm impressed with, but not surprised by, my ability to refocus on the conversation when my body is still so distracted by aftershocks of his attention. Stone stimulates the most erogenous zone on my entire body, my mind. And when he's talking to me while he's inside me, it's like having a full-body orgasm. He takes his cues from me and leans away a little, his eyes darting the banks of the mangrove-lined river. I went to med school thinking I was going to be a trauma surgeon. Then I had my rotation in obstetrics. My very first delivery made a believer out of me. Babies are the only people in hospitals who aren't there because they're sick. Do you like kids? He frowns and looks skyward, as if he has to ponder the answer to that question. That's a pretty easy yes or no question, I tease, but find my laugh constricted by the breath I'm holding. His chuckles. Yes, I do. They remind me that there's hope for humanity. As long as they keep coming into the world, we have a future, you know. So you want children one day? I ask, genuinely curious but acutely aware of the flutter of apprehension in my gut. I don't know why his answer should matter to me, but it does. I don't know. From the time I was 10 until I was 22, every decision I made was based on what was best for my brothers. I was in medical school and too busy trying to survive that to do anything I wanted. Now that I'm finally living just for me, I can't imagine going back to being responsible for getting little people to school and doctor's appointments and all that shit. I feel so many things at once. Disappointment because it's another reminder of how discordant our pairing is. Admiration that he not only survived an absent mother, but made sure his brothers did too. But most strongly, I feel a sense of nostalgia. I used to not want kids, I admit. I guess you got over that, Stone says, and I don't begrudge him the teasing quirk of his lips. I often laugh at the irony of it myself. Getting pregnant kind of forced me to. I wince at how that sounds. I love my children, desperately. Having them is without any doubt the most selfish thing I've done. He narrows one eye and frowns. Selfish? Yes, it's selfish. They don't ask to be born. It was purely for me. But I'll admit, When I found out I was pregnant, I thought my life was over.
Why?
My mother is brilliant. From what I heard, she could run circles around my father in intellect. When they met, she was working the concession at the basketball stand, waiting for her moment. She found it when my grandfather offered her a job. Then she fell in love with my father. She forgot her goals, forgot her ambition, and got pregnant.
With you and Remy.
He reminds me. I roll my eyes. I'm just saying, I love my mother, but I spent most of my childhood thinking she didn't love me. And from my great-grandmother on down, they've all fallen in love with a man who left them, whether by death, divorce, or prison. They spent their whole lives alone and broken-hearted. And even when I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my life professionally, I knew that I didn't want to repeat that cycle.
So you were going to outrun your legacy by making different choices,
he says, knowingly. I slant my eyes his way. I see you're familiar with this particular type of self-medication.
He smiles. Oh, yeah. I think most people who don't have rosy, happy childhoods grow up trying to avoid reliving their nightmare.
My life isn't a nightmare, just very different from what I used to hope for. But I chose it all, I say.
Because Marcel swept you off your feet? I laugh dryly. Hardly. So why did you marry him?
It's a Pandora's box of a question. I can't tell him the sequence of events that flowed from the night in the bakery and how it set the wheels in motion that led me to the altar, so I settle for the bare bones, but still awful truth. To make my grandfather happy.
That's a big decision to make just to please someone else.
There's no judgment in his eyes or his voice, but I know what I sound like, and no one can hear that without thinking it's stupid or reckless or pathetic, or all three. He raised us after my father died, well, with my mom, but he was more maternal than she is, and he was such a dynamo. I smile at the memory of him bounding off to work like he was 25 instead of 70, every day until his stroke stopped him.
Old man Wilde was a legend, man.
His voice is heavy with admiration.
Really? Even in the Rivers household?
I eye him skeptically.
I don't know about that, but I know he toppled the powers that be and upset the social order. That's why the Rivers hate him.
I remember as a boy, he made the distinction between the Rivers and the brothers he considered family. I wonder if that will change now that Hayes is back and in charge. Yes, he was totally unpolished, but rich enough to pay the cost of entry to their country clubs. He used to go to parties in off-the-rack clothes, and the old money set he was so desperate to be a part of would laugh behind his back. I remember with a fond little laugh. My grandfather said he didn't mind that they'd laughed at him. Now that he was too rich to ignore it, delighted him to see the same people who snickered knocking on his door to borrow money. He never said no. In fact, he was generous with his new friends. He shared everything, his cars and boat and properties. And once me. I'm so startled by the intruding thought that I bite my tongue hard enough to draw blood. In the ensuing pain, the thought disappears as if it had never been there, and I'm glad because it's not true. He didn't share me. Yes, he encouraged Marcel, but in the end, I married him because I wanted to.
So, what happened with you and Marcel?
Stone nudges my shoulder. I peer at him doubtfully. You really want to talk about this? He nods, his expression earnest. Unless you'd rather not, but I want to know everything about you. We share a smile that makes my heart do something strange and my pulse race. So, it's over? He prompts. I realize I'm just staring at him. I touch my flaming cheeks and blink to refocus my mind on the conversation, but I can't remember what we were talking about. Is what over? I ask, and slap his arm when he bursts out laughing. That's flattering as hell, Reagan, and makes me wish we weren't talking about your marriage. That sobers me up, and I sigh. Oh, yes, it's over, in every way but on paper. You guys don't have... His inability to say sex, after all the dirty things he's said to me in the last few days, is endearing, just like everything else about him is. No, we don't have sex, and haven't since before I had the twins. I finish his sentence for him. He's crazy. Stone's voice is full of bewilderment. Not really. Marriage, family, it's not for everyone, as you know. My laugh is hollow, and I don't want to give him the chance to agree or ask me anything else about it, so I change the subject. So you went to Colombia to find yourself? Yes, and no. I used to think I could save the world. And now? Turns out, the world is saving me. Traveling has taught me more than any classroom I've ever been in, and I'm having the time of my life in Colombia. The smile that lights his face makes me a bit envious. There's so much I haven't seen. What's it like? I ask, hungry for details that I can use to paint a picture of it for myself. It's like everywhere else on Earth. Families, single people, old people, public parks and traffic. But it's got this tenacious spirit. His hand clenches into a fist. There is so much misery everywhere, and yet they hold onto every scrap of joy, make use of every resource, and take such pride in their town's history. It's turned me into an optimist. I huff an amazed laugh. I'm so used to hedging my bets, so stuck on cynical I can't imagine that. He nods, a pensive light in his eyes as he gazes out at the river. I get that. It's safer not to expect anything. But then I see the hope on the faces of the women who come through our clinic. Their lives are incredibly hard. Poverty, political unrest, lack of food security, disease, you name it. And yet, their aspirations for their children are unmitigated. It's hard to look at them and not feel like anything is possible. His eyes blaze with passion and fondness. My heart blazes with affection and respect. His empathy and his conviction inspire me. Will you be sad to leave? Yeah, especially for the flat, endless sea of suburbia, also known as Houston, Texas. What? I sputter, incredulous that anyone could feel that way. The only true thing in that sentence is flat. Are you kidding? Houston is America's melting pot. His shrug is non-committal. It's fine, but I haven't lived there in a long time, and when I did, I didn't exactly get to enjoy it. Maybe it's because I call it home. Besides my time at SMU and the 5 years we lived in Paris, it's the only place I've spent any decent amount of time. But I think it's an amazing place to live. When you're back, I'll show you all the things you missed on your first stint. His smile dims a little, and I could smack myself. Don't worry. I haven't forgot what we agreed. I trail off, not sure how to explain myself. His expression loses all its levity, and he takes my left hand in his. He strokes my bare ring finger. I know you haven't, but this is nice. We could be friends, right? His eyes bore into mine. I don't know what to say, and I can't hold his gaze. But how could I pretend that he's as much of a stranger as his brothers are? But how could I do anything else? He lets go of my hand, and the first uncomfortable silence I can recall us ever sharing descends. Okay, it's time to paddle back to the beach, our guide calls. It's a welcome interruption, and neither one of us tries to prolong the moment. We clean up and get ready without any of our normal banter. When we're back on the paddle boards, we wade out side by side. You're a natural at this, he says, his tone free of the tension that seemed to rattle us both a few minutes ago. I'm relieved and flash him a grin. I can't believe it. I was so sure I'd fall off, but I'm afraid to look away. I admit, completely amazed at how easy it's been to stay upright. Say cheese, he calls. What? I turn to face him again. He's got his paddle tucked under one of his arms and his phone aimed at me. Trust me, you'll want to see yourself like this, he says. Okay, let me pose. I lift my arms into the air, my paddle gripped in one hand, and bare my teeth like I've just vanquished a foe. Perfect, he declares with a smile, but then he drops his paddle into the water and pushes himself ahead of me. I'm sorry for the strain between us, but grateful for the distance, too. I need to make sense of what I'm feeling. To your left, you'll see a flock of black-necked stilts, our guide calls. The mangroves are fascinating, a wetland in the middle of this otherwise arid region, and the tangle of trees is a lush ecosystem bursting with a wide variety of fish and birds, but my eyes are fixed on the back of the man who reminded me of all the things I've missed. I always heard mid-30s were peak time for a woman's sexual drive, but I didn't believe it. I thought my plug-in vibrator and I had already reached it 10 years ago. But it's not just the mind-blowing sex that's gotten under my skin over the course of the last few days. It's his wonder, his compassion, his conviction, his tenderness. It's the way he wears his heart on his sleeve, and the way he listens. He brought me here so I could go home with happy memories. I can't remember the last time anyone did something just to make me happy. This was supposed to be fun, and sex, but it's gone far beyond that. I've attributed all of my flutters and skipped heartbeats to adrenaline, but after a lazy day of swimming in the crystal clear water with sea lions and sunbathing on sparkling white sand beaches, those flutters and skipped heartbeats are more intense than ever, and there's no doubt as to why, which is too bad for me. Even if I wasn't still tangled up with Marcel, he's just told me he wants to live footloose and fancy-free, which is nothing like my life is now. I don't doubt that one day he'll change his mind. Then he'll find someone who can be more than just a holiday fling. The knowledge that my dream man will one day give all of this to someone else turns the sweet aftertaste of our kisses bitter. I banish the encroaching self-pity. This was never meant to last, which is fine because I don't need it to. I just need it for now. But as I follow him down the river, I know I'm in for a world of hurt when we say goodbye. I may be keeping myself upright on this board, but stone has brought my heart to its knees.
25. Everything. Stone. It's our final night together. We got lucky and the hotel we picked has a hot tub on the deck. I climbed in while Reagan called her kids and changed. I gaze up at the star-spangled cosmos. Every star, every planet, every speck of dust has a role to play. The universe looks like beautiful chaos, but it is, in fact, perfectly precise and predictable. Is the water nice? Reagan appears in the doorway, dripping wet and wrapped in a towel. Yeah, come join me. I hold up the 2 bottles of beer resting in the cup holders. She wrinkles her nose. I just showered. Thank goodness there's more water so you can do it again. Come on, it's our last night. She sighs but nods. Okay, let me put on a suit. I'll be right out. She smiles, slides the door closed, and disappears back into the suite. The tension from our conversation on the banks of the mangroves is gone, but the question that sparked it is still unanswered. And for now, it'll stay that way. We've got this one night left in this perfect dimension we've carved out of nostalgia and attraction, and I want to spend it happy. Tomorrow, we'll go back to the real world. And no matter how much I wish it, no matter how bright and shimmering this thing between us is, we'll go our separate ways. But there's no way I can go back to a life that she's not part of. Cosmos taught me that the universe is an impeccable timekeeper. Every single thing happens as it should. Us meeting here like this wasn't an accident. In my line of work, brilliant women aren't rare, and almost all of them can claim something that makes them physically attractive. But as cerebral as I am, I'm even more adventurous and thrill-seeking. I know it's a rare combination, and I've yet to meet a woman who can hang with me on a hike and then talk to me about all of the things that interest me: movies, books, food, travel, family, politics. Until I met Reagan Wilde. She's adventurous, beautiful, bright, and kind. But she's not the kind of woman you win with a few nights of sex and flattery. Nah, if I want it all, I've got to earn it all. I need to be in the same city, and I need a plan. But until she wants me more than whatever she's getting out of staying married to a man she doesn't like or live with, I might fail. She might trample my heart again, but to be able to finally claim her as mine is a hell of an upside. The door slides open, Reagan steps out onto the balcony, and my eyes nearly fall out of my head. I've seen her naked, and it shouldn't make me nearly swallow my tongue, but as she walks toward the hot tub, bathed in silver moonlight, I see Venus, my ultimate woman, come to life. She's got on this tiny silver bikini. Her dark hair is swept back and off her face and sits piled on top of her head. It gives me an unobstructed view of her exquisitely symmetrical face and her long, graceful neck. Her wide, thickly lashed eyes look bigger. Her kiss-swollen lips are slick with the coconut lip balm she bought from the small gift store in our hotel lobby. "Where'd you go?" she asks as she climbs in and sits next to me. I reach over the side and lift up the tightly rolled joint. To get this, our tour guide told me where I could. "I didn't know doctors smoked weed." She looks scandalized when I lift it to my lips. "And now you do. And it's not something I'd do if I had to work in the morning," I say, light it again, and hand it to her. She gives the joint a dubious side eye, her pert, sunburned nose wrinkling. "I've never tried it. I don't want to be hung over." "You won't be hung over, but no pressure." I pull it back to my lips. "Wait." She lays one of her small, neatly manicured hands on my forearm. Change your mind? I ask with a knowing smile. She nods, but instead of taking it from me, she leans forward. Show me how? There's meaning layered in those 3 words that gives them a gravity that I'm helpless to resist. It pulls me to her the way the moon and the sun pull the tide. She puckers her lips to make a tiny O for the joint. I put it to her lips, my heart hammering wildly when her lips touch the backs of my fingers as she draws in the heady smoke. I slip my other hand behind her neck and pull her forward so that our lips are almost touching. When she exhales, I pull the curling white smoke into my mouth. Her eyes dart to my lips. I trace small circles on the soft, damp nape of her neck. She sighs, and a wide smile spreads on her face. Her eyelids droop as the joint starts to take effect. I take her hands in mine and lift them to press a kiss to each of her palms. What started as a casual caress turns into a genuinely interested inspection. Her nails are short and painted in a glossy color that reminds me of marble slabs sweet cream ice cream. They're elegant and with not a single chip in sight, but her fingers and the back of her hands have faint scars that are completely at odds with the rest of her. Don't look at my hands, she says, and pulls them out of my grasp and tries to tuck them under her thighs. I grab her wrists and pull them back up, and after a few seconds she stops resisting and lets me look at them. Why not? I ask. They're terrible. My kids are picky eaters, and most nights I make 3 different meals, and my hands take a beating, nicks and cuts, oil splatters, whatever. I draw as little attention to them as possible. Nude nails, no extravagant rings. She curls her fingers inward, and I lower my head to press kisses to her knuckles as I uncurl them one at a time so that I can press our palms together. My hands dwarf hers. They're beautiful, and your kids are lucky. Even before I went to Blackwell, I don't remember my mother cooking a single meal. She turns our joined hands over and examines mine. Tell me about her. Where is she? Right now, in College Station. Hayes came back to town and she scampered. She doesn't need money since my stepfather left her an annuity. We've all been estranged from her for years, except Dare, my youngest brother. Wow, I'm sorry. The pity in her eyes makes my skin feel one size too small. Don't be. I'm not. Like you said, family isn't for everyone. My mother didn't completely abdicate her role, but she didn't do much more than was required to keep Child Protective Services off her back. All the things a parent is supposed to guide you through: friendships, falling in love, learning to drive, getting applications in on time. I taught myself, and then tried to teach my younger brothers. I did the best I could, but it wasn't always enough. Yeah, but still, I'm sorry. She repeats, her expression not at all what it should be. I don't want to talk about my mother and tarnish the shine off this last night with the bitterness just talking about her evokes. Come here, and I'll show you how you can make it feel better, I say with a lascivious grin and a waggle of my brows. She laughs and glides through the water toward me.
26. Adieu. Reagan. We've been quiet most of the morning. Stone's family has already arrived, and we've agreed that when we get back to the resort, he'll drop me off and go drop off the rental. We won't see each other again until the night before we're both set to leave. I'm bereft of him already. This trip has been like finding my way home. I was a planet on the verge of extinction, saved by this man's divine light. I may not get to keep him, but that light, the perspective, the feeling that I can do the hard things I've been avoiding, I'm taking those home with me. It's time to figure out who I am, but God, I wish we had more time. I don't want to go back. I give up trying to hold it in and sit on the bed, the t-shirt I was folding gripped in my hands. He joins me, sitting so our thighs touch, but he doesn't put his arm around me, and I need him to so desperately. I know, he says, his voice as hollow as my heart feels. Are you okay? I ask, running my fingers along the soft scruff on his jaw. He nods. For now, he whispers. He leans in and my eyes flutter closed. My lips tingle in anticipation of his touch. Instead of his mouth, the firm pads of his fingers stroke my lips. My eyes pop open in surprise, and the conflict and misery in his eyes makes me want to scream and cry at the same time. That tortured gaze follows the path of his hand. He runs his fingers up the center of my nose, over the arch of brows, ghosts them over the tips of my lashes, and then finally he cups either side of my face. You're so much more than I could have imagined, Reagan. His voice is strangled, his eyes full of desperation that makes me tremble. He opens and closes his mouth a few times before he seems to abandon the idea of speaking. Instead, with a groan that sounds like surrender, he swoops down and claims my lips in a searing kiss. His magical mouth thrills me to the edges of my senses and sends my imagination scouring for a new word to describe what we're doing, because to call this a kiss is akin to calling pearl sand. It may start that way, but when pressure, passion, and fate collide, simple, small things become extraordinary, fathomless treasures. With every breath we share, we are creating something so priceless that we'd be fools to let it go. I'm falling in love with him. God help me. How could I be so stupid? It's only been a handful of days, but Stone Rivers has already made me feel more alive than I thought possible. I feel connected to the earth, grounded to the moment. When I look at the night sky, I don't notice the dark. I just see an endless spray of brilliant, blazing possibilities. We make love one last time. There's a rhythm, a natural push and pull between us that is at once cadent and capricious. We are wanton, wild, wicked, and so fucking happy. My lips may say this isn't real, but my heart beats with the secret truth, and there it shall have to stay. 27. Crash Landing. Reagan. Oh, dear Lord. I feel almost human again. I groan and leave her up to sitting. I can't quite meet the eye of the woman who just finished washing my hair. It felt so delicious that I closed my eyes for a few minutes and pretended she was Stone. Might have come if she hadn't stopped right when she did. You've got such incredible hair. It's like the wigs everyone wears. These curls are to die for. It's not vanity that makes my eyes roll. It's boredom. My hair is unique, but then so is everyone else's. But I've learned that attempting to dissuade or explain my resistance to accepting compliments is far more painful than just saying thank you. I hear a commotion from the front of the small salon. Never one to ignore a fracas, I leave the flabbergasted hairdresser and stroll out front to see what is happening. A very familiar blonde is arguing with the extremely discomposed young receptionist. It's Hayes Rivers' fiancée, Stone's soon-to-be sister-in-law, and the very last person I should want to see. But she's pregnant and clearly in distress. The woman at the counter isn't even looking at her anymore. Confidence? She spins around, her eyes wild with panic before recognition flickers and then fades. She gives me an assessing once-over, and a confused frown mars her incredibly pretty face, and then her jaw goes slack. Her shocked expression makes me feel like I'm standing there naked. Reagan Wilde? Wow, your hair is amazing, and I've never seen you look so young before, she says after tripping on her words. Good to know I look like an old hag normally, I say in a dry voice before I can stop myself. I forget that my RBF means that my jokes tend to go over not so well. Her ocean blue eyes widen in horror, and then she laughs out loud. That's unexpected. She puts a hand on my arm. And you're funny, too. You know what I mean, girl. You look like you're 16 years old. I can see your freckles. You're stunning all the time, but right now, you look like you're a sun goddess or something. I can tell you've had a great trip. Her congratulatory smile makes my stomach dip. If only she knew. I wonder what she'd say if I told her that I drove a nail into the coffin of my oldest friendship. Before, I spent 4 days fucking, feasting, and finding my religion with a man who isn't my husband, but seems to know me better than anyone else ever has. Oh, and I think I fell in love with him, but it doesn't matter because there is no hope for us. Since I can't say any of that, I focus on trying to help her with whatever I just walked in on. I wish I could say the same for you. You look downright distressed. What did I interrupt when I walked up here? I arch an imperious brow at the young woman behind the counter. Confidence's smile dims and she purses her lips. Oh, I was being a little bit of a diva, she admits with a sheepish smile. I wanted to get my hair done. I didn't make an appointment and they're booked. I'm terrible at doing it myself. You have an event? I feign ignorance. She darts forlorn azure blue eyes back to the young woman behind the small desk before she nods tentatively. Yes, a beach wedding at sunset. It's a surprise, though, so if you see Hayes, please don't say anything. Don't you worry, I assure her. If I see Hayes, all I'll be doing is moving in the opposite direction. I'm so mad at myself. I've never been to one of these places. I thought I could just walk down and get a quick blowout. She bites her lip fretfully. Her hand rests protectively over the small, rounded swell of her belly. I was a pregnant bride, but there was nothing romantic or whimsical about my nuptials. Even in her distress, it's clear that this is a woman who is in the full flush of love. My pang of jealousy is tempered by my secret fascination with the idea of happily ever after. It wasn't in the cards for me, but I love watching it happen for other people, so I make a snap decision. I eye her cut-off denim shorts and white t-shirt with a conspiratorial smile. It won't do for you to become the new Mrs. Rivers with your hair looking like that. Leave it to me. Her pretty face is full of confusion. Leave what? I turn back to the counter. Excuse me. The girl who's been ignoring Confidence smiles genially at me. Yes, Mrs. Landell. How can I help you? This woman is getting married tonight. Surely you can fit her in. She pales, her eyes widening and darting over my shoulder before returning to me full of dread and apology. I'm sorry, but we aren't taking walk-ins. I quirk a brow at her and frown, confused. You took me? She flushes bright red and her eyes dart around as if she's looking for help. When none of her co-workers meet her pleading eyes, she looks back to me with resignation. Because you VIP, and now we don't have any bowls available. It's okay, Reagan, really. Confidence puts a hand on my shoulder. No, it's not. She can have my bowl. I don't have anything more than a good book waiting for me. If you can make me an appointment for tomorrow." The girl turns to her co-workers and speaks to them in a rapid-fire authoritative voice that sends them scurrying. "Of course, Mrs. Landell. What time tomorrow?" "Oh, no, I couldn't," Confidence protests. "You must. I insist." I smile at the young woman. "I'll call in the morning to see what's available." I turn to Confidence. "I'll just go get my things so you can get started." "Thank you so much, Reagan." She's bubbly with giddy relief, and before I see it coming, her arms go around me in a hug of gratitude. I'm so surprised I stiffen, but only for a moment. In the group of people I call friends, air kisses are the greeting of choice. But boy, does she give good hugs. Almost as good as Maddie's. I've been so mad at her, but I wish I'd hugged her like this before she left. I roll my eyes at my own silliness, as if a hug would have healed everything between us. I miss having girlfriends. I'm tempted to nestle my head on her shoulder and tell her everything. I pull away before I do or say something I'll regret. Confidence is smiling wide, and in a louder voice she says, "Is your husband here? We'll be at the beach at 6 p.m. We'd love to have you." At the mention of my husband, Hayes and his brothers in the same sentence, my panic flares. He's not here, and I've got a video call with my kids at the same time. I haven't talked to them for a few days, so as much as I'd love to, I lie. I wouldn't love to. Good luck tonight. It's quite a feat you're pulling off. He's my forever, and I just want to make him happy," she says with a dreamy sigh that makes my dry husk of a heart wheeze in longing. "Oh, I'm sure he will be." She shakes her head in self-rebuke. "It's ridiculous that you and I had to come all the way to Mexico to have our first conversation. Let's have lunch when we're all back home," she says with so much sincerity that I can't suppress the girlish hope that maybe she means it. "I'd love to," I say, but when she goes to hug me again, I lean in and press a kiss to each of her cheeks. Hugs are nice, but so are these, when you mean them. She's marrying a man very much like Marcel, a titan of industry, powerful and from an old classist family that disinherits its heirs the way the Catholic Church used to excommunicate heretics. But in all the ways that matter, he's also very different. Every time I've seen them together, it is clear that he is beside himself with love for the little blonde bombshell he's marrying, and she returns his affection. Yet empire building is not for the faint of heart. Marcel and I might not have fared better if we'd had love on our side. Without it, we never stood a chance. Confidence waves and disappears around a corner with the now fawning receptionist. I wave back and send her a silent wish for better luck with her billionaire titan than I had with mine.
28. Oh, brother. Hayes Rivers. "Why the fuck are you smiling like that?" I nudged Stone with my elbow. He immediately stops smiling. "I don't know what you're talking about," he says, and I eye him in the mirror, but drop it. He's always been a private person, and I know that pushing him is the surest way to shut him up. I turn back to the mirror, but I feel him watching me and dart an inquisitive glance in his direction. "I can hear you thinking," I draw. "How do you know, Hayes?" "Know what?" I run my fingers through my hair one last time and turn to face him. He looks uncharacteristically unsure of himself. "That you want to spend the rest of your life with her." Because, in general, I'm a selfish asshole, but I'd rather swallow hot lead than see disappointment in her eyes. Stone laughs, and I freeze. I haven't heard you laugh out loud in at least 3 years, I say. That's not true, he scoffs, and a smile plays on his lips. Has there been an invasion of the body snatchers? Who the hell are you? Fuck off, Hayes. I saw you 2 weeks ago on FaceTime and you look like the same miserable fucker you've always been. Last time you looked like this, you were eating one of those lemon scone things you used to be obsessed with. He purses his lips in a self-satisfied smile and nods. You don't say. Are you two peacocks done hogging the mirror? Bo shouts, and I stick my head out of the bathroom. He's lounging on the bed, and Dare is nowhere in sight. Where'd he go? I ask, and eye Dare's bed. It's strewn with more clothes than he could possibly need for a weekend, hair products, his laptop, 2 cell phones, and several wads of cash. I push away the unfair flare of suspicion as I take in his things. Dare has been home from rehab for 2 months. He's doing well. I can see the change in him. I just need to accept that his lifestyle is less traditional than mine. I clap my hands together, both to refocus my thoughts and to get my brother's attention. Listen, whatever C is up to, I want you guys to promise me you didn't let her rope you into anything crazy. Too late. That little blonde Napoleon you're engaged to can't be reined in, Bo says cryptically and grins. He hops up and saunters to the small bar by our balcony door. He hands me a glass and another to Stone and raises his in toast. He makes a lewd joke about marriage and balls and vices. I laugh, even though it's not really that funny. I'm happy. I've missed my brothers. We're scattered all over the place, and it's been too long since we got together outside of the holidays. Confidence never ceases to amaze me. They told me she made it clear that she wouldn't take no for an answer when she called them to plan this getaway. Even though I've missed her this afternoon, it's been nice to spend the afternoon with them. I feel bad that I didn't thank her before she went off on her mysterious errands. A simple and easy day is the best gift anyone has ever given me. In my family, those kinds of words, simple and easy, were met with suspicion. Okay, let's go. Everything is ready. Bo's abrupt declaration startles me. Ready for what? I ask. For you, dumbass. That's all I'm allowed to say. He adds when I start to press him for more. I turn to Stone, who is distracted by whatever he's looking at on his phone. He's smiling again, this time with teeth. My curiosity about the evening is forgotten. I give him a suspicious once-over. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to see it, but why the fuck are you smiling so much? He flushes and his eyes get an almost dreamy look, one I've never seen. I think I'm falling in love. He sounds like he can't believe it himself. Wow! I can't hide my surprise. He smiles wryly. I know. It's a little complicated, though. How so? She's married. Don't say a fucking word, not to anyone, he whispers. Then he claps me on the shoulder and follows Bo out the door. I put my shoes on, grab my wallet, and hurry after them. The elevator doors open on our floor just as I'm catching up with them. Good timing, Bo mutters as we step onto the crowded car. Conversation is impossible, but I catch Stone's eye and give him a look that he knows means I'm not done with him. He smirks and shrugs. I smirk back and plan my attack as we descend. When we step off the elevator, I pounce. I forgot my phone upstairs, I lie. Oh, shit. Hayes, if you're late, confidence will fucking kill me, Bo whines. Then you go get it, and Stone can escort me to whatever this is. Good idea. I'll be 5 minutes behind you, he says, and turns back for the elevators. That's not a little complicated. I fall into step beside a speed-walking Stone. He scoffs. It is. She won't be married for much longer. Now that I know for certain she could be mine, I'm just going to wait for everything to align and make my move. I thought you had a girl in Houston. That was nothing. This woman, she feels like my endgame. Not if she's already somebody else's. You're whipped. You'll get over it, I assure him. When he doesn't respond, I glance at him and find his attention is on something on the other side of the lobby. I follow his gaze and glimpse someone who shouldn't be here. Is that Reagan Landell? It's a rhetorical question. Of course it's her. No one besides her twin brother Remy looks like that. Yes, that's her, Stone says. His voice has an odd tone, and I turn away from where Reagan is standing to look at him. He's watching her the way I watch Confidence, devouring every detail like his life depends on it. A terrible foreboding makes my chest tight. Stone? He shakes his head and points at the restaurant we're standing in front of. We'll talk later. We're here. It's showtime. I force myself to let it go for now, but only for now. My brother looks besotted, but every man over the age of 16 is half in love with Reagan Landell. She's incomparably beautiful. So I can understand why Stone, if he spent time with her, or maybe even had a fling with her, would look at her and think he's found nirvana. But only trouble lies that way. She's married one of the richest men in the world. He's a business acquaintance. We play golf when he's in town, and I know his wife is his most prized possession. I can't believe she'd risk something like a tryst with Stone. Even if she wasn't married, when she finds out what our family did to hers, she won't want anything to do with us, much less become intimately involved. If I can cut it off before whatever they've started takes root, then maybe, just maybe, I can stop the nightmare our parents started from getting any worse. 29. I need her. Stone. Hayes's wedding went off without a hitch. It was beautiful, and his new wife, Confidence, looked like a fairy queen in just her floor-length sequined white dress, a pregnant fairy queen whose belly shimmered like a disco ball when she took to the dance floor during the party that lasted well past midnight. The moon was full, fat, and low in the sky, and cast a silver gilt on everything. Hayes took his bride to bed hours ago, but Beau, Dare, and I decided to stay up and watch the sunrise together, something we used to do when we lived together in New York City a few years ago. I was finishing my residency, Hayes was studying for the next round of CPA exams and working for Kingdom in their New York office. Beau was in college, and Dare was in high school. The only time we were all up and home at the same time was in the very early morning hours, and so this became our ritual. We'd catch up, talk shit, and laugh over a cup of coffee while the sun ushered in a new day. I miss that, because despite how different we are from each other, we've always been friends. But I'm not as young as I used to be. Too much scotch, not enough food or water, and dancing until we were drenched with sweat is starting to catch up with me, and I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. Dare is already asleep on one of the lounge chairs, curling up in a fetal position the way he used to when he was a kid. When I see him like that, I can almost recall a time before his name became synonymous with trouble. It's not his fault. He was only 3 when Jason died and Hayes left. He got the short end of the parenting stick. You dumped her because she got a cat? Beau's question interrupts my reverie. I glance at him and my lip curls in annoyance. I reach across the space between our lounge chairs and snatch my phone out of his hand. I have pictures of Reagan on that phone, and the last thing I need is for him or anyone to see them. Why are you reading my texts? Because you keep secrets, and you're not allowed to have secrets from me, remember? He spears me with an annoyed glare. No, I don't remember. I grumble and open my phone's security settings. I change my password, the same one I've had for the last 10 years. "Are you changing your passcode?" he asks in surprise. "How'd you guess?" He laughs. "Oh, Stone, come on. You read my texts all the time." "I used to. You were a minor and I paid for your phone." "You were 2 years older than me, and being young doesn't mean I didn't want my fucking privacy, man." I roll my eyes. "People in hell want ice water. I stopped checking your messages when you started paying the bill, and yes, I dumped her because she got a cat." I answer his original question. It's not the whole truth, but it's a pretext for it. "Jesus, Stone, she got a cat to keep her company while you were gone. God, you're an evil fucker, man. No heart at all." He shakes his head, his face pinched in mock disappointment. I quirk my lips in a smirk and roll my eyes, dismissing his teasing. "We didn't want the same things, and I'm allergic to cats. She knew that. Felt like a natural end to me. How was I to know she'd be upset?" Bo drags his sunglasses down the bridge of his nose to reveal his red-rimmed, glassy-eyed glare of disbelief. "You know, I promised Cadence I would get through this week without lecturing you about your lifestyle choices. She said you'd be feeling enough pressure as it was with Hayes getting married and you being next in line." I roll my eyes upward in annoyance. I feel zero pressure to do anything. Any choice I make is one I want to. But tell Cadence thanks for trying to use her dark powers for good. That's a first. Normally, I'm a lot less civil about the vice grip his girlfriend has on his balls. She's overbearing and, in general, bad for him. Last Christmas, she announced that she'd had a dream about starting a stingless bee apiary in Mexico. She and Bo bought some land in a town called Playa Encado and went searching for a simpler way of life. As far as I can tell, the year he spent in Mexico with Cadence has involved developing an intimate knowledge of hallucinogenic plants and herbs, having sex on public beaches, and playing his guitar while she dances in circles around a small fire. At least that's what all the videos he posts on IG make it seem like. He says they're happy, fulfilled, and relaxed. I think she's just spending his money, pulling his chain, and using him to live a life of leisure. But there's never been any getting through to Bo when it comes to her. And if I know anything, it's that my objections only make him more determined to prove me wrong. "Don't you worry that you're going to end up alone?" Bo's voice is contemplative. "It's not the worst thing I can imagine. I think it would be worse to be with someone who made me miserable," I answer and give him a pointed look. He's been with Cadence since he was 17, and I've never been convinced that it's love that binds him to her. He doesn't want to be alone. Being raised by Eliza scarred us all equally, but differently. He's afraid of being alone. I've always been afraid of committing to the wrong person. What if you've already met Ms. Wright, but sabotaged the relationship before you had a chance to find out? He presses me. I shake my head. I've never been indecisive. I know what I want. It's not fair to keep dragging something out because you hope the person will change, like you've been doing for the last 8 years of your life. He groans and drops his head into his hands. "But Stone, what if the pussy is so good, so deep, that you know you'll never have anything that good again, and you're kind of addicted to it?" Bo asks in a rush of pained words. I gawk at him. "Bo, you can get good pussy anywhere." He shakes his head in emphatic disagreement. "No, not like hers." I groan and run a hand over my face. "Ugh, dude, how do you know? Wasn't she your first?" "Yeah, but it's so good. I know nothing could feel like her, but fuck, I don't think I even like her anymore." "And you can still get it up?" I look at him, incredulous. "I'm a man. It doesn't take much, and when her mouth is full of my cock, she doesn't annoy me at all." "I forgot how charming you can be." I give him a disapproving frown. "Learned it all from my big brother," he says with a wink. Bo leans back in his chair, tips his face up, and drinks in the first rays of the rising sun. I'm so glad you insisted we stay up for this. I nod in agreement and enjoy the quiet peace that descends as the sun rises. Bo taps the table. I know Mom did a number on us and that you deserve the chance to do whatever you want, but don't let searching for someone who doesn't exist, some perfect woman without any flaws, keep you from missing out on something special. It's on the tip of my tongue to say I found her, but that's crazy. Sure, we had a great week together, but our lives are incompatible for anything more than friendship, and even that seems to make her uncomfortable. Bo nudges my chair. I'm going to swim, he declares, and stands up to head to the water. I throw a fistful of sand at him as he ambles off towards the water. Bo is soul-searching and unsettled, but the fact that we're here together and that he's got enough security in his life to have space to daydream makes me feel less worried about him. I missed a lot of my adolescence, and sometimes I lament that, but it feels so worth it to see my brothers whole and happy, the way I felt when I was with Reagan. Just thinking of her makes my heart thud and my stomach flip. I want to punch myself. For a man everyone calls smart, I've been incredibly stupid. She's married with children. I live on another continent. I've never even come close to falling in love. And whatever I felt for her when I was 10 was gone. But when I jumped off that gondola, I knew. And still, I persisted. I thought there was safety in the fact that we would have to say goodbye. I should have recognized that for the wolf in sheep's clothing that it was. But there is no safety net when you're ensnared by a femme fatale. There's only free fall. We agreed to wait until tomorrow, but I miss her, and it's not like anyone's paying attention. I scribble a note for my brothers on a cocktail napkin and go in search of my goddess.
30. Hot stone. Reagan. There's a light knock on my door, and I put my book down and just stare at it for a minute. It's barely 9 a.m., and Stone is fast asleep next to me. He showed up a few hours ago, and I was too happy to see him to mind that he was breaking one of our rules. He crawled into bed, wrapped an arm around my waist, pulled me so my back pressed against his chest, and fell asleep. The knock comes again, a little louder this time. I disentangle myself from the warm weight of his arms and slip my robe on before I pad over to the door. I look through the viewfinder, and my heart drops to my toes when I see Hayes Rivers standing there. I gasp, my heart racing, and jump back from the door like it's on fire. What in the world does he want? Maybe I can pretend I'm not here. He knocks again, more insistent this time. 1 second, I call out, and run to shut the bedroom door, then scan the room for any signs of Stone's presence. Seeing none, I take a steadying breath and open the door. Hayes Rivers is an entire mood. He looms large and imposing in my doorframe, smiling pleasantly, but his eyes tell an entirely different story. They're cold and intent, and his severe brows give his handsome face an austerity that is intimidating. This is a surprise. I expected you to be keeping the new Mrs. Rivers company, I say in a light-hearted tone that is as transparent as his disapproval. I draw my robe tighter around me. Yes, my wife told me that you were responsible for her having her hair done. I wanted to thank you. His smile is nothing close to grateful, and my chest tightens. You're welcome, and it was my pleasure. But you didn't have to come all this way to tell me that. I give him a tight smile. Actually,
I did. His pleasant smile falls away. Oh? I raise an expectant brow. We're having a post-wedding brunch. Confidence thought since Remy wasn't able to make it, and you just happened to be here, it would be nice if you came. I jerk backward and frown. Wait, you were expecting Remy? Don't you know he left town without a word? I'm surprised because they became good friends last year, bringing a very public end to the rivalry between our families. His inscrutable gaze flickers with surprise before he looks away, like something down the hall caught his attention. I stick my head out. There's nothing there, but that would mean he's nervous. Hayes Rivers and nervousness don't go together, ever. He narrows his eyes as if he's trying to remember. No, I didn't, I guess. It's been a crazy couple of months, and Confidence being pregnant and Gigi getting shot and recouping, you know. So I have no idea what's up with Remy. We sent him an invite, but yeah, no. None of that makes any sense. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He sounds like a guilty man talking to the police. What in the world is going on? I narrow my eyes at him. And your wife, who works for him, didn't mention that she hasn't seen your best friend in 2 months? He shrugs. She doesn't work for him anymore. The rush of resentment I feel toward him is unwarranted. Your wife was aglow with love for you. Don't force her to give up on her dreams so she can be your perfect little trophy. Trust me when I say that if you do, one day you will regret it. He leans away as if I slapped him, and then his expression darkens. I don't appreciate the insinuation, Reagan. I can assure you that I can't force Confidence to do anything. I flush. I see. Sorry, I'm projecting. Bad habit. He ignores me and glances over my shoulder, looking into the suite. My heart leaps in my throat. Can I help you? I ask, moving to block his view. He turns his intelligent eyes back to me, an almost charming smile on his face. I thought I saw something. Well, it's just me. He bites his lip and nods his head, as if agreeing. Sorry, it's a bad habit. In fact, I was just telling my brother Stone how easy it is to see things that aren't there. He's spent his whole life working toward this opportunity that's waiting for him in Houston. But an illusion is about to ruin it all. I'll do everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen. He looks perfectly civil, but he's making his point in a ruthlessly deliberate way. He knows. My throat constricts, and I take an involuntary step away from him. Well, good luck with that, I manage to croak out. He nods. I'll let Confidence know you had other plans and couldn't join us for brunch. His smile is all grace and charm, but his eyes glimmer with a satisfaction that makes me want to punch him in the nose. If he was hoping to intimidate or shame me, he failed. I give him a smile that's laced with pure venom. Oh, no. There's nowhere I'd rather be this afternoon. Please let her know that I'll be there. Anger flares in his hazel gaze, and he closes them for the space of a heartbeat. When he looks back at me, they're ice cold. I see. His voice is grave and low. Glad you do. Now, If you'll excuse me, I've got a hot stone treatment waiting for me. I allow myself a second to enjoy the indignation on his face before I shut the door. And then I start to panic. My scalp tingles and my whole body flushes hot. God, he could tell Marcel, and then I'd lose my children. My heart constricts. I make it to the toilet right before I throw up. I strip, turn on the shower, and climb in. I sit on the floor, my knees drawn up to my chin, and let the hard pricks of cold water soothe me. As the water heats up and my pulse slows down, my panic turns to frustration. When I can breathe again, I force myself to think. There's only one way Hayes knows about us, and he's snoring in my bed. Whether he told him or said enough so Hayes could guess doesn't matter. I was deluding myself, thinking we could carry on any semblance of a relationship after we left this resort. Even if I leave Marcel, there's too much shit in our way, and friendship is laughable. I'd been heartsick when I saw him laughing with those girls in their tent that first night on the island. And Stone, well, he may have outgrown stabbing people, but that possessive, determined spirit is still there. And right now, the thought of being possessed by anyone when I'm just on the cusp of finding myself terrifies me. I need to put a period at the end of this sentence today. I step out of the shower, call down to the salon, and pull rank to get an appointment. I gaze at myself in the mirror. Freckles spangle the bridge of my nose. My hair is a wild cloud of curls and coils, some of them streaked by the sun. I love the way I look right now. But like everything else that feels good about this trip, its time has come to an end. I turn away from my reflection and start getting ready.
31. Making an entrance. Stone. "What the hell are you looking at?" Dare asks. I drag my eyes away from the entrance of the restaurant and throw my napkin at his scowling face. "Not you, so why are you worried about it?" I snap. "Boys, behave." Hetty, one of Hayes's new neighbors in Rivers Wilde, and Gigi's +1, gives us a grandmotherly glare. We all mumble apologies, and I turn back to watch the door. When I woke, there was a note that read, "See you at brunch," on the pillow where her head should have been. I was confused until I got here and saw her name on one of the place cards. Confidence was bursting with excitement as she told me how they'd run into her and that Hayes went up to invite her this morning. My stomach clenched so hard I thought I'd be sick. He came to her room this morning? I glance at Hayes and he smiles briefly and turns his attention back to Gigi. He's been nothing but relaxed and hasn't mentioned her or our conversation at all, but Hayes is the master of hiding his emotions, so that doesn't make me feel any better. "Oh my damn. Reagan Landell is here?" Bo asks in an overly interested voice. I turn to him and follow his rapt gaze to the entrance that leads in from the beach. The version of Reagan that strides into the dining room is one I've never seen in person. Her hair is blown straight and shines like polished sable when she moves. Her skin glows with something more than the sun-kissed warmth I got used to seeing at the beach. She's dressed in an all-white floor-length dress that was made to be worn by her. 2 diamond-shaped pieces of fabric cover each of her plump breasts, drape over her shoulders, and meet at the nape of her neck in an oversized bow that sits on her far left shoulder. The deep V created by the scant bodice exposes the long column of her throat and the smooth, sun-browned valley of skin between her breasts all the way to right above her belly button. The skirt has twin slits that reveal her legs from toe to damn near the top of her hip with every step she takes in her blush pink open-toe shoes. The heels are needle-thin and so high that her lithe and graceful frame is nearly as tall as I am. Bo lets out a low whistle of appreciation, and I grit my teeth. You know, I'd never even think about touching another woman, but she is fucking hot, man. Even her toes are perfect. God, I wish I was a billionaire. I'd lay it at her feet for just one night of... Don't finish that sentence, I snap, uncaring that I sound like a fucking caveman. Bo looks at me askance and then bursts out laughing. Oh, I forgot you had a thing for her. I was 10, I snap and look back at my phone, and what I felt then is a mere star compared to the galaxy of emotions that make up the thing I have for her now. Was she always a looker? Bo asks, never taking his hungry eyes from Reagan. I want to tell him she's mine, that he can't look at her like that. Instead, I nod. Always. Hey guys, does everyone know Reagan Landell? Her family founded Rivers Wilde, and her twin brother is a friend of both of ours, says Confidence, her eyes bright as Reagan approaches. Hayes is glaring at me with a warning in his expression. I don't know what came over me yesterday. I know better. If there's one thing Hayes isn't good at, it's minding his own business. Well, hell, now I know why Landell never lets her out of his sight, and why he's so damn possessive. I heard some guy lost a finger for dancing too close to his crown jewel at a fundraiser. I roll my eyes, but inwardly my insides feel like water. He's a publisher, not a gangster, and if she's his crown jewel, why is she here without him? Bo scoffs and smirks conspiratorially. I've heard his family's publishing and real estate is just a front for other stuff. By he's heard, he means Cadence told him. That woman has a talent for curating and aggregating gossip that seems to far outweigh her talent for anything else. Well, I'm sure you've got reliable insider info, but given that I've spent the last year living in a city where corruption and crime are a way of life for most people, I can tell you the wives of men who are really involved with the cartels don't travel through Mexico alone. Okay, well, you go ahead and think that, and I'm going to get a tequila sunrise and enjoy the suddenly much improved view.
32. Goodbye. Reagan. Confidence looks as fresh as a daisy and radiates with happiness. I let down some of my reserve to give her a genuine hug of congratulations. Hayes got an air kiss. When she got to Stone, my inflection and expression were exactly the same with him as they were with everyone else she introduced me to. She sat me across from him, in between Dare and her best friend, Cass. Cass has been preoccupied with her date. Dare has been preoccupied with his phone. And Stone has been preoccupied with glaring at me. I haven't looked at him properly since I walked in, and it's killing me. I miss him. The days we spent together were amazing. We took pictures, posed like a couple, held hands as we toured ruins, fucked in the ocean, and for a brief moment I forgot who I was. But Hayes's visit sobered me up really quick. This brunch is exactly what we both need, a reminder of what life would really be like if we were trying to take this beyond this trip. Confidence's mother finishes her speech, and I can't take another second of Stone's glaring. I surge to my feet and turn an apologetic smile toward the newlyweds. I hate to cut into your speeches, but my car is leaving for the airport soon. I can feel Stone's body tense, but I still don't dare look at him. Before I go, I want to wish the happy couple well. Marriage shouldn't be hard. People who say that are crazy. It should be easy and fun and loving and safe. Anything less than that, you're in for a lifetime of misery, divorce, or jail. A small ripple of laughter surprises me. I'm not joking. Discovery ID wouldn't have more than 2 hours of programming if it weren't for all the wives and husbands who try to kill each other. Confidence gasps, and someone clears their throat. I grimace an apology. Not that you're in any danger of that. You two are clearly very much in love. I smile at them both, letting the sincere warmth I feel for her show. A focus on that. Hayes' jaw tightens, but his expression is as civil as mine. You're lucky to have found each other. Most people never get the timing quite right. That is when I look at Stone. His expression is grave, and his eyes are wide with an emotion I can't name, but it makes me want to cry. I hate leaving like this, but it's for the best. I turn back to the happy couple and raise my glass. Congratulations. Cheers to forever. Welcome, Mrs. Landell. Please, make yourself comfortable. The woman whose name tag reads Paulina greets me as I walk into the lounge for private charters. I walked out of Pacifico and got straight into the waiting car that brought me to the airport. Time to head back to my real life. And there was no point in dragging it out because I wanted one more night of feeling good. My feelings won't change anything, and one more night will just make the inevitable even harder. I pluck a bottle of water from the table where an assortment of bottled drinks are nestled in a silver ice bucket and gulp half of it down before I drop my sore, soul-weary self into one of the winged armchairs. I free my feet from the heels that, after a week of sandals and bare feet, feel like torture devices, and slip on the flip-flops in my tote. I pull out my phone and check my messages. The first one is from Tyson. Oh, hey, I forgot. Did you see Stone? I was supposed to text and give you a heads up, but got distracted. You need to call me anyway. Busy here, but we'll make time. Just saw him this morning. Headed back. Call you soon. So typical of Tyson. He's so disorganized and self-absorbed that I'm shocked he remembered to text at all. I drop my phone in my bag and close my eyes. My head aches. I rub my temples and groan at the shiver of relief the caress brings. I could do that for you if you'd like. I sit up with a start and find myself face to face with the owner of that silky baritone. Stone is standing in the doorway. He looks amazing in his blue linen pants and white linen shirt, the deep tan of his skin setting both off beautifully. But his expression is dark and brooding, and I can't tell if he wants to strangle me or rip my clothes off. My throat goes dry. What are you doing here? I wanted to say goodbye. He prowls toward me, his long legs eating up the ground between us. He drops into the seat next to me, rests his elbows on his knees, and steeples his fingers under his chin, his eyes trained on the huge window that faces the tarmac. How'd you find me? I ask. If he hears me, he doesn't give any sign of it. Did you know the transit of Venus happens just 4 times every 243 years? It's the rarest of predictable astronomical phenomena. It's how early astronomers mapped the heavens. I gape at him. What? I ask, genuinely confused. I've dated. Had lovers. This better be going somewhere good, I mutter, irritated at the thought of him and lovers. He sits up, turns to me, and takes my hand into his. His touch is heaven and hell all at once. And even if I wanted to pull my hands free, his grip is so tight I couldn't. But before this last week, I've never really been in love. Panic and regret form a fist around my heart and squeeze. I clear my dry throat and shake my head. But you said you didn't want... I know. But you've always been my game changer. I blink and try to absorb everything he's told me. What do you mean? I want to explore what's happening between us, he says, and I cover my mouth to muffle a scream. I dart around the room, not even sure what I'm looking for. Where is everyone? On a break, he says, batting my concern away like it's an annoying fly. Did you pay them to leave us alone? I gape at him. Yup. Why? So I could make my Hail Mary. My heart feels like it's being stretched in two different directions. The side that wants to say yes is pulling as hard as the side that knows I have to say no. Stone, I have a lot to sort out, and so do you. I lick my dry lips and shudder when I remember Hayes and his knowing eyes, and the career Stone clearly loves that a scandal the size of what we'd cause could disrupt. What did my brother say to you when he came to the room? That's what made you feel like this. My eyes widen in surprise. How did you know? I ask. Why didn't you tell me? He asks, instead of answering me. Because I didn't want to cause a rift. I know how much you love them, and he didn't say anything I didn't already know, I explain. His jaw tightens and he nods. The disappointment in his eyes is unbearable. I need to check something. I grab my bag and stand. I need to get out of here. I walk over to the deserted service desk and ring the bell. I told you. There's no one here. His voice comes from right behind me. My already frazzled nerves vibrate and I yelp and spin around. Don't sneak up on me like that, Stone. He grabs my wrists and yanks me to him in a move that's rough but that ends with his sweet mouth on mine. He kisses me, and for a second I kiss him back. How can I not? He tastes like heaven, and I want to kiss him forever. His mouth is hot and demanding and unyielding on mine. I revel in the cinnamon and chocolate on his breath. I breathe in lungfuls of the most delicious man I've ever tasted. He cups my ass and I cling to him, a mere handful of heartbeats away from begging him to please put himself inside me. I rally the last bits of my resolve and shove him away. He looks bewildered, disheveled, and not even close to daunted. I jump back and just manage to evade his attempt to grab me. I step behind the counter and glare at him, angry at him and myself for the half of me that wants him to jump over the counter and kiss me again. I know you feel the same way, he growls in frustration. I gape, goggle-eyed at how savage his expression is. My heart thunders not from fear, but from excitement. What is wrong with me? Less than a week ago, you told me you didn't want anything more than sex, and now you want me to throw away everything because you've changed your mind? I demand. No, I want you to choose a life you actually want, and I want you to let me be part of it. His eyes soften, and my resolve does too. Oh, dear Lord, why am I being tested like this?
Discipline, Reagan.
My grandfather's voice cracks like a whip in my mind. Did you see what happened at brunch? What makes you think we can keep this going if you were in Houston? No, I didn't see what happened at brunch because I was too busy trying to understand why you wouldn't even look at me. The pain and accusation in his face makes my heart tremble, but that's as far as I allow myself to be pulled down. I'm sorry for that, but if I looked at you, everyone would have known. And Stone, no one can know about us. If Marcel knows I've been unfaithful, he'll get the kids. It's in our prenup. You have to understand, this has to be where we say goodbye, like we planned. He glares at me, hands on his hips, and shakes his head, but the determination in his eyes fades, and he looks dejected. I'm sorry, Stone. It feels inadequate, but it's all I can manage. He nods and doesn't say anything as I round the counter and walk over to my bags. I take another breath and press on. Maybe next time we see each other, and if we're both free, we can see. He grabs me by the shoulders and spins me around so fast I scream. He pins me in place with a furious stare. What if next time isn't for another 5 years? What will I do without you for that long? His voice is rough, and his eyes look so damn pained. I almost believe him. Almost. I pull out of his grasp. There'll be someone else. You'll be fine. The jealousy I have no right to blazes my chest and makes a liar out of my casual voice. His knowing laugh is unrepentant and infuriating. I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm glad you think it's fun. He closes the space between us with one long ground-eating stride, cups the back of my neck, and his lips cover mine in a hard, fast kiss that curls my toes and fries my senses. He breaks the kiss as abruptly as he started it, his hold on my neck tightening, his eyes growing dark with need. I'll never be fine again, Reagan. You've ruined me, he whispers against my mouth. Why did you do that? I ask when I can speak again. You said you were trying to do the right thing, and kissing you, it'll always be the right thing. The sincere hope in his eyes is a battering ram against the walls of my resistance. I groan in frustration and drop my forehead on his chest. His other arm winds around my waist. Don't leave today. Let's go back to your room and spend this last night together. Let me say goodbye to you. I want to say yes, and that's why I have to say no. I cup his face. He's shaved again, but his stubble scrapes against the palm of my hand. I memorize the strong lines of his face, the flecks of gold in his eyes, the lush pink center of his bottom lip, and the way he makes me feel like I can touch the sky. Thank you so much for this week. It's been one of the happiest of my life. We can have more. His face is so earnest. I know he thinks he means it, but life can't just be one big adventure. It's obligations and responsibility. He's got his whole life ahead of him, and I've got children to raise and a marriage to end and a life to plan. Maybe. But before I make promises to anyone else, I want to try and finally keep the ones I made to myself. He deflates in the face of my plea. He presses his lips together and puts his hands on his hips. His eyes glitter with frustration. You deserve that, and I want it for you. His smile is so sad. I hate myself for putting that there. I hate him for making me feel the same. Then he pulls me into a hug so tight it's hard to breathe, but I hold on and press my cheek to his and savor the feel and smell of the man who has given me more joy in 3 days than I've felt in 15 years. My eyes burn from the sting of unshed tears. This is over, probably for good, but I won't cast it as tragic. That this happened at all is amazing. After years of feeling the exact opposite, I now know that I am indeed made to be loved. Even though he didn't say the words, from taking me on that road trip to bungee jumping to showing me the wonders of the universe to the way he's letting me go now, I feel loved. The doors slide open, and the sound of jet engines, the smell of fuel, and a wave of hot air roll in and bring reality with them. I look over my shoulder to find a member of the crew waving awkwardly at me. He hugs me one more time, and then picks my carry-on bag and walks with me to the door. "Take care," I say. A lump made of equal parts grief and gratitude lodges in my throat. He takes my hand and draws it up to his mouth for a kiss. We didn't find each other again for no reason. This may be the wrong time, but we are the right people, and you've always been my favorite what if. I hope now that will stop being true, I say with a flippancy I don't feel. Why would it? He looks genuinely puzzled. Because now you know that what if is sweet, but messy. He chuckles, and it rumbles hollow and sad against my ribcage. That fierce determination back in his. Well, you told me once that I was good at cleaning up your messes. When I get back to Houston, we're going to find out if that's still true. He presses a hard, possessive kiss to my mouth, and for one glorious final minute, I don't give a damn who sees. 3 months later, Rivers Wilde, Houston, Texas. 33. The Prodigal Returns. Reagan. "This is what you get for cheating on me, Reagan." It was just one blowout. I shake my head at my hairdresser Tanaka's dramatics and sit patiently while she inspects my hair. When we moved to Paris, all the stylists my mother-in-law worked with had no clue what to do with my hair. I started doing it myself, and it showed. I was at the American Embassy in Paris one day, soon after we arrived, and saw a woman who looked like she could have been my sister. Her hair was glorious, and she gave me her stylist's number. She was working from a rented chair in a shop nestled in the shadow of Sacré-Cœur, at the foot of the eastern slopes of Montmartre. My mother-in-law had nearly had a coronary and told Marcel I was frequenting the slums when she found out I spurned her left bank stylist. I ignored her. Tanaka worked miracles with my hair. The night we hosted our first of what would become regular First Friday socials at our apartment in Rue de Bac, everyone complimented my hair, and I was thrilled to send them her way. She opened her own salon on the left bank a year later. She had a 6-month waiting list and was well on her way to becoming a real celebrity when I decided to move back to Houston. And when I told her I was going, she said, "Me too." It was at Blush, the salon she opened here in Rivers Wilde, is where she truly skyrocketed to fame. Her clientele list is so rarefied that she's become synonymous with the likes of Vidal Sassoon. She could be anywhere in the world, but she's loyal to the bone, and for giving her work a platform that changed her life completely, she always makes time for me. To have one of her only 2 salons right here in Rivers Wilde was quite a coup for us. She reminds us of that every chance she gets. Underneath all her blunt talk and brusque manner, she is loyal, kind, and brilliant. She fingers the ends of my hair, her critical eyes stricken. Well, that's all it takes to ruin a decade's worth of work, and you haven't been in regularly enough. I must cut it. No, I pull away and give her a wide-eyed look. It's for the best. Your hair grows like weeds. You won't miss it. I already do. I clutch my hair protectively. Her sigh is one of long suffering. This is tedious. I always win. Just accept it. Glad to know I'm not the only one she browbeats. A lilting, familiar voice says from behind us. I turn, a genuine smile of affection tugging at my lips before I even lay eyes on her. Hello, Mrs. Rivers. I greet Confidence with her brand-new name. Their formal church wedding was a month ago, and this is the first time I've seen her since. She's glowing. Ah, I should have known you two were friends, stubborn as each other. Tanaka chides, even as she and Confidence share a warm hug. She turns a charming, shy smile on me. I came by to drop off a thank you note, and Noe said you two were in the consultation room. I had to say hi. Tanaka harumphs. I'll go deal with him while you two catch up. Confidence sits on the armchair across from mine and blows out an exhausted breath. Tanaka is so grumpy, right? But I think she forces those pregnancy tests on people not out of an abundance of caution, but because she's secretly a sap. She loves being witness to people getting unexpected happy news. That badass I'll put you in my breakfast smoothie and drink you if you piss me off is an act. Confidence giggles. I know, and she's a genius. In fact, it was here that I found out I was pregnant. She wouldn't color my hair unless I took a pregnancy test, and here we are. She drops her eyes to her stomach and strokes it tenderly. A rush of nostalgia compels me to reach over and to touch her stomach. I pull my hand back and wince an apology. Do you mind if I touch? She rolls her eyes and arches her back to stick her stomach out. Go ahead. I love it. I place my palm on the top of her belly, and her smile widens with pride. I'm growing a person inside me. I'm so happy for you. I run my hand down the curve of the cocoon her body has fashioned for her baby. He's moving. She grabs my wrist and slides it, my hand, to the left. I gasp at the slide of a rounded body part against my palm. I know, right? She beams with the kind of excitement I'm used to seeing on my children's faces, guileless and unmitigated. The kind of excitement I had countless moments of when I was with Stone. I'm gripped by a pang of longing so sharp that my heart skips a beat, but I push it away. Do you want more babies? Confidence asks, and the pain I just dismissed leaps back to life. The pain over Stone didn't surprise me. I always feel something when I think of him. But this does. For a woman who spent more than half her life thinking she'd never have children, it's jarring to feel a sense of longing when I already have 3 more than I planned. Even if I didn't have my IUD, there's no chance of me being pregnant again. Marcel and I are irrevocably broken. I haven't even seen him since I've been back. As for Stone, I know we'll never be strangers again. The connection we forged on that trip was real and deep. It's been almost 3 months since we said goodbye. When I got back home, everything was haywire. Evangeline got into a fight at school the day after I arrived. Martinez had his 5th bout of strep throat this year, and his doctor decided it was time for him to have his tonsils out. And my brother's disappearing act has become a PR nightmare. But it's only in the last few weeks, as life calmed down, that I've had enough of an emotional bandwidth to think about what. I've stopped pretending I didn't leave a piece of my heart with him, but it doesn't change the facts of our circumstances. He may be interested in a relationship with me now, but once he's here, he'll see how burdensome and unwieldy the baggage I come with really is. He'll meet someone who can live out his globe-trotting adventures with him. At least I hope so. Because if he settles here, and I have to see him with another woman on his arm, I might have to consider moving. I used to find all of the sentiments, like, I know I'll never feel this way about anyone again, silly and fatalistic. But now that that's exactly how I feel, there's nothing silly about it. It took me 36 years to find him. Those aren't good odds for it happening again in this lifetime.
Reagan?
Confidence's slightly raised, concerned voice startles me out of my daydream. I glance up to find her watching me with a furrowed brow. I flush and pull my hand back from her belly. Sorry. Nostalgia. I flash a sheepish smile. She doesn't return it.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Why? I hold my breath and pray that I speak my thoughts aloud.
It's just, you looked so sad.
Her frown deepens. I shake my head in dismissal and force my smile wider. I'm fine. I just got lost in my memories for a minute. I sit back in my chair, cross my legs, and relax my shoulders. You really popped since the wedding, haven't you? I nod at her belly. Her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes, but she lets me change the subject and nods. More like exploded. People keep asking if I'm having twins. I just tell them, no, his daddy's a giant. She rolls her eyes, but the smile that's on her face when she mentions Hayes makes me jealous. She leans back in her chair and her expression dims again.
So, how are you doing? Is it hard with Marcel being gone all the time? She asks.
My stock answer, I miss him, but it's best for our kids to be here, is on the tip of my tongue. But I like Confidence, and if we're going to be friends, she'll learn the truth sooner or later. Not at all. It's actually easier this way, I answer, and instantly feel lighter, even when her smile falters. She leans forward to grasp my hand, her eyes full of sympathy. I'm so sorry. I shake my head to dissuade her. Don't be. I'm fine.
But Confidence?
A woman's voice I don't recognize calls out to her, and she sits up straight and rests a hand on her forehead. Her eyes widen with guilt.
Oh, I'm a knucklehead. I forgot Gigi was waiting for me in the car.
She grabs her purse and struggles to her feet, just as a dark-haired willow beauty in silk, light gray dress walks into the consultation room.
There you are.
The woman stops mid-sentence when she sees me. Her mouth falls open. Her eyes go round like saucers. She looks like she's seen a ghost.
Hey, Gigi, I don't think you've met Reagan Wilde.
Confidence walks over to her. Her use of my maiden name surprises me, but it clearly surprises Gigi more. The paper cup she's holding slips from her hand and lands with a splatter at her feet. Confidence yelps and hops back. I stand to help, but Gigi stays frozen, not taking her eyes off me. Is she okay? I ask. Confidence glances at me and nods with a reassuring smile. No way? She calls out to Tanaka's assistant and slides a protective arm around Gigi's waist before she leads her from the room, without either of them saying another word. I sit, barely registering when Noe comes in to mop up the spill. Gigi's behavior just now was bizarre. I know very little about her. She's Hayes's aunt, but was disowned when she ran with a man her father didn't approve of. When her brother died, leaving Hayes an orphan, he went to live with her and she raised him. But I've been very curious about her lately. She was shot when a disgruntled employee went ballistic outside of the Rivers business headquarters, and as far as I know, the last thing Remy did before he hauled ass out of town was visit her in the hospital. She's rebuffed all of our efforts to talk to her about his visit, and I felt bad harassing an old lady who was recovering from a gunshot wound, and who probably knew nothing about whatever was up with Remy. But now, I wonder if there's more there. I get up and walk out to the reception area to see if I can catch them and maybe get her to talk to me. But when I get there, Confidence is walking back into the salon alone. Where's Gigi? I ask, peering over her shoulder to see if I can catch a glimpse of her. I told her to go on home. She's still healing from the gunshot, and she's tired. Her eyes don't meet mine, and she swallows audibly. The hair on the back of my neck stands up. What's wrong? She winces and sighs heavily before finally meeting my eyes. Her eyes are bleak. My heart stops. Has something happened to Remy? I can barely get the words out and sag with relief when she shakes her head in vigorous denial. No, but I do want to talk to you. Mrs. Landell, your phone's ringing, Noe calls as he rushes over to us, holding my vibrating purse out to me. I stifle my irritation at the interruption and take it from him. You didn't have to bring it out here. It rang twice already. I thought maybe it was urgent. A new worry blooms. Ava seems to be settling back into school after her suspension, but anyone calling 3 times in a row can't be good news. Sorry, I mutter to Confidence as I fish my phone out. I let out a sigh of relief when the name Cal flashes on my screen. She's Remy's ex, the one who got away. A few days ago, she showed up looking for him. Last time we talked, she thought she had a lead on him and said she'd be in touch. He's gone off the grid before, but never for this long, and never without being in touch at least sporadically. I've been waiting for her to call and tell me what, if anything, she's found. The call rolls to voicemail before I can answer it. I hold my phone up to Confidence. I need to take this. 1 sec. I sit down in one of the waiting room chairs and call her back. Did you find him? I skip the formality of a greeting when the call connects. Reggie. My brother's voice rings in my ears. Wild relief rushes through me. Fear I've kept bottled up overflows and anger surges. I cover my eyes with my hands and start to sob. Remy, oh my God, is that you? Yes. Hey, Reggie, don't cry. I'm sorry, Remy says in a soothing voice that makes my blood boil. Don't you dare tell me not to cry, you asshole. You better be calling me from whatever hospital you've been laid up in a coma, unable to use the phone for the last 6 months. A bone-deep fear that I haven't allowed myself to acknowledge breaks, and I yell at him through my watershed of tears. Reagan, I haven't been to fucking Disneyland, okay? He interjects impatiently. My anger pushes me to my feet. Don't you dare raise your voice at me, Remington Wilde. You have no fucking right after what you've done to my heart. I know. I am so damn sorry. He groans, but his contrition falls on deaf ears. I don't care if you're sorry. Tell me where you are and why you didn't tell me you were leaving. And why didn't you get in touch? I'm in Burton, at a ranch house that used to belong to our father and his wife. I go completely still at his grave, cryptic words. Why are you saying his wife instead of Mom? I demand. When he doesn't answer right away, I start pacing. When I turn to face the front of the salon, I almost jump out of my skin when I see Confidence sitting in one of the chairs in front of the large storefront window. Her face is creased with concern. I'd forgotten she was there. I mouth Remy's name and press a finger to my lips. Her eyes bug out of her head. "Remy! Answer me!" I bark when he doesn't say anything. "Reggie, you should sit down first," he says in a grave voice. My heart starts to pound and I grip my teeth. "Stop trying to manage me and just answer me right now," I demand, my fingers stabbing the air. Mom was his first wife. He had another— "What the fuck does that mean?" My voice is so sharp that Confidence jumps. If you'd stop yelling and interrupting, I'd already be done telling you. I close my mouth and bite back my retort. Go ahead. Lucas Wilde left Mom for another woman right after Tyson was born. He married her, moved with her to Burton, and started a new life. One day, he left for work and didn't come back. She presumed he was dead and left too. None of that can be true. None of it even makes any sense. A new fear grips me, and I turn my back on Confidence and walk to one of the product display stands across the room. "Remy, are you in trouble? Is this code for something? Do you need me to call the police?" I ask in a quiet voice. He chuckles, but it's devoid of humor. "No, Cal found me. I'm at their house. It's all true." I press a hand to the wall to steady myself. "How? I've seen pictures of us at his funeral. Tyson was a tiny baby. How could he have gotten married, set up house, and died in 3 months of Tyson being born?" "Because he didn't die. That's what they told us and the rest of the world." "Who told you that?" My voice is guttural with anger. "His wife," he says flatly. "You talked to her?" I screech. "Yes." "Who is she? How did she find you?" My head rings like something hard hit it. I reach blindly behind me until I make contact with the chair of the arm and lower myself onto it. "He left me a letter. All those years ago. He was planning on coming back for us. Reagan. They had a child." My hand flies to my throat as if it can stop the gasp of horror that comes. "Oh my God." I sit up straight, my mind racing. "Who is he? And what happened to the kid?" "Oh God, Reagan, wait!" Confidence calls with a frantic urgency that draws my eyes to her, but she's not looking at me. She's typing furiously on her phone, her hands visibly shaking. "It's Gigi Rivers," Remy answers. The whole world comes to a screeching halt. "What?" I croak. My voice sounds far away. All of this feels like an out-of-body experience. "Reagan, wait!" Confidence cries out again, and everything clicks into place. That look in Gigi's eyes, that expression I couldn't read. It was guilt. She was the last person Remy saw. I stare at Confidence and remember Hayes almost having a panic attack when I asked about Remy in Mexico. My stomach falls to my toes. "Who is their son?" I speak into the phone, but my eyes are on Confidence's bowed head. Her sorrowful gaze snaps to mine. "Reagan, let me take you somewhere private, please," she stammers. I glance around. Noe is gone. We're alone. I shake my head to say no. "Who is his son?" I demand again. Confidence closes her eyes as if she's in pain. "Who's there with you?" Remy demands. "Is it Hayes Rivers?" I demand. His silence and Confidence's muffled sob are all the answers I need. "Does he know?" It's a rhetorical question, because his wife clearly does. My eyes never leave Confidence. She's sitting in one of the waiting room chairs, her hands pressed together between her thighs as she watches me with deep, troubled concern on her face. "Yes, Reagan. He knows. He knew before me. I'm sorry, but I need to call Tyson, too, and then we've got to get on the road. I know I owe you a million apologies and explanations. I was reeling from shock when I first heard. Then I had this argument with Mom right after. She tried to justify it all." "Mom knows too?" My voice comes out in a wheeze. I can't breathe. "She's known the whole time. Pops, too. Listen, I know I owe you more, but I really need to go." I take a deep breath and compose myself. My whole life is unraveling, and I don't know what to do next. "That's fine," I say in the voice he expects me to use. Calm, collected, cool. "I love you, Reggie. We'll be okay. We'll get through this." I almost laugh at his use of the word we. Is there a we? I hang up and face Confidence. "You already knew." Her nod is slow, her eyes sorrowful and downcast. "I couldn't say anything because Hayes asked me not to. I'm so sorry." She sounds so sad, and it pisses me off. Why is she sad when it's me whose entire life is a lie? I curl my lip at her. "So, was all of this friendship shit so that you could keep an eye on me for Hayes? To make sure I wasn't planning on fucking his brother, since it turns out he's my fucking stepbrother too?" I yell, and Confidence's eyes nearly bug out of her head and fill with tears. Guilt deflates my anger. I'm not mad at Confidence. She's not the one who betrayed me. "I'm sorry." I cover my face with my hands and try to catch my breath. "It's okay. I can't imagine what you're feeling," she says after a minute. Her voice is soft but guarded. I nod but don't meet her eye. "But I didn't even know about you, and I'm praying it's Stone, until right now," she says. To my horror, a sob breaks loose and a tear streaks down my cheek. "Can I call someone or take you home myself? I know it's a lot, but everything is going to be okay." Nothing will be okay, but I don't have the strength to argue. My whole life has unraveled. In the days to come, all of this will feel like a gust of warm wind compared to the tsunami that will land on our doorstep.
34. Opportunity. Stone. "I've got some news. Call me when you can talk." Hayes's text is curt and ominous. My first thought is that something has happened to Reagan. Then I remind myself that if that was the case, he wouldn't be the one calling to tell me. I'm not surprised she's the first person I thought of, though. There hasn't been a night since I got back to Columbia that I haven't dreamed of her. They're vivid dreams, all set on that beach in the Sea of Cortez. They alternate between nightmares of me drowning or her disappearing and wet, hot fucking where my mouth and dick learn every inch of her intimately. I feel them all like I'm living them. I wake in throes of emotions and physical sensations so strong that either my pillow or my boxers are wet with proof of how gripped by the dream I was. And every day I leave my bed and force all of those thoughts to stay there, and they do. I go through my day in complete isolation from my emotions. But 3 months of trying to pretend that I don't miss her has left me exhausted. Something tells me that Hayes' news, even if it's not about Reagan, is going to force me to call on the same discipline that saw me through the night the first time I lost a patient. I put my percolator on the stove and walk onto the small balcony of my apartment. I stare out at the fog-covered valley I call home. The sun will be up soon, and the small courtyard of our building is already full of the aroma of coffee brewing and bread baking. The city stretches out in a sprawl of churches and homes and businesses that mingle to create a vista of soaring stone steeples and the red-tiled rooftops that are ubiquitous to this area. On the edges of the city, modern residential skyscrapers sit like sentinel barriers of the town, and ominously dark Cordillera Oriental, a discontinuous cluster, are a part of the Andes range. The view never fails to steal my breath. This morning, I barely notice it. My attention is still on Hayes' text. My reluctant spirit slows my movements as I pull my phone out and with a resigned sigh, video call my brother. He answers on the first ring, and his grim face fills the screen. "Hey, what time is it there?" His dark hair falls in messy waves over his forehead, and he pushes it away from his face and rests his head in his hands. He reminds me of the way I felt the first time I had to inform someone that their loved one had died. 5:30 in the morning. Sun's almost up, so your timing is good. I make small talk, even though my heart is beating out of my chest. He doesn't seem to hear me. No easy way to tell you this, so I'm just gonna say it. Gigi Rivers is my biological mother. My stomach clenches as if it's just been kicked by the sharp end of a boot. What? What does that mean? She and your dad... He's her brother. I jump out of my chair. My coffee cup crashes to the floor, shattering against the concrete. Scalding hot coffee splatters all over my legs, and I register the pain somewhere behind the loud rush of blood in my ears. Jason Rivers wasn't my biological father. Gigi was married, got pregnant with me, but my father, her husband, went missing before I was born. What? She was alone, disowned by my grandfather and shunned by her husband's family. So she gave me to her brother to raise as his own, and she moved to Italy to start her new life. He sounds like he's reading from a script, but the devastation in his eyes is very real. I barely feel the bite of the ceramic shards digging into the soles of my bare feet as I walk back into my apartment and grab my jeans and a t-shirt from my closet. I don't know why I'm getting dressed, but I feel the need to be ready. How? When did you find out? I stumble around the questions and rifle through my drawers for a t-shirt. He lets out a long, weary sigh and grips the back of his neck with his hand and closes his eyes. I trap the phone between my shoulder and cheek so I can step into my jeans while I wait for him to answer. 2 weeks before Gigi was shot. I stop in mid-motion and the phone clatters to the floor and spins halfway across the room. "Shit, hold on," I call and run to scoop it up, but my heart feels like it paused at his answer. "Before we saw you in Mexico?" "Yes." His expression is regretful but unapologetic. I couldn't say anything, Stone, not without talking to Remy first, and until last week I didn't even know where he was. A chill of dread washes over me at the mention of Reagan's twin. What has Remy Wilde got to... The answer to my question comes to me before I can finish asking it. One of the curses of a quick mind is that nothing comes to me in a soft cloud of thought. Thunderbolts are more my mind's style, and this one packs the punch of 1,000 of them at once. Hayes stares at me and waits for me to say what is so obvious. Not Lucas Wilde. I ask it, but it's less of a question and more of a desperate plea for him to say I'm wrong. He nods, and my head starts to spin. How is that even fucking possible? Stone, I'm not finished, please. He shouts to cut off my senseless stream of questions, but it's not his raised voice that ties my tongue. Hayes never ever says please. I brace myself for whatever could be worse than the bomb he just dropped. I close my eyes, drop my head into my hands. Go on. Lucas Wilde is my father. Also, he's not dead. I drop back into my chair and stare at my brother in total disbelief. He barely survived an attempt on his life, and when he was found, he had no memory of who he was. He's been homeless since. Someone tried to kill him? He nods gravely. Who? Do you know? I press when he doesn't look at me. When he does, I wish I hadn't asked. His eyes are wet with tears. His father, Stone. His own father, because he married a Rivers. I thought our grandfather was an evil son of a bitch for cutting off his own daughter. Old man Wilde was a fucking maniac. How Remy and the rest of them survived living with that monster is beyond me. I blink in disbelief. That can't be. He and Reagan were really close. He fooled everyone. His voice is laced with disgust. How's Reagan? He shrugs. His eyes grow wary. I don't know. I haven't really had a chance to talk to her. Well, what about Remy or Tyson? A small smile lifts the corner of his mouth, and it plucks a nerve to see that when he showed no feeling when I asked about Reagan. They're okay. Remy's back in town and holed up with his girl. Tyson is... Tyson. He was pissed, blew off steam, and now he's thrown himself into his work. And what about Reagan? Or does she not count because you disapprove of her? His eyes narrow. Remy and I were close before this. Reagan and Confidence are friends. Maybe she'll go see her. If you're hoping that somehow this will make me more inclined to forgive her for your little... whatever, don't hold your breath. Marcel is a friend, and he deserves better. I want to tell him what I know about that man, but I doubt he'd believe me, and I don't want to betray her confidence. I'm not sure why you think she's done anything you need to forgive her for, and you have no idea what kind of husband he is. The kind she's still married to, he snaps, his expression hardening with annoyance. For now, I say, and hate how petulant I sound and how clueless I am. We haven't been in touch at all, but I haven't let myself imagine anything other than her getting her ducks in a row to divorce him. Stone, think about what would happen if people found out about your thing in Mexico. It wasn't a thing, I say between clenched teeth. The damnable pity returns to his eyes. For your sake, I hope it was. I don't want you coming home thinking that you're going to take Marcel Landale's wife from him. His demands make my skin feel one size too small for my body. She's not a thing to be taken. His expression grows rigid and his eyes narrow. You listen to me. I've been busting my ass to restore some of the good faith our uncle squandered while I was away. Your mother is still a pain in my ass. Dare is just barely back on his feet. I don't have the bandwidth for another crisis, especially not one that has anyone with my last name in the center of it. Please, think about what it will mean, and not just to me, but to our family, to your career. Stop thinking with your dick, he growls. His words slip under my skin, rub against my insecurity, my guilt, and my pride. They burn away the final veneer of civility I was clinging to. You've always been good at turning a challenge into an opportunity. It shouldn't surprise me that you're doing it now. I sneer. What the fuck do you mean by that? Hayes's eyes narrow. I mimic his expression and bring the phone closer to my face. You just dropped the mother of all bombs on me, yet the first thing on your mind is Reagan and me? His anger erupts. Of course it's been on my mind. You're my brother. I want what's best for you, and another man's wife isn't it. This isn't an opportunity, Stone. It's a fucking tragedy, and I'm just trying to stem the bleeding. And you think asking me to subvert my happiness for the greater good of a family that has deceived you your whole life is what's best for me? He winces, and the color blooms on his cheeks, and he drops his gaze from mine. Exactly. I take no joy in being right. Stone, that's not fair. What is? I bark, and he closes his eyes in a bid to find his calm. He sighs and runs a weary hand over his face. I know you like her. She's beautiful and smart. I get it. But you have no idea the hornet's nest you'll be kicking if you don't let it be. Please. There's that word again. I walk back to my room and stare at my bed. I should lie down and close my eyes and just for once say fuck it. But the sun has started to rise, and it's too late to indulge in the confessional of sleep. Self-indulgence will have to wait until the moon comes back. Someone's life depends on me showing up, even on days when my own life feels like it's up for grabs. I turn my back on temptation and my ire on my brother. Beautiful and smart are tame words to describe what she is, and I don't like her. I love her. And I know I owe you a lot, but that you'd call me to remind me of it pisses me off. Hayes blinks in surprise. Love her? You don't even know her. I know her better than I've ever known anyone. And saying it out loud, I realize how true it is. Hayes gapes at me. What the hell did I miss? I laugh, but it's bitter and short. My formative years. He looks like I punched him. Stone, I have to go. I've got more patients to see than I have hours in a day. Wait, he barks. Can't, but feel free to continue worrying about who I'm fucking, and I hope you and Remy have an awesome reunion with your dad. I expel the last word like a curse propelled by anger and jealousy. I wish both of my dads would come back from the dead. Yeah, and people in hell wish they had ice water. Nobody cares. I hear him call my name right as I hang up. Buenas noches. I call over my shoulder to the guard at the front of the refugee camp and then jog over to the white van that's waiting to take me back to my apartment. This is my last week here, and I feel guilty at how glad I am of that. The conditions here are bleak. This refugee crisis is the worst of its kind in our hemisphere, but for the news coverage it receives, you'd be hard-pressed to even know it's happening. But teams like mine from all over the world have come to help serve the people who are caught in the crossfire of political stagecraft. It's easy to feel a sense of helplessness because there's no hope in sight for an end to the problem. I climb aboard the van, and before I can buckle up, we're off. It's dark in the van, and everyone else is asleep. I pull out my phone and scroll to my favorite torture devices. Pictures of Reagan, a couple of us, but mostly just her. My screensaver is one of her on a paddleboard the afternoon we explored the mangroves. She looks like she's 18. Her hair is braided into plaits that run down either side of her head and dangle over her shoulders. Her bikini is a mismatched black bandeau top and bright green bottoms. She's grinning wildly, her hands lifted in the air over her head, an oar clutched in the left one. Her expression is triumphant. Worry makes my heart skip a beat every time I think about her alone right now. The upheaval must be endless. I've started to call her so many times, and each time I've stopped. She's so off limits it's not even funny, and despite lashing out at Hayes, I don't want to make things harder for him. I gaze out at the scenery as we wind our way through the valley. The horizon doesn't calm me the way it used to. Now, when I gaze out at the place where the sky and earth kiss, all I see is her. Reagan, for me, is what that spot in the distance must have been for the men who were inspired to sail toward it, even though they fully expected to fall off the edge of the world. And just like them, I can't resist that call. I shouldn't even attempt it. I'm not on a ship by myself. My brother is breaking his back to repair what my mother has broken. If I make a mess of things, I'll take him with me. And what if Reagan never leaves her husband? Can I risk so much when I'm not sure that the horizon isn't just an illusion? So, whenever I've had the urge to call her, I write it down in a letter. I've got a couple dozen notes that I never planned to mail. The shuttle drops me off, and I trudge into my apartment. I head straight to my desk and pull out the paper and pen I've been using and start another letter. When my ink runs dry, I go in search of another pen. I feel around on the top of my bookcase where I keep my supplies, and my hand brushes against a book. I grasp it and pull it down. It's my copy of Cosmos. The one thing that I always take everywhere with me. It's like a talisman. I open and read the inscription I wrote in my 10-year-old scrawl. You're my Venus, I'm your Mars. How true that turned out to be. Just not the way I'd hoped. Like the actual planets, it feels like we have the whole world between us. Yet, she's still my Venus. That out-of-reach, elusive star, my goddess of love, my ultimate woman. But am I her Mars? Didn't I tell her how the god fought for the love of his goddess even though she was completely off-limits to him? In 3 months, I'll be headed on an expedition that will take me away from any modern conveniences for a whole month. If I didn't come back, wouldn't I regret not telling her that until my last breath I loved her? I make a decision, one that feels slightly premature and that I'm certain I'm not prepared for, but that's never stopped me from trying before. It certainly won't stop me now. Not when I think that loving Reagan Wilde the way she was born to be loved, the way I know no one is loving her now, is also my calling. There is nothing about a life with her that is as I imagined my life would be. The children I thought I didn't want to raise, the domestic stasis of cohabitation. But after just that week with her, I know I'd live in hell if it meant she was by my side. So I package everything up and I make this last note a question, one I hope she'll answer when she's ready. And until then, I'll take a measure of comfort in knowing that she'll have these to remind her that I'm thinking about her.
35. Walls come tumbling down. Reagan. When you punish a child for telling the truth, you teach them to lie. That was one of my grandfather's most common refrains. I stare unseeing at his undisturbed, meticulously arranged desk and wonder what else he taught me but didn't really believe. He made me think he loved me. He made me think I could trust him. And because I was so desperate for a loving father figure, I didn't ask questions that I should have. I just followed his rules and gave whatever he asked of me. even when it cost me everything. In the week since Remy's bombshell about our father's disappearance and the role my grandfather played in it, I've been plagued by something deeper, more corrosive than guilt. There are huge fissures in my consciousness. I can't change any of it. I can't disown my family, and as far as I'm concerned at the most basic level, we're all victims of one person's God complex. But if Maddie could see it, that means I chose not to. I came to the belly of the beast today, not even sure what I was looking for. I don't know what, if anything at all, from all those years ago would even be here. So far I've looked through the filing cabinets built into the desk, but there's nothing. At least, nothing that means anything to me. My mother has only let the cleaning lady in here to dust and vacuum since he died. The book he was reading the morning he had his stroke lays open on the wood-lacquered side table next to his dark brown leather recliner. I don't even know what I'm looking for, but there's no one left to ask. Dan, his assistant, retired to Costa Rica the year my grandfather died, and hasn't responded to the email I sent him. I want to have some answers before I call Maddie. Or maybe I'm just putting it off because I don't know how to apologize for the wrong I've done. I shove away from his desk and walk over to the bookshelf where dozens of sterling silver frames line the shelves with as much prolificacy as the books they were built to house. Most of the photos are of him and me. There's only one of him with my father. I used to think it was because he found looking at him painful. The truth of it makes bile rise in my throat. I pick up the picture and look at it through this new lens. It's from the day of my father's high school graduation. I run a finger over my father's broad, handsome smile. Remy, minus the blue eyes, is his spitting image. I wish I'd known him. So much so, now that I know that he was brave enough to do what I haven't been able to, choose his happiness over everything else. And in letters he left for Remy, ones that Gigi has held on to all these years, he said he was coming back for us. Was it selfish of him to leave us? Yes, but it's not like he left us in a ditch to die, not the way his own father did to him. He may have loved Gigi, but he loved us too. And he would have been there for us if my grandfather hadn't seen to it that he wasn't. I drag my eyes to the face of the other man in the picture. Emotions batter my chest with the blunt force trauma of a steel-toe boot. I can't believe the man who raised me so gently, who plucked me out of trouble, who literally saved my life, could do the things that we know for certain he did. His smile is full of a smug pride that he always wore when one of us accomplished something. He saw them as his accomplishments, too. I start to put the silver-framed photo back on the shelf when the shadow of something on his wrist catches my eye. My chest tightens like it's been placed in a vice grip, and I grasp the edge of the bookshelf to steady myself. I bring the picture closer to my face. There's a tattoo on his wrist, one that wasn't there when I was growing up. A flaming blue lightning bolt, like the ones on the wrists of the men who held me down while my body was used in ways that transformed my very soul, like the one above the nightclub where his assistant was seen by Maddie and Jack. I barely make it to the bathroom before I lose the contents of my stomach. In the last few years of his life, when he couldn't do it for himself, I dressed him. I fastened the burgundy leather straps of his Piaget watch to his wrist every single morning.
There was nothing but his smooth, freckled, freakishly unwrinkled skin in the space underneath it. It didn't even leave a scar. Or was it just that I wasn't looking? Because there it is, clear as day on the wrist of the arm he has slung over my father's shoulder. Before I know what I'm doing, I raise the frame over my head and slam it down with as much force as I can gather and nearly howl with satisfaction when it shatters. I spent my whole life without a father. I was distinctly aware of what I was missing by growing up without him, and to know that the man who pretended to offer me succor was the one responsible for my sorrow. My rage is going to burn me alive, and I want to let it. I want to burn away my old life, my old hurts, my old mistakes, and start over. Blindly, I grab one frame after the other and smash them too. There isn't a single memory here that deserves to be preserved. Suddenly, I'm engulfed by a pair of arms and the scent of Chanel No. 5. I sink into her, let her body cocoon me, and let the frame I'm holding slip out of my grasp and lay my head on her breast. And even though she hates tears, I let them fall because, God damn it, she owes me. Shh, Reggae Queen. She calls me by the name she used to before she started hating us all. That thought makes her arms feel like restraints, and I struggle to break free of her. She lets me go with an oomph, and I realize I've elbowed her in the side. I meet her wide-eyed stare with an incendiary glare. Why didn't you protect me when it actually mattered? It's too late. You know what he did, and you let him get away with it. I expect her to slap me, or maybe even punch me. Tina Wilde does not suffer insubordination, and she certainly didn't let it go unpunished. She just bows her head and nods in a silent but clear confession, and shock completely stunts my rage. But when she says, "I'm sorry," my guard goes up. My eyes dart around this room. Is this some sort of setup? Why are you apologizing? She props a hand on her hip and spears me with a glare of consternation. Can't I just be sorry? You never have been before, I point out, my eyebrows raised, daring her to contradict me. She looks at the ceiling and shakes her head. Father, save me. You are such a pain in the ass, Reagan. She stalks to my grandfather's desk and pulls a cigar out of the humidor. I know she keeps them freshly stocked for when she hosts meetings and parties here. She picks up a silver-handled trimmer and expertly clips the end. Here, she says, and hands me one. I stare at her. You smoke? She rolls her eyes and presses the cigar into my hand. She takes a curling pull of hers before she sits down. She tilts her head as her dark eyes assess me. I have to stop myself from straightening my clothes and my hair and sit down. She hands me the cutter and lighter, as if I'd know what to do with them. I drop the foul-smelling cigar on the small table beside my chair. You can be angry and break things. You deserve to. It was a terrible thing we did to you. Are you just saying that because we caught you? You said you never would have told us. I meant it. Why would I want you to know the truth? Wow. So you think it was right to tell us that our father was dead when you knew he wasn't? I didn't know he wasn't. It wouldn't have changed anything, and you would have been in danger too. She takes a pull from her cigar and turns to gaze around the room. She's made quite a recovery since the last time I saw her. I drove her home from Remy's house the day all of this came out. She and Gigi had a confrontation that turned physical. She'd been nearly catatonic with grief, and I forgave her in that moment. She may have kept his secrets, but she was my grandfather's victim, too. After her husband left her for another woman, my anguish felt like a trickle compared to the monsoon of it that roiled in her. Without her asking me to, I forgave her for the lifelong lie. Actually, I would have done something different, she muses. I wouldn't have married a man thinking somehow I was going to be the making of him. No one makes anyone but themselves, and people don't change unless they want to. My emotions are in turmoil, and I want to shake the cool, unruffled expression off my mother's face. I thought you were going to say I wouldn't have raised my children in the same house as the man who tried to murder their father. How could you live with him, knowing that he'd tried to have his own son killed? And how could you watch us grieve for a man who wasn't dead? Your grandfather was a dangerous, wicked man, but he loved you and your brothers. If I'd tried to take you away from him, he would have killed me. I was worried that if any of you disappointed him, he'd hurt you too. So I cracked a whip on your backs to keep you safe. Why didn't you let me go to Wellesley? I ask. She looks startled and then pensive. She opens her mouth and closes it twice before she finally answers me. That's where Gigi went to school. It's where she met your father, Mom admits with a deep sigh, as if admitting it is a weight off. Wow. So that's why you didn't let me go. I rear back, surprised how much empathy is mingled with my incredulity. My mother's expression clears, and she lifts her chin as if I've offended her. I would have let you go, Reagan. You kids had already paid so much for his sins, and by then I knew he'd never been mine to lose in the first place. She takes another draw from her cigar and blows a smoke ring. So then why? The same reason as everything else. Your grandfather forbade it. He only let Remy go because, unlike you, Remy could afford to pay his way. She leaves out that it's because the men in my family all got access to their inheritance when they were 18. I had to wait until I was 30. So, he lied about that too, and made you take the blame. That hurts more than it should, especially when in the grand scheme of things it's the least of his crimes against me. My mother shrugs it off. Oh, yes, you were his pet. He couldn't bear to be the bad guy in your eyes. And even though he never expressed remorse for what he did to Lucas, he thought he'd gained some redemption in raising the three of you. And I let him, because I knew that as long as he loved you, and as long as you followed his rules, you'd be safe. But I hated how close you were, when you and I were at such odds. Before I can ask, she starts speaking again. I should have turned Liam in. I was barely old enough to buy liquor, with 3 very young children, a violent and cunning father-in-law, a broken heart, a shattered ego, and a business to run. And I didn't have a soul to confide in about the worst thing that had ever happened to me. She takes a puff of her cigar and blows an expert smoke ring. It's like she's speaking from my heart. In that moment, I see my mother in an entirely new light. She's always been this fearless, unstoppable, resilient, tough as nails, bitchy as fuck, hard ass. She's successful, flawlessly composed, so utterly capable that I forgot that she's also just a woman, flesh and bone, and with a heart as prone to pain as mine. I've had challenges, but nothing like what she has overcome. I don't think I'd make the same choices as her, but I can't say for sure. The night my daughter was born, I lay awake all night with her in my arms, making promises and vows I'd longed to hear my whole life. And I've kept all but one, that I would never lie to her. The first time she asked me about her father's frequent nights away while we were still living in Paris, I lied. And I continued to for years because I didn't want her to know who her father and mother really were. My mother stares sightlessly in my direction. The cigar dangles from her long, elegant, bejeweled fingers, and she looks every inch the Titan she is. Can I really judge her not wanting to tell me her truths, especially when the stakes were so high? It's only been 3 months since I last saw Stone, and I can barely breathe for missing him. She's spent 32 years without my dad. She's dated. Being Lucas Wilde's widow is part of her identity. I can't imagine how she'll handle things when his return becomes public knowledge. Do you still love Dad? You still love your grandfather? She retorts in a slightly defensive tone, one eyebrow raised in challenge. I don't know. It's the closest thing to the truth I can manage. I'm still trying to reconcile my memories of the man I thought I knew with the evil I'm confronting. I shudder to think of all the secrets shared with him and kept from me. She grimaces. I scoff. Until I find a way to top, your father's not really dead. You might be setting yourself up for a pot and kettle comparison by calling me secretive. Touché. Not much worse than that, she concedes, waving one hand in the air as if she's giving a testimony. Not much worse, but there are things equally awful. I look over at the pile of glass chrome and pictures and think of secrets that brought me here today. What was that tattoo on his wrist? I watch her closely for any flickers of recognition or surprise. She looks at me askance, and that one-sided frown of annoyance is a relief. She considers herself a connoisseur of information, and not knowing something always annoys her. What tattoo? Be more deliberate with your words, girl, she snaps. I point at the pulse point on my wrist and trace a thunderbolt. Pops had one. She waves my words off. He didn't have a tattoo on his wrist. You know that. I walk over to the mess I made and sift through the glass with the toes of my shoe until I get to the first frame I smashed. I pluck the photo off the backing and hand it to her. Yes, he did, at one point. She puts the cigar down and takes the picture from me. She scrutinizes it closely and frowns. What the hell is that? I don't know, but I've seen them on other people. I tell her. She puts the picture on the settee next to her. What other people? Her voice is hard, but her eyes aren't. She looks afraid, but there's also a vengeful light, a slight curl to her lips that remind me of a wolf's snarl. I know that I'm not the one she wants to hurt, but now that I'm a mother myself, I know that I'm about to break her heart beyond repair. I haven't told anyone this story. I haven't wanted to relive it. It's the monster that lives under my bed. But I've done my mother a great disservice in keeping it from her, so I gather my courage and sit down. I need to tell you something. I take her hand in mine and start from the night in the bakery when Stone stabbed Weston. Dan, that sycophantic little fucker, I never liked him. She's been stoic, her eyes flickering with rage and anguish, but completely silent. But now she stands, pacing the way I do when I'm agitated. Well, he was involved, but he's been gone for 10 years. She stops pacing and taps a finger to her lip. All signs of distress she was feeling have been replaced with intense focus. What was his connection to this Weston scumbag? She starts pacing again, talking more to herself than to me. I mean, how could Liam have known you were there? He said he had a tracker on my car. No, he didn't. She makes it sound like the most absurd thing she ever heard. It didn't, I ask around a hiccup. No. He must have known that boy, that house. Where'd you say it was? Palestine? Yes. She sits back down and cups my face with achingly tender yet commanding hands. Where is this man? This Weston? She says his name like it's a curse. Her midnight eyes glitter like exploding galaxies. Pops told us he was dead, killed in the raid that set us free. And when that girl was arrested, the news report said he was missing and presumed dead. She grimaces with disgust and pinches the bridge of her nose. Well, then we must assume that he is in fact alive. And we must find him. We'll have to do it on our own, because we can't be sure whoever helped him isn't still on the police force. Fear and loathing coil in my stomach. I shake my head violently. No, I can't do that. I never want to see him again, not ever. And if he isn't dead, then where's he been all these years? The idea of him lurking in the shadows makes me dizzy with fright. My mother grabs my shoulders and gives me a firm shake. I look up into her dark, terrifyingly cold eyes. We need to be sure. I can handle that part of the plan. You need to focus on the rest. I look at her askance. The rest of what? She continues talking as if she didn't hear me. I need to find out more about these Blue Thunderbolts. Whatever he was a part of, we need to make sure it's completely dismantled. She claps her hands impatiently at me and rises to her feet. We've got work to do. Why are you just sitting there like a bump on a log? Because I don't know what you're talking about. I shake my hands in exasperation. She rolls her eyes impatiently. Keep up, child. I'll hunt for this man, and you must finally leave your husband. I choke on the shocked gasp the word hunt drew from me and do a double take at her. What did you say? She rests her hands on her hips and purses her lips. He got your nanny pregnant, didn't he? My eyes bug out. How do you know that? She gives me a look that says, really? Yes, he did. That was the last straw. And you've been helping her. Why? She asks, and my back stiffens at the disapproval in her voice. Because she's young and scared, and she's about to have a baby that will be a brother or sister to my children. She sighs. You don't need to be defensive. It's just very different from what I would have done. My defenses come up even further. I know it's unconventional, but I don't know what else to do. What would my children think of me if I sent her out into the world on her own, after all the things I've told them about being decent? I wasn't being critical. In fact, I'm in awe. I was faced with this myself. Gigi came here, pregnant and scared, and we sent her away without any help. How different would all of this might have been if I'd had a fraction of your grace. My heart lodges in my throat. It's the highest praise she's ever given me. What would you have done if you hadn't married Marcel? She asks, taking me by surprise again. I would have been a journalist. She frowns, her gaze considering, and then shakes her head. Oh, forget that. I know you had that poison pen thing. Thank God you've stopped. But that's not real experience, so the doors to traditional careers are closed to you. I suggest you start a podcast, she declares. Do you even know what that is? I ask. She lifts her chin, her smile turning smug. I'll have you know that I listen to true crime daily regularly. It's fascinating. And from what I understand, you can do it from anywhere. You can be home with the children and have something of your own. Even if you don't need the money, you must have something that is completely yours. Do you concur? She looks at me expectantly. I gaze at her in amazement. I feel like I've learned more about her in the last few minutes than I did in the 18 years I shared a home with her. Okay, I'll look into it. Good. When you've done that, you must find a way to atone for the wrong you feel you've done. I raise an eyebrow at her choice of words. The wrong I feel? Don't you think it was wrong of me to turn Rebecca away? Her expression is as inscrutable as always. It doesn't matter what I think. If you think so, then make it right as far as you can. Then let go of the guilt and get on with your life. And find my way back to Stone. The thought comes from out of nowhere, but it's not a surprise. Stone said I ruined him. Well, turnabout is fair play. Oh, Reagan. Her words are choked by a sob, and her eyes shimmer with unshed tears. It's like watching a diamond shatter, terrifyingly wrong. I put an arm around her. Mom. She shakes her head with sad, resigned eyes. She twists her lips in a bitter smile. My mother used to say, bad luck, worse than obia. She strengthens her Jamaican accent. What does that mean? It means some bad luck is worse than witchcraft or death. I've never heard her sound so dejected. No, that's crazy. If you're still alive, then you can try again. It's not too late, isn't it? She groans, her composure crumbling. She runs a frustrated hand through the short crop of curls on her head. Hey, why are you falling apart now? I ask. I'm sorry, Reagan. Because I know as much as you didn't want to be. You're so much like me. Constant, honest, committed, sacrificing. I didn't want your tender heart to be trampled the way mine was, so I did my best to steer you in a direction that I thought would prevent that. And all I've done is make all of you as lonely as I am. Oh, Mom, we all do the best we can. No, we don't, Reagan. And that's the problem. Liam didn't, I didn't, but you're a good girl. Even though your husband cheats, you keep your dignity, and you have never stooped to his level. I squirm at the undeserved praise. I would hate for my children to know that side of their parents. I understand why you didn't want us to know. We aren't anything like a family should be, but we're some kind of family. It's all my kids know, and I don't want to tell them that I don't love their father. She shrugs. You knew more than I told you as a child, right? Your daughter is smart and mature. I bet she knows more than you think. I nod in grim agreement. She's right. Ava is so observant. Mother lets out a long-suffering sigh and sits back in the chair. I wish that you'd found love. Maybe you can still. I know you've got this great, big life, and you're comfortable. I'm not comfortable. Then why haven't you left him? I've been busy. She gives me a disbelieving look, and I sigh. Fine. I'm afraid. Marcel is going to fight me. And I don't add that it's too late, that I fell in love with a man I have no business doing anything with, one who doesn't want children or the kind of life I lead. Let him fight you. You're not some powerless whelp. You've got me, Remy, Tyson. And who cares about scandal? Now that your grandfather's dead, at least we know he can't kill us. She smiles mischievously. I guffaw. So you're glad that Cal's story is going to be published? Remy's girlfriend is a journalist, too. She's writing the story about my father and his return. I encouraged Remy to let her when he was reluctant. She's quiet and contemplative for a few seconds. Then she laughs. I'm too old to be living with teenage angst. I'm over it and him and myself. I'm clearly a misguided person when it comes to love. Remy had it right. Don't listen to me. Maybe you'll end up as happy as he and that useless girl he married are. Mother, stop it, I admonish. She looks sheepish. Sorry. Bad habits die hard. Cal is lovely, I guess. That daughter of hers is a vast improvement on the stock she came from. Mom, I shake my head. She shrugs, but her eyes lose focus and turn sad as she stares absently out of the window. What are you thinking? I ask, my discomfort maxed out after almost 2 minutes of silence. She looks startled, like she forgot I was there. That people are going to call that man bold, brave, and romantic, and I'll be the mother who lied to her children to protect my reputation and business. She draws in a huge breath and lets it out slowly. Being a woman can feel like a burden, but it's not a burden. It's a gift. It's on our backs that every single man in existence has stood to reach adulthood. The burden comes when they expect us to be happy being stools. She shakes her head and stares off into the distance. My mother is exactly 20 years older than me, and I've never thought she looked her age. But the last week has taken a toll on her. We were all dealt a huge blow, but she's borne the emotional weight for years, and now she's having to live it all in public all over again. She claps her hands, and her voice turns brisk again. Thank goodness I've got everyone we need at my fingertips, and nearly all of them owe me a favor, 'cause we have things to take care of. I sigh. Remind me again. She stands and wipes her hands together in relish. Emancipation, atonement, vengeance, and rebirth. Mother, you have a flair for the dramatic. She nods, as if accepting it as a compliment. You are a Wilde, but you're also half me. I know that hasn't always pleased you. She draws a finger along my temple and presses it to my lips to silence my protest. But it has always pleased me. You see, I was born a warrior, an enchantress, a leader, a goddess. I smile at her use of the same word Stone uses as a term of endearment. And a flair for the romantic, I tease her. My heart flutters with the novelty of this new ease between us. She tilts her chin up unapologetically. New rule. Romanticize yourself. You are the stuff of fairy tales, my reggae queen, and it's time you started living like it. 36. Of Omelets and Eggs. Reagan. Last week, I baked some scones for our annual spring fling, and one of the owners of our neighborhood coffee shop, Sweet and Low's, had one taste and asked if she could order some to see how they sold. So I got up early to make this batch, and nearly had a heart attack when my daughter came bounding down the stairs a few minutes after me, even when she hates them, and said she wanted to help. Ava has been withdrawn, and the smile on her face as she draped her apron on was like a shot of sunshine. We listened to music, talked about school, and laughed nonstop. I put her change in mood down to the fact that she's almost 11, and she sees everything through the lens of her tween angst. 2 hours later, the first 2 batches are cooling, the rest are in the oven, and I pick a piece off of one that didn't hold together well. You're not going to eat that, are you? Ava gasps when I lift a scone to my lips. Why wouldn't I ask, before I shove the mouth-watering confection into my mouth. You never eat bread, that's why, she says. It's a new day, and this isn't bread. It's a scone. I speak around the mouthful of food, and my daughter eyes me with something like an alarm. Mom, it has sugar. I chuckle at the horror on her face. You say it like it's a bad word. She looks at me like she's never seen me before. Mom, are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, baby. Now help me box these up for Sweet. I drop a kiss on her head and point at the stack of flat-packed boxes on the counter. Can I help you next time you get an order? I smile in pleasant surprise. You're gonna get up early again? She nods eagerly. This was fun. You smile and dance and sing when you're baking, and I love seeing you happy. She smiles widely at me before she hops down and walks over to get the boxes I pointed to. I sit there, my heart in my throat and full to bursting with gratitude that I got something right. I watch my daughter bounce around the kitchen, smiling and tossing her head of unruly curls that range in texture from tight spirals to loose corkscrews. I resist the impulse to call her over so I can braid it up, because she loves her hair. But for its light golden brown color, it's just like mine, when I don't have it flat-ironed within an inch of its life. I run my hands over my still scarf-covered head and scowl at the rows of pins holding it in place and long for the ease of the wash-and-go style I wore in Mexico. So, how are things at school? I broach the subject gingerly, hoping that I can get her to open up without disrupting our cozy vibe. She's an amazing kid, quirky and a little shy, but she's no shrinking violet. The girl she fought used to be one of her best friends. They grew apart, and Ava didn't seem to mind that. But when her former friend joined a clique of bullies and targeted Ava, she defended herself. She was anxious about going back to school after the suspension and very tight-lipped about how she was doing. To my relief, she shrugs, grabs a scone, takes a bite, and grins. "I don't care about those girls, Mom, 'cause you taught me the rules, remember?" "Yes, I do." I tussle her hair. When she was 7, she encountered her first bully, and I'd given her a list of what I call rules of friendship and made her memorize and repeat them every single day. 1. Friends don't hurt us on purpose. 2. Friendship is optional and it's okay to end one. 3. To have a friend, you have to be a friend. So, if they say something mean, that means they're not my friends, and I don't care about them anyway, she declares. She reaches for my hand and links our fingers and squeezes. "I'm fine, Mom, and I want you to be too." Startled by her solemn tone and knowing gaze, I let go of her hand and walk to the fridge to make myself some tea. I've been dreading this moment for what feels like her whole life. Why do you think I'm not okay? She walks over to me and wraps her arms around me from behind and presses her cheek to my back. I cover her small hands with mine, and she tightens her hold on me. "Mom, I'm young, but I've got eyes. You're alone, and you're bored, and you're sad." Guilt stabs at me. I hate that she knows and is worried about me. I pat her hand and turn around so we're facing each other. She looks so determined, and pride swells my heart. I'll be fine. I've got stuff to figure out. She purses her lips and puts her hands on her hips in a terrifyingly exact imitation of my mother. "Then do it, Mom, because you're amazing. And Daddy, I love him, but you don't have to stay like this for us." "What do you mean?" "I know about Hannah." She looks at me, her eyebrow raised in challenge, daring me to deny it. "What?" I grapple for what to say. My mother warned me. Shit. Raised voices outside the kitchen door announce my mother and Tyson's approach up my back walk. I asked them over to talk about an idea I had, but they're an hour early. "We'll talk about this later, I promise," I say, and she nods and steps away just as they walk through the door. They're so deep into their argument they don't even look our way. They stride to the round dining table and sit without missing a beat of their conversation. "Ty, you're not ready, and you don't get a thumb on the scale just because your last name is Wilde. In fact, having that last name means you have to earn your place. There can't be a perception of nepotism." My mother's tone is more placating than normal. She hates arguing with Tyson. He's her favorite. "I can't believe you're doing this." Tyson slaps the table as he slips into a chair and grabs a cup of coffee. The glass top rattles and the blue and gold painted china teacups jump in the saucers. My mother doesn't even blink. "You're the one who's making this difficult. You shouldn't be pursuing this when you're not ready," she tells him, matter-of-factly. He growls low in his throat and looks like he's fighting to maintain control. I take advantage of the moment of silence. "Good morning to you both," I say sarcastically. "Hey, sorry, Reggie. Hey, Ava." Tyson's greeting is caustic and distracted. My mother smiles warmly in our direction, but her eyes are tight with tension. Ava, darling, I left my cream scarf upstairs a few weeks ago. Can you go find it and bring it to me? Ava glances at me in question, and I nod. Of course, Nana, she says, and then she darts from the room. She'll be gone a while, and if she comes back, she'll be empty-handed. My mother used to send us on errands whenever she wanted to get rid of us. I wish she'd sent me instead. Their fights are legion and never end well. I continue boxing up the scones without comment, and they dive back into their argument. Are you kidding? I'm bringing Phil Wolf's new restaurant to Rivers Wilde. We have a waiting list for new residents at all our properties, and this is the 3rd year I've been listed as who's who. My mother nods in agreement. That's all wonderful, and you can continue to grow in your role. But until I know you're ready, Erin is my choice, and the board will agree.
I am ready. Right now.
He slaps a hand on the table again and gives her a look of pure stupefaction. No, you're not. I'm not sure you'll ever be, my mother says calmly before she pops a scone into her mouth and moans in pleasure. Oh, Reagan, these are sinful. I think we should start selling these at Eat. Tyson's handsome face goes hard as flint. My brothers are both so easily wounded by her, but their reactions couldn't be more different. Remy clams up when he's upset. Tyson is like a wounded animal and lashes out. I want to stop this battle royale before it escalates. I place a hand over one of his in a gesture of empathy, and as a sign that he needs to cool down. He shakes my hand off and snatches up his phone and keys from the table before he fixes my mother with a spiteful glare. If you're hoping Lucas Wilde is going to get his memory back, realize he made a huge mistake leaving us and come back to you. It's never going to happen. Tyson, I gasp, my voice full of sharp rebuke. My mother doesn't even flinch. Don't be silly, Tyson. He bristles. It's not silly. You're disloyal. You've always punished Remy and me for looking like him, but this is too much. Are you really going to hire this outsider because you hate our father? He snarls and then blinks as if he's shocked by his own words. Ty! I gape in horror. My mother shakes her head at me, a signal to stay out of it. She pops the last bite of scone into her mouth and chews it slowly. Then she folds her hands in front of her on the table and regards Tyson with complete aplomb. He starts to squirm, and I have a flash of sympathy for him because she's about to ether him without even raising her voice. She quirks an eyebrow when he scoffs and looks away from her in answer. I know you're overwrought by the latest turn of events, and not yourself, so I will ignore your callous question. Her voice is as cold as ice. This isn't about loyalty, son, and outbursts like that prove your lack of readiness to lead. Learn to take no for an answer. If you want it, work until it turns into a yes. As talented and smart as you are, no one wants to work for you because you think you know everything, and you don't even know a little bit. Her smile is full of pity. Tyson is visibly shaken. Mom, come on. I chide her and reach for his hand. He yanks it back. I don't need you to take up for me, Reggie. That is a lie and she knows it. I'm leaving. He stands. Please stay. I really want to talk about this idea, I implore him, and he turns to me. His handsome face is so pained I immediately retract my plea. I'll call you later. He nods gratefully. I'm too upset with your mother to think straight. Take a number and get in line, she says dryly. He storms out. She shakes her head after him. That boy has always been so dramatic. He'll understand one day, like you did once you had Ava. She sighs. I want to tell her that's wishful thinking, but keep that to myself. You could have been kinder, I chide her. I could have been born in Japan, but I wasn't. She looks at her watch. You said you wanted to talk, and I'm here. I have 40 minutes before I need to be downtown, so... Mama? My son sticks his head into the kitchen. Yes? My mother and I respond at the same time. She smiles sheepishly. Some habits die hard, she says, and holds her arms out to my son. My heart swells with affection as I watch him crawl into her lap. What is it, darling? I ask him when he settles into his grandmother's lap. Ava said Hannah is having Papa's baby. Is that true? By the time I press a kiss to my sleeping son's brow, it's 8 p.m. He's the last one to fall asleep tonight, and I creep stealthily out of his bedroom. I feel the need for a workout and a good stiff drink. The pandemonium that ensued after Henri asked about Hannah lasted all day. Telling them about Hannah and answering their questions was one of the hardest things I've ever done. They're confused, excited, worried about me, and worried about their father. But it's done, and I'm glad. Now I can be too. I get into the shower and wash my hair, get back out and make 2 braids for it to dry in overnight. I'm tempted to throw away my flat iron, but that feels like overkill. Last year, Time magazine did a write-up on Marcel. They described me this way. His wife, the famously beautiful socialite extraordinaire, Reagan Wilde, is by far his greatest coup. 20 years his junior, she makes him look like he might just know what he's doing. She's not just beautiful and the belle of every ball. She also comes with a very impressive pedigree of her own. It's not the 500-year-old French duchy of her husband's ancestors, but it's nearly as rich. Reagan Landel is the face of the modern American woman. She's the best dressed, most well-connected, most philanthropic, and her parties are the most coveted invitation. She is unapologetically embracing full-time motherhood and yet manages to look like she just stepped off a runway. She's the woman we look at and think, there's no way that's real. The one we all either want to fuck, marry, or kill. That, in a nutshell, is who everyone thinks I am. And I was prepared to let them think it until the day I died, because I was afraid of being without my family. All because I was so afraid I'd end up like my mother. Now, I've landed in worse waters than she's ever been in, and they just keep getting murkier. The chime of my doorbell startles me out of my dark thoughts. I open the Nest app and see a small package on my doorstep. It's addressed to me, but I can't make out the return address. I turn on the flashlight on my phone and peer closely. There's a row of postage stamps that have Columbia printed on the top. My heart does a double take, and I clutch the package to my chest and inhale, searching for a whiff of him. I don't know if it's my wishful thinking, but I catch a trace of coconut, and the ache of longing that I normally ignore floods my veins and I can't do anything but surrender to it. I hurry through my chores, secure the house for the night, clean my kitchen, and brush my teeth. And then I climb into bed to enjoy my dessert. I tear the package open and pull out a hard-sided book with a dust cover and a stack of letters tied together with a gold ribbon. When I open the book, a piece of paper flutters out and lands on my feet, but my eyes remain riveted to the inscription. Written in a little boy's hand, "You're my Venus, I'm your Mars," with a note that's written in an adult's below it that says, "True then, true now, true always." I run a finger along the ribbon, my heart thundering in my ears as I bend down to pick up the piece of paper that fell. I unfold it and start reading. Reagan, I've been writing you these letters since I heard the news about your grandfather. I didn't intend to mail them, and then I found this book with the inscription I wrote when I was 10 years old. I wanted you to have it then, and I want you to have it now, just as you have my heart. I know you're not in a place for more than friendship, but I want to at least be that. So, when you're ready, write to me. Call me, send a smoke signal, wherever you are. I'll find a way to answer. Because as Ralph Waldo Emerson said, the only way to have a friend is to be one. In the meantime, here are the letters I wrote you. Read them in order the first time. Love, Stone. I read it 10 times before I put it down. He couldn't have known that this is exactly what I needed, or that today would be the day I'd be open to receiving this. But like every other time this man has entered my life, his timing has been uncanny. I untie the ribbon and start with the next one. Dear Venus, last night I drank enough to forget my own name, but I can't forget yours. I can't stop thinking about you. You asked for distance, and I've given it to you, even when it's killed me to do so. So, these letters are my entreaty, my fair lady. I will write you, and one day I'll have the nerve to send them. Until then, I want you to meet me where the gods gather to make love, and we'll build our world there. Yours, Mars. Oh, my God, I am undone. I keep reading. My heart feels like it's been hooked to a source of electricity and is humming in my chest. Dear Venus, you're my most beautiful someone. Yours, Mars. Dear Venus, I had a revelation as I lay awake missing you, reveling in the way it hurts because that pain means that my heart works. Sometimes life puts you in touch with the people you need to meet, to help you, to hurt you, to leave you, to love you, and to gradually strengthen you into the person you were meant to become. Yours, Mars. Dear Venus, don't let anyone tell you that your dreams are too big. They don't have your vision. They can't see what you see. Your belief in them and yourself is all you need. Yours, Mars. Dear Venus, you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. It's such an asinine saying. Surely the eggs aren't glad to be scrambled and cooked before some asshole eats them. So why do people say that instead of saying, nothing good comes easy? Isn't that clearer and truer? I make a great omelet, by the way. They'd be awesome with your lemon ginger scones. Yours, Mars. Dear Venus, today I just miss the hell out of you. Yours, Mars. Dear Venus, if you aren't already mine, why am I so afraid to lose you? Tell me. Yours, Mars. Dear Venus, I've found that my heart was stretched by its experience with you. Now it won't go back to its old shape. Can you help? I miss you. Mars. By the time I'm done, I can barely breathe for the happiness that swelled inside of me. If the last 3 months have been a trial, this feels like a reward. Yes, my life as I knew it is completely broken, but I have all the tools I need to reshape it. I put his letters away and email my lawyer asking for his first available appointment. When that's done, I pull out my stationery and write Stone back.
37. A surprise dollop of cream. Stone. I rush inside and tear the letter open, my heart damn near in my mouth by the time I've opened it. Dear Mars, you are spectacular beyond measure or compare. Your letters were like a surprise dollop of cream in the center of an already very delicious lemon ginger scone. Until we can have that omelet, I would love to take you up on your offer of friendship. I've missed you and have so much to tell you. If you agree, call me 713-779-5555. Yours, Venus. I'd like to take the word friendship, stick it in a self-destructing rocket, and launch it to the moon. But it's better than nothing, and it's a start, and damn if I don't miss her too. I pick up the phone and call her. Hello? Her voice is husky with sleep, and it's the most beautiful thing I've heard in a long time. Goddess, it's me. There's silence for a beat, and then I hear a whimper, and then she clears her throat. Stone, is that really you? Yes, I got your letter. Thank you for writing to me. Oh, I've missed you so much. Oh my God, thank you for all of those letters. I've read them every day. I'm blabbering, sorry. I'm just so nervous and happy. Hi. She practically sings that last word. My soul sighs in relief. I wasn't sure what to expect, but she sounds good. The knot of dread that's been eating away at me starts to loosen. Hi, and I miss you too. I've been really worried, Reagan. Her sigh is too weary, and I hate that I can't see her. It's been a rough few months, as I'm sure you know, but I'm so glad I know the truth. I don't know which truth she means, so I focus on the one that is at least somewhat my business. You and Hayes, you're related. I use the most sterile word I can manage. There's a pregnant pause before she clears her throat. Yeah, I guess. I can't wrap my head around that part, if I'm honest. I've been more focused on the other dumpster fire. Your grandfather, I heard. So what's happening? Nothing. He's dead. Any accomplices he had are too. I feel like I need to find a way to make things right. Make what right? Everything. My father wasn't the only person he hurt, but I don't want to talk about the past, not now. I want to know how you are. How is the refugee camp? I love that she remembered, and that makes talking about it less burdensome. It was hard, and I was so ready to leave, but I signed up for an extra month because they need so much help. And because you love a challenge, she teases. That I do. And I love you too. The thought comes unbidden, and I'm glad we're not on FaceTime so she can't see the panic that freezes my face for a second. I'm so glad you're making the most of your time there, and I'm learning to love challenges again, too. She trails off. Don't be cryptic, Reagan, I scold. Don't be impatient, Stone, she shoots back, and we laugh at the same time. Just like that, our grooves click into place, and that knot is finally loose again. Okay, I had an idea, and at first I thought it was crazy, but it's actually happening. Spill it, goddess. She squeals. Okay. Last week I took a large chunk of my inheritance and bought a property in West Houston that used to be a boarding school, and I'm going to turn it into a transitional housing space with a community center and courses and counseling and even eventually a fully functioning outpatient clinic on site. And guess what? She gasps, breathless with giddiness, but doesn't pause long enough for me to speak. I'm going to call it Venus Rising, after the goddess who inspired me so much. She sounds like a game show host announcing that I won the grand prize. I certainly feel like I've won something. Reagan, that's incredible. I'm so proud of you. She lets out a shuddering breath. Thank you for the inspiration, and I can't wait to show you everything. It all needs updating, and I'm having 3 newly constructed buildings added to the property. So, are you and Marcel funding it completely, or are you raising money? It's a sly move to get the information that's foremost on my mind. If she can sense that I'm fishing, she doesn't call me out for it. There is no Marcel and me, and soon not in any sense at all. I met with my lawyer a couple of days ago. She says the words in a rush, and I hear them before they sink in. Oh, so like a divorce lawyer? I'm almost afraid to ask and hold my breath when she takes a second to answer. She laughs softly. Yes, a divorce lawyer. Like you said, no reason to stay is a good reason to go. My children are the only reason I've been holding it together, and I know that it's not what's best for them anymore, so I'm doing it. Wow. Are you okay? I'm great. And she sounds it. Relief and motivation are twin fires lighting in my mind at the same time. Yes, of course you are. So, what's next? I rub my hands together in anticipation. Well, I've got to get my finances in order so I can figure out how to pay for my project. Her emphasis on the last word is tinged with a light rebuke. I check my excitement for her divorce. Getting a divorce doesn't mean anything. Her marriage was the least of my worries. I know Reagan wants to hit a reset button on other parts of her life. Talking about us right now would be premature. She read my letters, so she knows how I feel. Oh yeah, tell me more. So I have a trust fund that vested when I was 30, and I used some of it to buy the property outright. But years of fundraising for other people's good deeds was good practice. I paid for the property outright, but I've created a nonprofit with a board of directors to oversee staffing and programming and to help me raise money. Who's on the board so far? Maddie, my mother, and Tyson, if I can get him to sit down long enough to sign everything. Save a spot for me. I want to help. She shrieks. Really? Oh, I'm so glad. You can be on the board, or just brainstorm, or help me think through the clinic. Whatever you want to do. All of it, Venus. I want to do it all.
1 month later. Houston, Texas. 38. Freedom. Reagan. The slam of my bedroom door jolts me from sleep. I sit up and find Marcel standing at the foot of my bed. Marcel, what are you doing? I fumble for my phone to check the time. Give me that, he roars, and before I see him move, he grabs the phone from my hand and tosses it onto the bed. I scramble to sitting and command my voice-controlled lights to full power. What is going on? I was served divorce papers in my office yesterday," he says in his deep, even-toned voice. My pulse jumps. I knew they were being served. I should have expected he'd come straight here. "Yes, well, you can't be surprised. We haven't lived together in 6 years. I keep my voice even, despite my heart beating like a bass drum. "So what? You are my wife. There is no divorce unless I say so." He brings his hands together in a clap, as if signaling the end of the discussion. I scoff. Maybe in feudal France, but here, in Texas, I don't need you to agree. He puts one hand on his hip and points at me. "I will not allow you to do this. You will not drag my name and my children's name through the mud because you're jealous." "I'm not jealous, Marcel. To be jealous, you'd have to have been mine in the first place." "What does that mean? I am your husband." He throws his hands up. "Marcel, you are my spouse." I wrap my comforter around myself and smooth my hair to try to look as dignified as the circumstances will allow. "You haven't been my husband in years. I don't want to live with you anymore. I don't want your last name. I don't want—" The crack of his hand across my cheek comes from nowhere. It's not a forceful slap, but only because Marcel is small and weak and lazy. His gasp is louder and sharper than mine. "Oh, mon Dieu, look what you made me do. You know, I am not the kind of man to hit a woman." He starts to pace frantically, pulling at his hair. I take in his day's growth of gray stubble and creases in the houndstooth Fasanab blazer he wears when he travels. He must have come here straight from the airport. I touch the stinging spot on my cheek and eye him warily. "I want you to leave. We have a prenup. This shouldn't be messy, and we live separately anyway. The children will visit you as they normally do in the summer. When and if you come here, they can spend time with you in your home. This is my home. The children will visit me, and so will their mother. You cannot do this," he roars. The last thing I need is for him to wake the children. "Get out, or I'll call the police." His gaze turns murderous. "You will not get away with this. You will not. Maybe you can get a divorce, but I will not let you have a life. You will not make a mockery of my family." Are you kidding? Who is making a mockery of whom? Our nanny is having your baby, Marcel. You've been having affairs for as long as I've known you. I am tired of it, and I don't need you. You've never needed me. You made that obvious from day one. No, you married me because you wanted to be your grandfather's pet again. And I married you because I wanted to own the woman who no one else could afford to buy. I flinch at his characterization. But I'm not a fool. I know when a woman is wet, and when she's insulted, lube before coming to bed. I didn't complain. I just found a way to take care of my needs without making it your problem. Why can't you do the same thing? He hisses. Guilt pricks my conscience and blood rushes to my cheeks, but I don't apologize. I'm not sorry, but I didn't realize he knew. I want free of this gilded prison. I want to travel and work and not spend my summers in Monaco. I don't want to be your spouse in any sense of the word. He pulls the papers out of the inside pocket of his jacket. He pulls a slim gold lighter out of his pocket and sets the papers on fire. Marcel, burning them won't make them go away. This is a no-fault state. You can't stop this. It's over. His face mottles red with anger. Not even when I'm dead. We're Catholic. We married in a Catholic church.
You are my wife for eternity.
He snarls and throws the burning papers onto my bed before he storms out. I grab them and rush to the bathroom, throw them in the sink, and turn the water on to douse the flames. The smoke makes my smoke detector go off, and I grab a towel to wave the small plume away. The sound stops, but I hear the patter of little feet as soon as I turn the water off.
Il y a quelque chose qui brûle ici.
What's burning? Martinez peeks around the frame of my bathroom door. For the last 2 years, he's only spoken French. He goes to the French school here and is fully immersed in it. I don't mind, because it makes them very easy to tell apart. Unlike Remy and me, they are identical.
C'était un accident, chérie.
It was an accident, I tell him, guiding him out of the smoke stink of the bathroom. I shut the door and then stoop to pull myself face to face with him. He looks so much like my brother's, but he has his father's sky-blue eyes. Right now they're heavy and groggy with sleep. I run a hand over his mop of curls and smile indulgently at him. My heart is still racing from Marcel's fire and brimstone routine, but just having my hands on my son helps me calm down.
Tu es toujours fatigué?
Are you still tired?
No, Mama,
he says, and then gives a huge yawn. I laugh and scoop him up. Allez, viens. Retournons dormir. Come on, let's go back to sleep. I plop him onto the bed and pull the comforter off when I see the spot where he'd thrown the paper. I grab a blanket from the leather bench at the foot of my bed and cover him with it, command the lights off, and lay down with my soft, sweet-smelling reason for everything tucked by my side. When his breathing evens out and I'm sure he's asleep, I get out of bed and grab my phone and go back to the bathroom to call Stone. Unlike the wild, consuming love affair we had on that island, our daily phone calls, while treasured, are distinctly dissatisfying. By tacit agreement, we talk about everything but us, or how we feel. Instead, we talk about work, our families, life, politics, anything but the huge elephant in the room. With so much left unsaid, there's an undercurrent of frustrated tension in every conversation. But still, there's no one else I'd rather talk to, and I know he feels the same way. As if to prove me right, my phone buzzes with a text before I can dial his number. Are you awake? Yes. My heart skips a beat, and a smile breaks across my face when my phone starts to ring almost immediately. You okay? How'd it go? He sounds like he's holding his breath. Yes, I'm fine. It's fine. He was mad, but it's done, I say with a small burst of excitement. He lets out a harsh breath. I wish I could get away. Half of the doctors on his team are out sick with the flu, and he's been working double shifts. He's got enough on his plate without adding this. Don't worry, the hard part is done and I'm fine, I reassure him. You know, the more you say that, the less I believe you, right? I chuckle. Okay, well, I'll stop saying it, but it's true. I need to know, Reagan. Did he call you? When is he coming back to Houston? He asks each question in rapid-fire succession. I can feel his anxiety, and I wish I could say something to soothe it, but given that mine is running high, I can't even begin to. He flew to Houston. He's there? Shit! Yes, he came as soon as he was served. He's not happy. There's nothing he can do to stop it, but he'll try. And this is going to get ugly before it's over. But you're strong, and when it's over, you won't have to worry about him again. He says this in that assured way of his that makes me believe it's true. Just talking to him makes Marcel's visit feel like it happened in another lifetime. God, I miss you, Stone. Me too. I can't stop thinking about you. People keep asking me why I'm smiling so much. I giggle. That's another new thing that being with Stone has brought about. Let's go back to Mexico, I whisper. I wish. I've been looking at the pictures from our trip. I took so many good ones of your sexy ass. His voice is husky and deep, and it makes my knees weak just to imagine his face right now. His irreverent smile is everything. Ooh, I found one. I don't know who took it, but you'll love it. I find the picture on my phone, taken by our tour guide when we weren't looking. Send it, he says. No, I'll show you when you get here. You are such a tease, he groans. A deep male voice calls his name, and my stomach drops because I know he has to go. I've got a staff meeting in 5 minutes. We're leaving at first light tomorrow, so I'll try to call you tonight. Okay, have a good day. I try to sound cheerful, even though this 3-month-long expedition of his feels like the sword of Damocles hovering over my neck, and I don't even know why. Other than how much I'll miss him and the sense of safety having him in my life gives me. We've had this month of late-night phone calls and endless text messaging threads. He's helped me think through my plans for Venus Rising, and I hate that he's going on this trip just as it's finally coming together. I know he's going to do things that will save lives, and that this is important to him, so I keep my disappointment to myself. I'm so proud of you. It's going to be incredible. I'm gonna miss you, goddess. His voice is gruff, and I drop my facade of happiness. I'll miss you too. So much. I wish I could hug him. I'll write you and mail the letters whenever we stop somewhere that has postal service. He promises. I'll text you every day and email you about Venus Rising. We're breaking ground on the dorms, and I want you to see it all. I force cheer into my voice. I won't have service. He reminds me, and I swallow a groan. Then, they'll be there when you get back. What about you? Will you be here for me when I get back? His voice is low, sensual, and heavy with meaning. Of course I will be. Good. In 3 months, I'll be back in Houston, and I want more than your friendship. My heart flails with happiness. I was afraid he'd never ask again. Really? What about Hayes? Who cares what he thinks? He says with bravado that makes me nervous. Are you sure you know what you're getting into? Maybe we should test the waters first. Go slow. I'm not testing anything. I know the temperature of this ocean, baby, and it's perfect. Get your ass in here with me and I'll show you, he says in that growly voice of his that makes my scalp throb for the tug of his hand in my hair. So, just 3 more months. I check my mental calendar, and everything is good with Baylor. Are you ready to start? Yep. After the longest background check in history, I'm pretty sure they called my 9th grade math teacher for a reference. He chuckles. Whoa, is that normal? Yeah, they've got a major morality clause in their contract, and they do a background check that makes the Secret Service one look tame. If this wasn't my dream job, the one I've been working for since I was old enough to remember, I'd tell them to eat shit. I laugh because I know he means it. Hey, gotta go. No more what-ifs. Only up from here, Venus. I love you. His voice is dark with promise, and he hangs up before I can respond. I stare at the phone in shock. When I blink to clear my vision, a tear rolls down my cheek. All the seeds he planted with those letters and that book explode into beautiful blooms of joy, gratitude, relief, impatience, and excitement. Oh my God, this is happening. I love you too, I say to the dial tone. I crawl into bed with my son, and he rolls over and throws one of his little legs across my hip and nestles his head on my shoulder, and all is right with my world. Finally. Present day, Houston, Texas. 39. One more day. Reagan. My alarm's trill sounds like a starting gun in my brain. I spring up, grab my marker, draw the 19th red X on my small calendar, and my heart leaps in my throat. One more day. Just one more, and I will be free. And when Stone gets back, I'll go pick him up from the airport and welcome him home with open arms. I glance at the picture I teased him with. I love having it all to myself. I don't even know who took it. It was the last night on the island, and we were dancing. I hate that it looks like I'm bottomless, but I guess that's better than being able to see the wedgie his arm is hiding. But this is how I remember us, how I want us to be again. Just one more day, and I've got a lot to do before I'm finally a single woman again. 2 weeks later, Houston, Texas. 40. Fuck the high road. Reagan. I think I'm going to be sick. Can you press pause? I breathe through the sudden grip of nausea in my gut. Throwing up in the waiting room of my husband's lawyer's office is not going to happen. My racing pulse moves like an untamed herd of horses and echoes like thunder in my ears as I gaze with dismay at the screen of Remy's iPad where we're watching security footage from my house. When he doesn't respond, I press pause myself. What? Remy pulls his earbuds out and turns his concerned gaze on me. I wince as I take in the me captured in the freeze frame of the video. My hair, that was almost completely dry and no longer weighed down by water, had contracted into a dark, unruly mane so full it obscured most of my face in the first few minutes of the video, when I was facing Marcel and in profile to the camera. From that point of view, the bold swell of my cheekbone, the slope and slight but noticeable upward tilt of my nose, and the deeply downturned corner of my mouth are visible. As I watch it, with no volume, you'd think I was on the receiving end of something mildly upsetting. But in the freeze frame, with my eyes looking directly into the camera, the stark terror I was feeling at the nuclear bomb that was being dropped on me is clear as day. Watching a replay of the morning Marcel came in to confront me about the photo is harder than I thought it would be. It's like having an out-of-body experience. All of the feelings that coursed through me that day surge up, creating a ripple layer of anxiety right below the surface of my skin. It feels tight and hot, just the way it had the morning everything that kept my life anchored fell away. It happened in an instant. I should have seen it coming, but I wasn't looking because I was so wrapped up in Stone. In the space of seconds, I was devastated. Tears blur my vision, and I squeeze my eyes closed to clear them. Reagan. Remy's concerned voice next to me helps me settle down faster. The prospect of another person seeing me cry makes my tears dry up faster than anything else. I just need a minute. I turn to look at him with a reassuring smile on my face. He's watching me with the same worry that's been in his eyes since this all started. Are you sure? I mean, it's only been a week. Maybe you need more time. It feels like yesterday. I say, wistfully, regretting the toll this has taken on him, too. My brother scoffs and slides his unamused gaze back to the iPad.
Really? Feels like the longest month of my entire life, Reggie. Watching this, knowing what I know, I want to kick Marcel's ass. I can't believe he made us all feel sorry for him.
I brush a hand over the lines furrowing his forehead, and my sigh is heavy with equal parts regret and dismay. He didn't make up the part where I was kissing another man. The pictures aren't doctored, I remind him pointedly. He scoffs, his lips pursing as if he can taste something bitter.
I wish you'd made a fucking video so he could have heard it, too. That's what he deserves. I can't believe he had the nerve to treat you like this when he was doing all the shit we found at the same damn time.
He shakes the tablet in his hand for emphasis. I put a hand on his arm. I need you to be the one who doesn't make a scene, okay? You have to keep your cool. We can't let our emotions get the best of us in there.
Emotion isn't a bad thing,
he says, eyebrows raised in challenge. I know that, I snap, and cross my arms over my chest.
He smiles, a knowing smile, at my defensive gesture. Well then, why are you acting like nothing is wrong?
I'm not acting like nothing is wrong.
It's okay not to be okay, Reggie.
He pats my arm reassuringly. I groan in irritation. I don't know why you think I need reminding of that. I know myself. There's a storm the likes of which I've never known brewing inside me. I used it to get myself here today. Just because my outward reactions are not what you expect doesn't mean it's an act. We hold each other's gazes. We may have shared a womb, but we're as different as sea and sand, and just as vital to each other. Right now, the ever-present sparkle in his eyes is dulled by disappointment. I'm not the only one nursing a heartbreak. If charisma and empathy were divided and distributed between us, then the lion's share went to Remy. He's got the most tender of hearts and is swift to injure and slow to forgive. Because he knows that about himself, he's careful about letting people close. His good opinion and friendship are hard to come by. Marcel won both of those in spades. We even have a running joke that he liked Marcel more than he liked me. It was said in good humor, but like every joke, it was peppered by the truth. He and my husband have much more in common than we ever had. What started off as a distant relationship between in-laws has blossomed into a real friendship, one that I have never interfered with, even when I wanted to. I wasn't in any sort of danger, and there was nothing about the image we portrayed to the world about our family that I wanted to change. So I've kept my own counsel about the things that were going on behind closed doors. When I only had my suspicions about Marcel being the one to have stolen that picture, he dismissed it outright. Marcel had sent that email to everyone in my family and in our close circle of friends. He's played the cuckolded, devastated husband perfectly. Remy was only humoring me when he sent his firm's new private investigator, Dina, to follow my lead. He didn't expect to find anything behind that mirror in my room that Marcel kept glancing at. Who would want to believe their friends capable of the kind of subterfuge and deception I was accusing Marcel of? It even took me a while to put it together. Last week, when Marcel offered me this meeting, things were very different. According to the terms of our prenup, he was awarded temporary full custody of our children, pending our divorce and a formal custody agreement. I didn't fight him because I wanted to spare my children any more drama and publicity. I was desperate, heartsick, and humiliated. He held all the cards, and he used this meeting with his offer to discuss custody as a big stick that he's used to beat compliance out of me. He picked the date, the time, the place, everything. The fallout from my public shaming wasn't just my reputation. It endangered something that means even more to me. My podcast, The Jezebel. I started it after my mother suggested it, but not for the reasons she did. I knew that when he got here, I'd have to tell him the truth, but first I had to hear myself say it all out loud. And that's what I did with the podcast, used it as an outlet. But then people started writing to me, commenting and sharing their stories too. But it turned into something completely different, which makes the timing of this picture's publication, with my tattoo visible for all the world to see, even worse. 2 days before the picture was published, the podcast was mentioned in a news report and was credited as the source of information that led to the reopening of a case involving a prominent plastic surgeon here in Houston. He'd been acquitted of a sexual assault charge after the woman who accused him was discredited during cross-examination. The woman, who chose to remain anonymous during the trial due to safety concerns, had been a prostitute, and that was enough to convince a jury that whatever he did to her, she asked for. He was acquitted, and she was left to get on with her life. Then, one day, she sent an email. Lori, as she called herself, found the podcast inadvertently. She asked me to tell her story because she'd been so maligned in the press. So I did. That opened the floodgates. It turns out that since the trial, there'd been more complaints from women who no one cared about. I started getting emails from women, mostly sex workers, who'd been his patients at the free clinic he volunteered at, with stories very much like Lori's. They had dates, times, complaints they filed, officials who ignored them. I compiled them and used the Jezebel's email address to forward them to a staff writer at the Houston Chronicle. There was an outcry from Dr. Zimmerman's powerful friends and patients. He was one of them, their golf partner, their campaign donor, their museum patron. They wrote opinion editorials claiming he was being framed, hustled, and schemed on by desperate, broken, and deluded women who were angry that he'd spurned their advances. But this time, it's not just his word against one vulnerable sex worker who could be steamrolled. A tidal wave of women have come forward to stop him, and I think we might just do it. So far, no one has made the connection and noticed that the name of the podcast is the same as the name emblazoned on my back. But it wouldn't take much for Marcel to figure it out, and I know he'll use it as leverage. With my reputation so tarnished by this picture that everyone has seen, being associated with me could cast doubt on their credibility again. Thankfully, I have a big stick of my own that I'm going to use to bind his tongue. My hunch, the possibility of a hidden camera behind that mirror, paid off. There were also cameras in our children's rooms and the small library I used for my monthly sit-down with my accountant. I was livid. Until Dina, brilliant woman that she is, called to say she'd struck gold. She hacked the Dropbox where the surveillance videos were stored. He recorded me in that library, but he also recorded himself. What I saw made me sick before it made me smile. When Remy watched it, he insisted on representing me himself. He's one of the country's most decorated litigators, and as relieved as I am to have him on my side, I hate that it comes at the cost of that disappointment in his eyes. I soften my posture and take his hand in mine. I know this is hard for you, too. Let's not argue. I can't change who I am or how I cope with things any more than you can. So let's just cut each other some slack. Once I have my children back under my roof, I'll curl up in my huge bathtub with an entire bottle of champagne and cry myself dry. Okay? He closes his eyes and shakes his head. I'm sorry all of this is happening. I'm sorry I didn't see who he was, he says in a voice made rough from a week of shouting arguments and late nights, followed by mornings so early it felt like we hadn't slept at all. We only know of other people what they let us see, and you're not a mind reader. I nod at the phone. Go on. Let's watch to the end. His finger hovers over the triangle on the screen. You don't have to. It's not like you don't already know what happens, he says, in that way he has of being kind but managing at the same time. I give his hand a resolute squeeze. I want to watch it. The man in this video is who Marcel really is. I'll need that reminder when I sit across from him today. Press play, I say with resolve. The video resumes. I'm prepared for what comes next, but my throat still constricts as the worst day of my entire life replays on the screen. My heart is tied into a million tiny knots. When we get to the worst of it, I close my eyes, and even with no volume, I can hear the sounds of mayhem and destruction from that day. My shouts, my daughter crying, Marcel's thundering silence. What men? I growl, the fear in my eyes morphing into rage that turns them into slits of fire and brimstone. I hit pause and close my eyes. Sweat beads my upper lip, and my nails dig grooves into the palms of my curled hands. I flatten them against my thighs and let the black wool soothe the hot, stinging skin of my palms. But it doesn't. Instead, it launches another round of memories that are as painful as the ones I just watched. It was a gift from my grandfather. When my mother told him Chanel was too extravagant for a 21-year-old, he'd laughed. She's a work of art. It's my job to make sure she's shown in the best frame and in the best light. And that suit is it. He'd pointed at this black Chanel summer wool. It's a signal that this is a woman you should not underestimate. Every time I wear it, I stand a little taller, feel less vulnerable. So even though my feelings for him are still so muddled, I put it on this morning because I need to feel those things today. But thinking of him now only adds to my agitation. I'm supposed to revile him, to hate him, and I don't. Yet I can't say I love him when I didn't even know him. Like I didn't know Marcel. Like my mother didn't know my father. I don't trust my judgment anymore. And as much as I miss Stone, there's a part of me that's glad things ended before he could disappoint me too. Hey, you okay? You growled. Remy puts a hand on mine and squeezes. The tenderness in his voice makes my undeserving heart ache. He's done so much for me this week. Yes, I'm fine, I say, and then I proceed to fake it until I can make it true. The door opens, and Sylvester Hadnot, the most unscrupulous family attorney in the city, sticks his head out. He's wearing a huge grin. I'm going to enjoy wiping that smile off his face. I get my focus back, put the smile Marcel isn't expecting on, and walk in to face my fate. Marcel looks every single one of his 57 years. I take some comfort from the gray scruff on his cheeks. He dyes his hair as regularly as he needs to so he can hide all but a few wisps of gray at his temples. I haven't seen him with stubble since our honeymoon. It's gratifying to see him look like hell.
Are you ready to discuss terms?
The mediator, sitting at the head of the table, speaks.
Yes, we have ours ready,
Remy says.
Marcel huffs in indignation. Terms? What terms could you have? I have you by those little hairs on your disloyal cunt.
This is a negotiation, I return evenly.
You don't get to lecture me. You have broken rules, and now you will learn the consequences, cunt.
He enunciates.
Mr. Landell, please. Remember that all oral exchanges will be part of the record I submit to the court. The petitioner can begin. I understand you have a list of terms?
Marcel chuckles.
By all means, let me hear your terms of surrender.
Ignoring him, Remy pulls out the list we prepared and starts to read.
Reagan will continue to raise the children. You can have the summers as you do now. Reagan will retain her residence at the family home she has always lived in with the children. She is willing to buy you out of any equity you're deemed to be owed. She wants you to sign an NDA agreeing to keep personal knowledge gained during your marriage private, and she is willing to do the same.
The fuck I will,
Marcel bellows.
You must think I'm insane,
he scoffs, flouncing back in his chair affronted. Marcel's lawyer leans over and whispers something in his ear. Remy looks at me and raises his eyebrows, his eyes clouded with worry. I smile reassuringly. Nothing Marcel knows about me is more damaging than what's on that video, and once he sees it, he'll do whatever I say. I nudge Remy under the table, and he clears his throat and looks back at the document.
Mr. Landell will agree to keep private any information he accessed when he breached Mrs. Landell's account to steal the photograph that was originally printed in OC magazine.
Marcel yawns.
I didn't steal that picture. Who would even believe that? Why would I want the world to know I'm a cuckold?
He points a self-righteous finger in my face.
Further, Mr. Landell will agree to seek help for his anger issues and sex addiction in exchange for continued, unsupervised summer visitation with his children.
Marcel's face turns red, his lips thin into a furious white slash.
You have lost your mind.
He speaks in a muffled scream. I have to bite the inside of my cheek to stop myself from laughing in his face.
Like the rest of our terms, this one is non-negotiable, and certainly more than you deserve.
Remy concludes stoically. Marcel gapes, looking between Remy and me repeatedly, his rage easing into righteous indignation.
You are the one in violation of the prenuptial agreement. You are the one who made a whore of yourself for the whole world to see. You should be on your knees, begging me to take you back, begging me to let you see your children. Instead, you are wasting our time.
I nod at Remy. Send it now. He returns my nod and hits a button on his laptop. I've sent you a video. Please watch it, and then we will discuss, he informs the three of them. Then he leans back in his chair, crossing his arms almost leisurely, and gives Marcel a sinister smile. I love my big brother. He's as flawed as anyone, but when he gets it right, he gets it right. Their devices beep simultaneously, and their fingers moved in seemingly synchronized taps as they open the video. I glance at Remy, and we share a silent high five. Then we both watch Marcel while my grenade blows up in his face. It's just a highlight reel. Him with Hannah, the conversation he had with the reporter of the magazine after he'd sent him the picture, which he broke into my iCloud account to steal, him getting a blowjob from the young man who I thought was his physical therapist, him dragging me out of the room by my hair while our 10-year-old daughter screamed and begged him to stop. When everyone is finished watching, there's an awkward beat of silence before our mediator clears his throat and pushes his glasses up his nose. Marcel's expression when the tape ends is nothing short of shell-shocked. He came in here expecting me to ask him to take me back, to beg him to forgive me. It didn't occur to him, not once, that I might not stand down. I never minded that he didn't think I was good for anything more than being a sparkly vessel to continue his line, but I mind very much that he set me up and tried to rat-fuck me out of my entire life. So, after more than 10 years of being married, he's finally getting a taste of the real me. And I can tell he doesn't like my flavor, not one bit. Marcel finally meets my eyes. He looks like he wants to rip my throat out with his bare teeth. Or maybe I'm projecting.
You are out of your mind, he snarls.
How do you figure?
You want to blackmail me?
He bares his teeth like a rabid dog. Not at all. I'm just meeting you where you are. Now that I know you're not naturally inclined toward doing what's right, I'm incentivizing your behavior.
You wouldn't show anyone those things.
Before you put that picture into the world so our children could see it. That might have been true. You dragged my name through the mud, and you are completely crazy if you thought I'd stand by and let you ruin me and take my children. No. I flare my nostrils and lean toward him. And I have one more term. Remy stiffens and puts a hand on my arm.
Reagan, what is this?
I ignore him and the guilt that tightens my throat and keep my eyes trained on Marcel so he can see just how serious I am. You will not try to identify or reveal anything you may have already learned about the man in that photo. His lips twitch, and if looks could kill, I'd be taking my last breath. But his glare makes this all even more satisfying. You know, of course, that's just a trailer, right? I point at the phone in his hand. You will do everything I just asked, or I'll send the full feature film to TMZ and anyone else who wants it. His face grows pale.
But it would ruin me, he cries in disbelief.
I shake my head and make my smile regretful. Yes, it would. But as you know, when you break the rules, you've got to live with the consequences. His eyes go black with rage, and he lunges across the table at me.
Fuck you, Reagan! You can't do this! I'm going to bury you!
Remy is on his feet so fast he knocks his chair over. He steps in front of me and leans forward, towering over Marcel like an angry god.
You're lucky I have people who depend on me. Otherwise, I'd tie you to this table and beat you with my shoe for what you did to my sister. And I'd go to jail with a smile on my face.
He spits. Marcel may be burning with outrage, but he's not crazy. He pales and wilts back into his seat. His expression is pleading now.
Lemmy, you are a man of integrity. This is a shakedown.
Remy scoffs and sits, his gaze burning with loathing and still on Marcel's pallid face.
This is a negotiation. You have choices.
The next few seconds pass in tense silence.
This is a waste of time,
Marcel hisses.
So it seems.
His lawyer's response is flat and unemotional. They gather their papers and briefcases. Marcel's expression is stony and frigid as he stands, buttons his suit jacket, and leaves the table without another word or glance in my direction. I know I've got him by the short hairs, but I came here with a very specific goal, and I won't let him leave without giving it to me. You have until tomorrow afternoon to leave my house. Consider this your heads up, I call to him.
Fine,
he snaps, and then the door slams so hard the windows rattle. Remy and I walk to his car in tense, stoic silence. I know he's waiting for us to be alone to unleash on me. As soon as I climb inside the cool, dark interior of his car, I let loose the breath I've been holding for the last few days in a long sigh of relief. I'm exhausted, I groan, letting my head loll to rest on the seat.
That went better than I hoped.
Remy's voice is tight with unspoken annoyance. I cast him a sidelong glance. Then why do you sound like we lost?
I don't like surprises.
His voice is quiet but seething with anger. I'm sorry, but I didn't want to talk to you about it because I knew you'd press me for more.
Yes, I would.
He leans back against his door, his disappointed glare unrelenting as he rails at me.
I want to know why, if you care about him enough to protect him from your husband, why the fuck doesn't he care enough to not let you?
I drop my head into my hands. Because he doesn't know what's happened.
How? That picture was in every single tabloid, including the ones in Mexico. Or does he live on the moon?
A wave of despair washes over me. He might as well, I say. Stone is only 1 month into his 3-month trip, and I feel sick to think of what he'll say when he gets back and finds everything so different.
Then why do you feel the need to protect him?
He snaps, and my heart trembles because, Lord, I hate hurting him. Because he's not the one who broke his wedding vows. He didn't do anything wrong, and Marcel would completely dismantle his life. I don't want that on my conscience. It was a fling, and I just want it done. The words leave a bitter aftertaste in their wake, but they do the trick.
Fine. You're entitled to your privacy, Reagan. I just hate the idea of him walking around scot-free while your name is being dragged through the mud.
I'm fine, Remy. I'll have to stop some of the bleeding and try to salvage Venus Rising, but that meeting was a huge hurdle, and I just want to look forward. I grab his hand and give him my best little sister puppy dog eyes.
Fine.
He sighs and pulls me into a hug.
Besides, you got everything you wanted today.
I'm proud of you. Not everything. I banished the thought from my mind. I've been very grateful for the distraction of disaster to take my mind off him. I've also given thanks for the distance between us. But as his date of arrival grows nearer, my longing only intensified to an insatiable, tenacious growl of demand, one that robs me of sleep, and one that I know, if presented with opportunity for appeasement, won't be denied.
2 months later, Pamplona, Norte de Santander, Colombia. 41. Move. Stone. I stumble into my apartment and drop everything where I stand. Without stopping, I stride straight into my bedroom and put my phone on its charger. I grab the stack of mail that my neighbor bundled and left on my kitchen table, along with his copy of my spare key. I'm dying for a hot shower and for the soft mattress of my bed, but I need to check my messages, open my mail, and call my woman. I grab my phone from the drawer in my bedside table and plug it in. 3 months of lying dormant has left it completely dead, and it takes forever for it to even register that it's charging. I stare at it, willing it to turn on. When I knew I couldn't use it, I didn't once yearn for it. Now that I'm seconds away from being able to communicate again, each minute that I stare at that black, dead screen feels like eons. I know a watched pot never boils, so I turn away from the phone and walk over to the stack of mail. I see the big envelope at the bottom and recognize Reagan's handwriting in the corner reserved for return sender's information. I've been writing to her every day, sending the letters whenever we crossed paths with a courier or stopped in a village that had a post office. In the last one I sent, I asked her to send me a copy of the new Tom Clancy. This must be it. I trace the outline of what is clearly a book through the envelope. I feel the impression of something else inside. My dessert after dinner rule is still in place. I make myself wait until I've opened the rest before I open that. I open each bill. The only exciting piece of mail there is the letter from Baylor College of Medicine. My start date for the fellowship in Houston has been set. I glance at the calendar on my wall and smile. Only 2 more weeks. A year ago, I was sure that heading to Houston would feel like the end of an adventure. Now I have Reagan to look forward to. Just as I reach for her package, I hear the vibrating tell of my phone powering on, and then the phone's staccato vibrations turn into one long buzz as my messages start to download. As a compromise, I walk over to the phone while I rip open the envelope. I pull out the smaller item first. It's a stack of note cards tied together with a delicate gold silk ribbon like something precious and cared for. But even before I read the small note stuck into the top of the stack, I know that they are, in fact, the exact opposite of precious and cared for. The handwriting on all of them is mine. The sinking sensation seeps all the way to my bones. The sense of loss and doom infuses my marrow. I wondered if she was getting them. At least now I know. I pull the book out of the envelope the letters were all stuffed into and stare unseeingly at the worn edges of the dust cover. With my heart thundering like the ominous rumble of thunder before a storm breaks, I open the messages on my phone. Even in the swirl of all my confusion and panic, when I see her name pop up, I smile. I start reading her texts. There are 22 of them. The first one reads, "I love you too." The first 20 are a variation of "I love you" or "I miss you" or both. The 21st is a link that opens to a newspaper story. When I read it, I understand everything, or at least I think I do. It was published 2 months ago. While I was busy pursuing an opportunity most doctors only dream of, she was waking up to this. I don't want to read her final message. I can't imagine that whatever it says is going to do anything less than gut me, but I force myself to open it. Stone, I'm sorry that you came home from your trip to find that so much had changed. By now, you've seen the news, and you know what's happened. I'm sorry that my recklessness resulted in that picture being shared with the world. It has completely changed the landscape of my life, and I have got to focus on my children and myself. I won't drag you into this. Nobody knows it's you, and I want it to stay that way. Things are bad enough without adding another log to this fire. When you're back here, distance would be best. I'm so sorry. You deserve so much happiness, Stone, and I hope you find it. Thank you for taking me on the most glorious adventure I've ever known. I hope one day we can find a way to be friends again. We're so very good at that. Yours, Reagan.
42. No. Reagan. My phone buzzes, and I reach to grab it from my bedside table. The sun isn't up, but I'm wide awake. I knew he'd be back today, and I've been waiting on bated breath for his response to my texts and the package I sent last month. I take a deep breath and compose myself before I open his text. I got your letters and your text, and I understand why you feel that way. But I must respectfully say no. Because, Venus, if I had the power to command blood and bone, mind and spirit, you are the very person I would have created. I told you I loved you, and I meant it. So no fucking way am I moving on. I'll see you soon.